And Yan said cheerfully. At that moment, the Fire Phoenix group and the people of the Pure Land Buddha country all followed. Yueji stepped forward, clasped her hands together, and said with a smile, "Leader, these medicinal fields were indeed developed by Lady Yan. Truly admirable." Zhu squatted down, looking at the thriving medicinal herbs without speaking for a long time. After a while, he lifted his head and asked, "Yanner, how do you manage these medicinal fields?" "Heh, you don't know, do you?" Yan danced excitedly, feeling proud that she had done something that even Zhuan couldn't figure out, her face beaming with satisfaction. Zhuan didn't hesitate to extend his thumb and sincerely exclaimed, "Yanner, you're amazing. I didn't expect that ball had such a wonderful use too." Yan's face was so radiant with pride, as if she were a little girl who scored full marks and received praise from her parents. Yue Cha, standing in the crowd, suddenly chuckled. Ying Luo asked softly, "Uncle, what are you laughing at?" After experiencing this storm, the Pure Land Buddha country finally restored peace. Yueji led Maitreya and others to go to fix the big hole that had been blasted out in Sukhovat. Yan eagerly started to tidy up the medicinal fields, and even Zixiong and Nyan, the two little girls, enthusiastically helped catch bugs. Zhuan and Yue Sha stood on the iron pillar left behind in the distance, conversing softly. "Honestly, I never realized you had such acting talent," Yue Sha whispered. Zhuan faintly smiled. "It's still not enough, because you have already figured it out." Yue Sha shook her head. "Your performance was seamless. I almost fell for it." "Then how did you figure it out?" "It's simple. As the illustrious Red Lotus Immortal, how could you not know how to use that divine symbol of the koi carp? No wonder they say you monks are cunning, indeed." Zhuan chuckled a few times, then looked towards Yan busy in the distant medicinal fields, and said softly, "Actually, this is not called deception, but coaxing. After all, as long as I act a little foolish, I can make this foolish girl happy all day long. Why wouldn't I do it?" Yue Sha fell silent and after a while sighed lightly. "Is this what they call love between men and women?" "Yes. Are you envious?" Yue Sha shook her head. "I just find it troublesome." "Humph, you act so lofty." "Homage to the Buddha. This monk is indeed lofty." "Then how do you explain Ying Luo? For the sake of your past life love, you even abandoned your cultivation foundation. Is that still considered lofty?" "That was just fulfilling a wish. It doesn't mean I understand these relationships between men and women. You monks always have different sets of rules when it comes to reasons." With that, Zhuan and Yue Sha exchanged glances, then laughed heartily at the same time. "How are your injuries really, Zhu?" asked solemnly. "It's fine, can't die for now, but also can't be healed." "Does Ying Luo know?" Yue Sha shook his head. Zhuan sighed softly. "How long do you plan to keep it from her?" Yue Sha still shook his head, then softly uttered 3 words, "Let it be. Let it be. Let it be." "I hate it when you monks use that as an excuse to hide your cowardice." Zhuan suddenly became somewhat agitated. But Yue Sha just gave a wry smile and said, "Then how would not letting it be help her?" Zhu fell silent as well, then sighed deeply and lightly patted Yue Sha's shoulder. "If you can hold on, you must grit your teeth and wait. Once I reclaim my position as an immortal, I should be able to save you." "Okay." Yue Sha nodded heavily. "Don't worry. I will grit my teeth and wait for that day to see you return as an immortal." Suddenly, Zhuan took a few steps back, his expression becoming somewhat strange. "Hey, I only see you as a friend. Don't get any strange ideas." Yue Sha was momentarily puzzled, then understood what Zhuan meant, and couldn't help but cry out in exasperation. "Can you be serious?" "Heh. What's the value of being serious? I have to go entertain my wife. Bye." With that, Zhuan leapt into the distance towards the medicinal fields. Yue Sha quietly watched Zhuan's back, a deep weariness apparent in his eyes, and murmured softly, "Thank you." He was well aware that Zhuan's teasing just now was meant to lighten the mood and not delve into serious matters. With Zhuan's current strength surpassing his own, yet still caring for his feelings, how could Yue Sha not be moved? But he didn't know if he could hold on until the day Zhuan returned as an immortal, because he could feel his life slowly reaching its end. At that moment, Zhuan landed in the medicinal fields. "Yanner, are you tired? Let me help." Zhuan reached out to take the shovel from Yan's hand. "No need. How could this little work tire me out?" Yan wiped the sweat from her forehead and smiled, asking, "Husband, What were you talking about with Yueisha just now? Oh, nothing. Just discussing the growth of these medicinal fields. When it came to the medicinal fields, Yan couldn't help but get excited. Husband, do you think these medicinal fields that I have developed will be very helpful for the upcoming calamity? Of course. Zuan nodded seriously. Not only helpful, but extremely beneficial. With these herbs, we can refine countless pills, and these pills can save countless lives when the time comes. Do you think that's significant? Upon hearing Zuan's words, the light in Yan's eyes grew more intense. I knew these herbs would be helpful. Then I will develop tens of thousands more acres of medicinal fields to make sure we have enough in the future. This statement almost made Quan, busy fertilizing bubbles in the distance, fall from the sky. Then he pitifully bemoaned Yan. The message spread like a hurricane that the 3 sect powerhouses had all been destroyed, and the palace master of the Thousand Crane Palace, Hua Wuyu, had met a tragic end. The news shook the heavens. What? Zuan actually appeared, and even got entangled with the Pure Land Buddha cultivation? Not only that, he also brought a mysterious army in armor, with terrifying combat power, truly a complete killing machine. Because when the 3 sect powerhouses were attacking the Pure Land Buddha country, some people used the water mirror method to watch from afar and thus saw the fuzzy images that were transmitted at the time. Naturally, they were shocked by the terrifying combat power shown by the Phoenix and his group. This has really stirred up trouble. The Imperial Court and Zhuangning sect, along with many other sects, have been desperately searching for Zuan's whereabouts. Now that he not only appeared, but also wiped out many underlings of the 2 sects, it has added another layer of animosity. I estimate that the 2 major sects will gather forces to attack the Pure Land Buddha country next. Someone gloated. This view represented the thoughts of many. After all, this time Zuan wasn't provoking anymore. He was openly challenging the authority of the 2 major sects. If the Imperial Court and Zhuangning sect could not respond appropriately, their prestige would indeed be trampled. Sure enough, the 2 major sects started to stir, and other sects followed suit. Just as the entire heavens were on the cusp of a storm. The one who stands out among all is this woman, Sword 3, who travels across the heavens, tirelessly challenging masters of swordsmanship. Time and again, she has shattered preconceived notions about female swordsmen and proven her strength through an irrefutable string of glorious victories. Before her rise, it was widely believed that women had an inherent disadvantage in the path of swordsmanship. It was thought that cultivating the way of the sword required an unyielding sword heart, something women, often perceived as gentle and sensitive by nature, were said to lack. However, the emergence of Sword 3 directly overturned this belief. This change was even reflected in her name. During the Great Battle on Earth years ago, she was still called Sword 7. But within a few short years, her rank soared, and she earned the illustrious title of Sword 3. Yet, she was not content to stop there. She set her sights on challenging even greater swordmasters. Her next target was none other than the master of Burial Sword Mountain, Li Jingxing. He had ruled the Sword Palace for centuries and was reputed to be among the top 10 swordmasters in the history of the heavens. Her courage and determination in facing such a formidable opponent moved many deeply. The news of this upcoming duel set the entire heavens ablaze. What? That mad woman Sword 3, who defeated the peerless rogue swordsman Qi not long ago, is now challenging the master of Burial Sword Mountain. Doesn't she need time to recover? Exclaimed a stunned swordsman upon hearing the news. It was common knowledge that Qi Yi, though unaffiliated with any sect, was among the strongest swordsmen across the heavens, his power unquestionable. Back when she was still called Sword 4, she had fought Qi Yi for 10 days straight, before finally securing victory. And now, barely any time had passed, and she was already challenging Li Jingxing. It was no wonder swordsmen were going crazy. At the level of Sword 3 and her peers, the toll of a single battle was unimaginable, not just in terms of cultivation and physical stamina, but also the wear on one's mental state. A slight misstep could lead to a destabilized mind and damaged cultivation. That's why most top swordsmen would retreat to secluded places for years after such battles to recover fully. Yet, Sword 3 was an exception. She seemed to require no rest, launching challenge after challenge at an astonishing pace that left others questioning their reality. The heavens were abuzz with excitement over this impending duel. Unlike her previous battles, this time, her opponent was the renowned master of Burial Sword Mountain, whose strength, though untested in years, was indisputable. Moreover, rumors suggested that Li Jingxing's power had grown even further since his mysterious return after a long disappearance. One was a seasoned and legendary master, the other, an unstoppable rising star. Such a duel of titans was impossible to ignore. Swordsmen from across the heavens flocked toward the Sword Palace sector to witness this epic battle. Reactions from other sects and schools were mixed, ranging from excitement to indifference. However, unexpectedly, this news overshadowed a recent significant incident involving Xuan. The two major sects, the Palace of the Human Emperor and the Zhuanning Tomb, fell silent, making no further moves. This unusual quietness drew the attention of many observant individuals. No one believed these two factions would let matters rest, and their sudden silence carried an ominous undertone. Meanwhile, attention also turned to the Pure Land of the Buddhist nation. People speculated on what the Red Lotus Immortal Lord, who had stirred chaos across the heavens, was doing and whether he had realized the gravity of the situation. Contrary to expectations, Xuan was utterly unbothered, leisurely reclining on a couch in the Talisman Pavilion, exuding a relaxed air. Beside him, Anyan gently massaged his shoulders, her expression tinged with concern. "Husband, I just heard from Yuji that the girl we met on Earth, Sword 7, is challenging your friend Li Jingxing." "You're mistaken. She's no longer Sword 7, she's now Sword 3, Xuan replied lazily. "Oh, so what should we do?" Anyan asked. "Do about what?" Xuan looked up and smiled. "Shouldn't we do something?" Anyan asked, puzzled. Xuan chuckled and shook his head. "I understand your concern, but we needn't do anything, nor should we intervene. This is the destiny of swordsmen. They either walk the path of challenging others or await challenges themselves." With a sigh, Xuan continued, "That girl, Sword 7 no, Sword 3 is truly insane. In just a few years, she's climbed for ranks and even defeated Qiu Yi. And who do you think will win this time?" Anyan asked. Xuan shook his head again. "I don't know." This answer startled Anyan, as it was rare for Xuan to admit uncertainty so openly. "Honestly, I doubt anyone in the heavens can predict the outcome of this duel. Swordsmanship is the one path that disregards seniority. As long as your talent is strong enough, you can defeat a master who has cultivated for millennia. That's the allure of the way of the sword. Are we going to watch?" Anyan asked. "Why? Do you want to?" Xuan smiled. Anyan hesitated briefly before admitting, "I kind of want to see the excitement." Xuan smiled, about to speak, when his gaze suddenly shifted sharply toward the sky above the Talisman Pavilion. At that moment, a dazzling, peerless sword light pierced through the sky, descending directly before Xuan and stopping abruptly. Within the sword light was a letter. The letter bore the words, asterisk to Xuan asterisk. The signature, written with bold and graceful strokes, read, asterisk Sword 3, asterisk. Seeing the name, Anyan was stunned. Xuan, however, showed a faint, wry smile and shook his head with a sigh. Can't she send a letter gently? Must it be so violent? She's going to scare away any potential suitors. Saying this, Xuan casually picked up the letter and opened it. Inside were only a few simple lines, greater than. Red Lotus Immortal Lord, it has been years since we last met on Earth. I am now the third-ranked swordsman. Of all the swordsmen in the heavens, only Li Jingxing and you surpass me. Greater than, greater than. This time, I am challenging Li Jingxing. I hope you will come to witness the battle. Greater than, greater than. And after I defeat Li Jingxing, you shall be next. Please prepare yourself. Greater than, greater than. One more thing, I must thank you for teaching me the technique of tempering my sword intent through longing. It has proven to be most effective. She first read the letter carefully, then looked meaningfully at Xuan. Xuan felt awkward under her piercing gaze. Yanner, let me explain. Oh no. I mean, let me clarify. But Anyan didn't bother listening further, simply saying, no need to explain. Pack up now. We're going to the Sword Palace to witness the battle together. Xuan stayed silent for a moment before reluctantly nodding. All right. This time, Xuan left quietly. Amid the tense situation among the various realms currently, it wouldn't have mattered if it were just Xuan alone. However, Anyan insisted on joining, and in order to ensure her safety, Xuan didn't make a fuss. She just briefly instructed the captains Yuji and Fire Phoenix, then quietly prepared to leave. Of course, if Anyan was leaving, the two little maidens had to follow. And since the two little maidens were following, Zisha and Zhang Xiaoyu, the mischievous duo, would naturally join as well. However, this time they couldn't enter the Talisman Pavilion, as the divine talisman spheres needed to remain in the Pure Land Buddha realm to nurture tens of thousands of acres of medicinal fields. So Zuin simply had them change their appearances slightly. Then they boarded an ordinary starship and set off for the Sword Palace Star Territory. The Sword Palace Star Territory was quite distant from the Pure Land Buddha realm, but with ample time, Zuin didn't need to rush, allowing the starship to fly through the void. In recent times, Zuin had been constantly on the move through the various realms, hardly resting. So she took this rare leisure time to spend more time with the two little maidens. Speaking of which, if their ages were to be categorized according to Earth standards, the two little maidens had long surpassed 10 years. But due to their excessively powerful innate talents, their growth was much slower than that of ordinary people. They still looked like 7- or 8-year-old girls. However, Zuin understood that no matter how slowly they grew, children would eventually grow up. So, to avoid regrets, Zuin would spend as much time with the children as possible. For example, now, Zuin earnestly played a game of Gomoku with the two little maidens. With Zuan's divine sense and calculating abilities, she could win even with her eyes closed. But to make the two girls happy, Zuin played with utmost seriousness. "Ha ha, Daddy, you lost again." Thinking suddenly clapped and laughed. Nyan hurried over to see. Indeed, the white pieces on the board had formed a line of 5 belonging to the older sister. "Wow, sister is so amazing. She won against Daddy." Nyan exclaimed in admiration. Zuin smiled faintly. "Yes, sister is really amazing. Let's play again, but this time let's make it more complicated," thinking confidently suggested. "Oh, how complicated, Zu?" An asked with interest. "Well, we will all close our eyes and play purely based on verbal instructions. The younger sister will be responsible for reconstructing the board according to what we say, and the final result will be judged by ourselves. Is that okay, Daddy?" Thinking earnestly said. Nyan, on the side, couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, that sounds really complicated." Zuin was slightly taken aback, but then looked at his elder daughter with a gradually appearing smile. "I have no problem. But how did you come up with this idea?" "I just thought of it because sister is so clumsy to play with. It's boring to play with her, so I decided to play against myself through this method," Thinking explained. Nyan blushed and muttered softly, "I'm not that clumsy, just a little bit." Zuan's smile grew wider. "Oh, I see. Well then, Daddy will play one more round with you." Soon, they put the board aside and started playing blind Gomoku. The final result greatly surprised Zuan. He found himself quickly losing the first game when he was somewhat distracted. Thinking grinned and said, "Daddy, you lost again. Do you want to play again?" Zuin took a deep breath, looked at his daughter deeply, then nodded, of course. In the second game, Zuin had no trace of underestimation, but played with full concentration against Thinking. However, the result was the same. He lost again, predictably, and felt as though even though he had calculated all possible moves, Thinking could still see through the flaws in the game and easily defeat him. "Want to go for another round?" Thinking asked again. And nodded, yes. They played 3 more games, but Zuin lost all of them. By then, even Yan and Zisha couldn't help but approach, amazed at what they were witnessing. After the last game was over, Zuin remained silent, looking at Thinking. Thinking was puzzled. "Daddy, why are you looking at me like that?" A smile gradually appeared on Zuan's face. "Oh, nothing, just feeling a bit sentimental." Saying this, Zuin stood up and went to the side of the window. Thinking didn't understand Zuan's meaning, but as a child, she quickly forgot about it and started playing with Nyan. Yan walked over to Zuan, softly saying, "Husband." Zuin didn't turn his head. "What's wrong with you?" Yan asked. Zuin sighed heavily. "Nothing. Just suddenly felt some pressure." "Pressure? What kind of pressure?" Yan was surprised. Zuin said calmly, "Yanner, who do you think has higher innate talent, Thinking or Nyan? They should be the same, right? Tell the truth." "It should be Nyan." Yan whispered. Nodded. "I used to think the same way, considering Nyan's extraordinary talent of speaking what she believes. But now, I'm not so sure." Because thinking's emerging computational talent, combined with her innate ability to see through everything, is likely to develop into a terrifying talent. What talent? Anyan's expression turned serious, asking in a low voice. Precognition. Anyan was shocked by Zuan's words, and her voice trembled as she asked, Precognition? Zuan solemnly nodded, exactly. Anyan suddenly became speechless and fell into deep worrying. While others worried that their children wouldn't be outstanding enough, Anyan was troubled by the thought of her children being too exceptional. Even Anyan could imagine the kind of storm that would be stirred up among the various realms if thinking's talent were to spread. After all, no one could resist the temptation of knowing the future in advance. After several days of traveling, Zuan and his companions finally arrived at the Sword Palace star domain aboard the starship they were piloting. Thinking and Nyan were leaning against the porthole, looking out into the void outside, when they exclaimed in awe, Wow, it's so lively here. Because just outside the Sword Palace star domain, the various starships were packed together in the void, creating a bustling scene. Many swordsmen flew in with their swords and gathered in small groups, making the entire void as lively as a marketplace. In comparison, the starship piloted by Zuan appeared quite ordinary. Daddy, what are all these people here for? Nyan asked. Zuan chuckled lightly. They are all here to watch the excitement. Watch the excitement? Is it really that interesting? Nyan was filled with doubts. Zuan was about to speak when, suddenly, from a distance in the void, a battered starship came crashing towards them. As it passed, many starships scattered and voices of reprimand rose up. Damn it! Can't they see where they're going in their starship? Don't they see that there are people here? Is this guy drunk? There are no signs of collision on this starship along the way. Despite the cursing, the starship continued undeterred, flying straight ahead. Bang! The starship crashed directly into a massive moving carriage that failed to dodge in time, sending the carriage twisting and flying off askew. The front of the starship was shattered on impact. Damn it! Can't you fly this starship properly? A young man dressed in fine clothing flew out of the carriage, his face contorted in anger. The crowd stirred. Someone murmured softly, This man is Night Sky Ming, the legitimate grandson of Elder Wash Jian. Since he's here, Elder Wash Jian must be on that carriage. This starship is in trouble now. Elder Wash Jian is not someone to mess with. Despite the various discussions, the damaged starship remained unmoved. Stop playing dead. Are you blind? Can't you see this huge carriage? You must be deliberately looking for trouble. Get out of there now, or don't blame me for being rude. Night Sky Ming coldly said. As if his words had an effect, the starship shuddered for a moment, then there was a loud bang. The door of the starship was kicked open, and a disheveled, drunken middle-aged man staggered out. He looked around drunkenly, grinned, and burped. The strong smell of alcohol wafted around, causing those nearby to step back, covering their mouths and noses with expressions of disgust. Night Sky Ming was stunned, then his anger flared up. All right, you dare to drink and drive. Kid, unless you give a satisfactory explanation today, don't think about leaving. Explanation? The middle-aged man picked up a gourd from his waist, gulped down a few mouthfuls, then let out a satisfied belch. What explanation do you want? Nonsense, of course, compensation. Night Sky Ming pointed arrogantly to the carriage behind him. See that? This carriage is a rare masterpiece crafted by the master of Shenzhou Gate. It's irreplaceable, and now you've damaged it. How do you plan to compensate? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes, glanced at the carriage in front of him, then grinned. So, how do you want to be compensated? Night Sky Ming looked down on the man, frowned slightly, and said, Given your shabby appearance, I'm sure you can't afford it. How about this? Kneel down, kowtow to me a few times, call me Grandpa. If I'm happy with your apology, we'll let this matter go, otherwise. Night Sky Ming sneered. I might spare you, but my sword won't. Surprisingly, no one objected to his proposal. After all, the man was at fault, and if he couldn't afford compensation, kneeling and seeking forgiveness was understandable. However, Zuan, who had been watching from afar, couldn't help but sigh softly. This guy is probably in trouble. Anyan couldn't help but ask, Why do you say that? Because this man's identity is not simple at all. So you mean this drunken man is also a master? Anyan asked, amazed. He's not just a master, his identity is much higher than this so-called Elder Wash Jian. Zhu. and glanced through the porthole with a smirk as he looked at the man in the distance. After all, the name Winesword Immortal may not be in the top 10, but among the swordsmen of the heavens, he holds a special place. A peculiar man with a peculiar sword. He is unparalleled. Yan listened, seeming to understand and not understand at the same time. But if anyone else heard the name Winesword Immortal, they would surely be shocked. This title represented a legendary figure, similar to the peerless wandering cultivator Autumn Leaf. No one knew which sect or faction Winesword Immortal belonged to, not even his true age or when he rose to fame. People only knew that among the swordsmen in the heavens, there was a supremely skilled individual who loved his alcohol and lived unrestrainedly. However, this man was always elusive, and many had only heard of his name without ever meeting him in person. Thus, among the onlookers present, only Zhu An and a handful of others guessed the man's identity, but no one came forward to reveal it, just quietly watched. As expected, after hearing Night Sky Ming's provocations, the Winesword Immortal didn't show anger, but instead smiled at him. He continued to smile until Night Sky Ming felt uneasy. Then the Winesword Immortal spoke in a friendly voice, "From your words, are you also a swordsman?" "Of course, my grandfather is the esteemed Elder Wash Jian. I have been learning under him since childhood, so naturally, I am an unquestionable swordsman," Night Sky Ming said proudly. "Elder Wash Jian," the Winesword Immortal whispered, then nodded with a smile. "If that's the case, you indeed can be considered a swordsman. Since you are a swordsman, why not like this? No need to show mercy. It's perfect timing as I've been drinking so much recently that my bones are tired. A little activity is good," the Winesword Immortal said with a grin. HMPH. Night Sky Bright snorted coldly as he flipped his wrist, and a long sword, resembling autumn water, suddenly appeared in his hand. Night Sky Bright's expression turned serious as he said in a low voice, "This sword was personally bestowed upon me by my grandfather, named Dawn. Today, for you to die by its blade, it's not in vain." The Winesword Immortal just chuckled at this, then picked up the gourd at his waist and started drinking again. Night Sky Bright couldn't contain his anger at this blatant disregard. He shouted, "Rebel, take up your sword." With that, he raised his hands and struck down with the sword. It must be said that Night Sky Bright did indeed have some arrogance. Just the momentum and skill behind this one sword were enough to overwhelm most of the swordsmen present. However, the Winesword Immortal just shook his head with a light laugh when faced with this sword and closed his eyes. Many people gasped in shock. Night Sky Bright's face twisted with humiliation, his killing intent growing stronger. In an instant, the sword light had already reached the Winesword Immortal's head. Just a fraction of a second more, and the sword could have cut the Winesword Immortal in half. However, at that moment, Night Sky Bright suddenly felt his sword stiffen in midair, unable to move forward. Caught off guard, Night Sky Bright's wrist made several crisp cracking sounds, almost breaking from the sudden halt. He then saw the Winesword Immortal grasp the Dawn Sword with 2 fingers and say lightly, "This is the first sword." Night Sky Bright's face turned purple in an instant, his expression contorted in madness. He tried to pull the sword from the Winesword Immortal's fingers. But he found that despite only using 2 fingers, the wine-soaked man in front of him was like 2 immovable mountains. No matter how hard he tried, there was no movement. Just when he felt hopeless, the Winesword Immortal smiled slightly and suddenly let go. Night Sky Bright couldn't control his momentum and stumbled back 7 or 8 steps before steadying himself, his face turning extremely ugly. The Winesword Immortal calmly said, "Again." This time, no one dared to underestimate this man reeking of alcohol. Many had already guessed his identity based on his performance, causing a stir among the crowd. Night Sky Bright felt his blood surging and gritted his teeth, ready to strike with his second sword. However, at that moment, an old and dignified voice came from behind him. "Do not be rude, step aside." Hearing this voice, Night Sky Bright trembled all over and reluctantly stepped aside. At the same time, several sword lights flew out from the huge chariot, landing with the leading figure being an elderly man with white hair and a dignified air. It was the renowned sword master, Night Could Not. As he appeared before the crowd, the commotion grew more intense. The Winesword Immortal remained calm, taking several more sips of wine. Night Could Not glance deeply at him, then took a step forward, bowing respectfully. Junior Night Could Not greet Senior Winesword Immortal Ling Huju. These words shocked everyone, including Night Sky Bright, who was dumbfounded. He never expected that the opponent he had just faced with his sword was the famous wine sword immortal Ling Huju. With this realization, Night Sky Bright felt his heart sink. Thankfully, his grandfather had arrived in time. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he would have died. Night Sky Bright, despite his arrogance, had some self-awareness. After all, Ling Huju was a top swordsman whom even his grandfather respected. Facing Night Could Not's courtesy, Ling Huju fell silent for a moment before giving a faint smile. "It's been 100 years. You've really grown up, haven't you?" Feeling embarrassed, Night Could Not sighed lightly. "I nearly fell into the wrong path and almost lost myself, leading to this white-haired knight." Ling Huju waved dismissively. "Judging from the character of the disciple you've taught, it's no surprise you almost lost yourself." With that, Ling Huju said no more and flew into the sky as a streak of light towards the Sword Palace Star Domain. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared, leaving Night Could Not standing there awkwardly. Unable to say a mocking word, Night Could Not could only wave and say, "Let's go." Although Night Sky Bright wanted to say something, he dared not after seeing his grandfather's expression. Everyone turned to leave. Then, at that moment, in the void not far from the huge chariot, a starship broke through the sky. This starship was much newer compared to the Wine Sword Immortals and had densely packed long spikes at the front, sending shivers down the spine of onlookers. The starship appeared and rapidly sped forward, crashing into the motionless chariot. With a deafening sound, the spikes pierced through the chariot's hull, causing flames and smoke to erupt from various openings. The impact shattered the power core inside the giant chariot, leading to an explosion. The starship, like a ruthless beast, didn't slow down after the collision, but continued to push forward with relentless force. The chariot groaned under the pressure before being torn apart. Witnessing this scene, everyone's eyes widened in shock, especially Night Could Not and Night Sky Bright, who were left bewildered. This sentence seems familiar, but at this moment, the night sky is too busy to think about it. His heart feels like it's bleeding. As a young man, he only likes two things: a sword and a starship. The starship he had just launched for the first time today was meticulously crafted for him at a great cost. Unexpectedly, the fate of this starship was so tumultuous. It had only been in existence for a few days before meeting this end. Just as the night sky was about to cry without tears, a chilling voice came from the starship. "What did you just say?" With these words, a man in gray clothes with gray hair and gray eyes stepped out from the starship. His appearance seemed ordinary, but when he stood before everyone, he emitted a bone-chilling coldness. The night sky was stunned. The man tilted his head to look at him, then his gray lips slowly curved into a sinister smile. Night Sky felt a shiver run down his spine, a deep horror that rendered him speechless. The scene fell silent, with even Zuin in the distance flashing a light in his eyes and muttering, "It's him. The old master of sword washing is in trouble." "Husband, who is this little gray man? Is he very powerful, Nzu?" Un nodded, "Very powerful. In terms of pure swordsmanship, this person is definitely in the top 10 in the heavens, but his eccentric nature has led to him being repeatedly eliminated." Not only Zuan, but many in the crowd recognized the man instantly, and the atmosphere became oppressively heavy. Many timid individuals discreetly retreated, fearing any involvement with this villain. The man raised an eyebrow. "Have you nothing to say?" As he prepared to step forward, Knight Bufin suddenly appeared before his own grandson, bowing deeply. Knight Bufin greets Senior Evil Swordmaster Feng Ziming. "The child is ignorant. Please forgive him." "Yes." The man emitting a faint gray aura from head to toe was none other than the infamous Evil Swordmaster, Feng Ziming in the heavens. Speaking of Feng Ziming, his mention always brought a headache to anyone's mind, because he was wicked and capricious, disregarding good and evil and acting solely on his whims. Hence, he was also known as Madman Ming. Despite his erratic nature, he possessed profound swordsmanship skills. Unexpectedly, he had come this time as well. Compared to this evil star, the old sword-washing man was insignificant, not to mention Night Sky. Therefore, in order to save his grandson's life, the old sword-washing man disregarded his dignity and respectfully begged Feng Ziming to spare his heir. The whole room fell silent, with only the rapid breaths of Night Sky audibly present. The pampered young man finally experienced fear, standing pale and trembling. Feng Ziming remained silent, his eyes coldly fixed on the bowing old sword-washing man, then smirked faintly. So, it's the descendant of the Yi family who dares to be so arrogant. Hearing this, Knight Bufin couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The words clearly did not bode well for his grandson. Hence, he forced a smile. Senior Feng is too kind. The child is ignorant. Why bother lowering yourself to his level? Feng Ziming sneered, then glanced at the wreckage of the starship nearby. This starship belongs to you. Yes. Then why did you deliberately place it in my path? Are you trying to provoke me? Feng Ziming's expression turned extremely cold as he spoke, dangerous lights flickering in his gray eyes. The Yi family father and son were dumbfounded by his words. How was this fair? Although he had smashed the starship, the blame was now being shifted to them, accusing them of deliberately obstructing his path. Everyone, not just them, was puzzled. Feng Ziming had pushed his point to the extreme, leaving everyone at a loss on how to respond. Speechless, aren't you? Feng Ziming sneered coldly, then arrogantly stated, Now, you have two choices. Either let me kill your grandson or kneel down, apologize, and beg for my forgiveness. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Night Sky finally recognized the familiar feeling. Feng Ziming's words were what he had just said to the Sword Immortal over drinks, but not expecting retribution so swiftly upon him. At this moment, Knight Bufin's face also showed a hint of anger. This was too much to bear. Although he knew he was no match for Feng Ziming, it didn't mean he could be humiliated like this. Backing down now would mean he had no future in the heavens. Feng Ziming noticed the anger in Knight Bufin's eyes, a hint of anticipation appearing on his face. He enjoyed pushing people to their breaking point, especially when they erupted, giving him a sense of accomplishment when he struck them down. Just as the impending confrontation was about to erupt, several sword lights flew out from the Sword Palace realm, arriving above the crowd in the blink of an eye. As the lights dispersed, a woman with hair tied up in a bun, dressed as a young man, appeared at the forefront. Her clothing indicated her identity, with 3 small swords embroidered on her chest. These 3 small swords signified her as one of the 3 swordsmen under the Sword Palace. The Sword Palace had 8 major swordsmen, with the search for evil swordsmen being the only one whose true identity had never been revealed. The other 7 swordsmen were ranked according to their swordsmanship skills, starting from the lowest state swords disciple to the highest double swords facing the sky. During the time in the abyss, Zuin once encountered Jian Zexin, who was then searching everywhere for the whereabouts of Li Jingxing. Unexpectedly, she met her again here. However, the current Jian Zexin was vastly different from the one trapped in the Hell of Slaughter before. Just based on the chilling sword intent emanating from her, it was enough to make people awe. Not to mention, at this moment in front of the Sword Palace Gate, under the blessing of the Supreme Sword intent condensed and gathered by generations of sword practitioners for thousands of years, Jian Zexin seemed like an incarnation of the heavenly way, making people dare not look directly at her. Even the notorious evil sword sect master, Feng Ziming, had to close his mouth and obediently stand there at this moment. Finally, Jian Zexin's gaze swept over everyone present, then she said in a calm yet dignified tone, "The Sword Master has given the order, inviting everyone to enter the Star Domain for the ceremony." Boom! Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement, many showing expressions of joy, because no one had expected such a good fortune to occur. They had thought it was enough to receive news of the upcoming great battle outside the Star Domain, but to be invited inside for the ceremony was a great honor. Therefore, at that moment, the whole place was filled with expressions of approval. "Thank you, Sword Master. Thank you, Swordwalker's Elder." These shouts were heard one after another. Jian Zexin, however, maintained a poker face, only glancing meaningfully at Feng Ziming before saying calmly, "No need to thank me. This is all the Sword Master's decision. While you may enter for the ceremony, if anyone tries to cause trouble, do not blame me for the mercilessness of the sword in my hand." This statement was filled with killing intent and clearly directed at Feng Ziming. Feng Ziming naturally understood the implication but did not react. Instead, he chuckled a few times, ignored the old sword cleaner, and turned to leave. Following that, Jian Zexin led the way forward with the others closely behind, all entering the Sword Palace Star Domain together. Zhu An and the group flying on the starship also blended in smoothly, without attracting anyone's attention, smoothly entering as well. At this moment, within the Sword Palace Star Domain, a grand platform had been set up. The platform emitted a soft glow throughout, with a flagpole in the middle flying a large flag embroidered with a golden sword, the symbol of the Sword Palace. Underneath the platform, layers of bleachers were arranged in succession. Currently, the attendees on the bleachers were filled with people who had come to witness the ceremony, including renowned swordsmen from various regions. Discussions were abundant among the crowd, all talking about the upcoming great battle. If Sword 3 wins this battle, apart from the Heavenly Lotus Immortal Lord, there will be no one in the heavens who can stop her advance. Someone sighed softly. Isn't the Heavenly Lotus Immortal Lord a cultivator? How can she be considered a swordsman? A young man asked in confusion. You don't know. The Heavenly Lotus Immortal Lord is both adept in magic and sword, especially her Red Lotus Sword intent, which is unrivaled and unstoppable, another person explained. Wow, that's impressive, the young man exclaimed in admiration. Suddenly, someone nearby sneered. Hey, no matter how impressive, what difference does it make? She won't live long. After all, the Human Emperor Palace and the Abyss of Dark Mist are not to be trifled with. The listeners fell silent because this matter was beyond their scope of discussion. It wasn't until after a long while that someone sighed and said, "It's embarrassing to say, us men are actually being suppressed by a woman. If Li Jing wanted to stop her, then we male swordsmen won't be able to hold our heads up high." Many men nodded in agreement, finding it to be true. Right at that moment, Jian Zixin and the crowd arrived at the bleachers. The newcomers caused another stir in the crowd. Some who were acquainted couldn't help but greet each other loudly, while others, who were not on good terms, could only glare at each other fiercely without making a move, as this was the Sword Palace Star domain, where no one dared to be unruly. The most eye-catching figure among them was the evil sword sect master, Feng Ziming. He swaggered forward, and wherever he passed, people made way for him, fearing to offend him. After all, no one wanted to go against a madman. As for the old sword cleaner Yi Bufan and his grandson, Yi Kongming, they sneaked into the crowd quietly, afraid to draw attention. Finally, the commotion settled down, and people began eagerly anticipating the arrival of the great battle. Those who could appear here were powerhouse individuals of greater heaven or above, naturally patient enough to wait even for 10 days if needed. However, the unbearable boredom and loneliness were sapping their spirits. Soon enough, low murmurs started among them. Zhu An, disguised with the altered appearance of An Yan, and her two daughters alongside Xiao Sha and Zhang Xiaoyu, stood at the back of the bleachers. The two little girls whispered to each other, occasionally bursting into laughter. An Yan engaged in idle chit-chat with Xiao Sha and Zhang Xiaoyu, while Zuan stood quietly. At that moment, a man standing beside Zuan couldn't help but ask after several glances, "Friend, why come here with a whole family to watch the show or zoo?" And tilted his head slightly and looked at the man. He had a goatee with bright eyes exuding a sophisticated and capable aura. Zuan smiled faintly. Well, staying at home is just staying at home. It's a good opportunity to take them out and broaden their horizons. Indeed, children should be exposed to the world. Otherwise, always staying at home might turn them into frogs at the bottom of a well. The man sighed, then naturally took out a jade box from his pocket. Upon opening it, there were black sticks inside. "Have one." He passed a stick to Zuan. Without hesitation, Zuan accepted it. After he lit the end and took a puff, he couldn't help but remark, 300 years medicinal lingi. No, mixed with musk deer horn fragrance. The man, full of admiration, extended his thumb, saying, "You are truly knowledgeable. Detecting the musk deer horn fragrance along with lingi is quite remarkable." Zuan chuckled, "You flatter me. I was just guessing." The smokable substance Zuan was indulging in at that moment was actually a type of tobacco popular among cultivators in various realms. Due to its calming and soothing effects, it had been widely accepted as a social pastime, much like tobacco on Earth, becoming a means of social interaction. Such as now. With a sharp and sarcastic voice, a group of people pushed through the crowd, led by a man with an arrogant expression on his face. Upon seeing this man, the man who had been happily conversing with Zuan suddenly turned pale, his eyes filled with fear. How could you how could I appear here?" The man sneered coldly, then his gaze swept over Zuan. "Chao Jingshan, I just want to know when you'll pay back the money you owe me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Chao Jingshan's face turned red in an instant. "I've already paid back the money I owe you a long time ago. Why are you still pressing me like this?" paid back. Haha, you dare say you paid back when there's no evidence. The man laughed coldly. We agreed on 3% interest per year when I borrowed money from you. Later, I paid you back 5% in full, yet you still refuse to let it go. What do you want? Chao Jingshan shouted almost hysterically. Cut the crap. I said you haven't paid back in full, so you haven't. The man scolded, then signaled to his men behind him. They immediately stepped forward, ready to take action against Chao Jingshan. Chao Jingshan looked terrified. But just then, Zuan suddenly said, "What? Are you going to fight in front of the Sword Palace people?" Zuan's words instantly calmed down the people who were eager to fight. Chao Jingshan looked at Zuan with gratitude. The man's face darkened, and he said coldly, "Who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs?" Zuan smiled slightly and said calmly, "I hope you think before you speak. It would be a pity to die because of this, wouldn't it?" The man's eyes suddenly showed a cold light, then he glanced deeply at Zuan. "Let's go." With that, he led his men and left directly. However, he didn't go far, but stopped not far away, staring coldly at Zuan and Chao Jingshan. Chao Jingshan whispered gratefully, "Friend, thank you for speaking up for me, but you should leave quickly later. You can't afford to provoke these people." Zuan smiled faintly. "Oh, why do you say that?" "Ah, you don't know. These people are loan sharks. Due to some circumstances, I had to borrow some crystal stones from them, but I didn't expect to fall into their trap. Although I have repaid many times more than the crystal stones borrowed initially, these people still claim I haven't repaid in full and have harassed me several times." Zuan's eyes sparkled, and nobody is doing anything about it. Who dares to intervene? It is said that the backing of these guys is the Zhuangning sect. Even though I have sought help from many prominent figures, it has been in vain. So once you get entangled with them, you can only accept your fate, Chao Jingshan said bitterly. Zuan's eyes flashed. Zhuangning sect. No wonder this man spoke so arrogantly. It turns out this top sect is supporting them. Chao Jingshan's situation is not new. Just like loan sharks on Earth, they are a group of thugs who thrive on oppressing the kind-hearted. Zuan had heard about this before, but never thought that even top sects like Zhuangning sect would be involved. Friend, I know you mean well, but you have a family to take care of. This matter should not involve you. Slip away quietly before the battle starts, or you will attract endless trouble, Chao Jingshan said earnestly. But to Chao Jingshan's surprise, Zuan just smiled faintly. Leave. Why should I leave? I finally came here to watch the excitement. How can I leave before it's over? But Chao Jingshan was urgent. Zuan raised a hand. I know you mean well, but rest assured, I have a way to deal with these people. Faced with Zuan's calm expression, Chao Jingshan hesitated, eventually sighed, and said nothing more. However, at that moment, the man who had been staring at Chao Jingshan from afar received a report from his subordinate. Boss, I have investigated the man with Chao Jingshan and found nothing special. It seems he just happened to be with him. Ha ha. The man laughed coldly. If that's the case, this man is simply seeking death and daring to go against me. Are the people next to him his family members? Yes, boss, they should be his relatives. Very well, since he's so disrespectful, we'll give him a lesson later. Capture all his family members first, then make him kneel and beg for mercy. With that, a cruel light flashed in the man's eyes. His subordinates all showed sinister smiles. Hey, this guy's wife has a great figure. I have to enjoy her. That's right, count me in. We can play, but be careful not to have fun to death, or how can we make this man yield? These people spoke nonchalantly, and from their conversation, it was clear that they had done this kind of thing more than once. However, they did not know that while they were discussing recklessly, Zuan's eyes suddenly flashed with a fierce light, about to take action. But just then, the crowd suddenly stirred, and a brilliant light flew over and landed on the high platform. It turned out to be the Sword Palace Master, Lijing Crossing, who had been in charge of the buried Sword Mountain for hundreds of years. His appearance caused a slight commotion in the whole venue, which then became extremely solemn. It was because the sword aura on Lijing Crossing was too powerful, suffocating everyone on the platform. One man suppresses all sword cultivators in the heavens. That's the majesty of the Sword Palace Master. Someone whispered in admiration. At the same time, Lijing Crossing stood with his hands behind his back, surrounded by sword energy. Then he slowly closed his eyes, as if waiting for something. The whole scene fell silent. Finally, in between her eyebrows, there was a red vertical line. From a distance, it looked like a sharp sword, exuding a fierce aura. Everyone was shocked by it. But at this moment, Li Jinxing slowly revealed a slight smile. Sword 3. The woman stood proudly, nodding slightly. Yes, I am Sword 3, the third of the third. As soon as she spoke, the whole place fell into a silent uproar. Many people's eyes showed a sense of solemnity, because those who could appear here were not ordinary people. Naturally, they could feel the powerful momentum emanating from Sword 3. Regardless of her actual strength, just based on this momentum was enough to prove her reputation was not unwarranted. Among the crowd, the Sword Immortal, drinking wine, gulped down a few more cups, then wiped his mouth and chuckled. But unlike his leisurely and calm demeanor, the evil Sword Patriarch's eyes showed a cold hostility. And the sword-washing old man and his descendants hiding in the crowd also had faces of astonishment. Especially this disciple Night Sky Ming. He stared blankly at Sword 3, who was nearly the same age as himself, feeling a sudden shattering of his deep-rooted pride. He had always been satisfied with his talent in swordsmanship. This was the reason for his constant self-satisfaction. But when faced with Sword 3, all his pride was shattered to pieces. Because at almost the same age, this young girl had already qualified to challenge the master of the Sword Palace, while he couldn't even look up to him. Such a gap was enough to make one feel hopeless. At the same time, Li Jinxing admired her and gave her a few glances, then said calmly, "Although I had anticipated it, your youth still exceeds my imagination. Young lady, your talent in swordsmanship ranks second among all I have seen in my lifetime." "Oh, who is the first?" Sword 3 smiled and asked. "The first ... is someone who looks about your age." Li Jinxing smiled and glanced intentionally at Zuan. Sword 3 was slightly stunned, but then seemed to remember something, a faint smile appearing on her face. "If you are referring to him, I am willing to admit it." Li Jinxing laughed. "No wonder he told me earlier that a rising star in swordsmanship would challenge me. Let me prepare in advance." He was indeed right. You can truly be considered the most outstanding swordsmanship novice in 100 years. Sword 3 raised her eyebrows slightly. "Let's not continue with these words close to reality, as I am already tired of hearing them." With these words, Zuan behind the crowd couldn't help but chuckle dumbfoundedly, then whispered softly, "This guy is still the same." Li Jinxing also chuckled a few times, then his expression turned serious. "Miss Sword 3, I must tell you in advance that a sword duel is an extremely dangerous affair, especially at our level. It's a matter of life and death, so if you want to back out now, there is still time." Sword 3 shook her head. "Since I have challenged you, I have naturally anticipated all these circumstances. A sword duel is indeed a matter of life and death, but I have faced countless duels along the way. It was never me who died, and this time will be no different. So..." As she spoke, the red vertical line between Sword 3's eyebrows became even more vivid, as if a drop of blood was rolling. "What you should truly be worried about is yourself." These words made all the people of the Sword Palace show anger on their faces, especially those like Jian Zai Din, who stared at Sword 3. In their eyes, Li Jinxing was already an uncheckable deity in the world of swordsmanship. Anyone who dared to desecrate him would face retribution. This time was no exception. The admiration in Li Jinxing's eyes became even more intense. Then he chuckled lightly. "Since you are so confident, let's begin." With that, Li Jinxing raised his eyes suddenly, and two sharp lights burst out of his eyes. The air in front seemed to be sliced open by these two gazes, emitting a sizzling sound. Not only that, in that instant, the space of the entire platform was completely frozen. Not a bit of checkered flow. Li Jinxing just stood there plainly, like an emperor who ruled over everything, making people feel no resistance, only wanting to kneel down and pay homage. This was the true strength of the master of Mount Jian. He didn't even need to use any force, purely relying on the sword intent cultivated over thousands of years to suppress the world. This showed the terrifying aspect of Li Jinxing. The onlookers were all amazed. But Sword 3 remained completely unfazed, just giving a slight smile. "Interesting. You are indeed stronger than that autumn leaf." With these words, Sword 3 raised her hand like a tender shoot, then suddenly slashed in front of her. Bang! The stagnant space was instantly shattered by Sword 3's slash. Li Jinxing's eyes flashed with a strange color. Couldn't help but exclaim, "Good." because Sword 3's seemingly casual strike had directly hit the weakest point in the void. Hence, it produced this effect of moving a large amount with just a little force. Even though he praised her, Li Jingxing didn't slow down and suddenly flicked his sleeve. "Take this sword of mine!" Swish! A giant sword formed by his sword intent instantly appeared and cut through the void, appearing directly in front of Sword 3. The speed was so fast that people couldn't even blink. But Sword 3 just coldly smiled. "Interesting, but not enough to deal with me." Saying so, countless sword lights suddenly erupted in front of her, then converged into a slender small sword, conveniently blocking the giant sword in front of her. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge shockwave spread out from Sword 3 as the center, shaking the entire platform slightly. In this first sword duel of the battle, neither side emerged as the victor. This scene was spread across half of the realms in an instant. Many people were in awe of the strength displayed by Li Jingxing and Sword 3. And it was at this moment that Sword 3 burst into a hearty laugh. "Li Jingxing, reciprocity is a necessary courtesy. Now it's your turn to face my sword." With that, Sword 3 suddenly raised her eyebrows, then her fingers formed into a sword and slashed down. Rumble! This sword seemed to shake the entire world. Tens of thousands of miles all around trembled as the unstoppable intent condensed into a huge sword light, stretching dozens of miles long, crashing down right towards Li Jingxing. Looking up, even Li Jingxing couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Swoosh! The entire crowd gasped in shock, their faces full of disbelief. Because this was just too incredible. You see, this was a sword strike executed by a top swordsman in the art of swordsmanship. Its extraordinary sharpness was capable of cutting down anything that dared to obstruct it, yet it was blocked by Li Jingxing's hands. Sword 3 couldn't help but show a hint of seriousness on her face before shouting, "Attack!" Boom! The sword energy she controlled exploded and rapidly spread towards Li Jingxing's hands. Li Jingxing staggered, feeling as if a furious dragon was trying to break free, causing him to coldly shout, "Seal!" With that command, brilliant light burst from Li Jingxing's eyes, and an immense pressure descended, directly sealing the imminent bursting sword energy into invisibility. Sword 3 grunted and took a step back, clearly having suffered a bit under this move. But she was not afraid. Instead, she took another step forward. With just one step, the entire Sword Palace star domain trembled. The spectators also swayed, with some of the less skilled practitioners falling from their seats directly onto the ground. In an instant, the whole world fell silent. Li Jingxing's eye showed a hint of seriousness because at that moment, a dazzling sword energy was rapidly forming in Sword 3's eyes. In the blink of an eye, a snow-like sword energy floated before her brows, enhancing her ethereal expression. Then Sword 3, in a tone devoid of any emotion, commanded, "I wield my sword," to cut through the sky. Boom! The majestic sword intent soared into the sky, shaking the star domain and moving the universe. Following that, the sword radiance was like a sea, carrying unparalleled elegance, directly cutting towards Li Jingxing. Wherever it passed, even the space was split into two. Li Jingxing's robe fluttered, as if in flight due to the sharp sword energy, and the gold hair tie on his head was directly sliced by the sharp sword intent, his long hair cascading down, as if ready to be lifted by the wind at any moment. His eyes were also tinted with a faint gleam from this astonishing sword strike. He calmly commanded, "Hidden sword." As he spoke, numerous small sword energy whirlpools appeared around him, wildly spinning and generating an incredibly powerful tearing force. At the same time, Sword 3's sword was nearing its target. The moment the two touched, the initially formidable sword suddenly seemed to sink into a quagmire, slowing down instantly and weakening continuously. In an instant, the sword light was greatly diminished, with the remaining portions losing their sharpness. Hidden sword style? It's in the 12 buried sword styles. Someone amidst the spectators exclaimed from afar. The rest of the crowd also buzzed with excitement. The sword immortal Li Huxu at this moment had forgotten about drinking and was attentively watching the battle. The intense battle had captivated him entirely. Especially now, as he gazed at the scene, he quietly murmured, concealing the sword in the heart, burying the sword in the bones. Truly worthy of being the master of the Sword Palace, such exquisite sword intent. As for the sinister sword Saint Feng's Aiming, his eyes sparkled, revealing his contemplative thoughts. This fierce battle left the night sky bright also in awe, unable to resist asking softly, "Grandfather, Who do you think will win this battle? The old sword washer Yi Bufin stared at the high platform with a somber expression, pondering for a moment before speaking in a deep voice. At present, the Sword Palace Master holds the advantage, as he has not yet retaliated. The entire battle has been led by this Sword 3 girl. Isn't that good then? Why do I feel like Sword 3 has been suppressing the Sword Palace Master all along? The Night Sky Bright voiced his confusion. Heh, don't be swayed by appearances. In the path of swordsmanship, momentum is crucial. A strong start leads to exhaustion, and since Sword 3 has been repeatedly attacking without success, it will definitely weaken her spirit. Moreover, she has already suffered some minor injuries, all of which are extremely disadvantageous for her. So, I believe that ultimately, the Sword Palace Master will emerge victorious in this battle, signaling the end of Sword 3's unbeatable challenge. With that, Yi Bufin sighed softly. Though they were not acquainted, facing such a unique talent constantly challenging the sword path, Yi Bufin, as orthodox sword cultivator, couldn't help but admire and appreciate it. Seeing her potentially about to fall defeated, he naturally had some feelings of regret. And he wasn't alone. Many in the crowd shared the same sentiment, believing that Sword 3 was about to lose. Even Chao Jingshan, who had been watching from the back of the platform, shook his head. It's a pity for such a beautiful girl. She's about to lose. He then turned to Zuan and asked, "What do you think?" Unexpectedly, Zuan smiled and shook his head. "I don't think so." "Oh, why not?" Chao Jingshan was slightly surprised. "Because it's still too early to determine the outcome of this battle. But the situation in the field is already clear. Heh, this is just the beginning. Everything will only be revealed after the dust settles." With that, Zuan gazed at the figure in the field and softly murmured, "Show me all your strength. Let me see if you've made any progress recently." Sensing Zuan's gaze, Sword 3 casually glanced towards the platform and then looked at Li Jingsing enveloped by the sword energy vortex. It seems that the rankings of the sword cultivators in the heavens are not reliable. You are only one rank higher than Autumn Leaf, but you are much more powerful than him. Li Jingsing's tone was indifferent. "Praising me. You're not bad yourself. But if that's all there is, then today's battle doesn't need to continue, because you have already lost." The firm tone caused a stir throughout the arena. However, Sword 3 smiled. With a smile, the ethereal and misty expression on her face disappeared, replaced by a hint of nostalgia. Especially in her eyes, that kind of longing seemed about to overflow. "In the past, I might have conceded defeat, but now it's not certain because I still have not unleashed my strongest sword." "Oh. Your strongest sword?" Li Jingsing was slightly surprised. "That's right, I call this sword, named Longing." With that, before Sword 3, a slender, blood-red sword technique instantly took form. After seeing this small sword, Li Jingsing's eyes finally showed a deep sense of fear. Because swords inherently represent killing, and a cultivated aura of killing intent is easily detectable. However, unlike Sword 3, it not only lacked any killing intent, but instead carried a hint of melancholy. This made it incredibly difficult. What's more important is that when this sword emerged, in Li Jingsing's spiritual perception, the Sword 3 in front of him suddenly disappeared. That's right, it completely disappeared. She seemed to have merged into the whole world, causing Li Jingsing to lose his target. It wasn't just him who felt shocked. The whole scene was boiling with excitement. Yearning Sword. What a great name. What a great sword technique! What a revelation! The wine sword immortal Ling Huju suddenly became excited, then gulped down several mouthfuls of wine. The old sword washing man Yi Bufin even slapped his thigh, extremely excited, and said, "Truly an unparalleled genius. Compared to her, I have lived in vain for hundreds of years." As for his eldest grandson Yi Kongming, he was staring blankly at the stunning Sword 3 in the field, feeling as if some of the illusions he had just created had shattered instantly. Without a doubt, a man who could name a girl yearning must be an extremely outstanding man. But who could he be? Just as he felt puzzled, Zuan, who was standing at the back of the stands, felt uncomfortable. His expression on his face became awkward. At this moment, Anyan withdrew her gaze from the battlefield, then leaned towards Zuan's ear and whispered, "Husband, is the person that Sword 3 mentioned you?" Yanner, you must have misunderstood. I just said that casually at the time. Who knew she would really?" He didn't finish his words because a sharp pain from his waist reminded Zuan to shut up. Anyan twisted Zuan's waist meat fiercely, then said menacingly, "Wait for me to deal with you later." Zuan could only smile bitterly about this. Meanwhile, a new change had happened on the battlefield. Sword 3 held the lonely small sword, playfully slashing a few swords towards Li Jingxing, as if playing with a child. But these seemingly playful swords made Li Jingxing feel like he was facing a formidable enemy. He stomped his foot fiercely, and swirls of sword energy flew out, trying to block these swords. However, this seemingly indestructible sword energy vortex shattered like fragile glass, unable to hold on for even a second, and directly shattered. Immediately, a few faint rays of light struck Li Jingxing, and wherever they passed, not even a ripple was created. Li Jingxing took a deep breath, then shouted, "Heavy sword!" With that, a circular sword aura suddenly appeared in front of him, then clashed with the swords coming at him. Ding ding ding! After several crisp sounds, the swords of Sword 3 were directly crushed by this extremely heavy sword aura. A heavy sword without a blade, ingenious and powerful. Burial Sword Form 12, Heavy Sword Form, said the Wine Sword Immortal with great excitement. The so-called sword, too sharp and often fragile, so this move simply took the meaning of a heavy sword. The heavy sword naturally has no blade, so it won't break. Therefore, Li Jingxing's response with this sword was obviously at its peak. But at this moment, Sword 3 seemed to be as innocent as a young girl in her first love, smiling naively. "A heavy sword can destroy all tangible sword energy, but how will you deal with my intangible self?" she said and lightly exhaled. This time, she didn't even wave her sword, but just with such an intangible and immaterial breath, Li Jingxing's expression changed suddenly. Then he retreated hastily. As he retreated, the sword light in front of him kept flickering, setting up hundreds of barriers in an instant. But all was in vain. Just in an instant, all these sword energy barriers shattered at once. Li Jingxing grunted, then a trace of blood oozed from his mouth. "Master! Sword Master!" The whole scene was in chaos. Jian Zai Din and others from the Sword Palace could hardly believe it was real, because in their minds, the Sword Master is an invincible deity. How could a deity be injured? But this ironclad fact shattered all their illusions. The rest of the crowd was even more shocked. The wine gourd in the hands of the wine sword immortal Ling Huju fell to the ground with a clatter. Even this precious gourd to him falling to the ground couldn't awaken him from his shock. He looked dazed, muttering in disbelief, yearning. No, this sword intent is so innocent and naive, as if a young girl falling in love, it's already in love. At this, the wine sword immortal revealed deep shock in his eyes and looked at Sword 3 as if she were an extraordinary heavenly being. Because he couldn't imagine how someone could so perfectly integrate emotions into the way of the sword, and show it casually, with each move seemingly containing infinite truths of swordsmanship. This had surpassed the realm of genius and reached an unimaginable level. At the same time, Li Jingxing wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking at Sword 3 standing elegantly in the void in the distance, a smile slowly appearing on his face. "Great swordsmanship! After all these years, you are the first one to hurt me with a sword." Sword 3 giggled, "Don't worry, I won't care about this honor, because you will soon be defeated by my sword." With that, Sword 3 lowered her head slightly and casually tied up her long hair, then effortlessly put the small sword on her hair bun. After doing all this, Sword 3 bit a strand of hair in her mouth, her eyebrows curved, smiling like a flower. Slash! With these words, everyone in the field felt as if the starry sky had disappeared in an instant, replaced by a faint brilliance. The radiance was like water, like a mirror, irresistibly enchanting. Only a few people caught a glimpse of the supreme sword intention behind this sword. The wine sword immortal Ling Huju even murmured, almost like a groan, "Endurance. This is the resolute determination of a faithful woman to stay with her lover for a lifetime." Li Jingxing's eyes reflected the sword coming down overwhelmingly. He spoke slowly, "Heart sword." As soon as the words were spoken, the sword radiance, as if slicing through the heavens and earth, turned into a vasi around him, then rushed straight toward Sword 3. It was indeed the first move of the Burial Sword Form 12, using the heart as a sword. The sword, like thunder on a summer night, continued to explode without interruption. In an instant, this sword of Sword 3 was completely engulfed, and then countless sword lights rushed at Sword 3 like a surging flood. Wherever they passed, the space shattered. All the people sweated for Sword 3. because nobody could survive under such a powerful sword energy flood. But at that moment, the expression on Sword 3's face suddenly became dim, and then a glistening tear fell from the corner of her eye. Suddenly, the dark clouds that covered the sky split open suddenly, revealing a seam through which a beam of moonlight shone down onto the snowy ground. The color of that moonlight was the same color as Sword 3. In almost an instant, this sword cleaved through the layers of sword energy, heading straight towards Li Jinxing. Wherever it passed, it was like the most heartless wanderer, with no turning back. Li Jinxing felt his body hairs stand on end in an instant, followed by his eyebrows and hair being shorn off halfway. His hair scattered everywhere as he was unable to dodge in time, so he could only take a step forward and declare in a deep voice, "Buried Sword." The last move of the 12 buried sword techniques, also the most powerful ultimate move, unfolded. This buried sword style was different from the hidden sword style. The hidden sword used the sharpness of the sword without revealing its presence. The buried sword, however, represented the pinnacle of mastery, where a supreme swordsman would carry the ultimate sword into the deep mountains, leaving no trace of their existence, yet garnering a legendary reputation in the world, thus being known as the buried sword. As this move unfolded, the merciless sword energy that had been dominating everything and entrapping Li Jinxing suddenly stagnated, gradually becoming obscure. The sword light grew dull. However, Li Jinxing's face also turned pale, clearly under immense pressure. Bang! After a sudden loud noise, a layer of the high platform was shattered, dust rising into the air. Li Jinxing was flung through the dust, spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. The sight of blood falling silenced the entire scene. "Master!" Jiangxin exclaimed in shock, ready to rush forward. But the swordsmanship of Sword 3 and Li Jinxing was too advanced. The entire high platform was already sealed off by strict sword energy, and outsiders could not enter. Thud! Li Jinxing fell heavily to the ground, gasping for breath rapidly. With each breath, blood would keep flowing from his mouth and nose. The entire scene was stunned by this sight, because no one had expected the situation on the battlefield to escalate so suddenly. Li Jinxing, who had just been in control, had now turned into this state in the blink of an eye. Could it be that even the master of the Sword Palace could not resist the advance of Sword 3? Behind the crowd, watching the battle, Chao Jingxin couldn't help but sigh. "Friend, you were right after all. I never expected Sword 3 to be this formidable. Even the master of the Sword Palace is no match for her." But Zuan did not respond to him. Instead, she looked up silently at Sword 3 standing in the void, her eyes filled with deep concern. She could sense the momentum on Sword 3 was declining rapidly. It was not just her. Many swordsmen present also noticed something amiss. Hence, Sword 3 was unusually quiet at this moment. Quiet to the point of seeming abnormal. Logically, now that Li Jinxing had been severely injured, she should press her advantage. Yet at this critical moment, Sword 3 remained motionless, which itself seemed suspicious. Indeed, when the crowd began to stir slightly, the small sword hanging from Sword 3's bun suddenly shattered. Her hair fell instantly, framing her small face as pale as paper. A faint golden blood dripped from her lips. The scene fell silent for a moment, then erupted into turmoil. Many people wore expressions of shock because the current situation clearly indicated a mutually wounded outcome. Could this peak duel really end this way? Just then, Li Jinxing wiped away the blood from his mouth and nose, then raised his head and said calmly, "Miss Sword 3, now that your longing, love, devotion, and ruthless swords have all been broken by me, what else do you have to say?" Sword 3 remained silent. Li Jinxing continued, "Surrender now. Although you are injured by me, considering your unparalleled talent, I will not make things difficult for you." Li Jinxing's words caused a sensation in the crowd. It was only then that people realized Sword 3 had lost. Jiangxin and the Sword Palace disciples finally breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless, the recent battle had put tremendous pressure on them. They could not imagine how they would face the situation if their master had truly been defeated. However, more eyes turned toward Sword 3 standing alone in the void. Even the proudest swordsman couldn't help but admire the woman who had almost defeated the master of the Sword Palace. Sword 3 remained silent, her head bowed, her hair falling down, concealing her face and expression. Even when faced with Li Jinxing's words, she made no response. The crowd started to stir again. Old Sword Master Yi Bufin couldn't help but take a step forward and shout, Miss Sword 3, as the Sword Master said, surrender now. You have done well enough. Though defeated, you have your pride. Yes, admit defeat now. You are young. There will be more opportunities in the future. Yi Kongming also shouted excitedly. The words of these two, the master and disciple, reminded everyone, and the whole place erupted in noise. Even the sword immortal Zhu Jiangxian couldn't help but take a deep breath and say sternly, Miss Sword 3, if you are afraid of villains taking advantage of the situation, then I, Zhu Jiangxian Leng Huju, can personally escort you out. This statement stunned the crowd momentarily. Many unscrupulous individuals trembled all over, then bowed their heads, dare not raise them again. Because everyone could see how terrifying Sword 3's talent was. And now, being severely injured, if she could be controlled at this moment, it would be a great advantage. However, Leng Huju's words shattered the illusions of these people. Even the evil sword master Feng Ziming couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it, meddling in others' affairs. Just as Leng Huju's words fell, Sword 3, who had been silent with her head bowed down, suddenly let out a light laugh. Although weak, her laughter carried an unwavering determination. Admit defeat? I, Sword 3, have challenged countless swordsmen on my journey and have never bowed down, not today. With that, Sword 3 suddenly raised her head, her eyes gleaming with dazzling sword intent. Then, a boiling sword intent erupted from her, burning like flames. Physical sword transformation. This is bad. She's going all out. Stop her. Leng Huju exclaimed, then flew up, intending to break through the barrier to stop Sword 3. But it was already too late. Sword 3 had turned into a streak of light, falling towards Li Jingxing like a shooting star. And it was at this moment that a deep sense of respect appeared in Li Jingxing's eyes. He raised a single palm in front of his chest and softly said, Since you are willing to fight to win, I will fulfill your wish. Courtesy sword. Holding the sword with courtesy, known as the courtesy sword. Boom! The two clashed heavily. A ball of light suddenly appeared, and then this ball of light began to expand and spread at a terrifying speed. In an instant, a dazzling white light flashed, piercing everyone's eyes. Then, the void shook, the platform trembled, and even the onlookers on the periphery were blown away. Those with weaker strength were even knocked unconscious by the overflowing aura without even making a sound. When the light gradually dissipated, looking back at the platform, Li Jingxing was sitting on the ground, his face pale, his eyes closed tightly, and blood flowing from his mouth and nose. Sword San was half kneeling on the ground, firmly holding onto the ground with both hands, barely preventing herself from falling. In front of her chest and abdomen, there was a huge wound that diagonally pierced her entire body. The wound was so large that one could clearly see the exposed muscles and faint glimpse of white bones. Strangely, despite the size of the wound, not a drop of blood flowed out. Everyone was left dumbfounded. At that moment, Sword San spoke in a low voice. I know you have always been there. Can you come out to see me now? This statement puzzled the crowd. Who had been there all along? Only a few people vaguely guessed something, but remained silent. Meanwhile, Zhao Jingshan said in confusion, Friend, who is this Sword San referring to? Who is so important that even in her final moments she wants to see them? Even he could see that Sword San was nearing the end of her life. After asking the question and receiving no response, Zhao Jingshan looked around, feeling skeptical. He then witnessed a scene that left him extremely astonished. Zuan Cheng nodded lightly at Zuan, then solemnly walked through the crowd, parting them to make way. Some were skeptical, like the group who had confronted Zhao Jingshan before, standing in a prominent position in Zuan's path. Upon seeing Zuan approaching, they exchanged glances and arrogantly tried to block Zuan. But the next moment, one of them could not take any further action, as his hands had been severed at the elbows by a sword light. As he looked down at his bare elbows and was about to scream in pain, a flash of white light engulfed him, and he felt as though he was soaring into the sky, seeing the shocked faces of his companions below. With a thud, his head fell to the ground, and he perished. This was just the beginning. Before the others could react, Zuan continued forward, and with each step, sword light radiated around him, swiftly cutting down the group. In a blink of an eye, the group was reduced to pieces by the sword light. As Zuan reached closer, the sword light dissipated, blood drenched the ground, and Zuan walked past the blood without pause. The entire process took only a few steps, transforming the once fierce group into nothing but bloodstains on the ground. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Many swordsmen believed they could achieve something similar, but to do it with such ease and indifference like the young man in white was incredibly challenging. When did such a young top swordsman appear in the world of swordsmanship again? Many were puzzled. As for Chao Jingshan, he stared in shock at the blooded remains on the ground, filled with incredulous question marks in his mind. He had been tormented by these people for some time now, even contemplating suicide multiple times due to their relentless pursuit. However, he never expected that these individuals, whom he saw as hellish demons, would be reduced to mere pulp in a matter of breaths. The executor was a young man whom he had always considered an ordinary person. This sight left him utterly stunned. And at that moment, Zuan had already made his way through the crowd and arrived beneath the platform. Jian Palace's three swordsmen Jian Jing raised her head, caught sight of his appearance, and shuddered, about to speak, but Zuan had stepped into the void and directly appeared on the platform. "Senior sister Jian, what are you looking at?" asked a younger disciple curiously. Jian Jing looked solemnly at Zuan's figure on the platform and softly replied, "Nothing, just a bit surprised." Meanwhile, the crowd erupted in commotion. "Who is this young man?" "I don't know. But judging from his sword aura just now, he is no ordinary person. Could he be the person Sword San was longing for? It's very likely." The crowd speculated. On the platform, Zuan had approached Sword San and slowly squatted down. "I'm here." Sword San's lips curved into a faint smile, but she didn't look up at Zuan, only asking softly, "How was my performance just now, Zhu?" An remained silent for a moment before nodding, "Excellent. Heh. I followed your advice and cultivated my sword intent through lovesickness. The effect was indeed remarkable." Zuan remained silent, listening quietly. "That's how I managed to challenge and defeat for top experts in such a short time, successfully advancing to become Sword San." Sword San continued speaking excitedly. Jian San laughed, and in her laughter, she struggled to lift her head to look quietly at Zuan. "I didn't blame you. Why are you in such a hurry to explain, Zhu?" And fell silent. "It's such a pity, just a little more, and I could have defeated Li Jingxing. By then, I would have been the distinguished Jiana." There was a longing in Jian San's eyes. "In that case, I could challenge you openly, and as long as I can defeat you again with my sword, my love sickness can be resolved. Do you think, if that happens, I would become the invincible Jian Yi in the world?" Jian San asked. Zuan remained silent for a moment, then nodded, "Yes." "Haha. It's so delightful to think about it. But ... I won't be able to see it anymore." With those words, the light in Jian San's eyes began to dim, and a faint trace of blood appeared in her chest wound. Zuan's eyes showed a complex expression. He didn't know how to face this girl who saw swordsmanship as her life. He didn't know how to face her downfall. At that moment, Jian San suddenly chuckled. "I never thought that before I die, a man would feel sorry for me." With effort, she turned her head to look at the distant stands. "That woman has become much better now than she was on Earth. Is she your wife, Zhu?" And nodded. "Haha, I regret not killing her back on Earth." With that, Jian San suddenly spat out a faint golden blood. Zhu ungrabbed her slender shoulders, continuously transferring his cultivation to her, while saying in a deep voice, "Rest for a while, don't talk anymore. Heh, it's useless. My sword heart is broken. Even if you regain your position as an immortal now, you can't save me." The light in Jian San's eyes dimmed even more, but she trembled and reached out her hand, suddenly delving it into her own chest. With a crack, a rib broke, and her hand reached into her heart, slowly pulling out a shining little sword. The audience could hear a pin drop. The sword immortal, Leng Huju, showed an expression of unbearable pain, whispering, "Sword heart manifestation." Among swordsmen, there's a technique where the top swordsman, before falling, can condense all of their sword insights and cultivation together, then extract it to pass it on as a heritage. However, this requires enduring extremely terrifying pain. Because the swordman's sword heart is intimately united with their body, there is no distinction between the two. If forcibly extracted, it's akin to pulling out a person's bones alive. But Jian San remained calm. When the small sword was pulled out, she gently placed it in Zuan's hand. "It's yours now." The small sword still retained the warmth of Jian San's heart, leaving Zuan stunned in place. At this moment, Jian San's pale face blushed slightly, as she leaned close to Zuan's ear and softly said, "That is just my nickname. My real name is Shen Suiqian. Remember this name." "Okay, I will remember." Shen Suiqian's face showed a hint of satisfaction, then firmly held onto Zuan's clothes on his chest. "Hold me, I'm cold." Zuan gently embraced her without hesitation. Shen Suiqian leaned against Zuan's arms, a faint smile on her lips, murmuring softly, "It's warm." Even though she was smiling, the wound on her chest kept bleeding, gradually worsening. Shen Suiqian's lips gradually turned pale, and the light in her eyes began to fade. She raised her head, gazed devoid of vitality, staring at the starry sky, and softly said, "Zuan, yes, I couldn't achieve the status of Sword One in this lifetime. I will come back in the next to strive for it. Remember to wait for me." "Okay." Shen Suiqian smiled contentedly. "That's good. I'm leaving." With that, the light in her eyes dissipated like a dying fire. Ju-un sat quietly on the ground without speaking. He could feel her body and his arms gradually getting cold. The silence in the audience was eerie. Yan behind the crowd already had tears streaming down her face. After a long time, Zuan softly said, "I rarely admire anyone in my life, but you certainly count as one." Holding her body, Zuan slowly stood up. "Miss Jian-san, have a safe journey ahead." Master Shi Jian-yi suddenly shouted. Many swordsmen in tears echoed, "Miss Jian-san, have a safe journey." At the same time, Li Jingxing, who had been sitting with eyes closed and silent, opened his eyes at some point. Slowly standing up, he walked to Zuan's side. "Bury her on Sword Mountain. I think she would like it there." Zuan nodded. Li Jingxing's eyes lit up, and a sword light directly cleaved open the void in front of them, revealing a looming mountain with numerous towering sword steles. Sword Palace's most sacred place, Sword Mountain, specially used to bury the past sword lords. Ju-un placed Shen Suiqian's body into the mountain, and as if sensing the arrival of the body, a thunderous roar sounded from the mountain. A sword steely rose from the ground, surpassing the previous ones of the past sword lords and reaching an unprecedented height before slowly coming to a stop. Her body was immortalized within it, becoming eternal. After completing this, Li Jingxing's aura began to decline, to the point of swaying and barely standing. This caused a low gasp from the crowd. "Can you still hold on, Zu?"un asked calmly. "I can manage, but this time my sword heart has also suffered a heavy blow. It will take at least 3 years to recover." Li Jingxing replied with a bitter smile. Zu-un nodded. "Don't worry, with me here, the Sword Palace will be fine, yes." Li Jingxing also nodded, then softly said, "I'll go into seclusion for now." With that, Li Jingxing closed his eyes again, sealed by several sword intents, entering seclusion in that standing position. This battle ended with 1 death and 1 injury. Zuan surveyed the scene and said in a deep voice, "All the disciples of the Sword Palace return, and the rest of you may disperse." The whole place fell silent, as no one expected him to speak up at this moment. Jian's expression darkened, feeling very displeased. When did the matters of the Sword Palace fall into the hands of outsiders? But before she could reprimand, Feng Ziming suddenly chuckled at her. "Miss Jian, calm down. I have my reasons for questioning this." With that, he looked sternly at Zuan. "Kid, I don't care what your relationship is with Sword 3, but this is not a place for you to interfere." The words were heavy, but Zuan remained calm, looking at him quietly. A cold smile appeared on his lips. "Oh, since you say this is not a place for me to interfere, then what right do you have to meddle? Stop the nonsense. I have my reasons for speaking. Now leave or I won't be polite," Feng Ziming said darkly. Ju-un chuckled. "I really want to know. What gives you the courage to speak to me like this?" As he spoke, a sharp sword intent suddenly appeared in front of Zuan, cutting through the air and stopping right in front of Feng Ziming. Zuan's killing intent was strong, and he was no longer willing to deal with this arrogant sword venerable. Feng Ziming was taken aback by Zuan's sudden attack, and before he could react, the sword intent was already at his neck. He could feel the chilling edge of the sword intent breaking through his skin, causing his heart to race with fear. But in the next moment, the sword intent that was about to sever Feng Ziming's throat and decapitate him disappeared, blocked by a pale hand with distinct knuckles, like that of a dead man's. The hand appeared in front of Feng Ziming's neck, blocking the sword intent with a casual grip, causing it to dissipate. The whole place trembled as everyone watched a man in black clothing, with handsome features, but a pale complexion, standing next to Feng Ziming. Upon seeing him, including Jian, all the disciples of the Sword Palace bowed respectfully. "Greetings, senior brother." The voice resonated, causing many to pale. The sword immortal, Ling Hu-ju, also grew solemn and softly said, "The top disciple of the Sword Palace, the twin swords in the sky, yes." The black-clad man who stood before Feng Ziming was the most legendary disciple of the Sword Palace, and also the strongest successor of Li Jingxing, the future owner of the buried Sword Mountain. "The twin swords in the sky, Mu Hongxi." Feng Ziming took a step back, bowing respectfully. Mu Hongxi ignored Feng Ziming and observed quietly, a hint of amusement on his pale face. "Good sword intent." He slowly raised his head to look at Zuan. "But you shouldn't lay a hand on my people." "Oh? He's your person, Zhu?" An asked with interest. "Yes." Mu Hongxi smiled. "He is my new disciple. Do you have a problem with that?" The declaration shook the whole place. Even Jian and others could not hide the disbelief on their faces. They had not heard anything about this matter beforehand. Even their master was unaware. As a formidable figure in the world of swordsmanship, how could the evil sword venerable become a disciple of Mu Hongxi, the head disciple of the Sword Palace? It seemed impossible, yet as Feng Ziming respectfully called out, "Master," the crowd erupted into whispers. "What's going on?" The Sword Palace has always been a righteous sect in the world of swordsmanship, carefully selecting its disciples. How could they accept Feng Ziming as a disciple, especially under Mu Hongxi's guidance? Elder Yexi murmured in astonishment. Everyone was puzzled, but unable to deny the truth before them. Zuan's eye showed a hint of curiosity, and he asked, "And what if I don't?" "Simple. The matters of the Sword Palace should be handled by the people of the Sword Palace. Therefore, you'd better leave before I change my mind." Mu Hongxi's tone was calm, yet the implied threat was enough to instill fear. The whole place fell into silence. From all perspectives, Mu Hongxi's words made sense. After all, as the head disciple of the Sword Palace, it was only natural for him to be in charge in the absence of the Swordmaster. Compared to that, no matter how powerful the white-clothed youth was, questioning his authority seemed inappropriate. Jian showed a conflicted expression because she wasn't sure if she should voice her doubts. She still couldn't confirm if this white-clothed youth was the person she suspected. With Zuan's current prowess, and to avoid trouble, his face had always been concealed. Jian felt a familiar aura from the white-clothed youth, but couldn't confirm it. Even if he was the Red Lotus Immortal, what could he do? After all, the senior brother was the rightful heir of the Sword Palace. Thinking of this, Jian sighed softly and closed her mouth. However, at that moment, Zuan suddenly chuckled. His laughter grew louder, causing the entire platform to tremble slightly. Mu Hongxi's eyes flashed with coldness. Feng Ziming, the evil sword venerable, couldn't contain his anger and stepped forward, shouting, "What are you laughing at?" As the laughter subsided, Zuan looked down at Mu Hongxi coldly. "You do make a valid point. The matters of the Sword Palace should indeed be decided by its own people. But do you know who I am?" As soon as this statement was made, the whole room was shaken. Many people showed expressions of astonishment and confusion. What does this mean? Who is this white-clad youth exactly? Mu Hongxi's expression remained unchanged. He just coldly smiled. "Are you suggesting that you are also from the Sword Palace?" "Of course," Zuan replied nonchalantly. Mu Hongxi sneered. "What a joke. You claim to be from the Sword Palace, but as the head disciple of the Sword Palace, I know all the disciples under the sect like the back of my hand. Why have I never seen you before?" "Exactly. You are just good at talking," Feng Ziming added sarcastically. But Zuan's icy gaze made him swallow his words. Then Zuan looked deeply at Mu Hongxi. "Since you want to know so much, let me ask you, how many major factions are there in the Sword Palace?" "Of course, there are the 8 major factions." "Who are they?" "I am the twin swords facing heaven, followed by the 3 swords led by senior sister Jian, and so on, all the way to the last 8 sword apostles." "What's the matter? Any questions?" Mu Hongxi sat calmly, watching with an expression as if waiting to see how this drama would play out. However, Zuan smiled. "Very well. Since there are 8 swords, why do we only have 7 now with you included? Are you talking about that seeker of evil who no one has ever seen?" Mu Hongxi continued with a cold smile, looking at Zuan. So what? Are you trying to say that you are the seeker of evil? His words were full of sarcasm and mockery because everyone knew it was almost impossible. If this seeker of evil did exist, he must be very old, since even Mu Hongxi, who has been in the sect for hundreds of years, had never seen him. Therefore, it was deemed highly unlikely by everyone else. Only Jian Zixin's eyes gradually widened as she suddenly remembered something Zuan had said when they first met. Those words seemed very familiar to what her own master used to say. Could it be? Just as Jian Zixin was starting to figure out something, Zuan suddenly smiled. Although I always thought the title was a bit pretentious, I have to admit, you got it right. In an instant, the whole place was in shock. Almost everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. What? This young man was actually the seeker of evil, a legend that no one had ever seen. How could this be possible? Mu Hongxi was also shaken, but then quickly resumed a cold smile. So you claim to be him? Where is your evidence? That's right, you claim to be the seeker of evil. Then show us some evidence. Feng Ziming echoed. Evidence? Very well, then I'll show you. With those words, Zuan suddenly stomped the ground. Boom! Countless sword auras appeared around him, centering on his foot, and slowly circled around him. The sword tips pointed towards Mu Hongxi, the sword auras fluctuating with an impending sense of dissent. This sword power shocked many people. Jian Zixin finally confirmed her suspicions when she blurted out, "It's the Immortal Master." Not only her, many others also sensed something special in Zuan's sword intent. It's the Red Lotus sword intent. He's the Red Lotus Immortal Master. Cheers and exclamations arose one after another, showing expressions of shock and awe. Because no one had imagined that the notorious Red Lotus Immortal Master, wanted by the Emperor's Palace, the Dark Abyss Tomb, and all major sects, would appear here and claim to be the seeker of evil from the Sword Palace. Mu Hongxi's expression changed drastically, but he quickly composed himself and then coldly remarked, "No matter how strong you are, as long as you are not from the Sword Palace, you have no right to intervene in our affairs. Moreover, claiming to be the seeker of evil, is that your evidence?" Zhu stood surrounded by countless swords, looking down at Mu Hongxi and smirked. "I suddenly realize that you guys are really stubborn. We are already in this situation, and you are still trying to hide yourselves. Whether I am the seeker of evil or not is not important anymore. The key is you. What's wrong with me?" Mu Hongxi coldly replied, but there was a hint of panic in his eyes. Zuan's eyes flashed with a cold light. "I told you before, you are just a fake. And the evidence I have lies here." With that, Zuan pointed downwards and shouted, "Seeker of evil sword, kill." Boom! Countless sword auras poured down like a torrential rain. Under the supreme sword power, even the strongest turned into ordinary people, and the giants became ants. Everyone's face turned pale in shock. However, these sword auras seemed to have a life of their own, moving through the crowd without harming most people. Only a few screamed in pain as they got engulfed by the agile sword auras. The sword intent swept through, leaving behind a scene of devastation. But this was just the inconspicuous outer perimeter battle. The real war was unfolding between Mu Hongxi and Feng Ziming. The sword auras relentlessly attacked the two, instantly shattering Feng Ziming's protective sword energy. Feng Ziming, terrified, cried out, "Master, save me!" Just as he spoke, Mu Hongxi, in a desperate and disheveled state, suddenly raised his head and let out a fierce roar, his eyes turning crimson. In just a few breaths, he had transformed into a skeleton-like figure, skin covering bones, sunken eye sockets, even his howls becoming weak and powerless. This terrifying scene shook everyone present. Heavens, what is happening? What's wrong with him? Someone exclaimed in shock. Zuan's eyes turned cold as ice as he calmly said, "He's been parasitized by extraterrestrial evil beings. The person he is now is no longer human." Upon hearing this, Jian Zai Din and the other disciples of the Sword Palace were all dumbfounded. Extraterrestrial evil beings? What is that? And how could senior brother be invaded by demonic forces? Remember, he is only second in strength within the Sword Palace, second only to Master Li Jingxing. But the reality was right in front of them, leaving Jian Zai Din and the others staring in disbelief. And seemingly to confirm Zuan's words, Mu Hongxi suddenly released his mouth, and just like throwing away rubbish, he tossed away Sealed Ziming, who had been sucked dry and turned into a dried corpse. With a crack, sealed Ziming's body broke in half from the middle, but there was no blood flowing out, only bare white bones exposed, quickly weathering away. The formidable evil sword Venerable, a giant in sword arts, ultimately met such a fate. And Mu Hongxi, the initiator, didn't even spare a glance at his body. Instead, he rolled his eyes, gazing around with his blood-red eyes, before bursting into a strange and eerie grin. His laughter was hoarse and unsettling, as if someone was scraping glass with sharp nails, making the hairs on everyone's bodies stand on end. Then, from the depths of Mu Hongxi's throat came an ambiguous but sinister voice full of malice. "Kaka, you will all die." Saying that, black sword energy suddenly formed around him, like layers of waves, spreading out with the obvious intention of exterminating everyone present. Zuin snorted coldly and suddenly stepped forward. Boom! After a loud bang, the air within tens of miles around Mu Hongxi trembled in unison, shattering the black sword energy into nothingness. Following that, Zuan's figure appeared in front of Mu Hongxi, and with a swift stroke, Mu Hongxi was sent flying several miles away before finally coming to a halt. Looking at Mu Hongxi at this moment, a giant sword mark ran from his forehead down to his abdomen. Black blood gushed out of the wound, corroding the ground into a big hole upon landing. However, Zuin showed no sign of ease because he knew this was just the beginning. Indeed, all the sword wounds on Mu Hongxi's body immediately healed, but then his body began to tremble violently. As if countless snakes were trying to crawl out from within him, various large bulges appeared all over Mu Hongxi's body. Mu Hongxi let out a cry of extreme pain, clearly enduring unimaginable suffering. Even his originally handsome face twisted into a terrifying grimace. Suddenly, all the large bulges on Mu Hongxi's body exploded simultaneously, with pus and blood splattering everywhere. His whole body contorted like a torn rag, and in the blink of an eye, his upper body twisted in a circle as his throat continued to emit a strange gurgling sound. This bizarre and inexplicable scene made everyone's scalp tingle. Zuin slightly narrowed his eyes, raised his hand, and several sword energies rushed toward Mu Hongxi. However, before these indomitable sword energies could reach Mu Hongxi, they were blocked by a faint black light screen. Subsequently, the sword energies quickly turned dark, merging into one force, which then swiftly converged into Mu Hongxi's body. With a crackling sound of bones friction, Mu Hongxi had completely transformed. His once slender frame had become bloated, and his handsome face was now covered in large black patches. From his mouth, a foul and corrosive secretion dripped continuously. His hands had transformed below the elbows into three-edged long swords. Most notably were his eyes, pure black with a hint of dark red, exuding the most terrifying nightmare, driving anyone who looked into them mad. Hiss! This monstrous figure made everyone gasp in horror. However, Zuin just coldly smiled. You finally revealed your true colors. Mu Hongxi, or rather the one parasitized by extraterrestrial evil beings, laughed strangely upon hearing this. Red Lotus Immortal Venerable, you indeed have some skills, being able to see through my disguise. No wonder you defeated Triangular Head. Oh. So, are you and that Triangular Head working together? Zu unraised an eyebrow slightly. That's right, but don't think I'll end up like that waste, defeated by a little brat from this ant's nest like you. Mu Hongxi's three-bladed sword slowly extended, and he chuckled maliciously. I initially planned to annihilate all these sword cultivators, but the appearance of you here is truly a pleasant surprise. So, an avaricious gleam flashed in Mu Hongxi's eyes. Prepare to die. Before the sentence even finished, Mu Hongxi vanished from his original spot. However, Zuin remained calm and casually reached behind him. Clang! A resounding clash of metal and air. Zuan's hand that reached behind him was unexpectedly clutching a sword energy form Dharma figure, which perfectly blocked the sword strike from Mu Hongxi, who had stealthily attempted to ambush Zuan. The three-edged long sword trembled, and Mu Hongxi staggered backward. The attack was so unexpected that even Mu Hongxi's eye showed a hint of shock. He had truly not anticipated Zuan's quick reaction. At that moment, Zuin calmly remarked, "You were wrong just now. Your appearance here is my pleasant surprise." With that said, the sword energy Dharma figure in Zuan's hand exploded. The two were in such close proximity that Mu Hongxi had no time to react. The sword energy pierced through his body. Ah, damn it, dare to hurt me. I will crush you bit by bit. Mu Hongxi's agonized screams rang out as his body began to swell once again. Zuin did not retreat, but advanced, taking a step forward towards Muhongxi. He charged directly to Muhongxi's chest and abdomen, and with a flash of light in his eyes, he transformed his hand into a sword, thrusting it directly in. Puff! Black tainted blood splattered out. Muhongxi let out a painful roar, then angrily attempted to kill Zhu An on the spot by thrusting inward. But his plan fell through. Zhu An did not stop at all. With a swipe of his palm, he flicked Muhongxi away diagonally. As he passed, Muhongxi's hard bones and muscles seemed to cut open like butter under Zhu An's attack. The whole process sounds complex, but it actually only took a few moments. When Zhu An appeared in the void not far away, his palm slanted downward, emptying the black blood. MD Hongxi's body was cut open by a huge wound, with his internal organs falling out, revealing a large black heart still beating. The entire scene fell silent. People were shocked by the brutal battle. Who would have thought that the twin swords of the Sword Palace would transform into such a ghastly appearance? In their battle with Zhu An, just one brief encounter nearly resulted in being cut in half. This shook many people to their core. At that moment, a scornful smile appeared on Zhu An's face. Is this all you're capable of? It seems you are not even as skilled as the one with the triangular head. How dare you boast about killing me? Muhongxi gasped for breath, blood continuing to flow from the wound, slowly stopping and beginning to heal bit by bit. However, due to the severity of the wound, even with his abnormal recovery ability, it would take some time to completely heal. Despite this, Muhongxi continued to glare at Zhu An with hatred in his eyes. It seems I underestimated you. Your understanding and mastery of swordsmanship are above average even outside the realms. But do you think that's enough? With a deep mocking expression on his face, Muhongxi's body changed once again. His tall body began to shrink, while his bulky figure collapsed. Soon, he became extremely thin, with his muscles emitting a faint metallic sheen, resembling a long sword. Today, I will show you what true swordsmanship is. With these words, Muhongxi disappeared into the void once again. This disappearance was different from before. Previously, it was sudden, without any warning signs. This time, he gradually faded away in the air. However, this seemingly unremarkable disappearance made Zhu An's expression extremely serious, because at that moment, Zhu An felt the absence of Muhongxi. Previously, although Muhongxi disappeared, his aura still lingered, so Zhu An remained calm in receiving the attack. But this time, the surroundings were empty, devoid of any trace of Muhongxi's presence. Imagine you are fighting an enemy, and suddenly they vanish. You don't know when they will strike or where they are. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable. However, Zhu An soon calmed down. His eyes flashed with light as his powerful divine sense surged, crushing all the void around him. Zhu An's response was simple yet brutal. You're hiding in the void? I'll shatter all of it with my divine sense. Let's see where you can hide now. Indeed, the simplest methods are often the most effective. As the void was consecutively shattered by Zhu An's divine sense, Muhongxi, in a disheveled state, fell from the void. He gasped in frustration, shouting, "Red Lotus Immortal, you're a swordsman. Why do you possess such a powerful divine sense?" Zhu An smiled faintly. Who told you swordsmen can't have powerful divine senses? With that, his immense divine sense engulfed Muhongxi like a cage, keeping him firmly locked in place. Muhongxi turned pale, but soon regained his composure, then coldly laughed. Good, you leave me no choice. Without warning, Muhongxi's body explosively burst apart. Yes, in a literal sense, it exploded. However, despite being reduced to dust, no blood spilled. Instead, the dust transformed into a faint mist, quickly spreading outwards. As the mist expanded, it grew thicker. In a blink of an eye, the entire platform and surrounding seats were shrouded in an impenetrable mist. Panic erupted among the people as they realized that this mist not only obscured their vision, but also nullified all detection spells and senses. What's happening? Where is everyone? Why can't I see anything? Voices of confusion and anxiety filled the area. Even Zhu An couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Despite his strong divine sense, it was completely blocked by this dense fog, rendering him blind. Amidst the chaos and unrest, a triumphant and eerie laughter echoed in the mist. Don't struggle fruitlessly. This mist can shield all prying eyes. You can't break through it. What you can do now is to enjoy the feast I have prepared for you. As for Zhu An, I will slowly torture you to death. Ha ha ha. Laughter reverberated near everyone's ears, causing many to turn pale. However, due to the mist's barrier, they couldn't perceive each other, intensifying the sense of isolation and madness. Then, amidst the confusion, countless faint shadows appeared in the mist. The shadows materialized behind the people, swiftly thrusting a sword. Puff! A black short sword pierced the skin, spraying blood. Many yelped in pain and turned to retaliate. However, when they turned around, they still faced the mist, unable to discern anything unusual. This game-like slaughter continued. Despite hearing companion screams, they couldn't see the enemy's shadows. This powerlessness brought despair even to the resolute swordsmen present. Just then, Zuan's calm voice suddenly resounded in everyone's ears. "Everyone, heed my command." The crowd fell silent. Slowly, Zuan continued, "He wants you to panic. That's the only way he can gain an advantage. So the best thing you can do now is to stay calm. Otherwise, you are as good as dead." Those present were all top-level swordsmen, and they quickly regained their composure upon hearing his words. In a calm state of mind, Ling Huju stood holding a sword, feeling the clarity and purity of his sword heart without any flaws. In this clear state, everything else ceased to exist, leaving only the sword in his hand. Yes, Ling Huju no longer had his gourd that never left his side, instead replaced by a long sword that was green and exuded a faint scent of wine. As the sword immortal in a state of meditation stood with his sword, suddenly, a faint dark shadow appeared behind Ling Huju, silently extending a black short sword and stabbing at Ling Huju's back. Despite the process being completely silent, not even disturbing a bit of mist, Ling Huju, in his state of clarity, felt his sword heart stir, instinctively stabbing backward with his sword. With a muffled sound, the sword immortal's long sword pierced the black shadow. The shadow struggled in agony, but no blood spilled. After a moment, the shadow gradually dissipated into nothingness. Ling Huju let out a sigh of relief. Without opening his eyes, he could tell with his advanced swordsmanship that the shadow that attacked him had died. At that moment, Zuan's calm voice came from beside him. "Well done." Ling Huju was momentarily surprised, but then a smile of joy appeared on his face. Even though he was a master swordsman, receiving praise from Zuan was still a significant and encouraging event. After all, Zuan was a top-tier expert who once dominated all, his Red Lotus sword intent alone enough to overshadow all others. As Ling Huju continued to stand with his sword, waiting for the next opportunity to strike, similar killings were unfolding all around. The swordsmen were amazed to find that their abilities were significantly enhanced compared to usual. Despite having their eyes closed and even blocking their spiritual senses, their sword hearts were clear and calm, easily entering the elusive state of clarity. With this state enhancing their skills, all the swordsmen were performing at a superlative level. As the sound of muffled clashes echoed, numerous shadowy figures attempting to ambush were all cut down under the swords. Though Zuan couldn't see through the mist, a faint smile appeared on his lips, and between his brows, a pure red lotus created from sword intent was slowly rotating. The red lotus emitted a mysterious aura that refined the sword hearts of all the swordsmen, allowing them to effortlessly enter the state of clarity. This enhancement granted everyone a significant boost, resulting in their exceptional performances. Suddenly, a bunch of dark shadows surged from the mist above Zuan's head and swiftly lunged down with a sword. The swift and unexpected attack left no room for reaction. However, Zuan remained still, let out a cold laugh, and declared, "You think you can kill me with just this?" And from the tip of his sword, the dark figure exploded inch by inch, disappearing instantly into nothingness. Faint howls seemed to emanate from the deep mist. This was just the beginning as thick black che began flooding around Zuan, and the che condensed into sword lights that aimed directly at him. This all-directional attack was extremely treacherous. Any other swordsman would have panicked, facing such unavoidable assault, but Zuan only smirked coldly, closing his eyes calmly. At the moment when the sword lights were about to reach him due to his eyes closed, he suddenly formed a sword intent in his hand and thrust out at a baffling angle. With a muffled sound, the mist echoed with a painful roar from Mu Hongxi, and the incoming sword lights vanished. Mu Hongxi's body appeared not far away, a deep bone-revealing wound on his chest with blood flowing incessantly. Glaring at Zuan, Mu Hongxi shouted, "How did you know I was there?" "Simple, because with my eyes closed, I see clearer than when they are open," Zuan replied indifferently with closed eyes. "I don't believe it." No one can see through my mist. You must die today." Mu Hongxi bitterly howled, retreating and disappearing once again into the engulfing mist. Countless shadows then surged towards Zuan. With a silent chuckle, Zuan took a step forward, gently waving his sword intent, initiating a grand massacre. Each shadow couldn't get near Zuan and were shattered instantly. In mere moments, the initially aggressive shadows were all trembling, no longer daring to approach. Yes, these previously menacing shadows were now filled with fear. Mu Hongxi, hidden within the mist, was about to explode in fury. "All you lowly shadow sword slaves, no retreat! Charge at him and kill him!" Mu Hongxi hysterically commanded under his pressure. Reluctantly, the shadows moved towards Zuan. But at that moment, Zuan, who was originally standing in place, suddenly vanished. The scene fell silent. The shadow sword slaves lost their target and were now aimlessly spinning in place. Mu Hongxi was shocked. The disappearance of Zuan was utterly baffling, especially in an environment he considered as his absolute stronghold. He couldn't detect any anomaly, sending shivers down his spine, causing him to unconsciously step back. Suddenly, feeling a chill on his neck, Mu Hongxi heard a calm voice in his ear, "Leaving so soon." Alarmed, but without turning around, Mu Hongxi knew that his every move now determined his fate. He hesitated no more, thrusting his sword backward. Since Zuan's hand lightly rested on his shoulder, with a brilliant little sword placed at his throat, the piercing sword intent made even the skin on his throat prickle with goosebumps. "Don't move. If you move, your head will bid farewell to you," Zuan casually warned. Mu Hongxi took a deep breath, forcing down the fear in his eyes, and then said slowly, "Don't worry. I absolutely won't move." "Very good. Then whatever I ask you to do next, you will do obediently. Any slight resistance, and you know the consequences." "Understood," Mu Hongxi answered crisply. "First, dispel this mist." In an instant, the fog that had enveloped most of the Sword Palace star domain dissipated. Everything returned to normal. Many sword cultivators slowly opened their eyes, looking up with faces full of astonishment. They saw Mu Hongxi standing still in the void, too frightened to move. Zuan stood behind him, the sword in his hand resting on Mu Hongxi's throat. Mu Hongxi swallowed lightly and asked carefully, "Sir, is this enough?" Zuan smiled and teasingly said, "Sir, you call me sir, and dash no ... With a nervous chuckle, Mu Hongxi continued, "You now hold my life in your hands, so naturally, I must call you sir." "You're quite sensible," Zuan said lightly. Mu Hongxi dared not speak, just offering a few forced smiles. "But what I'm curious about now is how you managed to break through into the heavens and reside within the disciple of the Sword Palace." In fact, this was the question Zuan most wanted to know the answer to, because it represented whether there were passages to realms beyond the Pure Land Buddhist country and Earth. If there were, precautions must be taken in advance, or when a great calamity arrives, it's easy to fall into a passive position. After hearing Zuan's words, Mu Hongxi's expression changed color. "This ... what? Don't want to talk?" Zuan pushed the sword intent against Mu Hongxi's throat slightly. The blade directly cut through the skin, blood gushed out. Mu Hongxi's face turned white in an instant. "I'll talk, sir. Please don't hurt me. I'll speak now." Mu Hongxi pleaded repeatedly. Zuan's hand then stopped. Mu Hongxi breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, "Sir, I entered here through the entrance of the Zhuanningtomb Palace." This statement shook the entire audience. "What? Zhuanningtomb? This demon actually came from the Zhuanningtomb?" Someone exclaimed. "Wait, didn't you hear what the Immortal Lord just said? This demon clearly comes from outside the heavens, and his ability to enter from the underground palace of the Zhuanningtomb means there must be some unclear connection between the Zhuanningtomb and these demons." Someone said in a deep voice. It was the sword-washing elder, Yi Bufan. Yi Bufan's strength may not have been the strongest, but his mind was the clearest, seeing through the key points of the situation at a glance. Upon hearing his inference, many couldn't help but gasp in shock, as they sensed a scent of conspiracy. External demons, super sects, Sword Palace disciples. Any of these on their own were not easy opponents, but now they were all tangled up together. How could this not shake people to the core? Only Zuan remained calm, his face like still water. "Continue." "Yes." Mu Hongxi dared not delay, and quickly continued. "As you know, I and that triangle head come from the same place. But he entered the heavens through the passage in the Buddhist country, whereas I, under the orders of a powerful figure, entered from the underground palace of the Zhuanming tomb into the heavens. Powerful figure. Who is this powerful figure? Zuan asked immediately. Unexpectedly, when Mu Hongxi heard this, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Sir, it seems you don't understand our rules. An entity I can call a powerful figure wouldn't let me know their name. Even the memories about him have been forcefully removed from me. Zuan fell silent. He knew Mu Hongxi wouldn't dare lie in a matter like this. Then how did you manage to inhabit Mu Hongxi's body, and how did you deceive someone as top-notch as Li Jingxing? What was the purpose of your possession, Zhu? Unasked with a cold expression. Mu Hongxi looked distressed when I emerged from the underground palace of the Zhuanming tomb. Before I could regain consciousness, I was directly stuffed into this guy's body. Wait, are you saying this wasn't your own possession, but someone else's doing? Zhu, uninterrupted Mu Hongxi, asking in a deep voice. Mu Hongxi nodded, yes. The one who stuffed me into this man's body was the overlord of the Zhuanming tomb, Dou Yinan. His name cast a silence over the entire audience. Many felt their eyelids twitching because Dou Yinan's name represented an extremely powerful figure standing at the top of the heavens. And now he was involved in this matter, showing how terrifying the secrets behind this event were. After he stuffed me into this guy's body, he ordered me to return to the Sword Palace and wait for the right moment. Later, I found out that Mu Hongxi had been deceived by Dou Yinan, who used Li Jingxing's disappearance as an excuse to lure him to the Zhuanming tomb. What happened next? Well, you all know. After these words were spoken by the evil being occupying Mu Hongxi's body, tears welled up in the eyes of many Sword Palace disciples. Especially Jian Zixin and others, tears fell freely. They never imagined that their senior brother had already been killed a long time ago, and he died while searching for their master. I have to say, Mu Hongxi's talent in swordsmanship is astonishing enough. After blending and comprehending his memories, I quickly regained most of my strength. But as you just mentioned, Li Jingxing is a top-notch expert. If I were to head back now, I would surely be noticed by him. So I simply hypnotized myself, causing my original consciousness to slumber deep within my soul, and then using Mu Hongxi's existing memory-generated personality to control the body. Through this method, I deceived Li Jingxing. Such calculations couldn't be considered shallow. Zhu remained silent after listening, and after a moment, he looked at Mu Hongxi and said slowly, "Purpose? You've gone to such lengths, so what was the purpose of all this? What? The Zhuanming tomb actually dares to commit such an outrage that engages both humans and gods. Aren't they afraid of facing retribution?" Someone roared angrily. For their own selfish gains, they are willing to sacrifice the entire heavens. The master of the Zhuanming tomb is truly good at scheming. Someone sneered coldly. Most importantly, he is secretly planning to subvert the Sword Palace, trying to capture and destroy us all. Such sinister schemes cannot be tolerated. Someone bristled with killing intent. For a moment, the crowd was incensed, with many sword cultivators so angry they wanted to storm the Zhuanming tomb right away and demand justice from Dou Yinan. Sword cultivators were known for their hot tempers, always ready to face life and death with fame in the heavens. Now, someone was manipulating behind the scenes, trying to harm them, igniting their anger and murderous intent. Even though the other party was a super sect, these sword cultivators were fearless. Only Zuan remained calm, as if he had anticipated this, and said calmly, "So you were acting on Dou Yinan's orders?" Mu Hongxi dared not shake his head, fearing that the sword at his throat might take his life, so he quickly explained, "It's not about following anyone's orders, it's just a matter of mutual use." "Mutual use," Zhu suddenly sneered. "All right, let me ask you one more thing. Please speak, sir. Does Dou Yinan know about your actions in the outside world?" Mu Hongxi was momentarily startled, clearly not understanding Zuan's meaning. Naturally, he wouldn't know unless there is something significant. Otherwise, I act alone. Meaning, now that your identity has been exposed, Dou Yinan doesn't know either? Zuan said indifferently. That's right. Mu Hongxi didn't finish his sentence because he suddenly understood Zuan's implications. His face turned ashen, cold sweat appearing on his forehead. Very well. Since that's the case, you must now inform Dou Yinan in your own way that everything is successfully accomplished. Soon, you will be bringing the captured sword cultivators back to the Zhuanming tomb. Mu Hongxi was trembling all over, momentarily unable to respond to Zuan's words. "Well, Zhu," raised an eyebrow slightly. "What's the matter? Didn't you hear clearly?" No. I heard you. I will inform right away." Mu Hongxi struggled to respond, but with a look of fear in his eyes, because he clearly understood the implications of Zuan's command. It was obviously setting a huge trap for the Zhuanming tomb through him. And from the sound of it, Zuan aimed to wipe out the whole Zhuanming tomb in one fell swoop. But was that really possible? After all, Dou Yinan's strength was among the top in the entire heavens. Mu Hongxi dared not resist and quickly sent the message through a unique divine consciousness link. Throughout the process, he did not dare to play any tricks, because he knew that any attempt to deceive Zuan would be foolish in front of such a powerful being. After sending the message, Zuan nodded approvingly. "Well done. You are very obedient." "Thank you, sir." Mu Hongxi hurriedly smiled apologetically. "But what I'm about to do next is crucial if you reveal even a bit." Mu Hongxi shivered all over and hastily said, "Sir, rest assured, no matter what you do, I will fully cooperate and have no ulterior motives. If I go against this oath, may my soul perish." Ong Zhu glanced at him with interest. "Are you really serious?" "Absolutely, I couldn't be more serious." Mu Hongxi looked at Zuan earnestly. "Well, in that case, I feel a bit reluctant to kill you," Zuan said indifferently. Mu Hongxi breathed a sigh of relief inwardly and put on a flattering smile. "Sir, rest assured, I understand what you want to do. When I arrive at the Zhuanming tomb, I will cooperate fully. And only I know how to open the passage in the underground palace of the Zhuanming tomb. You?" He spoke rapidly, trying to prove his worth. But at this moment, Zuan casually waved his hand. "It's not that complicated." Mu Hongxi's voice abruptly stopped. And it was at this moment that Zuan leaned down and whispered softly in his ear, "Do you really think I would let go of someone like you, an otherworldly creature?" Mu Hongxi was shocked to his core. Then he shouted hoarsely, "Don't kill me. If you kill me, you will never find the passage in the Zhuanming tomb's underground palace." Zuan responded with a cold smile, "There is nothing I cannot accomplish." With that, Zuan pressed down on Mu Hongxi's head while grabbing the sword at his throat and swiftly slashed outward. Splurt! Mu Hongxi's throat was cut open, blood sprang out, revealing a glimpse of his spine. Mu Hongxi made gurgling sounds, unable to produce sounds due to his cut vocal cords, only staring hatefully at Zuan. But Zuan didn't even lift an eyelid. He pressed down on Mu Hongxi's head and pulled upward forcefully. With a dull thud, Mu Hongxi's head was pulled right off his body. Headless, his body fell to the ground, and Zuan held the head, a flash of light in his eyes as his powerful consciousness stripped all memories from Mu Hongxi's sea of consciousness. But even after doing all this, the evil entity parasitizing Mu Hongxi's body was not dead yet. It glared at Zuan with infinite hatred, as if wishing to devour him alive. But Zuan calmly said, "No need to look at me like that. Soon, your companions will come down to join you." With that, Zuan squeezed Mu Hongxi's head, bursting it open. Gray and white brain matter splattered, marking the end of the evil creature. After completing all this, Zuan looked at the people present. Only then did they gradually awaken from their astonishment. What followed was a moment of silent uproar, because they had all heard what Zuan had just said, and those sharp-minded among them had already guessed at Zuan's intentions. "Lord Honglian, Leng Huju is willing to go." His declaration seemed to have set off a chain reaction, as the elderly sword-washing man Yi Bufan and his grandson Yi Kongming walked up eagerly. "Lord Honglian, my grandson, and I are also willing to go." "Lord Honglian, count me in." "I'm in too." In an instant, the entire crowd erupted in shouts of willingness, and almost all the sword cultivators made the same decision at the same time. They were willing to go. Zuan nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. This is the sword cultivators I know." With that, Zuan turned his gaze towards Jian Zai Din and other disciples of Sanjian Xingjian Palace. "What do you mean by this?" The disciples of Jian Palace exchanged glances, and then Jian Zai Din took a deep breath, took a step forward, bowed, and said, "Lord, our sect leader is in seclusion. Our eldest senior brother has passed away, so we naturally must obey your orders, not to mention." Jian Zai Din raised his head, his face serious, and said, "The Zhuanming tomb killed my eldest senior brother, and intends to overthrow our sect. This grudge is unforgivable. We are willing to go. That's right, we are willing to go. All the disciples of Jian Palace shouted together. Zuin did not refuse, he simply nodded. In that case, you all stay behind to guard Jian Palace, and the rest of you come with me. Yes. All the sword cultivators bowed in unison and shouted. Then, Zuin took a deep breath, his eyes shimmering with light, and in an instant, he absorbed all the memories he had forcibly taken from Muhongji Sea of Consciousness. Zuin took a step forward, and his figure and appearance changed drastically in an instant. But in the blink of an eye, Zuin had transformed into the appearance of Muhongji. This magical scene caused a stir in the crowd. Particularly, Xiang and Nayan, who were standing behind the crowd, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Mom, Dad turned into someone else. Why? Yan smiled, because Dad is going to deal with bad guys. At that moment, Zuin flashed to Yan and whispered, Yanner, stay here with Xiang, Nayan, and the others. Okay. Yan nodded, you go with peace of mind. I'll take care of things here. Zuin also smiled. He was relieved to see how much Yan had grown through all the trials and tribulations. She could even hold her own now. As for the safety issues of leaving Yan and the others here, with Li Jinghang in seclusion, safety was not a concern at all. Strong practitioners like Li Jinghang were often even more fearsome during seclusion than when awake. That's why Zuin was at ease. At that moment, two little girls also stepped forward and said to Zuan, fists raised, Dad, don't worry. With us here, we will protect Mom. That's right, Dad. Remember to beat up more bad guys when you're there. Seeing the serious look on the faces of the two little girls, Zuin couldn't help but laugh. All right, Dad will beat up more bad guys for you too. With that, Zuin stood up tall, floating in mid-air. The smile on his face disappeared, replaced with seriousness. You will enter the Zhuanming tomb as captives, so I'm going to place a shackle on you all. Zuin waved his hand, and a sword light shot up into the sky, exploding into countless radiant streams of light that flew into everyone's bodies. In an instant, a bright red sword imprint appeared between the eyebrows of everyone. Zuin gave a light shout, follow me. With that, Zuin transformed into a streak of sword light and disappeared in an instant. Numerous sword cultivators rose into the air and followed closely behind Zuan, flying towards the depths of the void. As the sword cultivators followed Zuan, heading towards the Zhuanming tomb, inside the Zhuanming tomb, Dou Yinan sat somewhat agitated on the throne. In the past few days, he had been feeling restless, as if something bad was about to happen. This feeling made him irritable, to the point where he had killed dozens of his concubines and servants over trivial matters. The cruelty of his actions made everyone in the Zhuanming tomb tremble, not daring to even breathe loudly. Dou Yinan leaned on the throne, his face as calm as water, tapping the armrest lightly with his fingers. The recent events had made him feel increasingly restless. First, his most valued heir Zitianxia had died at the Qian Sect's Qinhui, and the instigator Zuan had yet to be captured. The thought of the enigmatic and formidable Red Lotus Immortal made him feel jittery. When Zuan was the Immortal, he had the entire Zhuanming tomb cowering, barely daring to lift their heads. It was a relief when Zuan fell, but now, just a few days later, he had returned, and with an even stronger presence. Especially with Zitianxia's death, it sounded the alarm for Dou Yinan. He couldn't help but think back to the fear he had once been under Zuan's control. This was why he had given the strict order to find and eliminate Zuan before he could pose a threat. However, Dou Yinan had a premonition when giving the order that this plan was doomed to fail. If Zuan could resurrect from his fall at the peak, it meant he had great fortune on his side. A being like that was nearly impossible to kill. That's why he secretly conspired with outside forces and tried to overthrow the Sword Palace. He wanted to use the power of the outside forces to achieve his goals. Thinking about it, Dou Yinan felt a sinking feeling. By now, the battle between Three Swords and Li Jinghang should have reached its conclusion. He wondered if Mu Hongji's progress was going smoothly. As he fretted, a strange psychic fluctuation suddenly entered Dou Yinan's sea of consciousness. Dou Yinan was momentarily stunned, then burst into loud laughter. This sudden outburst of laughter made the attendants quiver with fear, their faces pale. They didn't know what erratic behavior their lord had displayed this time. In order to save their lives, everyone knelt on the ground, not daring to look up. The lord of the mausoleum said that he wanted to hold a great feast, so naturally, It had to be of the highest standard. Therefore, all kinds of rare and precious ingredients were brought into the kitchen like a stream. Many of them only existed in legends. As the entire Zhuanming Mausoleum was in chaos in anticipation of the upcoming feast, in a certain place not too far from the Zhuanming Mausoleum, countless lights came rushing in through the void, then stopped here, revealing the figures of Zhu An and others. "My lord, the Zhuanming Mausoleum is not far ahead." The wine-sword immortal Leng Huzhu observed the surrounding starry sky and spoke in a deep voice. Zhu An nodded. "Are you all ready?" "Yes, my lord, we are all ready." They all shouted in unison. "Unlock the shackles." With that command, the sword imprint on their foreheads suddenly emitted a radiant light, and then these lights bound their hands like chains, causing their momentum to plummet. Watching the many swordsmen whose eyes had grown dim, as if their entire cultivation had been sealed, Zhuan nodded in satisfaction. "Very good, follow me." With that, Zhuan waved his hand, and the sword energy connected everyone together. Then, with Zhuan in the lead, he led these people towards the Zhuanming Mausoleum. As Zhuan's figure appeared in front of the mountain gate of the Zhuanming Mausoleum, the entire mausoleum was in an uproar. What's going on? How did so many swordsmen suddenly appear? No, why do all these swordsmen seem so listless, as if they are being controlled? The disciples of the Zhuanming Mausoleum whispered to each other. Zhuan was not in a hurry. At this moment, he had transformed into Muhongxi, standing in the void before the mountain gate, waiting calmly. Just as a tea-light passed, a deep and majestic laughter came from within the Zhuanming Mausoleum. "Ha ha ha, Muxian, I never expected you to come so soon. I owe you a warm welcome. Please forgive me." With these words, a majestic light flew to the front of the mountain gate, and after the light dissipated, it revealed the lord of the Zhuanming Mausoleum, Do Yan'an. Do Yan'an, who usually remained expressionless, was now smiling broadly. Especially when he saw the swordsman surrounded by sword energy behind Zhuan, the smile on Do Yan'an's face became even more pronounced. He took a step forward eagerly and reached out to pat Zhuan's shoulder. Zhuan did not flinch, but instead took a half-step back and coldly said, "Lord Do, by making such a grand gesture, do you intend to harm me?" Upon hearing these words, a flash of anger passed through Do Yan'an's eyes. With his status, no one dared to speak to him like that. However, when he thought of Muhongxi's true identity, he understood and then patted himself on the head. "Look at my memory. I got carried away with joy and forgot about this." Then, with a serious expression, Do Yan'an looked at the disciples around the gate and said coldly, "Remember, you've seen nothing today. If I hear any gossip, be careful of your heads. Do you understand?" The disciples trembled and responded in unison, "Yes." After these words, Do Yan'an turned back to Zhuan with a full smile. "Muxian, rest assured, I hold the lives of these people in my hands. They dare not speak out of turn. The feast is ready. Let's go over now." "What about these people?" Zhu An pointed behind him at the swordsmen surrounded by sword energy. "That's easy. Bring them in." With that command, Do Yan'an's subordinates appeared on both sides of him. "Here. Lock these people in the underground dungeon. Yes." "Wait." Zhuan suddenly stopped them. "Yes?" "Muxian, is there anything else?" Do Yan'an looked puzzled. "Lord Do, I think it would be better to lock these people in the underground palace." "Oh, why do you say that?" Do Yan'an maintained his smile, but a hint of wariness flickered in his eyes. "It's simple. If you want to recruit these swordsmen, you will need our help. So, it would be more convenient to lock them in the underground palace," Zhuan said calmly. Upon hearing this explanation, Do Yan'an's doubt vanished. "Ah, I see. Then lock these people in the underground palace." His subordinates immediately stepped forward and took the swordsman away. "Muxian, please." Do Yan'an smiled and spoke smoothly, looking more like a rural tycoon than a lord of a super sect. But Zhuan knew very well that if someone truly saw him as a rural tycoon, it would end very badly. Because every action and word of Do Yan'an contained the principles of the Great Tao, indicating that his strength was at least at the peak of Immortal Emperor, a truly top existence in the entire heavens. Yet Zhu An remained expressionless, maintaining the aloof demeanor expected of an otherworldly being. This display dispelled all of Do Yan'an's doubts perfectly. Upon arriving at the banquet hall, a grand feast was already set. Not only that, on both sides of the banquet hall, there were rows of beautiful young women kneeling. Do Yan'an chuckled. "Muxian, I remember you said you liked the young women of the heavens last time, but you left in a hurry and didn't have a chance to prepare, so this time, Big Brother will make up for it all at once. Don't underestimate these women. They are all direct descendants from the great families of the heavens, each with a traceable lineage and considerable cultivation. They can make you very happy." As he said this, Do Yan'an winked, displaying a knowing expression. Zuin just snorted, not even looking at the young women kneeling on the ground with traces of humiliation in their faces. Instead, he walked directly to the banquet table and sat down. "Lord Do, I think we should discuss business first. As for women, they are just external objects, not worth mentioning." "Ha ha, Mu Xian is truly extraordinary. I admire you." Do Yan'an laughed awkwardly a few times to cover up a hint of displeasure in his eyes, then sat down next to Zuan. "Did you receive the message I sent you, Zhu?" An picked up his chopsticks and toyed with a newly hatched rare bird and strange beast that had been steamed whole, and spoke indifferently. "Yes, I received it. I never expected Sword 3 to be so powerful, even causing Li Jingxing to be knocked unconscious." Do Yan'an sighed. Putting down his chopsticks, Zuin looked directly at Do Yan'an and said, "Now that the Sword Palace is under my control, I have brought back all those swordsmen. What do you plan to do next?" "Naturally, with the help of the Sword Palace's power, we will sweep away the heroes and unify the heavens," Do Yan'an said with a smile. Ju nodded and said, "If so, we should not delay. Let's go and subdue those swordsmen now." With that, Zuin stood up and walked out. The underground palace is located at the lowest level of this tomb. It is a very auspicious place for the Zhuanming tomb as it houses the ancestral lords of the Zhuanming tomb. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the underground palace would never be opened. However, this time, Do Yan'an personally ordered these sword cultivators to be confined in the underground palace, so the mysterious gate of the underground palace thunderously opened. The guards of the Zhuanming tomb pushed the sword immortal Zhu Ji and Xian Ling Hu Ju, the old sword washer Yi Bufan, and the three swordsmen Ji and Zixin into the underground palace, and then the gate was closed again. The surroundings instantly became very dark, with a stale smell permeating the air. But these sword cultivators did not panic. They looked at each other, and then someone raised their hand and displayed a sword intent. The sword light illuminated the surroundings. As far as the eye could see, it was all cold gray rock. In the areas not lit by the sword light, it was still pitch black. Obviously, the scale of this underground palace was immense, to the point that even this radiant sword light only illuminated a corner of the iceberg. "Senior Ling Hu, is this the underground palace of the Zhuanming tomb?" asked Night Sky Bright softly. As the legitimate grandson of the old sword washer Yi Bufan, he had been extremely proud until today, thinking that with his talent and cultivation in swordsmanship, he was among the best among the young generation. Coupled with his grandfather's prestige and strength, he could be considered a true prodigy. This was the reason for his arrogance at the beginning. However, everything that had happened in the past few days had taught him humility. Firstly, there was Jian San, who was almost the same age as him, or even a few years younger. This girl, with her almost terrifying talent and strength in swordsmanship, shattered all his pride. Then, one legendary figure after another appeared on stage. Especially the scene where Zuin broke through the fog and killed that extraterrestrial creature left a deep impression on him. So now, not only had his arrogance faded, but he had become very humble and reserved. For example, now he was very respectful towards Ling Hu Ju, with none of the arrogance he showed when they first met. Ling Hu Ju naturally noticed his change and smiled slightly. "Yes, this is the underground palace of the Zhuanming tomb. Did that extraterrestrial creature enter the heavens from here? Why can't we see it?" Night Sky Bright looked around, puzzled. Yi Bufan chuckled and walked over. "Of course you can't see it. Do you think the underground palace of the Zhuanming tomb is just a simple underground palace? Then what is it? In fact, in a sect like the Zhuanming tomb, every building could possibly contain a small world within it, and this underground palace is no exception. In fact, I've already explored it with my divine sense." "What was the result?" Ling Hu Ju asked. Yi Bufan shook his head. "Nothing. With the range of my divine sense, I didn't touch any boundaries." Hearing this, Ling Hu Ju and many other sword cultivators became very serious, because Yi Bufan's strength as the old sword washer was very good. But even his divine sense didn't touch the boundaries of this underground palace, showing how vast it truly was. Night Sky Bright was also shocked, muttering softly, "I don't know when Mr. Zhu will come to find us. I feel like there are countless dangers hidden in this darkness." "Don't worry. If Mr. Zhu said he would come, then he will come. What we need to do now is to prepare ourselves and wait for the counterattack," Ling Huju said solemnly. The sword cultivators nodded in agreement. At the same time, Zhu An and Dou Yinan had arrived at the entrance of the underground palace. "Lord of the Tomb." The guards kneeling in front of the gate saluted. "Yes?" Dou Yinan nodded slightly, then said lightly, "Have those people been locked inside already?" "Yes, my lord. They were just locked inside." Dou Yinan turned to Zhu An. "Younger brother Zhu, I told you there was nothing to worry about. You are too cautious." Zhu An ignored his words and calmly said, "Open the gate." The guards naturally did not dare to move, and all looked towards the Lord of the Tomb, Dou Yinan. A cold light flashed in Dou Yinan's eyes, but he quickly smiled ambiguously, "Then open it." With that, he waved his hand forcefully. The gate of the underground palace thunderously opened. "Younger brother Zhu, please." Dou Yinan gestured. Zhu An did not hesitate and walked into the underground palace. Dou Yinan smiled and followed suit. After the two entered the underground palace, the gate behind them closed with a heavy sound. Darkness filled their vision, but there was no trace of Ling Huju and the others. Zhu An's eyes flickered slightly, but he did not turn back. He just said calmly, "You knew all along." "Heh." A cold laugh from Dou Yinan came from behind him, followed by a somewhat playful voice. "Did you really think your disguise was flawless? Let me tell you the truth. From the moment I first saw you, I knew you were a fake." "Oh, why are you so sure, Zhu?" An remained calm and turned around to look at Dou Yinan with a smile that wasn't a smile. "Because of the smell." Dou Yinan's voice was filled with a sense of smugness. "I have to admit that your disguise was almost perfect. Whether it was appearance or aura, you were almost identical to Mu Hongxi. What's even more commendable is that you even imitated the look in the eyes of that creature parasitic in his body. If it were anyone else, they might have been deceived by you. But no matter how you plan, you overlooked the sense of smell." Dou Yinan spoke with enthusiasm, getting more excited as he spoke. "These creatures from outside all have a unique smell on them, a smell that only someone at my level of strength can discern. So I was certain from the start that you were definitely a fake. So were you just acting during the banquet?" Zhu An turned around and looked at Dou Yinan with a smile that wasn't a smile. "It's not exactly acting, it's more like testing." Li Jingxing. If this name were to be heard by the group of sword cultivators led by Ling Huju, their faces would surely be filled with astonishment. Only Zhu An seemed to take this statement in stride, letting out a faint sigh. "I see you've seen through it." "Heh, Li Jingxing, your disguise is indeed good, but have you ever thought about who I am? How could I be deceived by such trivial tricks?" Dou Yinan said smugly, to which Zhu An only smiled faintly. Then his figure changed, and in the blink of an eye, he revealed the appearance of Li Jingxing. Dou Yinan sneered, "Li Jingxing, I never expected your fate to be so strong. Not only did you defeat that lunatic Sword 3, but you even managed to withstand the extermination by those otherworldly things. However, you shouldn't have come here. I know your intentions. You want to avenge your disciples and eliminate those otherworldly beings. Am I right?" Zhu An smiled lightly. "And what if I am? And what if I am?" Dou Yinan seemed to find it humorous, opening his mouth to laugh strangely. "Then I'll just have to tell you now that all your ideas are simply wishful thinking. You won't be able to avenge anything here. Instead, you will meet your end in this place." With that, the surroundings suddenly began to brighten. However, within this brightness was a hint of strangeness. Because in the darkness, massive tombs began to appear, and the light emanated from the eternal lamps atop the tombstones. They were the tombs of the successive lords of Zhuanming Tomb. As these huge tombs all appeared, an unimaginable pressure ravaged the entire underground palace. Under this pressure, Dou Yinan's momentum continued to rise. On the other hand, Zhu An's aura was as feeble as a candle in the wind, barely able to withstand the pressure. Dou Yinan cackled, "Li Jingxing, don't you find it strange why you haven't seen your sword cultivator subordinates by now?" Zhu An remained silent until a moment later when he softly said, "This underground palace appears as one entity, but it is actually multiple worlds layered together. interconnected like bubbles. I am here right now, while they may be in another interconnected but isolated world. Am I right? Ha ha ha! Do Yinan laughed madly, truly worthy of the renowned Lord of Sword Palace. You have keen eyes indeed. Yes, your subordinates are all trapped by me in another world, and do you know where this is? Before Zuin could answer, Do Yinan continued coldly, this is the true location of the underground palace. The tombs here bury the lords of my Zhuanming tomb. You should consider it a great honor just to die here. Are you so sure you can defeat me? Zuin said with a smile, while around him, the aura of swords began to surge. Do Yinan only sneered several times. Yes, as the Lord of the Sword Palace, your strength should be no less than mine. Coupled with your sword cultivation, it is highly likely that I am not your match on the same level. However, you must not forget, this is the burial place of my ancestors. Do you really think I would engage in combat with you myself? You are thinking too much. The reason I brought you into this world was to let the past lords deal with you. So, I hope you enjoy yourself next. Ha ha! Do Yinan laughed manically, and at the same time, his figure began to fade. And just at that moment, the tombs began to tremble, with black mist starting to emanate. Zuin watched quietly until Do Yinan was about to disappear completely in front of him. Then he softly said, Do you have no guilt in mistreating the successive lords of Zhuanming tomb? Do Yinan sneered, Guilt? Why should I feel guilty? Since these old bones have all perished, their remains are of no use. I am now making use of waste. They should be grateful. So enjoy it. Ha ha ha! The laughter stopped abruptly, and Do Yinan's figure disappeared. At his complete disappearance, these tombs began to collapse one after another, and countless dark energies manifested into ghost soldiers charging toward Zuan. Such a terrifying scene was enough to send shivers down the spine of ordinary powerhouses. Yet Zuin remained unfazed, with a hint of a profound smile in his eyes, then softly murmured, With such disobedient descendants, no wonder you were awakened from your coffins. Well, I shall do a good deed today, and vanquish you first. With that, a brilliant red lotus appeared between Zuan's brows. Following that, flames erupted from the lotus, engulfing the oncoming ghost soldiers, reducing them to nothingness without a sound. However, at that moment, from each tomb, emaciated figures staggered out. Some of these figures had even turned to white bones, yet they exuded an intimidating aura, embodying the majestic arrogance of the lords of Zhuanming tomb. These top-tier powerhouses, who once ruled the heavens, had already fallen, and even their consciousness had dispersed. But these skeletal remains suddenly seemed to possess vitality. Ghostly flames burned in their eye sockets, cold and ruthless as they fixed their gaze on Zuan. Zuan smirked faintly, then took a step forward and said, Come, let me deal with you lot quickly, so I can attend to my matters. Boom! Apparently provoked by Zuan's challenge, these zombie-like successive lords of the tomb suddenly roared and charged at Zuan. Their speed surpassed that of ordinary immortal kings, approaching that of pseudo-immortal emperors. The key was that it wasn't a single corpse, but a group of 20 to 30. Yet at that moment, Zuan lowered his eyelids and said coldly, Another external force. Do Yinan, did you sell your ancestral tombs to these extraterrestrial beings? As he spoke, a brilliant sword light, containing the fire of the red lotus flashed, directly cleaving the first zombie in half. Boom! The bones turned to ashes, vanishing instantly. However, the other zombies felt nothing and continued to charge forward fearlessly. In the blink of an eye, Zuan was engulfed by the oppressive force exerted by these zombies working together. But the next second, a brilliant red light shot up again, destroying another zombie. Countless strong individuals were seen hiding their presence, ready and waiting, with powerful individuals sealing the void with their divine thoughts, truly reaching an impregnable state where not even birds could enter. After supervising all of this, Do Yinan finally let go of his worries completely, sneering coldly at the underground palace. Li Jingxing, blame yourself for coming here to die. After your death, your sword palace will be mine. Ha ha ha. Do Yinan laughed heartily and left, already sentencing Zuan to death in his heart. Because no one could escape the siege of the previous masters of Zhuanming tomb, not even the current master of Sword Palace, Li Jingxing. So now, he was without any worries, only waiting for the other party's death to lead his subordinates in a massive attack on Sword Palace, completely taking it over. Just the thought of having Sword Palace, which was considered a top-tier power in the heavens, under his control, made Do Yinan brush off his recent desolation. The gloom that had weighed on him for a long time due to Xuan's rebirth vanished, leaving him feeling refreshed. As for the fall of the foreign object from the sky, he deliberately disregarded it. After all, they had a mutually beneficial relationship, so if it died, it died. Meanwhile, the fierce battle continued in the underground palace of Zhuanningtomb. Swish! A sword intent pierced through the chest of a zombie, bursting out from its back, leaving a trail of blood. Although this wound would be fatal for an ordinary person, it only made the zombie step back slightly before rushing forward again. The other zombies surrounded Xuan like maggots, occasionally launching attacks to divert his attention. Yes, these zombies even knew how to cooperate with each other. Their attacks were well coordinated, exhibiting a strategic approach. If it were someone else facing these eerie and powerful zombies, they would probably have panicked long ago. But Xuan remained calm and composed, meeting the zombies' attacks with counterattacks, engaging in a tense battle. Time passed minute by minute. Xuan seemed tireless as he wielded his sword, continuously striking at the zombies. The zombies, originally dressed in burial clothes, were now torn apart by Xuan's relentless sword strikes, revealing their emaciated bodies in a pitiful state. Finally, the movements of the zombies became slower, their reactions weaker, as if they were becoming exhausted. Suddenly, one of the zombies showed a slight delay in its movement, revealing a vulnerability, and Xuan's sword swiftly struck. Swish! A sword aura pierced through the zombie's mouth, erupting from the back of its head and turning its dried-up brain into a cloud of dust. The zombie staggered for a moment, then the ghostly fire in its eye sockets gradually extinguished, and it collapsed to the ground, turning into a pile of dry bones. The other zombies' faces were filled with fear. At that moment, Xuan slowly raised his head, and as his gaze swept over them, the zombies instinctively took a step back. Zhu, and sneered, "You've seen it. If we continue like this, all of you will die. So, how about we make a deal?" Xuan's words echoed in the spacious underground palace. The zombies stood silently in their places, seemingly pondering Xuan's proposal. Xuan was not in a hurry and continued, "I understand that you resent Do Yan'an, who disturbed your sleep and betrayed your ancestors. But because of the power from beyond the sky, you have no choice but to serve him. Am I right?" The zombies glanced at each other, and then one of the more intact-looking zombies, who had obviously not been dead for too long, stepped forward. He did not speak as zombies couldn't vocalize, their organs having decayed a long time ago. He simply looked at Xuan, and then communicated with him through divine thoughts. "Do you have a way to break the shackles on us, Zhu?" Xuan smiled and shook his head lightly. The ghostly fire in the zombie's eyes dimmed instantly. "Then why speak these words? Come at us." The speaking zombie was infuriated and prepared to strike again. However, Xuan gestured for him to stop. "Don't rush. I might not be able to do it myself, but it doesn't mean there's no solution." What solution?" The zombie paused and asked. For beings who were once powerful figures in their lifetimes, the current situation of being resurrected as subservient undead creatures under a younger person's command was humiliating and unbearable. They were eager to break free from the shackles imposed upon them. Xuan smiled faintly. "The method is simple. Either I wipe all of you out. By then, you will all be dead, and the shackles won't matter. As for the other method..." Xuan's eyes flashed with a cold light. "Kill the one giving orders to you. Once that person is dead, you can also break free from the shackles." As these words were spoken, the zombie stirred. However, the speaking zombie shook its head helplessly. "I know what you want to say. In fact, we are more eager than you to kill that unworthy descendant. But now, we are trapped in this underground palace. Unless it is open from the outside, we cannot escape." The other zombies, hearing this, lost even more hope in their eyes. As former masters of the Zhuanningtomb, they were well aware of the power of the tomb's underground palace. It was essentially a world specially constructed, where only those who hold the position of the tomb's master could unlock it. Not even an immortal emperor could do so. That's why this underground palace had become the final resting place for these previous tomb masters, chosen for its security. But no one had expected that, despite all precautions, they would eventually be betrayed by Do Yan'an, leading to their current predicament. Xuan, however, merely smiled faintly in response. "What you said is somewhat right and somewhat wrong. With my current abilities alone, I cannot open this underground palace. But what if someone else helps?" Boom! The underground palace shook, The void trembled, and layers of ripples emerged. "Do you want to shatter this bubble and enter another world?" the zombie exclaimed, then shook its head. "It's useless. It's impossible with just this amount of power. Because the history of this underground palace is far longer and more mysterious than our mysterious dark tomb, inside there are naturally generated layers of worlds, extremely sturdy." Indeed, the ripples began to quickly dissipate, and everything returned to calm. But Zuan's eyes sparkled, then his other hand also struck out precisely at the same spot as before. Boom! This time the impact was more terrifying than the last, with the ripple in the void creating a storm of waves. Faintly, a cracking sound like something breaking could be heard from the depths of the void. This sound made all the zombies tremble. Yet a faint smile appeared on Zuan's lips. "It seems it's not as strong as thought." With that, Zuan raised his hand and struck out with another punch. Boom! This time, the cracking sound was clear, and the darkness of the void began to distort. This was a sign that the space was about to collapse. At the same time, Zuan took a deep breath and said, "If one fist can't solve the problem, then let's add another." And then he struck out with another punch. Bang! This time, a sound of unbearable pressure came from the depths of the void. Then it shattered. The chaotic flow of the void swept over, and those with weaker strength would perish on the spot. But Zuan remained calm and directly stepped into the void opening he had created. The zombies looked at each other before following him into the void. At this moment, the group of sword cultivators also faced a great crisis. They had not waited for Zuan. Instead, countless monsters emerged from the darkness. These monsters were bizarre in shape, but each one possessed considerable power. When they gathered together, they were extremely terrifying. At the beginning, the sword cultivators were caught off guard and almost suffered a great loss. But fortunately, Ling Huju and DRIZZLE reacted quickly and stabilized the situation through full defense. However, the situation led to a stalemate. The sword cultivators were unable to handle the monsters, and the monsters were also unable to deal with the sword cultivators. Swish! 3 sword lights flashed by, directly slicing several monsters that had quietly sneaked up into halves. Great swordsmanship! Ling Huju couldn't help but applaud, saying enthusiastically, "Truly worthy disciples of the revered swordmaster, these 3 swords are indeed exquisite." DRIZZLE smiled slightly, but before he could speak, a loud roar emanated from the darkness in the distance. The monsters confronting the sword cultivators then began to retreat. "What's going on? Are these beasts scared of us and retreating?" Yi Kongming couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. But Yi Bufan, on the other hand, had a serious expression, his eyes fixed on the darkness. "Brother Linghu, do you sense it?" Ling Huju's expression also became solemn. He nodded. "Yes, a strong aura." Yi Bufan exhaled slowly. "It seems these monsters were just testing us. The real battle is about to begin." He then shouted loudly, "Everyone, prepare yourselves. These monsters are not retreating, they are preparing for the next wave of attacks." At the same time, the sword cultivators also sensed that something was amiss. It felt like something colossal in the darkness was coldly watching them. This feeling was chilling. DRIZZLE said in a deep voice, "Disciples of the Sword Palace, get ready for the first wave." With the command, the disciples of the Sword Palace immediately changed formations and stood in front of their group. Just then, a gigantic monster slowly emerged from the darkness. It was a creature as tall as 100 meters, covered in patterns that resembled a demonized leopard. Countless sharp thorns grew densely on its back, each emitting a bluish light with evident toxicity. When this monstrous creature fully appeared in front of everyone, its wicked and terrifying aura made their scalps tingle. "Attack!" DRIZZLE didn't hesitate and immediately gave the command. She knew that in a confrontation between 2 forces, the one who strikes first can take the advantage. In an instant, numerous sword lights burst forth, converging in mid-air and directly slashing towards the monster. But facing the combined attack of the Sword Palace disciples, the monster's eye showed a hint of mockery. Then, one of the sharp thorns behind it vanished in an instant. When it reappeared, it had already reached the approaching sword lights. Bang! The collision shattered the thorn, but also broke the combined attack of the sword cultivators. Following this, the monster chuckled menacingly before its thorns all flew out and hovered in the air, pointing directly at the swordsman. "Not good, scatter!" Ling Huju's expression changed as he shouted in alarm. But before the swordsman could react, the monster swung its hand downwards. The thorns descended like a torrent, aiming at the sword cultivators. "It's over!" Ling Huju despaired. With his strength, he could have dodged in time, but he knew that by dodging, those sword cultivators weaker than him would all die. Even if it meant saving these cultivators, he couldn't avoid it. With a determined look in his eyes, Ling Huju roared, then forcefully threw out an emerald light that transformed into a figure in the air, exuding a faint scent of alcohol. It was the gourd Ling Huju always carried. This gourd was considered a precious treasure, as besides containing alcohol, it could also transform into a sword. However, at this moment, Ling Huju unhesitatingly threw it out, using it to block the incoming onslaught of swords. Dang, dang, dang. With a series of intense sounds, the gourd actually managed to block the sharp thorns. But within moments, the brilliance of the gourd began to dim visibly, revealing cracks. Just then, a sword light shot up to intercept the majority of the attacks aimed at the gourd. Ling Huju turned around abruptly to see Yi Bufan, the old man with the sword, smiling slightly. "Although I have limited strength, I cannot let Ling Hu brother face this monster alone." Ling Huju's eyes warmed with gratitude. However, before the moment could last, Yi Bufan's sword light was shattered. Puff! Yi Bufan spat out a mouthful of blood, then smiled bitterly. "I'm old, truly useless." Ling Huju only felt a sourness in his nose and nodded heavily, saying, "In that case, let us all work together and destroy this demon." "Yes." With a command, the swordsman heard and immediately started engaging with the monster. Although everyone exerted all their strength and skills without holding back, the monster's strength was simply too overwhelming. The collective attack only caused some surface injuries, barely touching its core. Moreover, due to the continuous assault by the swordsman, the monster became agitated. Suddenly, it roared in anger, and the patterns on its body suddenly lit up, forming a strange formation. At that moment, everyone felt a heaviness as their cultivation was suppressed to its lowest point. Some with weaker abilities even almost fell from the sky. "Not good. It's controlling the surrounding to suppress us. Quickly move away." Yi Bufan shouted in panic. But it was too late. The monster sneered a few times, then waved his hand, and the sharp spikes gathered around him again, heading straight toward the weakened crowd. "It's over," Yi Bufan said in despair, then closed his eyes. Many other swordsmen were also filled with despair, believing that their demise was inevitable. However, at that moment, ripples appeared in the void not far from the monster. Then, the void exploded, and a tremendous force flipped the monster over. The whole scene shook. Puzzled, everyone looked up. At the same time, a calm voice came from the exploded void. "After searching so many worlds in succession, I finally found it." With that, Zuin walked out from the void, appearing in front of everyone. His sudden appearance caused a stir among the crowd. Phew! The master arrived just in time. Ling Huju breathed a sigh of relief. "Haha, I knew the master would not abandon us." Yi Bufan couldn't contain his joy. Behind Zuan, the figures of those zombies began to emerge one by one. Their existence, neither human nor ghost, shocked everyone. Zuan just smiled faintly. "Don't be afraid, they are the reinforcements I just brought in." With that, Zuan looked up, his eyes narrowed, coldly staring at the monster in the distance. At that moment, the monster had just regained consciousness from the explosion. Its confused gaze turned into endless rage. Roaring, spikes swiftly formed around him, and the patterns on his body became more dazzling, all aimed at Zuan. But facing these actions, Zuan didn't even raise an eyebrow, saying calmly, "Luckily, I moved fast. Otherwise, wouldn't these people have been harmed by this beast?" This time, Zuan didn't delay to show off, but had been making his way here all along. From the world where the ancestral tomb owners were buried, Zuan shattered the void with his fists and entered another world. However, that world had no swordsman, so Zuan broke through the void again into the next world. If one were to overlook the underground palace, they would see Zuan almost tyrannically moving from the eastern end of the underground palace world to its western end, shattering the void along the way, leaving behind interconnected time and space channels. At that speed, Zuan just managed to catch up. And had he been a moment late, the swordsman in front of him might have met a tragic end. Therefore, Zuan was filled with anger and killing intent towards the monster. Perhaps sensing Zuan's intent, the monster suddenly roared, and the spikes around him swiftly shot towards Zuan. In the blink of an eye, they almost reached him. Yet in the next instant, Zuan's figure disappeared from the original spot. Yes, he completely vanished as if he had never been there, leaving the spikes to pass through empty space. The monster was stunned, clearly not expecting this. But at that moment, a slender hand, exuding immense power, emerged from the void beside its head. The hand clenched into a fist and struck the monster's head at an unbelievable speed. Bang! A deafening sound resounded. The monster's head was sent flying, dragging its whole body along. Ah! The monster screamed in agony, its massive body flying far away. Upon landing, its head had caved in, blood flowing a dark brown from the wound. But this was only the beginning. Zuan coldly said, "Did Do Yanan think that having a creature like you guard the underground palace would keep him safe and sound? He's too naive." With those words, Zuan's figure disappeared again, and before the monster could react, it was once more sent flying. In midair, the monster wailed, shooting spikes wildly in an attempt to stop Zuan. But all efforts were in vain. Before it could land, Zuan once again appeared above it. The monster looked up, its mouth agape in frozen fear. Zuan's eyes were icy as he raised his hands, palms striking down directly. Bang! The impact was louder than before. The monster was sent crashing to the ground, the force almost creating a piercing whistle in the air. Thump! The monster smashed a large pit into the extremely hard ground of the underground palace, causing the whole place to tremble. Everyone watched in astonishment. Just moments ago, the monster had almost incapacitated all the swordsmen. But now, in front of Zuan, it had no power to retaliate, being defeated effortlessly. The stark difference in strength left everyone in awe. Indeed, only saw the ground's big pit trembling for a moment, then this strange creature struggled to climb out of it. However, at this moment, it was no longer as arrogant as before. On the contrary, it became extremely miserable. The beautiful patterns on its body had dulled, the spikes on its back were broken in unison, and its other head was dented everywhere. Even its limbs were broken into pieces, relying solely on the strength of its muscles to crawl out of the pit with difficulty. In short, this creature now looked as pitiful as a broken toy doll. Zuan suddenly laughed, his laughter filled with playfulness. "I didn't expect your vitality to be quite strong." Speaking, a glint flashed in Zuan's eyes, and in an instant, he appeared in front of this creature. When it felt Zuan's aura, the creature almost mustered all its strength, desperately trying to retreat. However, the next moment, all of its movements froze, because a warm hand had gently caressed its forehead at some point. The creature's muscles all trembled slightly, then slowly lifted its head and looked at Zuan with eyes filled with infinite fear and despair. Yes, this creature was actually terrified by Zuan. A creature that had shrunk significantly in size after being severely beaten by Zuan, now 10 meters in size, was too scared to even move after Zuan's intimidation, obediently lying there while allowing Zuan to pat its head, not daring to even gasp for air. This scene was filled with a magical atmosphere, leaving all the sword cultivators who witnessed it dumbfounded. But soon, some of the young sword cultivators' eyes sparkled with admiration as they looked at Zuan. What is formidable? To subdue a monster that no one else can tame, making it obediently submissive, not daring to even breathe heavily. Now that is truly formidable. At the same time, Zuan's palm slowly stopped on the creature's forehead, his fingers lightly tapping on its skull. And then with a hint of a smile, he said, "Are you afraid? Do you want to beg for your life from me?" The monster looked at Zuan, opening its mouth, then spoke in a hoarse and strange voice. "Yes, noble sir, I know I have offended you. I am willing to leave 90% of my soul and body behind, only asking for your forgiveness this time." At the beginning, the creature's speech was very awkward and stiff, but as it continued, it became more fluent, almost indistinguishable from an ordinary person towards the end. This also showed the creature's high intelligence. Everyone present looked at each other in surprise, as no one expected such a creature to speak. "If you want me to spare you, it's simple, but you need to tell me how you entered here, and who sent you." The creature hesitated, then immediately replied, "I entered this world through a crack in time and space. As for who sent me, I'm sorry, sir, due to the constraints of the rules, I cannot mention its name, nor provide any information about its appearance." The creature's statement was similar to the one made by the creature that had parasitized on Mu Hongxi before. Both of them couldn't remember who had sent them into the various worlds. This indicates that their memories were definitely refined before entering the various worlds. This was worth pondering. What kind of thing would be so afraid of others knowing of its existence? Zu-an fell into contemplation. The creature did not dare to speak because Zu-an's hand was now pressed on its forehead. Any slight movement could result in its soul being destroyed. In order to survive, it obediently knelt on the ground, its face even showing a stiff smile. After a long time, Zu-an snapped out of his contemplation, then looked down at the creature. Although I also want to let you go, sorry, as an outsider like you must die. With that said, Zu-an's palm suddenly pressed down. The creature let out a desperate howl as its muscles gathered at the top of its head like flowing water, trying to resist Zu-an's palm pressing down. Following that, it cried out urgently, "Noble sir, as long as you spare me, I can leave all my flesh and blood behind. Just please spare a shred of my consciousness, I beg you." However, Zu-an remained unmoved. "I'm not interested in your flesh and blood." As he spoke, a white light suddenly emanated from Zu-an's palm. The white light pierced down like an incomparably sharp spike, directly piercing through the creature's muscles, then piercing through its skull from above, and finally emerging between its chest and abdomen, nailing it firmly to the ground. Brownish blood flowed out in a twisting manner. The creature stared at Zu-an with eyes full of unwillingness and resentment. But it could no longer move, as Zu-an's blow had shattered nearly all of its bones. Only its muscles trembled slightly due to residual nerve impulses. However, this slight tremor soon disappeared. This was because Zu-an's hand suddenly pressed on the creature's neck, saying calmly, "I am not interested in your flesh and blood, but your bones are not bad. Since you are going to die anyway, it would be a waste to leave this behind, so I'll take it." With that, Zu-an's palm delved deep into the creature's back, firmly grasping and pulling out its spine bone. Thus, the creature was completely annihilated. In Zu-an's hand was the bloody spine bone that began to emit a faint silvery light. Then, to everyone's astonishment, a miraculous scene unfolded. All the joints of the spine bone began to merge automatically and rapidly grow together. In the blink of an eye, the spine bone transformed into a sharp and powerful sword. "Wow, can you still play like this?" Yi Kongming in the crowd couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Zu-an raised the sword in his hand. After examining it for a few times, he nodded in satisfaction. Since the destruction of Mo Wang-an, Zu-an had not had a suitable weapon in his hands, and this spine-turned sword was just perfect for him to use. Since it was transformed from the spine of an extraterrestrial evil creature, I will call you Heavenly Vengeance, Zu-an said lightly. As he finished speaking, the sword trembled slightly, then two ancient characters appeared on the sword edge. Heavenly Vengeance. After completing all this, Zu-an turned to look at all the sword cultivators, saying calmly, "Among them, many worlds are naturally generated, like bubbles, squeezed together in layers." Zu-an broke through the void all the way, only to find that there was no passage to the heavens in the worlds he passed through. From this, it can be seen that the passage to the heavens is likely hidden within this world. With this thought, a glint flashed in Zu-an's eyes, followed by a vast surge of divine will bursting forth, covering the entire world in the blink of an eye. The power of this strong divine will, along with the top-tier control, like waving one's hand, made the zombies transformed by the previous Lingju leaders tremble, then carefully took a few steps back to keep a slight distance from Zu-an. This scene was also seen by the group of sword cultivators. In fact, many people were very interested in these zombies from the beginning, especially the younger ones, who were full of curiosity. Yi Kongming couldn't help but ask his grandfather softly, "Grandpa, what exactly are these followers who came with Lord Zu? Why do they look so strange?" Yi Bufin breathed out slowly, then looked deeply at the zombies, his expression becoming very serious. "If I'm not mistaken, these people should all be the previous Lingju leaders of Zooming Ling." "What are you saying? They are all dead?" Yi Bufin nodded, "Yes." "Then how come they can still move?" Yi Kongming was completely baffled. "Well, you'll have to ask Lord Zu about it." With that said, Yi Bufin couldn't help but look towards Zu-an, who was searching the world with his divine will, his eyes filled with amazement, because he couldn't imagine how Zu-an had persuaded all the previous Lingju leaders of Zooming Ling and even made them obediently serve him and turn against Zooming Ling. Could it be that Lord Zu had single-handedly subdued all these previous Lingju leaders? This idea sent chills down Yi Bufin's spine, and his gaze towards Zuan became even more reverent. Because if this were true, it would obviously mean that Zuan's strength had reached an unimaginable level. Could it be that he had returned to his throne as an immortal monarch? Just as Yi Bufin was lost in his thoughts, Zuan suddenly opened his eyes and coldly exclaimed, "Follow me." With that, he turned into a stream of light and flew towards the dark depths, with the sword cultivators naturally following closely behind. The zombies exchanged glances and then followed suit, chasing after them. Although countless worlds were naturally generated within the underground palace, the scale naturally could not compare to the real world. In fact, Zuan, who had shattered all the way, had seen the largest underground world the size of the moon. For Zuan, this distance was just a moment's journey. However, to everyone's surprise, when Zuan led everyone deeper into the depths, they flew for the time it took to drink a cup of tea. Even after flying for such a long time, they still faced a void ahead. This time, even the sword cultivators noticed something was amiss. What's going on? Why do I feel like the faster we fly, the slower the speed? Yi Kongming said in confusion. Not only him, but many sword cultivators also discovered this phenomenon. It's not that the speed has slowed down, it's that the surrounding space is becoming stagnant, Yi Bufin said solemnly. Ling Huju nodded in agreement. Yes, I can feel that we seem to have entered something like a blob of glue, and the surrounding space is slowing down our speed. Just as everyone was in a commotion, Zuan remained calm and continued flying deeper. Because he could sense that the strange void he caught glimpses of with his divine will was ahead. But as they flew deeper, the feeling of stagnation from the surroundings became stronger, causing everyone's speed to slow down by at least 30%. Just as everyone felt more and more exhausted, Zuan suddenly gave a light shout and took a step forward, then the Tianju sword in his hand slashed down. The icy sword intent fell from the sky, as if to cleave the entire world in half. But even with such a powerful sword strike, it failed to move the heart in the dark red void. Just as the sword intent descended into the dark red void, the heart quivered slightly. Then, countless blood vessels sprang out from the void, waving like long whips and lashing towards the sword light. Despite the overwhelming sword strike, it was shattered by this blow. Not only that, these blood vessels, like tentacles, snarled and swiped at Zuan. In the face of the frontal assault, many blood vessels quietly appeared behind Zuan, attempting to sneak attack. Heavens, this heart actually has intelligence! Yi Kongming exclaimed in disbelief. The hearts of the sword cultivators also rose to their throats, because no one had ever seen such a bizarre entity before. At this moment, Zuan gave a slight cold laugh. Not only was there a frontal assault, but also a sneaky approach from behind. All the blood vessels were shattered at the same moment. In an instant, this heart curled up in pain. However, its reaction speed was extremely fast, and the radiance on its body gradually faded, attempting to escape. But Zuan did not give it a chance. Zuan's figure flashed, instantly appearing in front of the heart, then reaching out into the void with a grab. With a sound, Zuan firmly grabbed the heart that had already disappeared halfway. The blood vessels wildly waved, like the final struggle of a dying person. Zuan didn't even blink. All the blood vessels that came crashing were instantly shattered by the sword light. Then, Zuan exerted force with his arm, slowly but firmly pulling the heart out from the void. As this heart struggled desperately, even the void began to crack, indicating the immense power. But all the struggle was so futile in Zuan's presence. With a dull sound, the heart was pulled out of the void by Zuan. Looking at this heart, it seemed like an octopus emerging from the water, the blood vessels quickly contracting and securely enveloping itself. Then, these blood vessels turned into stiff gray, showing extreme resilience. Zuan just coldly smiled, saying, "A trapped turtle trying to resist." The heart remained motionless. Zuan's eyes gleamed, saying, "Very well, since that's the case, I will put an end to you." Holding up the Tianju sword, Zuan pointed the sword tip at the heart and coldly shouted, "Break!" With a sound, the heart shell was easily cut open by the Tianju sword, and the sword went straight in. In an instant, the heart struggled in extreme pain, emitting a cry that resembled a baby's cry, evoking empathy. But its tricks were useless against Zuan. Zuan firmly held the Tianju sword, then suddenly turned his wrist. The sword stirred in the heart, blood bursting out. Strangely, the blood didn't flow into the void, but was directly absorbed by the sword. The whole sword seemed to be longing for the blood like a desert parched for countless ages. The intensity was such that the blood being wildly absorbed by the Tianju sword could even be seen by the naked eye. The heart began to scream in despair and struggled desperately, trying to break free from the sword. However, everything was in vain. The Tianju sword, like a maggot in the bone, remained unmoved despite the heart's struggles, even increasing the suction power. Finally, after a near-crazed struggle, the heart's movements gradually stiffened, its size shrinking. The momentum of the Tianju sword grew stronger. Eventually, after an incredibly despairing moan, the heart completely stagnated, then began cracking apart. After being drained of all its blood, the heart exploded into nothingness. Amidst the dust, a dazzling sword light shot up, circled Zhu a few times, and then stopped in front of him. At this moment, looking at the Tianju sword, there was basically no change, except for a faint red mark subtly appearing on the sword body. But it was so faint that it would go unnoticed if not looked at carefully. Zhu smiled slightly at the swordsman. Alright, this passage has been removed. Next, it's time to deal with Do Yinan. Zhu raised the Tianju sword, his gaze becoming more radiant. Everyone, let's join hands, break through this underground palace, and escape. As Zhu An's momentum escalated, even the void began to grow unstable, cracking apart. Then, taking a deep breath, the violent energy rushed through, as if a hurricane swept through the world. Slash! The Tianju sword emitted a nearly transparent sword intent, striking directly at the void in front. The first to shatter was the layer of void that composed the underground palace world, easily breaking it like an eggshell. However, the violent sword intent struck an incredibly hard barrier next. Ding! After a barely perceptible crisp sound, countless sparks erupted within the shattered void. These were the result of the collision between Zhu An's sword intent and the unyielding barrier. As the sparks subsided, within the void's cavity, a deeper wound appeared atop the initial darkness. This wound was left by Zhu An's sword strike. However, it was evident that this wound was rapidly healing. The swordsmen were not fools, they couldn't just stand by and watch this happen. In fact, when Zhu An made his strike, they were already prepared. It's just that Zhu An's sword might was too overpowering, overshadowing the sword intents of others. When Zhu An's intent dissipated, the swordsmen launched their attacks. Though not as strong as Zhu An's, their sheer numbers made their onslaught daunting. Countless sword lights condensed into a rainbow, bombarding the wound incessantly. The darkness churned, and the wound gradually tore open, hinting at a faint light at its end. However, the swordsman's wave of attacks was near its end. If this barrage couldn't fully breach the barrier and waited to gather enough intent, all previous efforts would be in vain. After all, even Zhu An couldn't infuse every sword with full intent. Yet, as events unfolded, what seemed like a moment of victory was suddenly just within reach, but somehow always just out of grasp. The void barrier had been pushed to its limit. Even a single more strike could shatter it completely. However, all the sword lights had been unleashed. As frustration appeared on their faces, figures suddenly rushed forward, launching attacks on the wound. The onlookers were bewildered, seeing that the attackers were the undead. They relentlessly pounded the wound, enlarging it with every strike. Zhu An smiled faintly at the sight. To be honest, Ling Che was extremely reluctant to be sent to do this job, because in his view, this job was simply an insult to his abilities and status. After all, what's there to guard in this underground palace? Anyone locked inside, unless ordered by the mausoleum master, cannot come out. So he felt that guarding here was a pure waste of time, and any other god could easily complete the task. But unfortunately, this was an order given by Do Yinan himself, so he had to obediently carry it out. Despite this, his heart was full of resentment. For example, now, Ling Che lazily leaned back in the chair, carefully wiping the blade before stretching lazily and yawning. How long has it been? A guard immediately stepped forward, reporting to the great god, "You have been guarding here for 3 Ling hours." Ling hours are a unique timing unit of the mysterious mausoleum, equivalent to a day on Earth. Hearing that only 3 Ling hours had passed, Ling Qi's expression of helplessness became even heavier. Then he sighed softly. "I really don't know what the mausoleum master is thinking, actually sending me to carry out such a boring task." The guard dared not speak, because no one in the mysterious mausoleum dared to gossip about Do Yinan behind his back, not even a single word. Only Ling Che, as the first god of the mysterious mausoleum, had the qualifications to complain a few words. If this guard dared to do so, he would instantly die from soul explosion. Although full of grievances, since Do Yinan had ordered it, Ling Che naturally had to shoulder this responsibility. So he stood up leisurely, took a step, and walked out. The guards immediately followed closely behind. Ling Che stopped in his tracks and glared back. "What are you doing?" "Naturally, we are following you, great god, on patrol." All right, I'm just bored, going around the palace a few times. You don't have to follow, but..." A guard hesitated. "What if you encounter danger?" "Danger?" Ling Che was exasperated, pointing to the palace in front of him. "What danger could there be here?" "I said you don't have to follow, understand?" With that, the first god of the mysterious mausoleum left the main camp gracefully and flew towards the distant palace. The guards dared not follow, because everyone knew that Ling Che had a bad temper, and if they angered him, their lives would be in danger. Besides, as Ling Che said, the palace was impregnable, with no possibility of danger. So Ling Che began patrolling around the palace alone. It was more like strolling than patrolling. Ling Che lazily wandered around the palace, while secretly plotting how to find someone to replace him. After all, this job was just too boring. At the same time, Ling Che secretly criticized Do Yinan. In his view, his immediate superior was being overly cautious. Since the people were already locked inside the palace, there was no need to guard the place. Could they possibly escape from the palace? What a joke! Just as Ling Qi's face was filled with scorn, a large bulge suddenly appeared above the palace, not far from him, then silently burst open. This explosion did not cause any ripples, not even attracting the attention of the main camp in the distance. Only Ling Che witnessed the whole process. It shocked him to the core, but as the first god of the mysterious mausoleum, his reaction was extremely quick. He felt his Che and cultivation peak in an instant, taking a deep breath, ready to act. But just with a snap of his fingers, the majestic momentum that had just gathered dissipated like smoke. Because at that moment, an extremely indifferent, yet supremely authoritative voice came from behind his neck. "Don't move, don't shout, otherwise your head will bid you farewell." Ling Che instantly froze in place, not daring to turn around, not even daring to resist. Because he could clearly feel behind him, there was a seemingly calm but fiercely powerful aura coldly staring at him inside. This feeling, like a thorn on his back, made cold sweat break out on his forehead instantly. I won't move or shout. As long as you spare my life, I'm willing to cooperate unconditionally." Ling Che almost instantly surrendered. Zuan, standing behind him, smiled. He was not surprised by Ling Qi's reaction. This was the normal response of strong beings facing danger. After all, in the eyes of these strong beings, nothing was more important than their own lives. Sacrificing oneself for the greater good, like the Hua clan, was something they could never understand. "Where is Do Yinan now?" Zuan asked indifferently. "He is currently receiving guests in the banquet hall." Ling Che replied without hesitation. "Oh, receiving guests? What guests could make the mausoleum master personally meet Zu?" Unraised an eyebrow slightly. "They are envoys sent by the human emperor's hall, but I'm not sure about the specifics." Ling Che answered honestly, while casting a sly glance at the ground beside him. There stood a shadow towering proudly. Ling Che licked his lips, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes. He had thought there was at least a team behind him, because the pressure was too strong. Strong to the point where it didn't seem like something a single person could emit. But never did he imagine that there was only one person standing behind him. What was he inquiring about the master's whereabouts for? Is he going to kill me now? Just as he was torn with anxiety, Zuan also showed a slight astonishment, then revealed a cold smile. "Envoy from the human emperor's hall? Haha, it seems that you supersects are birds of a feather, smelling similar." By the end of his statement, the chilling killing intent in Zuan's words was enough to make anyone shiver. Ling Che trembled even more, and begged repeatedly, please don't kill me. I'm willing to cooperate with you in anything, as long as you spare my life." "Owed anything? Are you sure?" Zuan's voice came from behind, with a playful tone. Ling Che nodded without hesitation, yes. At the same time, he gritted his teeth inwardly. No matter how humiliating, as long as he could survive, it was worth it. But just as he was prepared, a hand suddenly appeared silently on his throat, then squeezed tightly. The throat of the first god general of the Zhuanming Mausoleum was crushed by Zuan. The dead body fell to the ground. Then, the swordsmen and zombies appeared one after another. My lord, what should we do next? Should we directly enter the Zhuanming Mausoleum? Yi Bufin respectfully asked. Zuan lightly shook his head. I have already sealed off the surrounding area and created the illusion of everything being normal, so Doyanin should not know what is happening here. If we just go in like this, won't it be too risky? If he escapes, it will be difficult to catch him again. So, what you mean is? Zuan looked towards the distant defensive camp and said lightly, exactly as you think. Yi Bufin closed his mouth and then bowed deeply. I understand, my lord. Zuan smiled slightly, his figure flickered, and he instantly transformed into the appearance of Lingche. Nonetheless, the momentum on Zuan's body quickly changed. In the blink of an eye, a vivid Lingche appeared in front of everyone again. Let's go, Zuan said, taking a step towards the distant defensive camp. Just as he had taken a few steps, the dead bodies of Lingche silently turned into ashes, scattered between heaven and earth. The swordsman followed in silence, and Yi Kongming finally couldn't help but ask softly, Grandfather, what is Lord Zhu planning to do? Do you understand anything? Yi Bufin smiled and looked at Zuan's back with reverence, then whispered, Nothing. You will understand soon. Yi Kongming had wanted to say something else, but seeing the expression on his grandfather's face, he wisely closed his mouth. At the same time, in the defensive camp, the guards were unaware of what had happened and were still waiting for Ling Qi's return. Soon, Zuan appeared in front of the defensive camp. The guards did not notice anything unusual and all bowed in respect, my lord. Then, a senior guard looked puzzled at the swordsman who followed Zuan. My lord, who are these people? Zhu coldly looked down at them and suddenly waved his hand. The entire defensive camp was tightly sealed off, and then Zuan coldly smiled. It's nothing. These people are just ones who escaped from the underground palace. What? Upon hearing this, the guards were shocked. My lord, how is that possible? Once the underground palace is closed, it cannot be opened by anyone without the order of the master. You. Before he could finish his sentence, the head of the senior guard suddenly fell off, then rolled far away. The headless corpse fell to the ground, blood rapidly spreading. The guards were all stunned, completely unaware of what was going on. At the same time, Zuan said casually, I'm sorry, I need you for something. With that, countless sword energies exploded and surged towards the guards. Almost without a struggle, even without much screaming, these guards became ghosts under the sword. In an instant, the entire defensive camp became empty. The strong scent of blood rose to the sky, and if Zuan hadn't sealed off and concealed the area in advance, the blood alone would have been enough to alert the entire Zhuanming Mausoleum. But now, the outside world was oblivious to what was happening there, because in their divine sense perception, the entire defensive camp still appeared peaceful. After completing all this, Zuan turned to the swordsman and said lightly, Now, your identity is that of the guards of the defensive camp, remember that. The people finally understood Zuan's intentions and nodded in unison. Yes, we understand. Zuan smiled lightly and casually waved his hand. A powerful and almost abnormal divine sense surged out, and in an instant, it changed the appearance of everyone. The people were all shocked. Zuan then flicked his finger at the bodies on the ground. Boom! Flames rose into the sky, directly incinerating these bodies into nothingness. Let's go! This time, Zuan led the swordsmen, who were already disguised as guards, towards the gate of the Zhuanming Mausoleum. At that moment, in the banquet hall of the Zhuanming Mausoleum, the feast had reached its climax. Cups clinked, laughter filled the air, creating a scene of revelry. Of course, someone as prestigious as Doyanin would not appear at such a low-class banquet. In fact, there was a special room in the banquet hall, which was the main banquet hall. At this moment, Doyanin raised his cup towards a distinguished and extraordinary man sitting below. I never thought that Lord Luo would send the formidable chief guard to visit my Zhuanming Mausoleum. I'm truly honored and surprised. The man also raised his cup and saluted. Master Do, you are too kind. I am just a sword of His Majesty. Wherever he sends me, I will go. Well said. Doyanin applauded and then drank down the wine in his cup. The man also drank with him. If others were present and saw this man, they would undoubtedly be shocked. because the identity of this man was extremely special. Even in super sects like the Royal Temple, he was considered one of the most important figures. It was well known that Luo Wuking, the master of the Royal Temple, was the 28th descendant of the Royal Temple. But this seemingly middle-aged man had served more than 3 generations of Royal Temple masters. Even Luo Wuking had to treat him with great respect. This man was Li Zunyi, the chief guard of the Royal Temple, who controlled the military power of the entire Royal Temple. So it was no wonder that Do Yanan attached so much importance to him. After Do Yanan set down his wine cup, he said in a deep voice, "As chief guard just mentioned, I deeply agree. Zuan has indeed become a great trouble for us. But Zuan is very cunning. He has been avoiding showing himself. I wonder what plans the chief guard and Lord Luo have in mind. It's simple. Zuan is elusive, so it's probably impossible to catch him like this. But he has a weakness." Li Zunyi said casually. "Oh, what weakness?" Li Zunyi dipped his finger in wine and lightly wrote a word on the table. "Reputation." Do Yanan looked thoughtful. Li Zunyi continued, "Zuan was once an immortal beyond the world. Although he fell later, he returned in a strong manner, showing that he indeed has extraordinary abilities. But after studying his experience and style, I found that this man seeks fame and is very proud of his reputation. So, as long as we use his reputation to pressure him, he will definitely show up on his own." Do Yanan slapped the table excitedly. Just based on this sentence, a big secret is revealed. "Here, I toast to you." Li Zhuanyi smiled as he raised his glass, drank it, and then hinted, "Lord Do, I noticed tight security at Zhuanming Mausoleum on my way here. Has something happened?" Do Yanan chuckled at his words, then set down his glass and proudly said, "Lord Li, you are not aware. There has been a great event at our Zhuanming Mausoleum recently." "Oh, what great event?" Li Zhuanyi was slightly surprised, then curiously asked, "Do you know about the battle between Jian San and Li Jingxing some time ago?" "I've heard something, but I heard that the outcome of this battle has not been announced, and even the attendees have disappeared without a trace. Rumors have been spreading outside, and no one knows what really happened." "Ha ha ha!" Do Yanan burst into laughter. Those attendees naturally wouldn't have any contact, because they are now inside my Zhuanming Mausoleum. "What?" Li Zhuanyi's expression changed abruptly. "Inside the Zhuanming Mausoleum? Where are they now?" "Lord Li, there's no need to worry. These people have been locked in the underground palace, safe and sound. And if my guess is correct, they should all have fallen into the mouths of monsters by now." With that, Do Yanan smugly recounted the events. When Li Zhuanyi heard that the master of Sword Palace, Li Jingxing, had been trapped by Do Yanan in the underground palace, he was shocked. "Is what Lord Do said true?" "Absolutely," Do Yanan said with a smile. Li Zhuanyi was truly stunned because he knew Li Jingxing's strength very well. He was a prominent figure in the world of swordsmanship. If he had really been trapped or even perished at the hands of Do Yanan, it would definitely be a shocking event that would shake the entire realm. "No, I must report this matter to the palace master immediately." Li Zhuanyi suddenly stopped in his tracks and said in a deep voice, "Ah, Lord Li, you don't have to be so anxious," Do Yanan said calmly. "I reckon it's almost time now. Once the banquet is over, we can go to the underground palace to see for ourselves and then inform the palace master." Although Li Zhuanyi was very anxious, he was a guest at the moment, and Do Yanan was the host. Since Do Yanan had said so, he could only helplessly sit back down. "Come, let's continue drinking." Do Yanan laughed. At the same time, Zuan led a group of swordsmen into the Zhuanming Mausoleum. "Lord Divine General!" "Greetings to Lord Divine General!" Wherever they went, everyone respectfully greeted the stern-faced Zuan, who did not even blink an eye. The disciples of Zhuanming Mausoleum were not surprised by this, as this was typical of the stern-faced one, arrogant and overbearing. Zuan led the group straight into the mausoleum and arrived outside the banquet hall before encountering the first person who dared to stop him. "Oh, who do we have here? Turns out it's Lord Divine General. What's this? Not guarding the underground palace as ordered by the Lord and running around here. What do you want?" A sharp and sarcastic voice came from the guard, followed by a man with a dark complexion and an ordinary appearance walking out of the crowd. When Zuan saw this man, his eyes flickered slightly. According to the memories of the stern-faced one, this man was Blood Edge, the second-rank Divine General in Zhuanming Mausoleum, and also his archenemy. They were like water and fire due to the ranking of the divine generals, and this time being assigned to guard the banquet hall meant that he was highly regarded by Do Yan'an. Zuan audaciously stated, "I have important matters to report to the Lord, so naturally, I must return." "Oh, important matters? What important matters?" Blood Edge sneered. Zuan raised his gaze abruptly, gave Blood Edge a cold glance, and Blood Edge swallowed his words. Zuan's eyes were too terrifying, even making him shudder. "Blood Edge, whether or not I have something to do I need to report to you?" Saying this, Zuan strode forward. Blood Edge took a step back, feeling guilty, but then he remembered something, and once again blocked Zuan's path, then smiled in a flattering manner. "Stern-faced one, you don't need to report to me for whatever you want to do. But you should understand that the Lord is currently receiving distinguished guests inside. If you go in and disrupt him, even if you are the first divine general, you won't be able to bear the consequences." Zuan stopped in his tracks, seemingly pondering Blood Edge's words. Blood Edge, seeing this, became more pleased and was about to continue speaking, but it was at that moment that Zuan stepped forward again, moving straight towards Blood Edge. Blood Edge felt an overwhelming force coming at him, knocking him aside. Zuan continued into the banquet hall without looking back. With a casual tone, Zuan's voice was heard, "I won't bother you with what consequences there may be, Blood Edge." As he spoke, Zuan had already reached the door of the banquet hall and walked in. Blood Edge looked bewildered at Zuan's back and was full of question marks. While he and the stern-faced one were archenemies, he had never seen the stern-faced one act so arrogantly. Dare to barge into the Lord's banquet? Is he crazy? At that moment, the swordsman followed closely behind Zuan into the banquet hall. Blood Edge opened his mouth to speak, but then thought of something, his eyes showing a cold smile, then retreated to the side, keeping silent. Meanwhile, Zuan entered the banquet hall and stood at the door, surveying the room. The lively banquet hall fell silent, and the members of the Imperial Palace and the elders of Zhuanming Mausoleum accompanying Li Zhuanyi all looked towards Zuan. When they saw it was stern-faced one, the elders of Zhuanming Mausoleum all showed displeasure. One elder closest to the door even scowled and said sharply, "Stern-faced one, you should be guarding the underground palace. What are you doing here? This is not where you should be. Leave now." The tone used was extremely arrogant and disrespectful. At this moment, Zuan suddenly raised his hand and slapped the elder's face directly. Crack! After a crisp sound, the elder from the Zhuanming tribe was caught off guard, smacked flying out, and tumbled in the air several times before thudding to the ground. Upon landing, half of his face was already shattered, blood oozing incessantly from his mouth and nose, looking extremely pathetic. The whole place fell into dead silence. Blood Edge's mouth hung open wide, staring dumbfounded at the scene before him. He never expected his arch-nemesis to be so audacious, daring to slap an elder. The elder was also stunned, sitting on the ground, staring blankly at Zuan, before gradually trembling all over, eyes bloodshot with fury. You! Zuan, however, remained unmoved, saying calmly, "I have important matters to report to the Ling Master. Who do you think you are to stop me?" With that, Zuan didn't even glance at the elder, and walked towards the banquet hall. His momentum was such that no one dared to stop him. Not only that, Zuan continued, "Control everyone. Any sign of resistance, kill without mercy." Jianzhen and others immediately followed the orders, swiftly taking control of the situation in the banquet hall. These elders, though highly ranked, were only ordinary in strength and cultivation. With the strength of Jianzhen and others, controlling these weaklings was effortless. Even the second god General Blood Edge obediently restrained himself, offering no resistance. However, his reasons for doing so were different. He wanted to see how this would end for Lingcha. After all, merely intruding into the banquet hall was a serious offense that warranted severe punishment, let alone the insubordination by smacking the Zhuanming elder. Hence, he watched Zuan with a cold smile as he walked towards the depths of the banquet hall, as if observing a dead man. Meanwhile, Do Yan'an was completely oblivious to what was happening in the banquet hall. This was mainly due to Zuan's mental block, but also partly because Do Yan'an was drunk. Yes, the dignified Ling Master of the Zhuanming tribe, a top-notch immortal emperor-level powerhouse, was currently displaying a drunk demeanor, patting Li Zhuanyi's shoulder and laughing. "Brother Li, honestly, I truly admire you. To serve 3 hall masters of the Imperial Palace consecutively and still remain as composed as ever, truly remarkable. These words seemed to praise Li Zhuanyi on the surface, but held deeper implications. However, Li Zhuanyi just chuckled in response. Ling Master Do exaggerates. Shouldn't the commendation be directed towards the magnanimity of the hall masters? This reply skillfully diverted the topic initiated by Do Yan'an. Ha ha ha! Do Yan'an burst into laughter. Exactly. Why didn't I think of that? Come, this toast is for the fallen hall master. They were about to raise their glasses when suddenly, the door of the small hall was pushed open from outside, and Zuin entered. Upon seeing his subordinate, Ling Che, Do Yan'an's expression darkened. What are you doing here? Who sent you? Under the hazy drunkenness, Do Yan'an failed to sense anything amiss. Zuin gave a faint smile and casually closed the door. I'm here for a reason. With that declaration, Do Yan'an's expression changed abruptly as he sobered up instantly. Wait, you are not Ling Che. Who are you? Following these words, a majestic aura of an immortal emperor had already swept towards them, enough to crush an average powerful individual into dust. Yet Zuin didn't even blink, and this overwhelming force dissipated upon reaching him. Proceeding calmly, Zuin said, You locked us in the underground palace, and now you ask who I am. Do Yan'an's eyes widened in astonishment. Li Zhuanyi on the side blurted out, You are Li Jingxing? Zuin turned to Li Zhuanyi, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Imperial Palace. Li Zhuanyi remained silent and took a few steps back. At this moment, Do Yan'an couldn't help but exclaim, This is impossible. No one can escape from the underground palace. And you were trapped. At this point, Do Yan'an realized his mistake and quickly shut his mouth. If the news of him selling the corpses of all the ancestors of the Zhuanming Ling family to alien creatures from the outer realms to be turned into zombies for personal gain were to spread, his position as the Ling Master would be jeopardized. After all, it had crossed a moral boundary. However, Zuin just smiled faintly upon hearing this. Are you talking about them? With a wave of his hand, a miniature Buddha realm opened, and a dozen or so zombies flew out, their eyes glaring at Do Yan'an. Seeing this sight, Do Yan'an became even more flustered. But soon, he calmed himself and let out an eerie laugh. I never expected that, even in such dire circumstances, you could escape. Truly deserving of being the master of the Sword Palace. But do you think escaping from the underground palace will save you? You are too naive. Do Yan'an glanced at Li Zhuanyi beside him and continued, Protector Yuan, this man has a close relationship with the Red Lotus Immortal Venerable. If you want to deal with Zuan, you must eradicate him first. So, we must join forces to kill him. Li Zhuanyi remained silent, but his rising aura indicated his stance. Though Li Zhuanyi's power was inferior to Do Yan'an, as the protector of the Imperial Palace, he possessed strength comparable to an immortal emperor. With the two of them united, a powerful force instantly shattered this small space. In the banquet hall, a loud noise was heard, and then 3 figures confronted each other in mid-air. However, this scene lasted only for a few moments, after which Zuin sneered, his eyes suddenly shining brightly. Armory, open! With that command, a black void portal appeared in the sky above the banquet hall, and its immense suction force pulled Zuan, Do Yan'an, Li Zhuanyi, and the zombies into it. The portal swiftly closed, disappearing in an instant, leaving the bewildered crowd standing there, utterly clueless about what had just occurred. The same question also arose in the minds of the disciples of the Zhuanming Ling present. As for the messengers of the human emperor's palace, they were puzzled, wondering where their chief bodyguard had gone. However, no matter how confused these people were, under the strong suppression of Jianzai Din and others like Ling Huju, they could only obediently lower their heads and silently wait. Meanwhile, in the arsenal, a world-shaking battle unfolded. Bang! With a series of dull thuds, the zombies entangled with Do Yan'an were sent flying one after another. Among them, the most severely injured ones had both arms shaken off, leaving behind bald shoulders and exposed gray-white bone stubble. Heh, Li Jingxing, do you really think you can do anything to me with these freeloaders? You are too naive. Do Yan'an chuckled strangely. Freeloaders and zoo. Unchuckled, anyone in the world can say that, except you don't have the qualification. What do you mean? Do Yan'an's face darkened. Because you can recklessly sell the bodies of your sex ancestors, what qualification do you have to accuse others of freeloaders? Zuin said coldly. Dou Yinan's face turned red and green, looking very unpleasant. Because what Zuan said happened to be his weakness. In a fit of anger and embarrassment, he couldn't help but grin. Even if I sell them, so what? They are the ancestors of my Zhuanmingling. What does it have to do with you? Besides, these guys might be more willing. After all, it's a form of resurrection. Resurrected as slaves to others, is that considered a resurrection? Zhu unsneered, then pointed to the zombies. And have you ever thought, if they are willing, wouldn't they turn around and attack you? Enough talk. Today is either your death or mine. Li bro, let's go together. Finish off this kid. With these words, Dou Yinan's aura surged like a rolling war chariot rushing over. Li Zhuanyi followed closely behind. The two joined forces to launch a deadly attack on Zuan. A top immortal emperor and a superpower house just a step away from becoming an immortal emperor. The combined force of the two was enough to directly crush an ordinary immortal king. But Zuan stood calm and composed amidst this overwhelming pressure, not even a hint of change in the cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Seeing Zuan's lack of reaction, Dou Yinan couldn't help but feel elated. No one could disregard him like this, not even the former Red Lotus Immortal Venerate. So in his eyes, this man was definitely doomed. But just as the pressure was about to touch Zuan's body, even blowing his hair, Zuan calmly said, if he wants to break free, he must die, so now I give you this opportunity. With that, the arsenal suddenly shook, directly shaking Dou Yinan and Li Zhuanyi back. Then, over a dozen dazzling lights flew out from deep within the arsenal, circled around the zombies a few times, then suddenly descended. Boom! These lights enveloped the zombies, and the sound of gears rotating could be heard from within. In an instant, the lights dissipated, and the appearance of these zombies had completely changed. The tattered burial clothes were no longer visible, replaced by armor emitting a cold metallic sheen. These armors tightly wrapped the zombies, at the same time enhancing their aura to an unimaginable level. These zombies were the past lords of Zhuanmingling, each a top expert in their lifetime. Although their strength had greatly diminished after death, their cultivation level remained. So with the enhancement of these armor suits, they were like tigers growing wings, their strength soaring several times over. As a result, these seemingly inconsequential zombies on the battlefield had become a formidable force capable of influencing the final outcome. Dou Yinan's expression also changed drastically, because he never expected that Zuan could pull off such a move. What is this? What are these old undead wearing? Dou Yinan shouted hoarsely. Zuan replied indifferently, nothing much, just a few suits of armor. But taking your life should be enough, and they should be more than willing to do it for me. Dou Yinan remained speechless, as at that moment, his face had become even more unsightly than death itself. He could clearly feel the hostility of these zombies towards him, especially those eyes emitting a blue ghostly fire from behind face masks, exuding an extremely chilling killing intent. In this standoff, Dou Yinan, who was already somewhat on edge, couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, Zuan spoke in a detached tone, "Go! He is yours!" With the command, these zombies immediately turned into beams of light and pounced on Dou Yinan. Bang! In the blink of an eye, these dozen or so zombies exchanged blows with Dou Yinan. The speed was so fast that there was no time to blink. Dou Yinan was indeed powerful. Even when surrounded by a dozen zombies, he stood as steady as a rock and was able to counterattack. However, no matter what kind of attack, after hitting the armor on these zombies, it was cleverly deflected, ultimately ending in failure. Dou Yinan couldn't help but roar in frustration. What kind of armor is this damn thing? Why is it so sturdy? In fact, by now, Dou Yinan was already on high alert. He couldn't understand where this Lord of the Sword Palace found these strange treasures. First, the space that absorbed him was mentioned. Considering Dou Yinan's immortal emperor power, a regular space would not be able to withstand it. It could be burst open with a light shout. Yet this space was so stable that even when he and Li Zhuanyi exerted full force, the space remained as stable as a mountain, without the slightest tremor. This was shocking. Even the Zhuanmingling where Dou Yinan normally resided, after thousands of years of refinement, could not reach this level of stability. This level of stability even reminded Dou Yinan of the underground palace he controlled, because they seemed to be extraordinary rather than heavenly objects. Secondly, the armor on these zombies. Even when Dou Yinan used all his power, he couldn't do anything to the armor. Li Zhuanyi did not expect Zuan to arrive so quickly. caught off guard, he could only grit his teeth and exchange a punch with Zuan. Boom! A dull thud accompanied by the sound of bones breaking crisp and clear, then Li Zhuanyi was sent flying backwards by the impact. When he landed and steadied himself, the bones below his elbow had been shattered. Li Zhuanyi showed a look of pain on his face, then looked at Zuan in shock. Aren't you a sword cultivator? How can your fist techniques be so powerful? Who told you I am just a sword cultivator? Zuan smiled faintly, then a hint of cold light suddenly appeared in his eyes. That punch just now was just for fun. Now, take my next punch. Saying that, Zuan disappeared from his original position. Li Zhuanyi felt his hair stand on end and all his muscles tense up, his guard raised to the highest level, afraid of being caught off guard by Zuan again. But it was all in vain. Unbeknownst to Li Zhuanyi, Zuan's figure slowly appeared behind him, then casually blew air toward the back of his neck. Li Zhuanyi was startled, but it was too late to turn around. He could only throw a punch backward. However, Zuan seemed to have anticipated his move, slightly dodging to the side to avoid the punch. Following that, Zuan's palm calmly reached forward, landing on Li Zhuanyi's back. Crack! Along with a series of firecracker-like crisp sounds, Li Zhuanyi's scapula, ribs, and spine were all shattered by Zuan's palm strike. The immense force directly sent him flying, spinning several times in the air before landing. Dou Yinan, who had been observing the situation on the side, couldn't help but feel dumbfounded. He had thought that even if Li Zhuanyi was not a match for Zuan, he could still hold his ground for some time. Who would have thought that in just a short amount of time, Li Zhuanyi would be repeatedly spitting blood from being beaten? In shock, his reaction was slightly delayed, just enough for a zombie to spot an opening, landing a punch on his left shoulder. Dou Yinan was pushed back a few steps, a pained expression on his face, but soon, as if realizing something, he hoarsely roared, "No, you are not Li Jinxing. That guy is a pure sword maniac who would never harm with fist techniques, so who are you exactly?" The voice echoed in the arsenal. Zuan smiled faintly. "When did I ever say I was Li Jinxing? The whole time, you've been making assumptions on your own. As for who I am..." Zuan's eyes flashed, all disguises instantly disappearing, revealing his true self. When Dou Yinan and Li Zhuanyi saw the white-clothed young man before them, both their pupils contracted. They both recognized who he was. "It's you. So, it was you causing all this. No wonder you were able to escape from the underground palace with others." Dou Yinan snarled with resentment. Li Zhuanyi's expression turned serious, taking a step back imperceptibly, while a glimmer appeared under his feet, attempting to break through the space and escape from this world. But then Zuan's voice came, "Don't waste your efforts. Once you entered this arsenal, unless I allow it, you can't leave." Indeed, Li Zhuanyi helplessly found that all his attempts seemed to be in vain, with no response whatsoever. His face changed, then he coldly said, "Hongli and Xianzun, are you going to oppose my people's palace to the end with such arrogance?" "Arrogant?" Zuan couldn't help but chuckle, then remarked playfully, "Shouldn't you have used your brain before saying that? From beginning to end, it's your super sex provoking repeatedly. I am just retaliating in a reasonable manner. In your mouth, it sounds like arrogance." Dou Yinan, as he heard this, couldn't help but sneer, then in a cold tone, said, "You pretend to be Mu Hongxi and deliberately enter the underground palace to seal the cracks within it, right?" Zhu nodded. "You guessed it right. Hey." Dou Yinan suddenly scoffed. "Zhu, I know what you're thinking of. You want to seal all the cracks and save the entire realms from turmoil, right?" Zhu tilted his head, smiled mysteriously. "So what if I do?" Dou Yinan continued coldly, "Red Lotus Immortal Lord, you seem to care for all the realms, but do you really believe that with your own strength, you can calm the raging waves? Let me tell you the truth, the forces beyond the heavens have gathered a great army, and will soon attack the realms. Anyone who dares to stand in their way will be crushed into powder. Don't think you will be an exception. Those are entities you cannot imagine, and when the time comes, you will die too." Dou Yinan's words were filled with madness and resentment. But Zuan just lightly chuckled. "That sounds impressive, but I have a habit. The more impossible something seems, the more I want to try it. After all, how can one know if they will succeed without trying?" "Kill him!" Dou Yinan suddenly shouted, and then Li Zhuanyi and Dou Yinan, from front and back, launched an attack on Zuan, intending to surround and overwhelm him. Dou Yinan's purpose in speaking earlier was to delay time, allowing the heavily wounded Li Zhuanyi to recover as much as possible, and then join forces to attack Zuan. This plan seemed to be half successful, at least in their minds, as they both charged forward to strike Zuan together. But in the next moment, all of their planning fell apart, because at that instant, Zuan softly said, "Suppress." With a single word, the entire arsenal trembled. Then a tremendous force descended upon Dou Yan'an and Li Zhuanyi, rendering them immobile. At the same time, Zuan lightly snapped his fingers. Seal. Chains materialized out of thin air, binding Dou Yan'an and Li Zhuanyi, locking them securely in place. In no time, the two became puppets in Zuan's hands, unable to resist. Strangely, Zuan did not rush to take their lives, but instead walked calmly toward them. At this moment, Dou Yan'an and Li Zhuanyi's eyes were filled with anger, especially Dou Yan'an, seemingly without fear, kept his gaze coldly fixed on Zuan. Once these words were spoken, Dou Yan'an, Li Zhuanyi, and all of them had a sudden change in expression, their eyes showing fear for the first time. The sentence spoken by Zuan could be considered the deepest secret in their hearts. You, Dou Yan'an's lips trembled slightly. How did I know? Zuan smiled calmly. Actually, your disguise was very good, to the point that I didn't notice it when I first saw Dou Yan'an. But suddenly I understood later. Understood what? It's simple. Dou Yan'an is a peak powerhouse of the Immortal Emperor level. Such strength can be said to be the top existence in all realms, and when facing an opponent like Li Jingxing, wouldn't the correct approach be to directly strike to kill? So when you locked me in the underground palace and tried to kill me with its power, it proves that you have no confidence in your own strength. Am I right? Dou Yan'an's face turned ugly, because he had never thought that his actions would reveal a flaw to Zuan. However, he quickly sneered. So what? Zhu, I admit your strength is astonishing, and your insight is sharp, but it doesn't change the fact that you will be defeated. So face reality, surrender to the higher beings from beyond now. I believe with your strength and prestige, you will definitely be appreciated by those important figures. Hearing this, Zuan only chuckled a few times, ignoring Dou Yan'an, but instead turned to Li Zhuanyi beside him. Since even you are just a clone, then if I'm not mistaken, the one sitting on the throne of the Hall Master of the Heavenly Palace should also be a clone. Li Zhuanyi remained silent, with a cold expression. Silent. Very well, it seems I am right. Considering the events before, only those beings from beyond could have made you sacrifice your original form. Am I right? After a long silence, Li Zhuanyi slowly raised his head, staring coldly at Zuan. So what? And I can tell you, killing us now is of no use, because when my army arrives at the gates, it will be your end. Looking at Li Zhuanyi's resentful face, Zuan couldn't help but laugh lightly. All right, I look forward to that day, but I wonder, how does it feel to be strong individuals who have become someone else's lackeys? Heh, Zuan, you don't need to use words to insult me. Honestly, those important figures are higher beings beyond your imagination. Compared to them, the various realms are just small pawns, and you are merely a stronger ant in that pond, not worth mentioning. Li Zhuanyi said with fanatical fervor. This actually triggered the obsession left in the body before Li Zhuanyi's original form left. Normally, if there were no issues, this Li Zhuanyi wouldn't remember that he was just a clone and would act normally. Only in situations like defeat in battle or having one's secrets exposed would the lingering obsession be triggered. This was also the reason why Li Zhuanyi previously showed no abnormal behavior. An ant in a small pond. Zuan repeated softly, then raised his head and smiled slightly at Li Zhuanyi. Your damn metaphor sounds quite vivid indeed. Li Zhuanyi looked triumphant, about to speak. But at that moment, Zuan suddenly leaned down towards him, his tone indifferent. I know your original form can hear me now, so this ant in a small pond, will wait for you higher beings to invade the realms, then we'll see who the real ant is. With that, Zuan's hand pierced through Li Zhuanyi's chest from the front, and came out from the back. With a splot sound, Zuan held in his hand a beating heart. Li Zhuanyi looked at Zuan in astonishment, clearly not expecting him to act so decisively. But soon, his eyes began to dim visibly. Meanwhile, Zuan's hand suddenly clenched. There was a muffled sound, and the heart in his hand was crushed to a pulp. The clone of Li Zhuanyi died as a result. Zuan slowly withdrew his hand, a red flame flickering on it, evaporating all the blood stains. He then turned to face Dou Yan'an. Or more precisely, it was the clone of Dou Yan'an. Although the trigger conditions were set within his divine consciousness as well, the strength of this Do Yan'an far surpassed that of Li Zhuanyi. In fact, if Zhuan didn't reveal it, this clone could have continued to cultivate slowly until the moment the original form returned. Therefore, the reaction of this clone was more genuine. Zhuan, can we discuss this? Oh, discuss what? Zhuan said lightly, wiping away a drop of blood splashed on his face with his hand. I can cooperate with you in anything, even giving you this Zhuanding tomb, as long as you spare me. How about it? Do Yan'an looked at Zhuan eagerly. The corners of Zhuan's mouth gradually lifted. Spare you. Let you reunite with the original form. Zhuan, aren't you unafraid of us? Why bother about all this? Fear and letting you go are two different matters. How can you confuse the two? Besides, what I want is not just your life. Then what do you want? Before the sentence was finished, Zhuan's eyes shone brightly, and his powerful divine consciousness pierced into Do Yan'an's mind like a hot knife through butter. In terms of divine power, no one in the realms could compare to Zhuan, let alone just a clone of Do Yan'an. So in just a moment, Do Yan'an's mind was completely taken over by Zhuan. Subsequently, Zhuan's eyes flickered uncertainly, while Do Yan'an's face contorted in extreme pain. Finally, after a mournful scream, Do Yan'an's head exploded, and the boiling brain matter splattered on the ground. Zhuan slowly opened his eyes, a touch of seriousness in them, because he realized that the situation was far more serious than he had imagined. In the banquet hall of the Zhuanding Mausoleum, the atmosphere gradually became tense. Although under the powerful suppression of Jian Zixin, Jiu Jiangxian, and others, no one dared to speak, many people were secretly communicating with their eyes. The reason was that Zhuan, Do Yan'an, and others had been missing for a long time, with no communication during the entire process. This unusual silence naturally made many people uneasy, and the atmosphere became more solemn. Jian Zixin and others naturally felt the strangeness in the atmosphere as well, but at this moment, they were also anxious. After all, Zhuan had just disappeared with the top immortal emperor level Do Yan'an and the superpowerhouse Li Zhuanyi. Although Zhuan was powerful, facing two major superpowerhouses simultaneously still made people anxious. At least in Jian Zixin's heart, there was a sense of unease, and he couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Grandfather, do you think Lord can win this time?" Yi Bufan turned to look at his grandson and chuckled. "What? Are you afraid?" Yi Kongming immediately shook his head vigorously, like a rattle drum, of course not scared, just a bit worried. Heh. Yi Bufan chuckled lightly, then looked up at the place where Zhuan had disappeared before, and said lightly, "Don't worry, Lord will definitely win, because he is the unique Red Lotus Immortal Venerable." As he spoke, Yi Bufan's eyes lit up with almost fanatical light. Yi Kongming didn't dare to ask, just followed his grandfather's gaze, his eyes showing amazement, lost in thought. The conversation between the two of them was very secretive, and outsiders naturally couldn't understand. But in the crowd, there was still someone watching the banquet hall with a cold smile. This person was Zhuanding Mausoleum's second god general, Zhu Yabu, who could be considered the strongest person in the entire banquet hall apart from the sword cultivators. Yet he had been captured without any resistance. The reason was that he believed that his archenemy Ling Che was definitely doomed. Yes, up until now, Zhu Yabu still thought that Zhuan was Ling Che. So in the eyes of Zhu Yabu, Zhuan's actions seemed like causing trouble and attempting to overthrow the Zhuanding Mausoleum to seize power. This was not surprising, as in many super sects, such internal conflicts were quite common. After all, cultivation was mostly judged by seniority, but there were exceptions at times, such as sudden breakthroughs leading to a sharp increase in strength. This could make people overconfident and rebellious. But Zhu Yabu didn't believe that Ling Che had the strength to deal with the Lord of the Mausoleum and the Royal Ambassador of the Emperor. So he allowed himself to be captured just to watch the show. At this moment, if Zhuan didn't come out, he probably had been minced by the Lord of the Mausoleum and the Royal Ambassador long ago. What a joke, daring to oppose the Lord of the Mausoleum, thinking he was so great as the first god general. Zhu Yabu thought to himself, his expression becoming more arrogant. But just then, as if in response to his thoughts, ripples suddenly appeared in the sky above the banquet hall. Then a brilliant light emerged, followed by a faint figure walking out from it, appearing in front of everyone. The whole place was in a commotion, everyone widening their eyes and looking up. Zhu Yabu was no exception. He had a smug smile on his face as he looked up. But then, his smile froze because after the light dissipated, a young man dressed in white stood before everyone. This young man stood proudly, with features like a painting, expressionless, but exuding an air of majesty. Zhu Yabu was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Wasn't Ling Cha and the Lord of the Mausoleum, as well as the Royal Ambassador, disappeared together just now? Then who was this young man now? Where were the Lord of the Mausoleum and the Royal Ambassador? A series of question marks filled Zhu Yabu's mind. Not only him, almost all the disciples of the Zhuanming Mausoleum and the envoys from the Imperial Palace were also dumbfounded. Only Ji and Zaixin and the sword cultivators, after a moment of astonishment, began to cheer and celebrate. Welcome, immortal venerable! Jiu Jiangxian Lang Huju stepped forward, excitedly clasping his fists and bowing, taking the lead in speaking. The others followed suit, approaching and bowing with Lang Huju, shouting in unison, "Greetings, immortal venerable!" The sound shook the room, stunning everyone in the banquet hall. What were they shouting? Immortal venerable! Where did the immortal venerable come from? But at this moment, an elder of the Zhuanming Mausoleum suddenly understood something. His face turned as pale as snow, and then he started trembling. You, he could barely get a complete sentence out, his teeth chattering from extreme fear. At the same time, another person recognized Zuan from behind the crowd and shouted in almost despairing voice, "Red Lotus Immortal Venerable! He is the Red Lotus Immortal Venerable Zuan!" Boom! This sentence was like a heavy nuclear bomb, causing everyone in the banquet hall to pale in shock. At the same time, Zuan looked down at the crowd below, a faint smile on his face. "That's right, I am Zuan, and I want to tell you one thing. That is, your lord and the ambassador are both dead." The whole place fell into a deathly silence. No one dared to speak. No one dared to question. Because the name Zuan itself represented a lot. After all, for nearly 1,000 years, he had been the most amazing existence in the entire heavens. Especially with his strong return this time, it had stirred up the entire heavens. And if he had come here, everything made sense. After all, there was a deep-seated enmity between the Zhuanming Mausoleum and Zuan. Previously, Zuan had killed the heir cultivated by the Zhuanming Mausoleum, Zi Tianxia, making Dou Yinan hate him to the core. But what people didn't expect was for this Red Lotus Immortal Venerable to be so formidable, daring to take on both the Lord of the Mausoleum and the Royal Ambassador at the same time and, most importantly, he had won in the end. Under the horrified gaze of the entire room, Zhu Yabu, who was hiding in the crowd, was trembling slightly, his face as white as paper. If possible, he really wanted to slap himself hard. How stupid he had been! How could he not see through the disguise of the Red Lotus Immortal Venerable, still foolishly thinking he was his archenemy Ling Cha, and deliberately staying to watch the joke? When countless white sword auras turned into surging tides, rushing straight towards the banquet hall where the crowd was, Zuan didn't even bother to see the final outcome, but turned and flew out. Jian Zai Din was about to follow when Zuan's voice came from a distance. "Don't come closer. Wait here. I'll be back soon." Jian Zai Din had to stop in his tracks, his face filled with confusion. What was the adult doing? At the same time, the screams in the banquet hall continued incessantly, forming a symphony of death. Although Bloodia tried to avoid it with all his might, under the search of the evil sword, no evil deeds could escape detection. So in the blink of an eye, these sword auras closed in like maggots on bones. Ah! Bloodia was terrified to the extreme, letting out a hysterical scream while struggling desperately to resist. It had to be said that Bloodia was truly worthy of being the second god of Zhuanming Tomb. His strength was indeed not to be underestimated. Especially when it came to his own life and death, Bloodia almost crazily unleashed all his hidden skills while retreating rapidly, attempting to break out of the banquet hall and escape for his life. In his eyes, all of this was still very possible. After all, no matter how powerful Zuan was, he was just a person. Now that everyone else had left, only a single sword intent remained. Could he not fight against just a mere sword intent? With this thought in mind, Bloodia actually rushed to the wall of the banquet hall, his face already showing an excited smile, as if he was about to break through the wall in the next second. Suddenly, a sword light slashed horizontally, its speed so fast that Bloodia didn't even have time to react. With a muffled sound, Bloodia's throat was cut open by a huge wound. Blood mixed with remnants of air gushed out, painting a vivid picture on the white wall. Even so, Bloodia did not die. He tightly covered the wound on his throat with both hands, unreservedly charging forward. In his view, as long as he broke through this wall, he would have escaped for his life. However, the normally fragile wall now seemed as impenetrable as a wall of iron, making it impossible for him to cross over. Bloodia's eyes were about to burst, his muscles trembling, wanting to shatter the wall. But next, his whole body completely relaxed, because another evil-seeking sword flew across, piercing through from behind, bursting out from the front of the chest, also bringing out a stream of blood mixed with fragments of organs. If you looked closely, you could see the pink bone marrow mixed in the blood. This was the result of Bloodia's spine being cut off alive. Even with Bloodia's ferocity, after his spine shattered, he still collapsed like a pile of mud. Nerve disorder made him stare blankly at the ceiling of the banquet hall, blood gushing from his throat. Soon, Bloodia's eyes dimmed rapidly and eventually turned into two cloudy glass-like objects, murky and lifeless, and died. His death also marked the end of the battle in the banquet hall. The evil-seeking swords were seated like a tide. At this moment, looking around, whether it was the Xuanming tomb or the temple of the emperor, almost no one survived. Numerous corpses lay scattered on the ground, each person's face frozen in the fear of death. Blood flowed on the ground, the thick smell of blood so intense it was suffocating. Yi Jian could hardly believe his eyes. Yi Bufin couldn't help but smile slightly at this sight, then sighed softly. "Grandson, do you now understand why I said the adult was sure to win? Because you don't understand what true power is." Saying this, Yi Bufin looked respectfully towards the direction where Xuan had disappeared, controlling life and death in the palm of one's hand, determining life and death with a word, never relying on strength to oppress the weak. That is true power. Yi Jian also showed a solemn and respectful expression on his face, whispering, "Yes, I understand." Meanwhile, at the end of the killing in the banquet hall, Xuan had already appeared in front of the underground palace of Xuanming tomb. At this moment, the area in front of the underground palace was empty. Those who were originally responsible for guarding here were all dead. Zhu stood quietly in front of the entrance to the underground palace, his eyes flashing with light. After a while, Xuan said faintly, "Similar structure, similar space. I'm really curious, what is your relationship with this armory?" Saying this, Xuan raised his hand, with a hidden thunder in his palm. Above it hung an ancient building. It was indeed the armory. When Xuan was on Earth, he had opened the armory, distributed battle tokens and armor, and helped many people with their trials. When he left behind an avatar of the armory to maintain the trials. His main body, however, he carried with him. Little did he expect that it would come in handy in the battle against Dou Yan'an and Li Zhuanyi this time. However, that was not the main point. What was most important was that Xuan sensed a similar scent from the underground palace of Xuanming tomb to that of the armory. That was why he came here immediately after defeating Dou Yan'an. But Xuan did not rush to confirm his speculation. He casually opened his palm, where a dozen or so zombies flew out, stood in a row in front of Xuan, and then bowed respectfully. Although they couldn't speak, the respect and gratitude in their eyes were enough to be felt. They were of course grateful to Xuan, because it was he who helped them unlock their chains, otherwise they would have been slaves forever. Feeling the intentions of these zombies, Xuan smiled lightly. "You don't have to be so polite. Now I ask you, do you want to return to sleep in the tomb, or continue to maintain this state and fight for the heavens in the future catastrophes?" The zombies looked at each other, then nodded in unison at Xuan. He laughed heartily. "Good, indeed worthy of the top-notch strong ones who once dominated the world." Even in death, their spirits remained strong. Without exception, all of these zombies chose to fight for the heavens. Especially the zombie that had communicated with Xuan before, said calmly through divine thoughts, "We have died once, we just didn't want to be bound as slaves. Now that the chains have been unlocked, we are no longer afraid to die again for the heavens." Xuan suppressed his laughter, his face turning serious. "In that case, all of you step back. Let me extract this underground palace." The zombies all stepped back, then Xuan stepped forward, extended his hands, and suddenly shook them in the air. Boom! With a tremor that shook the earth, the Xuanming tomb underground palace slowly rose, as if Xuan had forcibly pulled it out of the ground. The zombies were also amazed. Boom! Two rays of light fiercely collided with each other, sparking countless flashes of light that caused the zombies to retreat in shock. And following that, as the light gradually dispersed, a strange scene appeared before everyone. The miniature underground palace, after rotating around the armory for a few times, suddenly began to flow like water and separated into strands of threads, swiftly permeating into the armory. With the infiltration of the underground palace, the brilliance of the armory became even more dazzling, and its size began to increase bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, the armory's size had doubled, and the architecture became much more ancient and desolate. This magical sight left the group of zombies speechless. Zhuan quietly watched the armory in front of him, then a flash of light in his eyes as his divine sense sank into it. At this moment, the internal structure of the armory had changed slightly. It had expanded many times in size, revealing many unfamiliar spaces and structures. However, all these spaces and buildings were shrouded in a gray mist, showing no reaction to the external changes. Even Xuan's probing divine sense was ineffective. Although the underground palace had merged with the armory, everything that had attached to it earlier had disappeared. Even the tombs of the previous generations of the Zhuanming Mausoleum Lords had vanished without a trace. Besides this, there were no other changes. Zhuan remained silent because he realized that even after devouring the Zhuanming Mausoleum underground palace, he still couldn't uncover the secrets of this armory. Questions like who had built it and what were the buildings covered in a gray mist lingered in Xuan's mind, but soon he set them aside temporarily. With insufficient information, all speculations were like castles in the air, unable to withstand scrutiny. Therefore, he decided to temporarily set them aside and speculate on the truth when more information was available. This was Xuan's consistent approach. Soon, Xuan withdrew his divine sense from the armory and waved his hand, causing the armory to be resealed. He then turned to the zombies and smiled faintly. "All right, it's done here. Next, we will eradicate puppet sects like Renhuang Hall and King Heilu that have already been controlled by external evil beings." The zombies nodded in agreement. Xuan soared into the sky, standing above the Zhuanming Mausoleum, overlooking the ancient top sect that had stood for thousands of years but was ultimately betrayed by its unworthy descendants. He said lightly, "Sword cultivators, follow me." With that, Xuan flicked his sleeve, turning into a streak of sword light, and flew towards the distant void. The zombies followed closely behind him. In the banquet hall, upon hearing Xuan's command, including Jian Zai Din, all sword cultivators trembled, and their fervent sword intent shook the huge banquet hall to ruins. Then, they also ascended into the sky, following Xuan. Only after their figures had completely disappeared into the vast void did a few disciples timidly stick their heads out in the trembling Zhuanming Mausoleum. They were low-ranking disciples who were not qualified to enter the banquet hall, and Xuan ignored them, allowing them all to survive. Although they survived, the recent events had shaken their courage. So it was only after everyone had completely disappeared that they dared to come out. Seeing the banquet hall reduced to rubble, the disciples' faces showed confusion and fear, because no one had expected that the once dominant top sect could be so easily wiped out. It felt like a dream to everyone present. However, the undeniable reality forced them to believe it. Soon, the news of the complete destruction of the Zhuanming Mausoleum, including the demise of the Mausoleum Lord Do Yinan and the emissary of the Renhuang Hall, spread rapidly and shocked everyone. Everywhere it went, it was like a hurricane passing through, leaving everyone astonished. These pieces of news were simply too stimulating for people's nerves. Leaving aside other things, even the Mausoleum Lord Do Yinan was not someone easily dealt with. In terms of strength, he could be ranked in the top 3 of the heavens. However, even such a top-notch being had fallen so easily, also taking down an emissary of the Renhuang Hall with him. This inexplicable situation made many people initially feel like it was a joke. But the truth was hard to believe. Soon, the current tragic state of the Zhuanming Mausoleum spread throughout the entire heavens through various means. When people saw the desolated central altar of the Zhuanming Mausoleum, and the banquet hall that, despite being reduced to ruins, still displayed a heap of bones, almost everyone gasped at the sight. Because if all this was true, it meant that the power of the immortal Red Lotus had reached an unimaginable height. Perhaps, had he regained his position as an immortal again? Then where had he gone now? The latter question was soon answered, because Xuan did not conceal his whereabouts when heading towards the Renhuang Hall. He openly led the sword cultivators straight there. Wherever he went, regardless of the powerful sects, Xuan passed through as if there were no obstacles. This caused a stir in the entire Starry Sea. Those onlookers were not fools. From Zuan's direction and the events that had occurred previously, they could easily deduce that Zuan's target was the Renhuang Hall, because only the Renhuang Hall had that qualification. In a flash, countless eyes were on Zuan. He charged in a straight line towards the Renhuang Hall. People wanted to know how the immortal Red Lotus, who had already destroyed a major super sect, would deal with the Renhuang Hall. It was known that the Renhuang Hall stood at the pinnacle of the Starry Sea as a super sect, with strength rivaling that of the Zhuanming Mausoleum, if not surpassing it. And it wouldn't sit idly by. Indeed, as Zuan and the others had just reached halfway, the Renhuang Hall sprang into action, causing the external powerhouses to turn back. Soon, a thick light curtain enveloped the airspace over the Renhuang Hall, completely encasing it. It was the scene after the complete activation of the Mountain Protection Formation. Truly worthy of being the man who once had the entire heavens under his feet, his extraordinary courage is indeed remarkable. He dares to challenge the Emperor's palace with such a small number of people, even though the palace was prepared in advance. Many sects near the Emperor's palace have gathered together, using the water mirror technique to broadcast the scene from afar in real time. Some people, upon hearing this, coldly sneer and comment, "His courage is extraordinary, but he seems a bit too arrogant." They argue that even though Zuan is formidable, he will not be able to replicate the success at the Zhuanming tomb due to the Emperor's palace's thorough preparations. Many nod in agreement, emphasizing the formidable mountain defense formation created by top array masters over thousands of years. They doubt that Zuan could easily breach the formation. While some remain optimistic about Zuan's chances, seeing the thick blue barrier made of light extending for miles, even the most optimistic cannot help but feel anxious for him. Meanwhile, Zuan stands in front of the mountain defense formation within the Emperor's palace silently contemplating. Behind him, the sword cultivators silently watch him, unwavering in their trust and faith. For them, Zuan has become their belief, and they will not doubt his actions. As Zuan observes the barrier, the residents of the Emperor's palace within also observe him through the barrier. The atmosphere within the palace is relaxed, as the disciples and residents have full confidence in the mountain defense formation. In the main square of the Emperor's palace, the Emperor's palace master, Luo Wuking, sits expressionless on the dragon throne, surrounded by high-ranking officials. Oddly enough, the advisors and generals in the front row, who were expected to offer counsel, remain silent and expressionless. Instead, lower-ranking officials express excitement, commenting and gossiping amongst themselves. Some even mock the figure outside the barrier. As Zuan strikes the barrier with a powerful punch, causing the entire barrier to tremble, people watch in anticipation. However, the barrier quickly stabilizes, showing no signs of breaking. Despite the doubts of some, Zuan raises his hand, subtly displaying a sword intent almost transparent. This sword intent contains a destructive force that even the most seasoned onlookers can sense. With a single strike, Zuan effortlessly cuts a massive opening in the seemingly impenetrable barrier, stunning the crowd. As Zuan slowly raises his hand, a powerful sword intent emerges, causing a stir among the onlookers. The onlookers are amazed as Zuan effortlessly creates a sword intent, extending hundreds of miles, shaking the world. Everyone instinctively looks away, unable to bear the intensity of the sword intent. All the disciples' faces were filled with expressions of fear, because the power of this sword was too strong, to the extent of causing despair. But at this moment, a cold snort came from the square in front of the main hall. "Do you really think that my Emperor's palace is easy to bully?" With these words, the palace lord of the Emperor's palace, Luo Wuking, suddenly rose from his seat, his eyes flashing with a cold light. A huge phantom image appeared above his head. The phantom wore a headdress, a robe embroidered with 12 patterns, exuding majestic and awe-inspiring aura, resembling an ancient heavenly emperor, making people unable to look straight at it. "Heavens, it's the Emperor's manifestation!" Someone in the crowd exclaimed. The disciples of the Emperor's palace all breathed a sigh of relief. In their eyes, as long as the palace lord displayed the Emperor's manifestation, it meant that the battle was about to end. Indeed, when the intent of the sword descended upon the head of this Emperor's manifestation, it suddenly raised its broad palm, directly grasping the intent of the sword in its hand, and then forcefully crushing it. Bang! The intent of the sword shattered with a loud noise, returning to nothingness. Then a trace of disdainful smile appeared on the face of the Emperor's manifestation, as it thundered with a voice, "With such little strength, you dare to act arrogantly in front of me. The thunderous voice echoed, dominating the surroundings, causing a solemn atmosphere. Many people's faces showed seriousness. Especially those who had good intentions towards Zuan couldn't help but feel anxious for him. Only Zuan remained calm, even smiling faintly as he glanced at Luo Wuking, then said lightly, "Is that so? Then come at me with another sword." With that, Zuan flipped his wrist, and the Heaven's Punishment Sword appeared in his palm. Then he stabbed forward. The entire sword entered the void, and when it reappeared, it had already reached the forehead of the Emperor's manifestation, stabbing straight ahead. The whole process was smooth and effortless, like a mischievous child playing around. But even with just one sword, the Emperor's manifestation had no time to react. Caught off guard, the tip of the sword had already slightly pierced the forehead of the Emperor's manifestation to a depth of half an inch. The condensed intent of the sword penetrated deep within, causing the entire body of the Emperor's manifestation to flicker. No one had expected such a dramatic turn of events to occur in such a short period of time. However, at that moment, the Emperor's manifestation roared in a stern voice, "I am the unrivaled Emperor, who dares to act recklessly in front of me." As the words fell, the overwhelming power caused the forward momentum of the Heaven's Punishment Sword to suddenly stagnate. Then, in front of the Emperor's manifestation, light patterns flashed, forming the appearance of a huge imperial seal. With a hollow but supremely authoritative voice, it declared, "I am the ruler of all. Die." Boom! The imperial seal smashed towards the void along the Heaven's Punishment Sword and instantly appeared in front of Zuan. The whole process was extremely fast. Not only that, the imperial seal continued to grow rapidly. By the time it reached Zuan, it had become similar to a small mountain. The Emperor's seal. This Zu's surname is finished. Someone sighed involuntarily, because the Emperor's seal was the top treasure of the Emperor's palace. After generations of refinement by the Emperors, it contained the supreme aura of the Emperor. Once unleashed, even the laws of heaven would have to retreat. It could be said that once someone was close to this Emperor's seal, they had only one fate aside from surrender: death. Therefore, the whole scene was in an uproar. And when the seal successfully appeared above Zuan's head and enveloped him, a smug smile appeared on Luo Wuking's face. But the next moment, the smile on his face froze completely. Because at that moment, the Heaven's Punishment Sword, which was pointed at his forehead, suddenly jabbed forward. Pluck! Where the intent of the sword reached, the head of the Emperor's manifestation was instantly blasted open. At the same time, under the seal, there came the calm voice of Zuan. "An insignificant clone dares to challenge me." With these words, the seal suddenly stopped, then cracks appeared on its surface, before shattering with a loud crash. Amidst the billowing dust, Zuan emerged proudly, his clothes fluttering, like an exile immortal. The whole place fell into a deathly silence. At the same moment, the Emperor's manifestation howled miserably a few times, then started to disintegrate from the head, piece by piece. In the blink of an eye, the Emperor's manifestation completely shattered and disappeared in front of everyone. Gulp! Many people subconsciously swallowed. Luo Wuking stood motionless in mid-air, his eyes shimmering, lost in thought. Zuan took a step forward, directly coming in front of Luo Wuking, looking down at him, and after a long time, he smiled faintly. "I'm sorry, it seems your test has also failed." With those words, a dazzling light burst forth from Luo Wuking's eyes, staring at Zuan intently for a long moment before slowly saying, "So you knew all along?" "Of course." Zuan replied calmly, "From the moment you spied on me behind this clone, I knew." Luo Wuking looked at Zuan, his eyes shining brightly, revealing an unusual aura, as if there was another person hiding within this body. This scene caused a gasp from the audience. "What's going on? And what is this thing Zuan just said about the clone?" Someone exclaimed. "Heavens, look!" At that moment, another change occurred in the field. Luo Wuking's body was rapidly disintegrating, leaving only the pair of eyes exuding a dazzling light. A majestic voice came from those eyes. "Zu of the Zu family, you are indeed the Red Lotus Immortal Venerable, who once dominated the world, showing remarkable talent. But you should also understand what is meant by the general trend." "Oh, what is the general trend?" Zuan raised an eyebrow slightly. "It's simple, the great figures from beyond the sky conquering the heavens. This is an irreversible trend. Therefore, a wise man recognizes the situation, and as long as you are willing to bow your head, the previous scores can be wiped clean. You can become a great officer guarding a region with unimaginable room for progress. Are you willing? These words appeared directly in Zuan's mind as if transmitted through divine thought. However, Zuan coldly laughed, then gazed at the eyes floating in the air, saying lightly, "I'm sorry, I'm not willing." With a puff, those eyes were split in half, the pus and blood splattered on the ground, and a faint, extremely angry roar resounded from the void. However, everything was futile, and soon, everything returned to silence. At this moment, the lord of the palace of the human emperor, Luo Wuking, disappeared in front of everyone. The entire venue was so quiet that you could hear people breathing. Everyone was shocked by the series of events. Just then, Zuan raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the crowd in the human emperor's palace before stomping his foot. Boom! The sword of seeking evil appeared directly, plummeting down like a dragon, as Zuan turned around and walked away. He didn't even look back at the final outcome because he knew it was all over. On that day, Zuan single-handedly destroyed the human emperor's palace, shocking the world. But this was just the beginning. In the following days, Zuan, in a domineering manner, successively destroyed dozens of top sects such as the Qinghai Building, Luojing Moon Division, and others. The speed was so fast that it left people numb with shock. Some even lamented, "After this battle, the heavens will fear only Zuan." But just as people were speculating about how the powerful returning Red Lotus Immortal would rule the world after destroying these sects, Zuan suddenly announced news. The content of this news revealed the impending great calamity facing all realms, as well as how the human emperor's palace, Kayan Palace, and other sects were colluding with external forces, intending to overturn all realms. Zuan directly spread this news through divine consciousness, and within a day, it had spread to all major sects across all realms. Suddenly, all realms fell silent. Although many sects had already vaguely sensed something, there were still many who were unaware of these events. So when they heard this news, they were simply shocked beyond belief. Even if others told them this news, they would be considered deceivers. But now, it was Zuan himself who was sharing this news. Such an ironclad fact left them with no choice but to believe. Almost everyone was at a loss because they didn't know how to face this predicament or how to deal with the impending calamity. Some even thought that the realms were doomed and made many self-destructive actions out of despair. For a time, all realms were shrouded in gloom and despair, filled with wailing. In this situation, Zuan led the sword cultivators back to the Sword Palace. Those who remained behind were already aware of what had happened outside and greeted them with admiration. However, they did not see Zuan because he had already flown into the stars to meet his wife and daughter. Soon after, Zisha and Zhang Xiaoyu brought Xiang out, but they still did not see Zuan and Anyan. It was only after a long time that the two of them appeared before everyone. Although there seemed to be no change on the surface, Zhang Xiaoyu noticed a slight blush on Anyan's face. This made her smirk, but she dared not speak, only making faces at Zisha until she received a few slaps and behaved. Soon, Zuan settled the matter, and everyone dispersed, including Anyan and Xiang. However, one person remained, the Wine Sword Immortal, Ling Huju. After everyone had left, he approached, bowing and saying, "My lord." Before he could say more, Zuan smiled and waved him off. "No need to say anything, let's have some tea first." Saying that, Zuan flew to a high platform near Li Jingxing's closed-door cultivation place, set up teacups, and started brewing tea. Ling Huju stood awkwardly by the side, watching. Soon, with the roasting of the charcoal, a refreshing tea fragrance wafted from the teapot. Zuan skillfully poured 2 cups of tea, then without looking up, said, "Sit down." Ling Huju sat respectfully across from him and sipped the tea, his eyes lighting up. "How does it taste, Zu?" An asked casually. "Great tea," Ling Huju sincerely praised. Zuan smiled, then glanced at Li Jingxing, who was still in seclusion in the distance. "Tell me, what do you want to ask?" Ling Huju's expression became serious, placing the teacup on the table. After pondering his words for a moment, he finally spoke slowly. "My lord, after you made the news public, what are your plans for the next step, Zu?" An glanced at Ling Huju. "What do you think I should do next?" Ling Huju laughed bitterly. "I don't know." But then, he cautiously added, "However, I feel that to overcome this calamity, we must gather the strength of all realms, so we should issue a call for all strong individuals to come and discuss this matter." Zuan chuckled. "Is that what you wanted to tell me? Or are you trying to tell me how to do things? Ling Huju's face paled, and he quickly said, "Your humble servant dare not, but I just feel that currently, the strong individuals of all realms are lost in confusion and despair. If this continues, it may affect morale." Zuan remained silent, gently spinning the teacup on the table with his slender fingers. Ling Huju obediently fell silent. It was only after quite some time that Zuan suddenly chuckled. "I know all that you've said. I haven't issued a second command because I want them to linger in this atmosphere a little longer. After all, nothing calms people down more than fear, don't you think?" Seeing the indifferent smile on Zuan's face, Ling Huju's heart trembled slightly, and he lowered his head deeply. "My lord, you have great insight. I am truly ignorant. But what you said is not wrong. If we continue like this, it will also hurt morale. So..." A small sword suddenly appeared in Zuan's hand, and as he lightly caressed the blade, he said, "It's time for people to make a move." With that, Zuan suddenly waved his hand, and the small sword shot up into the sky, exploding with a resounding boom. Countless sword lights burst out, flying in all directions. Ling Huju stared blankly at the scene, suddenly feeling a chill run down his spine. Because a phrase surfaced in his mind. "One arrow through the clouds, 1,000 troops and horses come to meet." Meanwhile, Zuan leisurely sipped his tea, his eyes shining brightly like jade, softly murmuring, "This great calamity will ultimately end in this way. This planet is mediocre in aura and resources, so the highest level cultivator to ever appear here is just a true immortal. The reason is simple. The aura and resources on this planet are not enough to support stronger cultivators. Despite this, there are many sects and cultivators on this planet. Because of resource scarcity, conflicts between cultivators are fierce, and sects easily resort to wiping each other out. In short, this is a mundane planet that even interstellar pirates wouldn't bother to rob. Truly a barbaric place. It is at this moment, under a mountain on this planet, that a small town stands. The town is small, nestled against the mountain, with only 2 streets, yet it is bustling. Especially now, with the upcoming establishment of the prominent Sword Moon sect, the town is overcrowded with young individuals from all corners trying to join. Sharp-eyed merchants have prepared early, profiting from inns, tea houses, and particularly the row of sword schools lining the street. Each school boldly advertises, with eye-catching signs proclaiming various enticing messages, all bearing the word Sword Moon sect. Those who open these sword schools all understand that everyone coming to this town is drawn by the prestige of the Sword Moon sect. Therefore, the Sword Moon sect is their golden signboard. By displaying this emblem, they can expect disciples to come seeking them. The reason is simple. The Sword Moon sect only takes in 10 disciples every year during its initiation, but there are thousands of youths seeking entry here. The chances of successfully joining this sect are slim, and even if they manage to join, it's usually the rich and elite. Commoners need not even dream of it. However, those who come cannot leave empty-handed, so these sword schools take advantage of this desire and recruit disciples in the name of the Sword Moon sect, charging hefty tuition fees. Some even deceive others by claiming to have connections to ensure entry into the sect, with the condition of practicing in the sword schools for 3 years. In conclusion, the entire town prospers greatly because of the Sword Moon sect, with streets bustling with people. However, at this moment, from around a corner of the street, a series of cursing voices suddenly ring out. "Where did this stinking beggar come from? Is this a place for you to come to? Get lost!" Following these words, a thin, dirty old man is pushed to the ground with a thud. Passers-by swiftly dodge, but many onlookers stop and stay to watch the commotion. The old man appears so gaunt that he seems like a mere skeleton, dressed in tattered clothes. His eyes, in particular, emanate an ominous white light. He is blind. On the steps of a nearby restaurant, a waiter stands arrogantly, still berating the old man. "Damn it, he's even blind. What bad luck. Let me tell you, I'll be hosting esteemed guests from Immortal Sect here soon. If they are offended by you, it won't be enough to compensate with just your life. Get lost and don't dirty my establishment." Strangely, despite the waiter's abuse, the old man remains emotionless, displaying remarkable calmness. Even when a kind person comes forward to help him up, his face shows no emotion. However, this silent response somehow exerts invisible pressure on the waiter, causing him to subconsciously lower his voice, muttering under his breath, "You blind beggar, still dare to act tough. Be careful you don't die from falling in the street later." Before he could finish, several rays of sword light soar over from a distance, landing in the area. Revealed, these were several young men and women dressed in the robes of the Sword Moon sect, exuding pride. Upon seeing them, the waiter's expression changes, his face immediately breaking into a smile. Then he rushes over, beckoning enthusiastically. "Esteemed guests of the Immortal Sect, meals are ready. Please come in." The waiter nods and bows obsequiously. However, the Sword Moon sect disciples do not even spare him a glance, merely glancing at the restaurant building. One of the girls, covering her mouth, slightly disgusted, says, "Senior brother, is this the place you were talking about?" The leading young man nods, "Exactly. But this restaurant looks very ordinary." "Can an ordinary earthly restaurant have anything good? You'll know once you try it. The chef here is quite skilled." Saying this, the young man steps inside, and others follow. At this moment, the old man also turns and heads towards the main street. Coincidentally, he runs into the same girl he spoke with earlier. Seeing the ragged old man, the girl frowns, steps back, and says with disgust, "How come every kind of person is here, even beggars? Seeing him has ruined my appetite." Hearing this, the lead young man stops, turns to look at the old man, then gazes at the waiter, sternly asking, "What's going on here?" Startled, the waiter's face goes pale. I don't know who this person is. I'll drive him away." "No need. An impudent blind man that dared to offend a fellow disciple deserves death." A young man among them with a sullen face sneers. Indeed, a junior sister of such high status was offended by such a despicable creature. Not killing him would not appease our anger. Another person chorused in agreement. The lead youth remained silent, but a hint of menace started to show in front of him. "Senior brother is indeed powerful, able to condense sword energy so fast." The girl couldn't help but admire him. The youth gave a self-satisfied smile, then turned to the old man and said calmly, "Blame yourself for coming here. It's your honor to be able to die by my sword today." Not only that, but the young man emitting the sword light seemed to have been hit by a heavy hammer, pushed back more than 10 steps, and was spitting out blood profusely. This move shocked the entire audience. No one had expected the situation to turn out like this. Just as everyone was in disbelief, the old man blinked his lifeless eyes, then took a step and walked away. His imposing manner made no one dare to stop him, immediately making way for him. Soon, the old man passed by the trembling shop assistant. The shop assistant trembled even more violently, but the old man didn't say anything, just paused for a moment and then continued to walk forward. The young girl was dumbfounded, only able to watch as the old man approached. It wasn't until he was right in front of her that the old man spoke for the first time. "People like you don't deserve to wield a sword." With these words, the disciples of the Shionyu sect all showed expressions of indignation. Some even flashed a hint of cold light in their eyes. But the old man only said this one sentence, then walked away. In the eyes of many people, he was already considered a dead man. Indeed, in just a few breaths, hundreds of sword lights rose from the high mountain in the distance, directly heading towards the town. The leader of the group shouted with authority, "Who dares to cause trouble under the gate of my Shionyu sect?" The imposing voice sent shivers down everyone's spine. Someone whispered in shock, "It's the elder punisher of the Shionyu sect. He's personally making an appearance." This situation just got even more serious. In a moment, everyone distanced themselves from the old man, fearing any repercussions. The old man, however, remained expressionless, as if the words of the elder punisher were just a passing breeze, and he continued to walk forward slowly. Just as the hundreds of sword lights were about to reach the town, a small sword suddenly cut through the air, pierced through the sky, appeared above the planet, and emitted a brilliant and unique sword intent. It was dazzling because of the strength of the sword intent, enough to make people gasp. It was unique because the information contained within the sword intent could only be interpreted by experts above the Great Lua level. As a result, whether it was the people present or the strong members of the Shionyu sect, or even all the sects on the planet, they only felt a tremendous and mysterious pressure suddenly appearing, but they had no clue what was happening. As chaos erupted throughout the planet, the old man suddenly raised his head, his lifeless eyes staring straight at the sky, and murmured softly, "The calamity from beyond the sky. Gather heroes to eliminate it." "Haha, I never expected that someone would still remember a worthless person like me. Well, then, I'll make this journey." With that, The old man trembled slightly, his extremely thin body immediately becoming full and his aura changing. From a mere beggar on the street, in the blink of an eye, he transformed into an unparalleled powerhouse with a deep and vast aura. This sudden change left everyone speechless. The young man who had attacked the old man before showed a shocked expression, trying to assess the old man's strength. But before he could even form the thought, his head exploded, and he fell dead to the ground. Not only him, but the few young men and women who had been hostile towards the old man also died without even a grunt, their spirits shattered by the pressure. In an instant, only the trembling and terrified shop assistant remained in front of the restaurant. Miraculously, he didn't faint from fear, but stared wide-eyed at the old man's back. At this moment, the old man's back stood tall like a sword, showing no signs of weakness. Next, the old man waved his sleeve, soaring into the sky, and in an instant, he arrived in mid-air. Meanwhile, the elder punisher of the Xianyu sect and many disciples were also suspended in mid-air. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but he simply couldn't. He felt a powerful aura rising from the town below his feet, seizing control of the surrounding space, making him too afraid to move. He had a clear premonition that any slight movement on his part would lead to his death without a burial site. Therefore, he could only stay still in the air until the arrival of the old man. Upon seeing the old man, the elder punisher gradually widened his eyes, filled with astonishment. He realized with horror that with his strength, he couldn't even see through the old man's aura. This indicated an unfathomable gap in strength between them. At that moment, the old man blinked his lifeless eyes and stared at the elder punisher. The elder punisher's muscles tensed, extreme fear causing him to involuntarily kneel in the air. The old man ignored his gesture and calmly faced the distant high mountains of the Xianyu sect, saying softly, "It seems your entire sect is also unworthy of wielding a sword." With that, a sword in tent shaped like autumn leaves appeared in front of the old man and directly struck the distant mountain. Boom! The mountain trembled violently, and the cries of the Xianyu sect disciples could be faintly heard. However, nothing could stop this strike. In the blink of an eye, the mountain was split in half, and the Xianyu sect was completely annihilated, reduced to ruins. This strike was like a thunderclap, shocking not only the people present, but also the powerful members of sects across the planet. The old man mentioned earlier was the peerless wanderer Autumn Leaf, who was defeated in the grand battle in Jiansan before. He had his eye slashed by a sword from Jiansan at that time, but was not killed. Instead, Jiansan spared him with an extremely disdainful attitude. However, for a swordsman like Autumn Leaf, such an attitude was a great insult in itself. So he soon disappeared without a trace, with no whereabouts since then. Many people at that time thought he had died, and no one expected that he would come to such a remote planet and transform into a destitute beggar. All of this was due to the fact that after Autumn Leaf's defeat by Jiansan, his sword heart encountered a great problem, which led to his current state. In fact, if it weren't for Suan's summoning sword, Autumn Leaf might have sunk and never resurfaced. It was when Autumn Leaf followed Suan's summoning order to the Jian Palace Star region. In another corner of the heavens, a huge ring suddenly appeared. This ring was so enormous, entirely made of metal, emitting a cold mechanical beauty. However, the surface of this star ring was filled with large and small scars, as if smashed by countless meteorites, some of which were so deep that one could even see the exposed circuits inside. Phew! Zhang Tianyu, seated in a wheelchair, suddenly exhaled, and then raised his hand to rub his sore wrist. Damn, it exhausted me. Finally finished writing. Doctor, I have advised you to give up this outdated input method long ago, but you just don't listen. Isn't it better to use brainwave input? With these words, a woman dressed in a Lolita princess dress, but still with a cold expression on her face, walked in carrying a cup of hot tea. Huan, you don't understand this. You can never understand the feeling of hands dancing on the keyboard, especially when the crisp keystrokes blend into a beautiful symphony. Intoxicating. Zhang Tianyu said with a fascinated expression. The woman raised an eyebrow. I'm sorry, but I really can't understand why controlling a spaceship through character input with your hands and almost causing irreversible damage to the entire star ring is something worth being infatuated with. Being outdated is being outdated. There's no need for any excuses. With these words, an awkward expression appeared on Zhang Tianyu's face, followed by a few light coughs. Cough, although it is true, Huan. Can you not be so direct? Give me some face, okay? Huan looked at Zhang Tianyu strangely and shook her head gently. Doctor, I'm sorry, as an artificial intelligence, I don't lie. Zhang Tianyu covered his eyes in frustration. Okay, I understand. Then he said weakly, Huan, check the damage and start repairs. Yes, doctor. I have already investigated the situation. The overall damage to the star ring is 57%, with 32% reparable autonomously and 25% requiring manual intervention for repair. Then let's start the repairs now. Yes, doctor. With that, the star ring's form suddenly dissipated, merging into the ground and disappearing. When the command cabin was left with only Zhang Tianyu, he sighed lightly, shook his head, and said with a helpless expression, "It's really boring." By now, you should all remember the identity of this Zhang Tianyu. He is the president of the society that has been mentioned before, the one who changes everything with technology. Of course, even to this day, he remains a one-man show in the society, with even the janitor included. Initially, Zhang Tianyu had a chance encounter with Zhuan and Hu Yi. After separating from them, he drove this star ring to wander through the heavens, eventually arriving at the edge of these realms and getting lost in a sea of meteorites before finally coming out today. Zhang Tianyu wheeled himself to the control panel, looked at the star map on the big screen, and said lightly, I wonder what changes have occurred in the realms after being away for so long. Let's scan first. With that, Zhang Tianyu's fingers danced and performed a dazzling series of operations on the keyboard. In an instant, the screen displayed a dense mass of code, and the star map kept changing. Suddenly, Zhang Tianyu stopped his fingers and stood still. What? Catastrophe from beyond the sky. He began to get excited. It seems that my previous calculations were correct. There is indeed an extremely vast space beyond the realms. Ha, this is so interesting. Zhang Tianyu burst into laughter and, with great excitement, controlled the unique radar on the star ring to capture all the surrounding information as quickly as possible. He wanted to find a suitable star route swiftly and then leave this edge area, heading towards the depths of the starry sea. However, at that moment, a small sword suddenly appeared on the screen. As soon as the sword appeared, the screen immediately locked onto it. Before Zhang Tianyu could react, the sword slowly turned its blade, pointing directly at him on the screen. Suddenly, the sword emitted a brilliant light along its blade and disappeared from its original position with a burst of speed. In an instant, the sword pierced through space and materialized in front of the star ring, then exploded with tremendous sword intent mixed with vast information. The screen in front of Zhang Tianyu was flooded with images and information. He watched the information intently, his expression gradually becoming serious. After a long time, the flow of information ceased, and Zhang Tianyu sat silently in place. At this moment, the woman in the long Lolita dress reappeared behind him. Doctor, what should we do next? Should we hide first? Hide! Zhang Tianyu chuckled, then lifted his head slowly, his eyes shining brightly. On the contrary, we are going to the Sword Palace Star region right now to meet Suan. Because I want to see what kind of power from beyond the sky can stir up the entire realms like this. And I have a hunch that this will be the best opportunity for our society. Technology changes everything to prove itself and grow. With excitement, Zhang Tianyu said, Now, change course and head full speed towards the Sword Palace Star region. Yes, doctor. Even though this star ring is incredibly sturdy, the massive inertia inside still caused it to emit clanging noises, as if it could disintegrate at any moment. Zhang Tianyu was forcibly shaken out, and his head heavily hit the big screen, nearly knocking him unconscious. Thankfully, the artificial intelligence system immediately took control, swiftly redirecting the engines that were originally propelling backward, neutralizing most of the inertia. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Even so, Zhang Tianyu's head was left with a large bump, and he felt dizzy until he gradually regained consciousness after a few breaths, then angrily shouted, What's going on? What the hell is going on ahead? It's no wonder he was so angry, as he was left dumbfounded by the impact, blood trickling down his forehead. At that moment, the flickering big screen, struck by Zhang Tianyu's head, gradually displayed images of what lay ahead. Then, the enraged and shouting Zhang Tianyu was completely dumbfounded, because on the screen, there appeared a young girl wearing a pale blue lotus dress. This girl was only 14 or 15 years old, with a pair of light purple eyes like amber, exuding a sense of nobility. Her face was like a dream, especially her long legs hidden under the lotus dress, straight and so stunningly elegant. Crucially, she was barefoot, with exquisitely delicate feet, even her toes tinged with a pale pink color, stepping into the void. In this desolate void, the sudden appearance of such an elf-like girl was already baffling. What was even more crucial was that this girl stood elegantly in the void. Although she made no movements, the surrounding void seemed to automatically shield her, solidifying into an incredibly impregnable presence. The star ring just collided with this, almost shaken to pieces. Zhang Tianyu stared blankly at this scene, and softly said, "Huan Huan, detect the combat power of this girl." Huan Huan, however, solemnly replied, "I've already detected it just now." What were the results? Huan Huan fell silent for a moment, then slowly said, "The combat power detector exploded directly." Zhang Tianyu. Then, looking in amazement at the girl, his eyes filled with wonder. There's no sign of power from the outside, yet she can repel the star ring. The combat power cannot be measured. Are you also an outstanding figure among the old-school cultivators? My God, I really want to draw a blood sample for testing. But just then, as if sensing the malice in Zhang Tianyu's heart, the girl suddenly raised her eyes to him. Even though separated by the star ring, Zhang Tianyu shivered all over, feeling a chill rising from deep within, his hair standing on end. Then, the girl smiled. Her smile was like a myriad of blossoms blooming together, intoxicating and irresistible. Next, the girl lightly moved her lotus feet, taking a step forward. Just that ordinary step directly crossed the barrier between her and Zhang Tianyu, stepping from the external void into the star ring's command cabin, appearing in front of Zhang Tianyu. The whole process was calm, as if opening a door. Zhang Tianyu's eyes widened instantly. Meanwhile, the artificial intelligence system controlling the whole star ring immediately initiated the defense program. In the blink of an eye, accompanied by the sound of mechanical gears rotating rapidly, countless gun barrels emitting dangerous light extended from all sides of the command cabin, all aimed at the girl. However, the girl didn't even glance at these frightening weapons, just giving a slight smile. Inside the barrels emerged light blue, beautiful flowers. As these flowers bloomed, the gun seemed to undergo a swift corrosion, aging in an instant. Within moments, the guns turned into nothingness, while the girl hadn't even moved a muscle. Huan Huan's expression grew graver, ready to act, but Zhang Tianyu stopped her. "That's enough, Huan Huan, step back." "But, doctor," I said, "step back." Zhang Tianyu said coldly, "Yes, doctor." Huan Huan shot a deep look at the girl, then retreated silently, blending into the ground and disappearing. The girl looked at Zhang Tianyu, then her lips parted, speaking in an extremely calm tone. Such an interesting artificial intelligence, unexpectedly containing the soul of a human. Zhang Tianyu bore a resigned expression, staying silent as he listened. "Were you planning to draw my blood just now?" The girl gracefully approached the command platform in front of Zhang Tianyu, sitting on it and propping her incredibly long legs up, calmly looking at Zhang Tianyu. Zhang Tianyu nodded honestly, "Yes." "Do you still want to do it now?" Zhang Tianyu shook his head, "No." "Hey hee hee." The girl chuckled, then her eyes gleamed and she softly said, "You don't want to, or you're just afraid now?" "I don't want to, and I'm not afraid." Zhang Tianyu turned his head, earnestly responding. "Smooth talker." The girl chuckled lightly, then without any visible movement, she had already come right in front of Zhang Tianyu. "It seems like you're scared to look at me." Zhang Tianyu's face forced a smile. "No." The girl extended her hand, gently brushing her verdant fingers on Zhang Tianyu's face. As she did so, the muscles on Zhang Tianyu's face trembled, his eyes showing infinite fear. "Don't worry, I won't kill you, because even though you lack legs, you possess qualities that are even more manly than some able-bodied men." The girl smiled lightly, her words enough to provoke contemplation. Coming from such an elf-like fairy of a girl, the charm was astonishing. But besides fear in his eyes, Zhang Tianyu remained expressionless. "Not interesting." The girl pouted, "So afraid of death, I won't play with you anymore." The girl immediately became excited when she saw him. "Oh, it looks like you should know him, so where is he now?" "Take me to see him." Zhang Tianyu shook his head. "I don't know." "Don't know." The girl appeared in front of Zhang Tianyu in an instant, hovering in mid-air and looking down at him. "Indeed, I don't know." When speaking, Zhang Tianyu didn't even blink, appearing very calm. But the next moment, he couldn't remain calm anymore, as he was suddenly pulled into the air by an invisible force. "Doctor!" The voice of an artificial intelligence rang out from the control room of the star ring, with a hint of urgency mixed in. Next, the entire command room began to rapidly transform, with giant guns extending out, gleaming with dangerous light, and began to bombard the girl wildly. Extremely dangerous death rays flooded the area, each one containing enough energy to obliterate a small mountain. At the same time, countless mechanical arms rushed towards Zhang Tianyu, trying to rescue him from mid-air. The response was extremely fast. But she was faster, much faster than the girl. Beneath the dazzling light, a light laugh from the girl could be heard. "How many times do I have to say it before you understand that all these attacks are useless against me?" As she spoke, the glowing light suddenly condensed and shattered into pieces. At the same time, a perfect, art-like barefoot extended from the light. In the next moment, the girl's figure once again appeared in front of Zhang Tianyu. The mechanical arms that had bound Zhang Tianyu and were trying to pull him back recoiled in agony upon seeing the girl, then directly shattered into pieces. The girl stood in front of Zhang Tianyu, meeting his gaze and calmly said, "I'll ask again. Where is this person now?" Zhang Tianyu did not speak, only shook his head with difficulty. The girl was not angered. Instead, she chuckled, "Very good. I like a man with integrity. But I hope you can still hold out." With that, the girl lightly touched the air in front of her, creating ripples like water, and then her finger slowly entered the space, causing Zhang Tianyu to show an expression of extreme pain on his face. His mouth wide open, though no sound came out, his intense pain was palpable. "Release the doctor!" The star ring shouted out and appeared next to Zhang Tianyu, trying to save him. But the girl just glanced at the star ring lightly, and her body exploded. At the same time, the girl said indifferently, "Don't repeatedly challenge my patience, or I can't guarantee what I might do." With that, the girl's finger slowly pulled out from the void, bringing out a pink-colored and slightly pulsating brain. Yes, a complete human brain. It floated in the void, its surface trembling slightly, and the flowing blood inside its web-like veins could be faintly seen. This scene was shocking enough as it was, but the key point was that the brain was still alive. Yes, even though it was suspended in the air, it was still active, still thinking. As for Zhang Tianyu, at that moment, his eyes had become extremely hollow, and his expression extremely blank. The girl chuckled lightly and then gently tapped the brain, saying, "How do you feel now? Do you feel your mind is much clearer?" Even the artificial intelligence, Star Ring, shuddered when seeing this scene. Because the methods of this girl were so unimaginable. Just with a light touch, she could extract a person's brain and ensure it remained alive. Only a devil could do such a thing. But on the face of this girl with extraordinary beauty, there was no trace of cruelty, only an innocent and playful curiosity. This stark contrast sent chills down one's spine. At the same time, after the brain trembled for a moment, a faint projection appeared on it. It was Zhang Tianyu's divine consciousness projection. He looked around in surprise at first, but soon his face lit up with excitement and curiosity. "It's really interesting. To be able to completely extract a person's brain without harming any organs and ensure the brain remains intact. How did you do it?" "Do you want to know?" the girl asked with a light smile. Zhang Tianyu nodded heavily. "Of course I want to know." "Then I won't tell you." "Zhang Tianyu." The girl then reached out and gently touched Zhang Tianyu's divine consciousness projection. The projection instantly froze in the air, and a vast amount of information flooded into the girl's mind like a tide. After a moment, a big smile appeared on the girl's face. "Interesting. Trying to gather and integrate the power of all the realms to deal with extraterrestrial invasions, but can you really do it?" With that, the girl waved her hand, and the brain that had been suspended in the air disappeared. Immediately after, Zhang Tianyu's eyes regained their vitality. When he regained consciousness, Zhang Tianyu reached out and looked at his hand with a look of wonder. Incredible skill, simply incredible. But the girl paid no attention to Zhang Tianyu's words. She instantly appeared in front of the command table, lightly tapping on the screen with her fingers. In an instant, the entire star ring began to violently shake, then gradually faded away like a ghost, and finally, after a flash, disappeared from the spot. At the same time, in the Jian Palace Star region, powerful individuals from all sides were pouring in, mostly sword cultivators. These people were scattered throughout the various realms as independent cultivators. Despite being independent, their strength was no less than that of sect cultivators. This was why Zuin went to such great lengths to issue the summons, because this was an undeniable force. The entire Jian Palace Star region became more lively, with many cultivators gathering in groups, discussing and sharing their experiences. Precisely speaking, it should be the Fox Clan. Moreover, they are all top-tier Fox Clan members with extremely strong powers. Despite the fact that demon cultivators have not clashed with humans for years, due to the difference in clans, there is a natural barrier. At this moment, the sudden arrival of so many Fox Clan members naturally caused a stir among these cultivators. However, at this moment, a person among the group of Fox demons raised his head, and after walking to the front, placed his hands on his waist, took a deep breath, and then shouted, "Hey, Zu, your Grandpa Fox is here. Why not come out and face your death?" The voice resounded throughout the entire Sword Palace Star realm, causing the cultivators to react. Many people even showed a solemn expression. Because just based on this single shout, one could tell that this Fox Demon's power was absolutely extraordinary. The key is that at this critical moment, if these demon cultivators were to suddenly turn against them, that would be troublesome. However, just at that moment, a light laugh came from deep within the Star Realm. Fox Knight, feeling itchy without a beating for a few days, huh? Or have you forgotten that you've lost to me 13,422 times before? With these words, a radiance flashed and appeared in front of the Fox Demons. It was Zuan. As for the newcomer, it was the playful Fox Knight and many Fox Clan members from the Chinku Fox Clan. Upon seeing him, Fox Knight, who was originally arrogant, hesitated for a moment, and his expression instantly became obsequious. "Hehe, Zu brother, don't misunderstand. I was just joking with you." Zuin looked at him with a smile until Fox Knight finished his words, then casually said, "No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. Turns out you've already broken through to a half-step immortal emperor." Fox Knight's expression immediately became awkward. "Ahem, coincidence, all coincidences. I was just joking with you." "Oh, why do I find it so hard to believe?" Zuin said lightly. Fox Knight began scratching his head. To be honest, before coming here, he did have the intention of showing off in front of Zuan. Because just recently, after hundreds of years of accumulation, Fox Knight finally took that crucial step from a top-level immortal king to a half-step immortal emperor. This achievement made Fox Knight extremely jubilant, thinking that he had finally surpassed Zuan and could finally release the resentment that had been suppressed for thousands of years. However, to his surprise, upon arriving here, he discovered that Zuan had also reached the cultivation level of a half-step immortal emperor, and his strength and power far surpassed his own by a large margin. Fox Knight immediately backed down, no longer daring to be arrogant, and obediently stood aside. At the same time, behind Fox Knight, Aruo stepped forward, walked towards Zuan, and greeted him with a bow. "Greetings, elder brother." She was now married to Fox Knight, naturally following Fox Knight's lead in addressing Zuan. Upon seeing Aruo, Zuan's expression immediately became serious, and he nodded in return. "Sister-in-law, no need for formalities." Meanwhile, a timid voice came from the crowd of Fox Demons. "Brother Zu." Hearing this address, a gentle smile appeared on Zuan's face as he looked up. He saw that Fox Ying, who hadn't appeared in a long time, was walking towards him with a slightly flushed face. Zuin reached out and patted her head. "Well, you've grown taller than before. You're a big girl now." His words were filled with the kindness of an elder towards a younger one. Fox Ying lowered her head, a hint of disappointment flickering in her eyes. At this moment, An Yan, two little maidens, Zisha, and Zhang Xiaoyu also arrived. Aruo hurriedly paid her respects again. "Greetings, Sister Yan." However, An Yan was not so reserved. She smiled and went forward to hold her and Fox Ying's hands. "All right, we are all family. No need for so many formalities." The two little maidens and Zhang Xiaoyu were extremely excited and gathered around Fox Ying. Big Sister Fox, you finally showed up. We missed you so much." Why did I use the term showed up? Nyan tilted her head in confusion. Fox Ying was also very excited. She bent down, hugged the two little maidens, and kissed each of them on the cheek. An Yan smiled and said, "Come, let's go inside and talk." With that, she took Aruo and Fox Ying away. After they left, Fox Knight heaved a sigh of relief and then relaxed as if all his bones had been removed. looking tired and complaining, finally can take a breather. These recent times have been harsh on me. A look of understanding immediately appeared on Xuan's face. Honeymoon phase. I get it, but you also need to show restraint. Fox Knight was initially puzzled, then understood Xuan's meaning and retorted, I'm not in any way weak. How could I be timid about that? Then what did you mean earlier? Fox Knight sighed lightly and said with a bitter expression, Zhu, you have no idea how I've been this whole time. Ever since getting married, Aruo has changed completely. The previous tenderness and affection are gone, replaced by strict orders like a child, telling me how to stand, sit, smile, not smile, talk to other women, and so on. There are too many restrictions, making me feel like I didn't marry a wife, but a mom instead. Fox Knight poured out his grievances to Xuan. Xuan couldn't help but suppress a laugh, so he stood there pretending to listen. Not only him, even the Fox clan members from the Chinku Fox clan who came with Fox Knight had strange expressions on their faces and unconsciously retreated a distance to prevent hearing things they shouldn't. After Fox Knight finished rambling, Xuan calmly said, Is that all? Fox Knight widened his eyes in disbelief. Isn't that enough, Zhu? Un shook his head. Not enough. Because I think the way your sister-in-law manages you is quite right. Aren't all these problems with you? Encouraging you to change is what makes her a good helpmate. Fox Knight stared blankly at Xuan. Then, after a long pause, he said despondently, Zhu, are you mocking me? Xuan earnestly nodded. No need to doubt it. I am indeed mocking you. Fox Knight. However, they soon exchanged smiles, and Zhu punched Fox Knight on the shoulder. Kid, you came pretty early. Of course, after receiving your summons, I immediately dropped everything and rushed here without delay, not wasting a moment. Fox Knight replied with a smile. The leader is the mischievous, nine-tailed heavenly fox, Huan, and following him is the young little boy, who is the resurrected senior fox, Fox An. When they appeared, the fox tribes of the Qingqiu Fox country all bowed in respect. Huan flew up to Xuan with a grin, glanced up and down at Xuan, then exclaimed, although I knew that your cultivation progress would be extremely fast this time, your growth in power is still astonishing. How long has it been since you left, and you're already at half-step Immortal Emperor level, on the verge of a breakthrough? Xuan smiled faintly. It's unavoidable. Genius is just like that. Huan and others. Then the young boy, Fox An, couldn't help but mutter softly, I thought my master was shameless enough, but it turns out there are even more shameless ones. He stopped abruptly because he suddenly noticed Zhu looking at him with a smile that was not quite a smile. Feeling embarrassed, he quickly swallowed his words back, chuckled awkwardly, then hid behind Huan. But Huan burst into laughter at this moment, then patted Xuan on the shoulder. Good, very good. It's the first time I've discovered that your shameless behavior reminds me of my old self. Is there good wine here? I've been thirsty all the way here. Of course, plenty of fine wine. Xuan smiled faintly, then stepped aside, and said in a deep voice, Welcome everyone. Please come in. Just as everyone was about to enter the Sword Palace Star domain, laughter suddenly rang out in the distance. What? Zhu, my friend, does that mean I don't get a share of the wine? With those words, a group of people swiftly appeared in front of everyone. The leader was a man in a long robe, with a bun behind his head, exuding a dignified and immortal aura. As soon as Zhu saw this man, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Before he could speak, Foxy had already laughed and scolded in a casual manner. Zhuge A Lao Dao, you old man finally decided to show up. I thought you were dead. Yes, the arrival was none other than Zhu Kang. He had a smile on his face. Don't worry, even if you, this fox, die, I won't. With that, he took a step forward and respectfully saluted Huan. Greetings, great Lord Fox. Huan waved his hand. Master Zhu is too polite. At the same time, behind Zhu Kang, with Zhu Banzhang, Zhu Xuanqing, and Wei Er Yulan leading, the disciples of the Zhu family all bowed respectfully. Greetings to Mr. Zhu and all the lords. Their voices echoed far and wide. Foxy couldn't help but be moved. Good gracious, Zhu old man, you're revealing all your family strength now. Zhu Kang chuckled. At this crucial time, my Zhu family naturally has a responsibility. In fact, even before receiving Xuan's notification, Zhu Kang had already begun preparations. He had sensed a tremendously powerful force lurking in the mist, eyeing the heavens vigilantly. This calamity was no small matter, so Zhu Kang had started preparing early. When Zuan's message arrived, Zhu Kang immediately led all the experts of the Zhu family to the Sword Palace Star Domain. Therefore, the Zhu family this time could be said to have sent out its elite. As they left, the cultivators in the Sword Palace Star Domain were filled with joy. Heavens, even the divine calculations master Zhu Kang has come. The momentum on our side is growing, exclaimed one person. Not only that, didn't you see the elite forces from the Qingqiu Fox country? A half-step immortal emperor, and to top-tier beings whose strength is hard to discern. This lineup is enough to intimidate half of the heavens. Someone else sighed. Wow, if we can't discern their strength, they might actually be at the immortal emperor level. In the past, we didn't even have the qualifications to meet them, so this time is truly eye-opening. While the cultivators were discussing with admiration, Zuan had led everyone into the Sword Palace. At that moment, the Sword Palace had been temporarily converted into a place to entertain guests from all sides. With the arrival of Foxy and Zhu Kang, the atmosphere became even livelier. Various delicacies and fine wines were served. The nine-tailed heavenly fox Huan paid no attention to his image and started to eat heartily, devouring his food as if he hadn't eaten in years. Fox An, the young boy, took a step back in disgust, but in the next second, a greasy hand reached out, grabbed his hand, and pulled him forward. Despite his struggles, Fox An couldn't break free from the grip of the hand and could only reluctantly swallow the food. Huan chuckled, "Good boy. How does the meat taste?" Fox An was almost in tears of frustration. Being naturally clean and rarely touching meat, he usually only ate spiritual fruits even when hungry. So, a large piece of meat like today, it was his first time eating. The other people at the feast saw the look of grievance on Fox An's face and couldn't help but suppress their laughter. Even Zuan couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. At that moment, Huan turned around, holding a cup of wine, and with a smile said, "Zhu, my friend, I heard you can hold your liquor. How about we have a few drinks, Zhu?" An arched an eyebrow slightly. "Oh, are you sure you want to drink with me? Of course, I, Huan, am a grand nine-tailed heavenly fox. I have ancient bloodline. I refuse to believe I can't outdrink a human like you," Huan said arrogantly. The corner of Zuan's mouth gradually lifted, revealing a meaningful smile. "Since you say so, then I'll have a few drinks with you. But let's be clear, no drunk antics allowed after drinking too much." Huan scoffed, "Nonsense. I'm a nine-tailed heavenly fox. How could I possibly drink too much? It's even more impossible to act crazy when drunk." With that, he lifted his cup, ready to drink. Zuan raised his hand. "Hold on. Huh? What's the meaning of this? Are you scared?" Huan asked with a smirk. "Forget about drinking or not. Just based on this amazing sword technique, it has shocked everyone present." Everyone was a bit dumbfounded because these two containers were as big as small ponds. How much wine would it take to fill them up? Huan suddenly regretted betting with Zuan. But at that moment, Zuan raised an eyebrow slightly. "What? Scared now?" This sentence made Huan, who was originally feeling a bit nervous, immediately straighten his chest. Joke, "Why would I be scared? Bring it on. Who's afraid of who?" The smile on Zuan's face grew, very straightforward. Sitting aside, Yi, seeing the smile on Zuan's face at that moment, couldn't help but shudder, then covered his eyes. Yi, why are you covering your eyes? An asked curiously. Yi sighed softly. "It's nothing. I just feel like something bad is about to happen." It must be said, Yi's premonition was quite accurate. An hour later, everyone watched as this fox, already transformed into its nine-tailed form, danced clumsily, causing everyone to be dumbfounded. "Ha, I'm a happy little fox lalalela." Watching the awkward dance, all the foxes lowered their heads, covering their eyes with their hands like Yi. It was simply too embarrassing. The fox ancestor of the Qingqiu Fox clan, the only nine-tailed celestial fox in existence, a top-tier immortal emperor-level being, was now dancing on the ground like a fool. This scene was so awkward. Yi couldn't help but sigh softly, daring to challenge Zuan to a drinking contest. Isn't that seeking death? Just then, Zuan turned to look at him. Despite drinking 3 large barrels of wine, Zuan's face showed no signs of drunkenness, his eyes clear as water. "Yi, your fox ancestor is already drunk. Would you like to drink on his behalf?" Yi immediately shook his head like a drum. "No need to drink. I surrender now." This straightforward surrender surprised even Zuan, who then sighed lightly. It seems that being too good at drinking is also not good. Lonely as snow in this life. The crowd, ... Juge, smiling on the side, was about to speak when suddenly, he seemed to sense something, immediately looking up with a solemn expression. "Zu, my friend. No need to speak, I've already sensed it," Zuan said, rising to his feet, gazing solemnly at the sky above the Sword Palace. In an instant, the festive banquet hall fell silent as people looked up. At the same time, the calm sky above the Sword Palace began to sway, and then, a faint illusion slowly appeared. In just a moment, the illusion became solid. The crowd gasped in shock, because what appeared before them was a huge and immensely vast star ring. Such a huge star ring unexpectedly appeared above the Sword Palace without any warning beforehand. And throughout the whole process, the defense formation of the Sword Palace showed no signs of disturbance. Even the entire star domain remained calm. It was as if nothing had happened. The crowd stared in astonishment. Then a voice full of curiosity came from nearby. "Are you Zuan?" This sudden voice astonished everyone, and they turned to see a barefoot girl in a lotus skirt standing not far in front of Zuan. The girl tilted her head, looking at Zuan with eyes full of curiosity, then asked again, "Are you Zuan?" The whole place fell into silence because all cultivators felt a strong sense of unease. The appearance of this girl was too mysterious, with no warning at all during the whole process. Such unfathomable means naturally made many people secretly alarmed. Zuan simply raised an eyebrow, then calmly said, "Yes, I am Zuan." As soon as he spoke, the girl suddenly appeared in front of Zuan, so close that he could see his reflection in her pale purple eyes. This inexplicable appearance made many people's scalps tingle. Because this kind of sudden and undetectable appearance was too frightening, there was simply no way to guard against it in advance. This meant that if she had malicious intent, you would be very passive. But Zuan remained unfazed, quietly watching the girl in front of him, his black pupils deep as the sea. After a while, the girl smirked and muttered in a voice only she could hear, "Indeed worthy of the Hua clan, even the eyes are deep as the same." Then the girl's figure once again appeared in the distance while saying, "Since you are Zuan, I will be by your side for a while, but you can treat me as non-existent and continue with your business." Ju stared coldly at the girl. "Are you notifying me, yes?" The girl nodded. "I know you want to ask, but don't try to guess my identity because it's not for you to touch. Just remember one thing, I have no ill intentions or good intentions towards you. I simply want to observe the situation unfold. Understand?" Zuan's eyes flashed slightly. "Oh, just want to watch the situation unfold, yes? Then why did you bring Zhang Tianyu here? Isn't it better to observe from the shadows?" Zuan spoke coldly. "Heh." The girl chuckled lightly, then leaned comfortably in the void, as if sitting on a recliner, and said casually, "Because I was curious about you, so I showed up, but now it seems." "Whatever." The room erupted into whispers. Despite Zuan's strength not yet being at its peak, he was already one of the most powerful beings in all realms. Yet in the mouth of this girl, he was just whatever. How audacious! Many people looked at the girl with cold eyes. But she seemed unconcerned, waved her hand, and Zhang Tianyu's figure appeared before her. "You think I'm holding him hostage? Do you think he's worth my trouble?" The girl chuckled as she gently brushed Zhang Tianyu's head with her hand, stating with a hint of sarcasm. Zhang Tianyu had already given up completely, showing no reaction, just looking at Zuan with a bitter expression. "First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Huan, the ancestor of the Chinku Fox country. This beautiful young lady, your appearance has truly captivated me. May I have the honor of knowing your name?" As Huan spoke, he walked forward. However, as soon as his foot took a step, the surrounding empty space instantly turned into a cage, trapping him tightly. In the next moment, the girl's figure appeared in front of Huan. She then reached out and lightly brushed his cheek, smiling gently. "Although I appreciate your praise, I can sense all your ill intentions towards me, so..." Suddenly, a hint of coldness flashed in the girl's eyes. "You shall perish." With that, starting from under Huan's feet, the space shattered like glass. "Oh my, the little girl is quite powerful." Huan chuckled, and a giant foxtail appeared behind him, suppressing all the shattered space. "Nine-tailed fox? Heh, interesting." The girl just coldly smirked, then lightly tapped the space in front of her. With a PU sound, Huan felt his tail being forcibly cut off. The girl now held a bloody foxtail in her hand. The onlookers couldn't help but gasp in shock. After all, Huan was a celestial fox with 9 tails, yet he had just lost one in a matter of seconds. It was truly unbelievable. The girl held the white foxtail and said calmly, "It's just a bit interesting after all." At the same time, Huan's expression turned serious as he grew a new, thinner tail. He gazed at the girl and asked, "Who are you exactly?" The girl raised her lips slightly. "I already said, my existence is something you can't touch, so there is no need to ask. I hold no ill will towards you. I'm just here to observe the situation unfold." As she spoke, Juge Zhang, who had been silently observing, suddenly spat out blood. The girl turned to him and said, "Sorcerer, you've been calculating my existence since the beginning. Do you now understand the price?" Juge Zhang's eyes reflected astonishment. Ever since the girl appeared, he had been using his divination skills to unravel her origins. However, when he reached the final step, an indescribable force emerged, causing his calculations to collapse and injuring him. This incident made Juge Zhang wary of the girl. Considering Juge Zhang's current power, he could almost predict anything in the universe. Yet, when facing this girl, he not only failed to deduce any results, but also got hurt. The events from the girl's arrival until now had only taken a moment, but the inexplicable way she had defeated two formidable opponents had shocked everyone present, including Huia, who said with a serious expression, "Lao Zhu, where did this girl come from? Why is she so sinister? Is it related to some romantic debts you incurred in the past, Zhu?" An glanced at him coldly, remaining silent, then continued to walk forward. Huia closed his mouth, puzzled by Zuan's intentions. What was he planning to do? Did he think he could subdue this girl? These doubts were shared by many at the scene. As Zuan walked past the spacebound Huan couldn't help but warn, "Brother Zhu, be careful, this woman is dangerously cunning." Zuan showed no emotion and simply said, "Understood." Then he kept moving forward. The girl made no move, but watched Zuan approach with curiosity. Finally, when Zuan stood in front of the girl, he stopped and looked at her with a cold gaze. The girl raised her head and stared back fearlessly. After a while, a cold smile formed on Zuan's lips. "You seem quite confident that no one can touch you, don't you?" The girl also smiled. Her smile was like a blooming flower, yet it carried a certain arrogance. "Not just confident, that's the way it is." With a mischievous gesture, the girl licked her lips. "Why? Don't you agree? What do you think?" With that, Zuan suddenly reached out. The girl's eyes showed surprise, because even though Zuan had made a move, she couldn't detect any malice from him. Thus, his hand moved unhindered towards her throat. This oddity didn't last long, and the girl suddenly disappeared from the spot. Her speed was so fast that only a faint shadow was left behind. Seeing this, Huan sighed quietly, "Useless, this girl seems to be elusive, ordinary means can't capture her." His words were cut short as Zuan abruptly shouted, and his hand plunged into the void directly. In an instant, Zuan's entire arm ventured into the void. Then, a cry of surprise echoed from within the void. Zuan's expression remained stoic as he slowly pulled his arm back. In no time, a faint figure emerged from the void, being dragged out by Zuan. It was the girl who had disappeared earlier. At this moment, she was held by Zuan, suspended in mid-air with his hand firmly around her neck. Despite the situation, she gazed at Zuan in astonishment. And at this moment, the whole scene was as silent as death. Especially Fox Wan. His mouth was open so wide that it could almost fit a roast chicken, and after a long time, he sighed softly. Damn, how did he do it? Only Foxy was not surprised by this, with a look that said I knew this was going to happen, a face that looked like she had been fooled again by Lao Zhu. As for Juge Zhang, after a brief moment of surprise, he showed a faint smile, then gently wiped away the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth and said softly, "It must be Brother Zhu, otherwise no one could control this woman." Under the gaze of the whole scene, Zuan looked calmly at the young woman, and then said coldly, "Are you convinced now?" Just now, the girl asked Zuan if he was not convinced, and now Zuan returned those words. But this girl showed no sign of fear. Even when being held by the neck in mid-air, she remained calm, as if she was not being controlled by anyone. She even looked at Zuan with a smile that was not a smile, saying, "It seems that you do have some exceptional qualities after all. I underestimated you just now, so I take back what I said before. You are not just average, at least you are qualified to know of my existence, oh Zhu. Unraised an eyebrow slightly. So, should I feel honored by that? The girl had a nonchalant expression, of course. After all, there are not many who know this young lady's name. With that, a faint light flashed in the girl's pale purple eyes, and an invisible barrier shielded everyone else. Then the girl said calmly, "All right, you can release me now, and I will tell you my name." Zuan, however, did not move at all. Instead, his palm gradually clenched, and he stared coldly at the young woman. Although I generally don't harm women, my patience is not limitless. The girl showed a shocked expression for the first time in her eyes. "Do you want to kill me, Zhu?" Unsneered, suddenly leaned closer, his gaze cold as ice, staring at the young woman intently. "What? Do you still think I wouldn't dare to kill you?" Zuan's words were like a sharp sword pointing directly at the girl's throat, causing her beautiful pale purple pupils to contract sharply. Perhaps no one had ever dared to speak to her like that before, so even her face was filled with confusion. But soon, the girl smiled and said to Zuan, "You know, this is the first time someone has dared to talk to me like that." Zuan's gaze was cold. "Then you may have to get used to it in the future." "Heh, but I like this feeling." With that, the girl playfully stuck out her tongue, then said softly, "I think you should remember the calico cat in the arsenal before." "You mean that cat who called himself Lord Cat?" Zuan was slightly surprised, then asked, "Are you his owner?" The girl wanted to shake her head, but then remembered she was being held by the neck by Zuan, so she just blinked her eyes. "Sort of, but that guy is lazy and lecherous, so I kicked him out long ago." "Do you know the owner of the arsenal?" "Who are you guys exactly, Zhu?" An asked rapidly. The girl chuckled, then a sly look flashed in her pale purple eyes. "No need to ask, I won't answer those questions. In fact, even my appearance here has violated the will of certain people, so I won't say a word about it." The girl paused, then continued, "And you can believe one thing. That is, I have no ill intentions, I am just here out of curiosity, wanting to know the final outcome of this matter. Understand, Azu?" Un remained silent, lost in thought. He believed everything the girl said. Because even Yan did not know what had happened in the arsenal, but this girl had revealed it all with just a few words, indicating that she must know the calico cat and very likely had some connection with the owner of the arsenal. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, Zuan suddenly released his grip, and the girl fell to the ground. Then Zuan turned around and said calmly, "For the sake of this arsenal, you can observe from the side, but if you have any intentions against the heavens, be careful of your head." With that, Zuan walked out. The girl touched her already red neck where she had been held, then suddenly shouted, "Hey, you asked me so many questions, now I have one for you." Zuan stopped in his tracks, not looking back, and said, "Speak. How did you find my specific whereabouts in the void, and why is it that although you were attacking me, I could not sense any malice from you?" This was the most frustrating thing for the girl, because even a hint of malice from Zuan would trigger her passive defenses. By then, Zuan would have to face the wrath of this nine-tailed fox, who won, Zhu. Unsneered, "It's simple. Before I started with you, my divine sense had already enveloped the entire Sword Palace star domain. Any unusual occurrences would be the first thing I sensed, so your whereabouts could not escape my eyes. As for malice," Zuan turned back, a hint of golden light in his eyes. "Do you know about Buddhist cultivation?" "Buddhist cultivation? Those monks who only recite scriptures?" The girl was somewhat surprised. "Exactly, but you're wrong. Monks not only recite scriptures, sometimes they also have to uphold a compassionate heart while resorting to thunderous means, and I am now the leader of Buddhist cultivation." With that, Zuan walked away without looking back. The girl's eyes lit up with excitement. The anger towards Zuan that had been suppressed before was now replaced with excitement and curiosity. "No wonder that stinky cat praised you so much after he went back. It's really interesting. In this case, it is really difficult to predict the final outcome of this great disaster. I am getting more and more excited." With that, the girl suddenly shouted loudly, "Hey, don't you want to know my name?" Zuan stopped in front of the barrier set by the girl, paused, and replied in a nonchalant tone, "Not interested." The girl. Then she shouted, "If you don't want to know, then I will tell you anyway. Remember this, my name is Yue King Wan." But Zuan didn't even look back, he just stomped down with a foot. Boom! The barrier shattered, and the sounds from outside flooded in, and then Zuin walked away in large strides. The banquet continued, but many people at this moment had no interest in the food and drinks, because they were all staring in disbelief at the girl standing behind Zuan, who followed him like a shadow, their minds filled with big question marks. What is going on? How did the girl who was just at loggerheads with Zuin a moment ago suddenly turn into her current obedient self? Especially at this moment, Yue Qinghuan still had a cute and well-behaved look on her face, which puzzled everyone even more. But even more puzzled were people like Hu Huan and others. Seen breaking free and sitting by a table, Hu Huan sat there looking at Zuin in the distance, ultimately couldn't help but murmur softly, "Damn, what the hell is going on? Zu, buddy, what method did you use to make this woman so obedient?" But Foxy just smirked and said, "Old Ann, isn't it obvious? This girl obviously knows Zhu Laola." Speaking of which, Foxy glanced meaningfully at Yue Qinghuan following Zuan, then whispered in a voice only he could hear, "Old Zhu, dare you say this isn't your doing? But aren't you a bit too overt about it? If sister-in-law sees this, your fate ... Just thinking about that gory scene, Foxy couldn't help but shudder. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianyu, sitting nearby, after hearing Foxy's words, also looked at the scene in disbelief. Could it be true, as this fox said, that this mysterious girl really knows Zuan? At this moment, the crowd suddenly became restless, with many people standing up and respectfully moving aside. Then they saw Yan leading two little maids and Foxying, and Aru and others walking through the crowd. Their appearance instantly made the atmosphere in the room weird. Many people looked at Zuan with meaningful glances. Upon seeing Yan, Yue Qinghuan's eyes brightened, and then, as if deliberately, she took a step forward, getting closer to Zuan's back. This ambiguous closeness made Foxy couldn't help but take a sharp breath. But Zuan remained unfazed and just smiled slightly at Yan. "Yanner, you came over." Yan looked a little curious as she glanced at Yue Qinghuan, before taking a few steps forward and affectionately linking arms with Zuan. "Yes, husband, I heard guests arrived, so I came to take a look." Saying this, Yan looked at Yue Qinghuan. "Is this the little sister?" Yue Qinghuan stood there with a proud expression, not saying a word. Zuan casually said, "Don't mind her, she's not a special guest, just pretend she doesn't exist." Yue Qinghuan's eyes shifted slightly upon his words, wanting to say something, but suddenly felt someone tugging at her skirt. When she lowered her head, she saw two beautiful little girls, who looked exactly alike, staring at her with great curiosity. One of them even said in amazement, "Wow, sister, your eyes are so beautiful." They were Xiang and Nian. Faced with these two cute little maids, even someone as proud as Yue Qinghuan couldn't help but be enchanted, squatting down and admiring Xiang and Nian. They are the rare twin sisters. Which one of you is the older sister? With this commonplace question, Xiang and Nian laughed. The sister is beside the younger sister. The younger sister is beside the sister. Yue Qinghuan also smiled, then reached out to touch the cheek of the two little maids. In that moment, many people's hearts were in their throats because everyone knew that this seemingly delicate girl had extraordinary means. If she had any ill intentions toward Xiang and Nian, it would be dangerous. But Zuan's eyes just flickered slightly, and he didn't intervene. Soon, Yue Qinghuan got what she wanted by pinching the cheeks of the two maids. The soft and smooth touch made Yue Qinghuan unable to let go. The two little maids also liked this elf-like girl very much. However, at that moment, Yue Qinghuan's gaze slightly sharpened, as she sensed an extraordinary aura from the two little maids. Although it was very faint due to Xiang and Nian's young age, that supreme and noble aura still made Yue Qinghuan shudder. This talent ... Yue Qinghuan's eyes showed an extremely serious expression, about to speak. But at that moment, Zuan, on the side, casually said, "Some things are better kept to oneself, it's best not to say them out loud." Upon hearing this, Yue Qinghuan looked up and gave Zuan a deep look. Zuan looked back coldly. Finally, Yue Qinghuan nodded, understood. Saying this, she stood up and intimately led the two little maids to the side. This almost fantastical scene left everyone shocked. Foxy couldn't even close his mouth, and after a while, he sighed softly, "Damn, Zhu, you're really something. Not only does sister-in-law turn a blind eye to you, but you can also make the women you cause trouble with take care of your children ... This misunderstanding about Zuan by Foxy seemed to deepen. At the same time, looking at Yue Qinghuan not far away, and Yan couldn't help but whisper, "Husband, who is this girl's background?" Zuan's gaze flickered, then he shook his head lightly. "I dare not draw conclusions now, but she is definitely no ordinary person. What is her purpose for coming here?" In her own words, she came to observe the development of the situation, but I always feel that there is more to it than meets the eye, Zuan said coldly. Yan wanted to ask more, but seeing the thoughtful look on Zuan's face, she closed her mouth. Meanwhile, at the same time, in a void not too far from the Sword Palace star domain, a radiance was moving at an extremely fast pace. Suddenly, the radiance stopped abruptly, revealing an upright old man with gray-white eyes. He was the peerless wanderer, Autumn Leaf, who had previously come out with a sword. He stood in the void, his face showing a puzzled expression. Then he spoke in a deep voice, "I wonder if the person ahead is Lord Honglian." With his words, a mist appeared in the void ahead, and from it emerged a figure in white clothes, eyes and brows like a painting, with a hint of a sinister aura in the corners of the eyes and brows. It was Zuan. In those days, Zuan roamed the heavens, especially with the Red Lotus sword intent that suppressed the other sword cultivators, so they did not dare to raise their heads. Even Autumn Leaf had once witnessed Zuan's power and greatly admired him. That's why he immediately revealed his whereabouts and rushed to the Sword Palace Star region upon receiving the small sword from Zuan. Encountering Zu. On the way, Autumn Leaf naturally displayed utmost respect. Zuan couldn't help but smile faintly. "Brother Yi is too polite. I am already grateful that you could come. Why be so formal?" Autumn Leaf sighed lightly, considering how I was defeated by Sword 3, lost my sight, and became disabled. It's unexpected that Lord Red Lotus still remembers me and personally sent a summon. How could I not come? I just don't understand why Lord Red Lotus isn't receiving the powerful figures at the Sword Palace, and why appear here. Zu unchuckled. There is Li Jinxing at the Sword Palace Star region responsible for reception. I don't need to worry. I just received news that traces of extraterrestrial beings have appeared in some location. This matter is significant, so I must personally investigate it. Oh, traces of extraterrestrial beings. Didn't you say the seal would not expire for several more years? Why now? It shouldn't have come through that bronze door, but the heavens are vast, with inevitably weak defenses in some places. So, I must be cautious. It happens that Brother Yi also came. How about exploring together, Zu? And remarked. Autumn Leaf remained silent for a moment, then nodded. All right, I have nothing going on right now, so I will accompany Lord Red Lotus on this trip. Excellent. Let's go now. Zuan turned around and led the way. Autumn Leaf followed without a word. The two of them moved swiftly, crossing millions of miles of star domains in the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Suddenly, Zuan, who was leading the way, stopped in his tracks. Autumn Leaf also halted and asked lightly, "Have we arrived so quickly?" Without turning his head, Zuan softly replied, "Yes, we have. Ahead is the area where that creature appears." "Then why stop?" Autumn Leaf inquired. Zu glanced back at him, seeing Autumn Leaf's calm expression, and couldn't help but show a faint smile with a hidden meaning. "Because I suddenly feel that you should deal with that creature better. It's also a way to test its reality." With that, Zuan stepped aside to make way. Autumn Leaf said nothing but moved forward. As he passed by Zuan, he suddenly spoke. "Is this the ambush you set up?" With these words, Zuan's expression changed abruptly, but quickly returned to normal, smiling as he said, "Brother Yi, what are you talking about? I didn't understand." A cold smile appeared on Autumn Leaf's lips, and even though his gray eyes were dull, they still firmly stared at Zuan. "I must say, your disguise is perfect. You even imitated the unique aura of the Red Lotus sword intent flawlessly. But do you know where you made a mistake?" The smile gradually disappeared from Zuan's face, and he looked at Autumn Leaf with a cold gaze. "Where?" "It's because of your statement that Li Jinxing is currently managing the Sword Palace." Just because of that one sentence? Zuan was slightly taken aback. Autumn Leaf nodded. "Exactly. Although we are separated by millions of miles, I can still sense the unique aura of Li Jinxing within the Sword Palace. It's very likely that he is in seclusion. In that case, how is he still managing the Sword Palace? So, your identity is already exposed, am I right? Coming from outside the heavens, a creature. Faced with Autumn Leaf's question, This Zuin suddenly burst into mocking laughter. Indeed, you are worthy of being one of the top sword cultivators, second only to Li Jingxing. You have sharp instincts. But I wonder, now that you know I am fake, why did you still come with me? Autumn Leaf stood firm like a sword, calmly saying, because I want to know what game you are playing. Now it seems, it's nothing special. Ha ha ha, I like the arrogance of you ants trapped in a small pond. Since you came with me, you won't leave today. Your skin can be useful to me. With those words, the appearance of this Zuin suddenly began to change. The white clothes on his body were torn apart by bulging muscles, revealing menacing bone spurs that pierced through the flesh, exposing them. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying monster stood in front of Autumn Leaf. It grinned, exuding a foul and corrosive drool from its mouth, then chuckled ominously. Prepare to die. It stepped forward, seeming to crush the entire void, but Autumn Leaf did not flinch. A bright light flashed before him, and a sword aura in the shape of autumn leaves cut through a large piece of the monster's flesh. The monster howled in pain, then charged even more furiously. A cold smile appeared on Autumn Leaf's lips as he waved his hands, cutting the monster with sword auras. In an instant, huge wounds appeared on the monster's body. Just as Autumn Leaf gained the upper hand, the monster roared, ready to face it. Suddenly, the surrounding space changed, mysterizing and trapping Autumn Leaf in the middle. Despite being shocked, he reacted swiftly and unleashed sword intents in all directions. However, these sword intents all missed their targets. From within the mist came the sinister laughter of the monster. Autumn Leaf, it's useless. You can't escape this mist. Enjoy the gift I have prepared for you. Ha ha ha. The laughter faded, and Autumn Leaf suddenly found that he could see. But then, he realized the environment around him was rapidly shifting. The mist and void vanished, replaced by a desolate grassland. A figure slowly approached through the waist-high grass, a woman with a small red mark between her brows. Sword 3. Autumn Leaf shuddered. But the woman merely smiled. I am Sword for now, but after defeating you, I can call myself Sword 3. Instantly, Autumn Leaf understood. This was the scene of his battle with Sword 3. How did he end up here? Was this an illusion? Could there be such a vivid illusion? He was very certain that, as long as he was slightly careless, the illusion could become real. After all, killing or being killed within the illusion was nothing new. Furthermore, at this moment, Autumn Leaf was filled with a strong sense of battle intent. After being defeated by Swordsman San in a 10-day battle, resulting in losing his sight and his sword heart shattered, he had not fallen due to his powerful sword cultivation and extreme willpower. But ultimately, he was defeated, and he would never forget the shame of that battle. Now, after a period of healing, Autumn Leaf's sword heart had returned to its original state. So when the opportunity arose to face Swordsman San again, he couldn't help but ignite his fierce combat spirit. Not for anything else, but to prove himself. Even though the opponent existed only within the illusion, he wanted to challenge himself. Therefore, after Swordsman San's provocation, he slowly drew his sword from his waist. The sword had been carried by Autumn Leaf since the beginning of his career. Made of ordinary iron, the sword was plain all over, with many scars on the blade, looking like it could break at any moment. However, this seemingly playful sword made Swordsman San's expression instantly serious. Swordsman San then slowly drew a hairpin from behind her head. The hairpin was all black, resembling a wooden chopstick. But when in Swordsman San's hand, with a wave, the hairpin turned into a short sword over a foot long. Please enlighten me, Swordsman San said in a deep voice. Autumn Leaf did not reply but directly swung his sword. There was no dazzling sword energy, no overwhelming momentum, not even a disturbance in the grass beneath their feet. It was just an ordinary swing. But this simple sword caused a brilliant radiance to erupt in Swordsman San's eyes. Good sword, she said, and the sword in her hand directly struck the empty space in front of her. With a heavy sound, the two swords clashed, stirring up a gust of wind. The wind spread, bending the surrounding grass. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Swordsman San's mouth, and the red mark between her eyebrows became even redder. You're good. You too. Autumn Leaf calmly replied, then swung his sword again. This time, the sword light was like snow, sweeping everything in its path. Swordsman San showed no fear, and the two engaged in direct combat. In fact, this battle had nothing fancy. Neither Swordsman San or Autumn Leaf used any flashy sword skills. Instead, they purely compared their understanding of the sword. It was a pure comparison of who had a deeper understanding of the way of the sword, whose sword heart was clearer and more transparent. As the sword light passed, grass and leaves flew like a shower of flowers. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged hundreds of strikes, but still could not determine a winner. However, at that moment, the surrounding grass suddenly grew wild and transformed into numerous black tentacles, tightly binding Autumn Leaf's hands and feet. With a grunt, Autumn Leaf's body was enveloped in numerous tiny sword chat, directly cutting through the entangling tentacles. But these tentacles seemed to possess a magical power that allowed them to regenerate instantly, latching onto Autumn Leaf's body like maggots. At the same time, Swordsman-san had already slashed a sword close. Faced with an imminent strike, Autumn Leaf took a deep breath. That breath seemed to absorb all the surrounding air, creating a whirlwind. Then, Autumn Leaf slowly said, "When a leaf falls, autumn arrives." Boom! All the sword chat around Autumn Leaf turned into withered leaves in an instant. Yet, these withered leaves were full of endless killing intent. Wherever they swept, whether it was the grass tentacles or Swordsman-san, everything was reduced to dust. In an instant, the whole grassland became empty. Autumn Leaf stood among the bloody mist, letting out a sigh. Pity, this is only an illusion. But before Autumn Leaf's words faded, a sword tip suddenly protruded from his chest. It was the hairpin sword. This sudden move caught Autumn Leaf completely off guard. Only after feeling the pain did he look down and slowly turn his head to look behind him. There, Swordsman-san was smiling, but when she spoke, it was Zu-An's voice. "How about it? How do you like the gift I prepared for you?" Blood flowed profusely, and Autumn Leaf felt his life force rapidly fading. But he still stared at the Swordsman-san in front of him firmly and, with a hoarse voice, said, "You set up this fight by tempting me to battle with Swordsman-san, then suddenly attacking me. All of this was planned by you, right?" The Swordsman-san chuckled, but the laughter sent shivers down one's spine. "Exactly, Autumn Leaf. To tell you the truth, all of this was intentionally designed for you, including this mist, for your preparation. This was all for your body, because only with it can I perfectly integrate into this realm. Do you understand?" There was a dangerous glint in Swordsman-san's eyes, like a predator spotting its prey. Behind her, the shattered grass began to gather, eventually forming a snake with a strange pattern. The snake raised its head, spewing out grass messages, and creepily said, "Why waste time talking to him? Let's attack. Your body belongs to you, and I want his soul, as I've also been severely injured and need to replenish myself. Why rush? Food must be eaten bite by bite, and matters must be handled step by step. Don't you agree, Autumn Leaf?" The demon chuckled again. At that moment, Autumn Leaf's chest was soaked in blood, his face extremely pale due to blood loss. This was the weakness of a swordsman. While their sword intent was terrifying when mastered, once injured, their bodies were vulnerable compared to body cultivators or other practitioners. So I want to ask you, are you planning to have your soul devoured first? Or should I occupy your body first? The demon asked with a smirk. Autumn Leaf also smiled, although his smile was weak and pale. His eyes were extremely firm. But what if I choose neither? As soon as this statement was made, the demon suddenly felt a terribly ominous premonition. This feeling made his scalp tingle, and he was about to act. Autumn Leaf's eyes showed a hint of determination. Then he said in a deep voice, "When heaven and earth move, all things spring forth." As soon as the words fell, a miserable scream was heard. The poisonous snake formed from the bushes was struck by lightning directly. In an instant, most of its body turned to nothing. The remaining body struggled weakly a few times before dissipating. The evil creatures hiding in the distance were almost frightened to madness. At the same time, Kiwi coldly said, "Who says a swordsman cannot control the power of thunder?" With his words, faint flashes of lightning appeared in his eyes. The evil creature, seeing this, dared not even hum a sound, fleeing frantically. The thunder just now was too intimidating. If it weren't for the unfortunate snake taking the hit for him, it would have been him lying dead now. So, he fled without hesitation. After he escaped, the illusion around shattered instantly. Kiwi stood in place, his eyes returning to gray, but blood still flowed from his chest. Despite this, his figure remained upright like a sword, and he stood silently in the void, saying nothing. Only after a long time, when he was sure the evil creature had truly fled, Kiwi suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and then his boiling momentum weakened. If the evil creature wasn't so scared of death, and had persisted a little longer, they would have realized that the lightning just now was all of Kai's power. It wasn't thunder power at all, but pure energy formed from extremely pure sword intent. Kiwi excelled in Autumn Leaf Sword Intent, one of the most desolate and ruthless sword intents amongst the heavens. However, extreme desolation and ruthlessness would eventually breed vitality, just like the sound of thunder after winter. The thunder just now was the same. But this also meant the consumption of hundreds or thousands of times the sword intent, coupled with the successful sneak attack by the evil creature and the already injured sword heart, all of which put immense pressure on Kiwi. If it weren't for his extremely resilient will, he might have fallen earlier. Even so, just holding on till now was already his limit. Kiwi knelt weakly on the ground, gasping heavily. Every breath caused more blood to flow from his chest wound, indicating his life was quickly slipping away. But soon, Kiwi lifted his head again, his eyes showing an indomitable look, and whispered, "The appearance of evil creatures in the heavens, able to transform into the form of others to deceive, is a significant matter that must be reported to Red Lotus Lady." With that, Kiwi forcefully inserted a hand into his chest wound, using strands of sword intent as threads to stitch the damaged organs inside and seal the wound inside out. The rushing blood was stopped instantly. However, this was just a temporary measure. If Kai's vitality declined to a certain level, the sword intent would instantly collapse, leading to a fatal hemorrhage. But Kiwi had no time to spare. After sealing the wound, he immediately flew towards the Sword Palace Star region, stumbling along the way. Normally, the journey from here to the Sword Palace Star region would have taken at most billions of miles and could be completed in half an hour. But for Kiwi as he was now, the journey seemed as vast as a chasm. He had to maintain a minimum speed to prevent a massive decline in his strength, which significantly lengthened his travel time. After 3 hours, sweat beads covered Kai's forehead, a sign of extreme weakness. He had only traveled less than a tenth of the distance. Kiwi started hallucinating. The sword light sustaining his flight seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Just then, two flashes of light suddenly passed by in the distance, and one of them exclaimed, "Master, what's wrong with this person? Looks like he's severely injured." The light stopped, revealing two figures. The one called Master was tall and muscular, exuding a powerful aura even in a simple stance, intimidating to behold. He, too, gazed in astonishment at Kiwi, but widened his eyes. "How is this possible? This is Kiwi," he exclaimed, rushing forward. Sensing the approaching breath, Kiwi instinctively took a defensive posture. However, he soon noticed something peculiar about the aura. At the same time, the man urgently said, "Daoisti, what happened to you? How did you end up like this?" Hearing the familiar voice, Kiwi finally relaxed and whispered, "Brother Wuxiang, please take me to see Lady Red Lotus." With that, the remaining sword light on Kiwi shattered, and he collapsed, unconscious. The men rushed forward, catching him. His disciple joined them, asking, "Master, what's going on? Why did I hear him mention Lady Red Lotus? Does this have something to do with the instructor?" Yes, it was Judanyu speaking, and the man was the renowned body cultivator Chu Wuxiang, the first body cultivator of the heavens. After resolving the Earth crisis, Chu Wuxiang was greatly impressed by Judanyu's exceptional talent and took him as a disciple, bringing him back to the Dragon Elephant Gate. Under Chu Wuxiang's guidance, Judanyu showed terrifying talent in body cultivation, advancing rapidly in cultivation levels in just a few years, eventually reaching the peak of Daluo realm. With his talent and youth, he was already a force to be reckoned with. Chu Wuxiang believed that given more time, Judanyu would break through once again and become a peerless figure in body cultivation. They had received a notice from Zuen that a great calamity was approaching, and everyone needed to unite against the evil beings. Setting aside their current tasks, Chu Wuxiang and Judanyu rushed towards the Sword Palace Star region. However, due to body cultivators not being adept at long-distance travel, they arrived only today, unexpectedly encountering the heavily injured Kiwi. As Chu Wuxiang examined Kai's injuries, his expression turned grave. To injure a formidable sword cultivator like this indicated the opponent's strength was formidable. Combined with Kai's request to see Zuan, the situation was serious. Chu Wuxiang said in a deep voice, "Danu." Wherever he passed, a deep rift was plowed even in space, causing passers-by to turn their heads in surprise. Because they were not far from the Sword Palace Star territory, many people passed by here. Upon seeing this scene, the onlookers stopped in their tracks. What's going on? Who is this big guy up front? Just trying to get through. Why such a big commotion? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. It should be a body cultivation practitioner, someone whispered. Body cultivation? Yes. Because apart from body cultivators, no other sect of cultivators would be so rude on the road. But this is too exaggerated. The speaker watched as Joe Danu directly knocked over a cultivator who couldn't dodge in time, unable to help but exclaim in amazement. He must be in a hurry. Clear the way and let them pass first. Everyone hurriedly moved to the sides, making way for Joe Danu to pass through, with Chu Wuxiang following behind carrying the unconscious Qiu Yi. Just as they were about to enter the Sword Palace Star territory, at that moment, a starship leisurely flew out and inconveniently blocked Joe Danu's path. Hurry! Move aside! Joe Danu grunted. But it was too late. With a dull thud, the two collided solidly. Nightming was in a good mood recently because in the Sword Palace Star territory, he encountered many experts he had never had the opportunity to see before. Now, he felt fortunate to have joined his grandfather for this expedition. Otherwise, if he had kept hiding at home, he would never have known how vast the outside world truly was. Today, he received a mission to patrol near the Sword Palace Star territory to prevent any disturbances. After receiving this task, Nightming was excited and confidently piloted the starship to the edge of the Sword Palace Star territory. However, just as he flew out of the Sword Palace Star territory, Joe Danu arrived. Before Nightming could react, the two collided heavily. After a loud crash, the starship piloted by Nightming made a groaning sound under the pressure and then disintegrated abruptly. Nightming was shaken off and left floating in midair, looking stunned. In fact, from the beginning until now, Nightming had not even seen Joe Danu's shadow, nor did he know what had happened. He only felt a huge aura rushing towards him, then his starship made a loud quake, breaking open a large hole, and then disintegrating completely. While he stood there stunned, Chu Wuxiang, carrying Qiu Yi, hurried past him with a quick apology. "Young man, sorry about that. We have urgent matters. Please forgive us." With that, he and Joe Danu flew into the Sword Palace Star territory. Watching the disappearing lights, Nightming stood dumbfounded in place, completely flabbergasted. It wasn't until a long time later that a thought crossed his mind. Did he clash with the starship? Why did trouble occur as soon as he piloted the starship? He must find someone to check it out. He heard that the Taoist Juge was extremely talented. Maybe he should seek his help to avoid these constant mishaps. Nightming stood there, lost in thought. At the same time, Joe Danu had already charged into the Star territory with great momentum, which naturally alarmed the Sword Palace residents. Jian Din and others were about to block him when Zuan appeared out of nowhere and said in a low voice, "Don't act, they are allies." Meanwhile, after Joe Danu saw Zuan, he abruptly stopped, with such force that even the space under his feet cracked. He respectfully stood in front of Zuan, bowing solemnly, and said, "Instructor, Zu." Nodded, but all his attention was on Chu Wuxiang, who arrived right after. "What's going on?" Chu Wuxiang said in a deep voice. "On the way, I met Qiu Yi, who was seriously injured for unknown reasons and wanted to see you, so I brought him here," he explained. Qiu Yi. Zuan was momentarily startled and quickly approached. Indeed, when he saw the unconscious Qiu Yi on Chu Wuxiang's back, a flash of light appeared in Zuan's eyes. "Serious injuries, yes. Qiu Yi is a top-level sword cultivator, but he was beaten into this state, indicating that the perpetrator is extremely powerful," Chu Wuxiang said with a worried expression. Zuan did not reply but directly grabbed Qiu Yi's arm, injecting highly pure sword intent to stabilize the severe injuries. Sensing Zuan's sword intent, Qiu Yi trembled slightly, then slowly opened his eyes. Though his eyes were dull, they stared fixedly in Zuan's direction. "Is it Sir Honglian?" Qiu Yi's voice was weak and deep. Zuan nodded gently and asked, "Yes, it's me, friend Yi. What happened to you?" Qiu Yi did not talk about his injuries. Instead, he suddenly grabbed Zuan's wrist. The unexpected move caused a stir among the onlookers, but Zuan remained still because he knew Qiu Yi had no ill intent towards him. Indeed, after confirming that Zuan was not a threat, Qiu Yi let out a sigh of relief and spoke with all his strength. "Sir Honglian, I came here to tell you that evil creatures have appeared in the realms. This statement shocked everyone present. What? Evil creatures are appearing in the realms now? How is that possible? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Yes. Isn't it still some time before the great disaster arrives? What does this evil creature look like? People were in a commotion, but soon quieted down as Zuan raised a hand for silence, then stared intently at Qiu Yi. Friend Yi, what does this evil creature look like? Qiu Yi gazed at Zuan with lifeless eyes. I don't know the specific appearance of this creature, but it can take on your likeness, even matching your aura. I was initially deceived because of this. Qiu Yi then recounted the events that had transpired in brief. The key is that he can manipulate extremely bizarre illusions. If allowed to roam freely and do evil in the various realms, it would be too terrifying. After listening, Zuan remained silent with a serious expression. At this point, Qiu Yi was exhausted to the extreme, on the verge of fainting at any moment. Relying on his strong willpower, he persevered firmly and then provided Zuan with a set of coordinates in the void. Lord Honglian, this is the location where I encountered that evil creature. You must eradicate this demon, or else the consequences will be endless. Looking at the exhausted Qiu Yi, Zuan nodded solemnly. Don't worry, I will definitely get to the bottom of this. Qiu Yi nodded, but finally could not hold on any longer and fainted. Zhuge Zhang immediately rushed over, and after a careful examination, said, Fortunately, although it has affected the internal organs, they are still intact. It's just a severe energy depletion. With proper recuperation, it will not endanger his life. Zhu nodded and stood up. Master Zhang, I leave Qiu Yi to you. Don't worry, with me here, he won't die even if he wants to. Zuan then looked at Chu Wuxiang and Zhou Danu. Lao Chu, thank you for your help in this matter. Hey, we are brothers, no need for thanks. Chu Wuxiang said somewhat embarrassedly. Now you and Huya and the others will temporarily take charge of the Sword Palace Star region for me. Are you going to chase after that evil creature? Take me with you. Our chances of success will be greater if we join forces. Chu Wuxiang immediately suggested. Zuan shook his head. No need. Dealing with a mere evil creature, I alone am enough. On the contrary, the Sword Palace Star region is more important. Chu Wuxiang had wanted to say something else, but seeing Zuan's serious expression, he understood that it was futile, so he nodded. All right, since that's the case, I will stay in the Sword Palace Star region, but let Big Niu follow you. It's good to have some support. When Zhou Danu heard this, his eyes lit up and he immediately stepped forward. Yes, instructor, let me follow you, even if it's just to assist you. Seeing Zhou Danu's eager expression, Zuan smiled and nodded. Fine, I'll see how much progress you've made in recent years. Zhou Danu was overjoyed at the words. Meanwhile, Zuan turned to Yan and the two little girls and said a few words. Finally, with a solemn expression, he said to Chu Wuxiang and Huya, After I leave, if anyone else returns, if you notice anything amiss, you can take action immediately. Understood. Chu Wuxiang and Huya understood that Zuan was afraid that after he left, the crafty evil creature might return to deceive, so they nodded in agreement. Huya then smiled and said, Lao Zhu, rest assured, others may not dare to say it, but don't we know each other well? If that evil creature dares to come over, I can tell the truth at a glance. When the time comes, you'll see how I deal with it. Zhu nodded, indeed, but we cannot be careless. Obviously, that evil creature has thoroughly researched me, otherwise it wouldn't be able to mimic my aura so convincingly. So for safety, let's establish a secret code. A secret code? What kind of secret code? Huya asked. Zuan did not speak, but directly transmitted a thought to Huya, Chu Wuxiang, and Yan, and the others. When they felt this thought, everyone's expression turned somewhat strange. As for Huya, she looked particularly embarrassed. Then, full of displeasure, she said, Lao Zhu, must it be like this? Of course, Zuan said with a smile, then turned to leave with Zhou Danu. Just then, the mysterious girl Yue King Huan appeared in front of Zuan. Zuan frowned slightly. What's this? Are you following me when I go out? Of course. I said before that I wanted to witness the development of this matter, and you are the most important figure in this matter, so of course, I have to follow you. Yue King Huan said arrogantly. Zuan was helpless. He knew he couldn't reason with this girl, so he could only nod and say, since you want to follow, then it's up to you. Big Miu, let's go. With that, Zuan took off first. Zhou Danu was somewhat surprised as he glanced at the young girl, clearly not understanding her background, and surprised that the instructor could not control her. Yue Qinghuan seemed to notice his gaze, wrinkled her nose, and threateningly said, "Big guy, what are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll pluck out your eyeballs." Zhou Danu was fearless, but after hearing the young girl's words, he inexplicably shivered, then immediately flew up to catch up with Zuan. Yue Qinghuan covered her mouth and chuckled, then her eyes flowed, finally settling on the worried Huya, and said lightly, "Oh la la, losing 1,322 times. If it were me, I'd probably be too ashamed to show my face." With that remark, Haya's face darkened. But before she could finish, Yue Qinghuan had already chuckled and disappeared from the spot. Huya felt a bit annoyed and stamped her foot, then somewhat awkwardly looked at the others. "What are you all looking at? Why don't you get back to work?" No one dared to laugh and dispersed in unison. Even Chu Wuxiang left tactfully. In the blink of an eye, only Ayaru and Anyan and a few others were left in the field. But thinking about how Ayaru and Nyan were not fooled by Huya, they approached, full of curiosity, and asked, "Uncle Huya, did you really lose to my dad 1,322 times?" "Ahem, children don't understand these things. Of course, that's fake," Huya explained nervously. Nyan was fine, but Ayaru couldn't be easily fooled. She looked at Huya and said, "If it's fake, why would Dad use this as a secret code?" Ayaru chuckled, then whispered in Haya's ear, "Why aren't you arguing anymore? Have the two little girls caught you in a trap?" Huya. In the end, Anyan resolved the situation for Huya, smiling and saying, "It's a matter between adults, children shouldn't interrupt." The two little girls closed their mouths. "I suddenly remembered that there is still something to deal with, so I'm leaving." Huya quickly found an excuse and slipped away. Ayaru shrugged at Yan and said helplessly, "See, Sister Yan, you also saw it. Although he is already married and an expert almost at the Divine Emperor level, he still behaves like a child." Yan smiled. "It's not necessarily a bad thing. After all, that's his nature, and he's used to playing. It keeps you from feeling lonely." "That's true, but I'm worried that if he continues like this in the future, it will be troublesome," Ayaru said somewhat helplessly. Aro blushed and lowered her head shyly, nervously saying, "I only found out these past few days. Does Huyi know? I haven't had a chance to tell him yet. It's a busy time right now, and I'm worried that if I tell him now, he might get distracted again, so I plan to wait until things are settled before telling him." "But you can't delay this kind of thing. You should tell him quickly so that he can experience the feeling of becoming a father." And Yan smiled and said, "That's right." What Aro just told Yan refers to her being pregnant. She only realized this in the last few days. After hearing Yan's words, Aru's face blushed even more, and she whispered, "After awakening my bloodline, I am no longer the same as the human race. For the demon race, pregnancy usually takes at least 3 years, so there's no need to rush." Upon hearing this, Yan couldn't help but sigh lightly, then smiled and said, "That foolish Huyi, hasn't he noticed anything at all? With his carefree personality, if I don't say anything, he probably won't ever know." Aro chided, but her face was full of gentle smiles. Meanwhile, in a certain place in the Sword Palace, Huyi suddenly sneezed several times in a row, rubbed his nose, and somewhat helplessly said, "Which girl is talking about me behind my back again?" Ah, it's also pressure for a monster to be so popular. Meanwhile, while Huyi was indulging himself within the Sword Palace, Zuan had already arrived at the coordinates provided by Qiuyi. Of course, there was nothing left there, but through the lingering aura, Zuan could still determine that a great battle had taken place. Therefore, Zuan quickly closed his eyes, and his divine sense spread out like a tide, trying to find any traces left by this great battle. Beside him, Yue Qinghuan was quite surprised as she looked at Zuan. This divine sense is even more powerful than many people I've seen. Is this the level of an ant in a small puddle? While she muttered to herself, Zhou Danu was also on the side, looking astonished. The simple-minded Zhou Danu couldn't help but imagine many possibilities regarding this mysterious girl who came with the instructor. Friends. Unlikely, the instructor doesn't have such young friends. Lovers. But Yanji was there just now, so the instructor wouldn't be so bold. Could they be siblings? This seems more plausible. Just as Zhou Danu was lost in his thoughts, Zuan retracted his divine sense and slowly opened his eyes. How was it? Did you find anything? Yue King Huan asked calmly. Zhu and glanced at her strangely, then said flatly, aren't you just supposed to be an onlooker? Why are you suddenly interested in this question? Yue King Huan giggled, her eyes like silk, and said coquettishly, can't I ask? Zhou Danu's heart skipped a beat, directly crossing out the options of friends or siblings. Because no friend or sibling would speak with such eyes and tone. Facing such a charming complaint that could move a heart of stone, Zuan didn't even blink, simply shook his head. No. Yue King Huan pouted. HMPH. You're so stingy, can't even take a joke. How boring. With that, she leisurely stepped forward, and her astonishing bare feet created ripples as she stepped out, then appeared at the center of this empty space in an instant. In that moment, the entire void seemed to tremble, and Yue King Huan's eyes, with a faint purple hue, twinkled with light. I'm sure you're wondering how this evil thing entered the world of the heavens. After all, you've sealed all the openings in the world of the heavens, and the bronze gate of the Pure Land Buddha country has not yet reached the time of opening, so you are puzzled, right? Zhu remained silent, just looking coldly at Yue King Huan, because he knew this woman would continue speaking. And she did. After waiting for a while and seeing that Zuan didn't react at all, Yue King Huan couldn't help but be a bit annoyed, glancing at him and then speaking in a deep voice. You really are a hard nut to crack. Thanks for the compliment. Zuan replied indifferently. At this point, Yue King Huan wasn't angry, but instead broke into a smile. I find you more and more interesting. Because of your interesting nature, I can tell you some things. You are puzzled about how this evil thing entered. The reason is actually simple. Someone used some tricks to exploit temporal flaws and sent this evil thing back in time, successfully entering the world of the heavens without you noticing it. This explanation was a bit obscure and complex, and at least Zuan's face showed a thoughtful expression. Temporal flaws? Yes, but I prefer to call it reversing causality because the effect appears before the cause. Isn't that reversing causality? Zuan's expression became more serious, so according to your explanation, this evil thing actually doesn't exist in this world of the heavens at all. It is just a projection cast from outside, right? Yue King Huan's eye showed a hint of surprise because she did not expect Zuan to understand it so quickly. She almost immediately understood what he meant and presented a more vivid analogy. She nodded. That's one way to put it. So this evil thing is eager to find a suitable vessel because without a physical shadow, it cannot interfere with this world of the heavens in any way. That's also why it uses illusions to kill people. After all, in normal circumstances, a shadow cannot harm any physical entity. This dialogue between Zuan and Yue King Huan completely puzzled Zhou Danu. The talk of causality and shadows left him completely confused. However, he quickly pushed these things aside because he believed that as long as the instructor was present, no one, whatever the matter, could cause any trouble. Meanwhile, Zuan's expression grew more serious as he paced back and forth, obviously contemplating the whole situation. Yue King Huan remained silent, just watching quietly on the side, her eyes full of playful curiosity, as if waiting for something. Suddenly, Zuan stopped in his tracks, raised his head abruptly, his eyes gleaming brightly. Pure Land Buddha country. The purpose of this evil thing entering the world of the heavens is the Pure Land Buddha country. Yue King Huan clapped lightly and said with a smile, you catch on quickly. It seems you are quite clever. However, Zuan was no longer in the mood to banter with this woman, because only he understood how urgent and important this matter was. Any slight error could result in all his previous plans going down the drain, and then the world of the heavens would truly be in jeopardy. So he immediately commanded, Da Niu, let's go. With that, he soared up, transforming into a stream of light and flying off into the distance. Zhou Dan spoke up and followed closely behind. In an instant, only Yue King Huan was left standing alone in the void. She remained calm and untroubled, watching Zuan's departing figure with a smile. You're getting more and more interesting. I'm looking forward to your performance even more. With that, her figure gradually faded, eventually disappearing altogether. As I write this passage, 37 minutes from now, the clock that symbolizes the years will move forward, just a barely noticeable increment in the river of history, yet for us humans, it signifies 360 days and nights. The year 2020 has brought us through many experiences, with gains and losses, regrets, and happiness. However, that is all in the past. We cannot change the past, and reversing causality is something that only appears in fiction. I hope that, as we approach the upcoming year of 2021, everyone can make amends for all regrets and find what was lost. Ever since Zuan left, this place has entered a state of tight security. Because Moon Silence and Maitreya understand that the sealed copper door within the Pure Land Buddha realm is crucial for the life and death of the entire heavens, it cannot be taken lightly. Therefore, every day, many highly cultivated great Buddhas patrol along the borders of the Buddha realm to prevent any unscrupulous individuals from approaching, ensuring the safety of the entire Pure Land Buddha realm. Today was no exception. The senior brother Zhongtong of Dingchan Temple, along with his two junior brothers Yuantong and Sutong, were dispatched for patrol. The three of them traveled together, circling the edge of the Pure Land Buddha realm. After seeing everything was normal, they couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Then Sutong spoke, "Brothers, as the time approaches for the seal to fail, when do you think the master will return?" Sutong, "Some questions are better left unasked, and this is not something you should worry about," Zhongtong calmly responded. However, Yuantong also had a hesitant expression, saying, "Actually, it's not unreasonable for Sutong to have this doubt. Lately, I've been feeling anxious, as if something bad is about to happen. And it has been some time since the master left. He should be returning soon, right?" Zhongtong fell silent upon hearing this, for he had been thinking the same. After all, Zuan was the backbone of the entire Pure Land Buddha realm. His prolonged absence had left everyone feeling anxious. But he soon exhaled and said, "All right, the master definitely has his own considerations. Let's continue to guard the Pure Land Buddha realm well and await his return in peace." Sutong pursed his lips, not daring to speak further. As the three were preparing to resume their patrol, they suddenly saw a glow appearing in the void beyond Mount Sumeru. The three were surprised and immediately heightened their alertness, preparing for any potential threat. Zhongtong stepped forward and sternly shouted, "Who goes there? This is a restricted area of the Buddhist sect. Unauthorized personnel, please leave promptly." His voice traveled towards the distant glow, infused with a hint of majestic authority. This was intentional on Zhongtong's part to intimidate any intruders and compel them to withdraw. However, they heard a light laughter coming from within the glow. "Impressive vigilance indeed. But do you not even recognize me?" With these words, the glow swiftly flew to the front of Mount Sumeru before coming to a halt, revealing the figure inside. Upon seeing the familiar face, the three were momentarily stunned before bowing down in joy and reverence. "Disciples greet the master." Yes, the newcomer was Zuan. Seeing Zhongtong, Yuantong, and Sutong kneeling before him, Zuan waved his hand with a smile. "All right, get up, there's no need for such formality." The three stood up, their faces displaying respectful composure. "How is the situation in the Buddha realm recently, Zu?" asked calmly. "Master, everything is well in the Buddha realm. The copper door is being guarded with full dedication by my master Moon Silence and others, and there have been no unusual occurrences," Zhongtong promptly reported. Upon hearing the mention of the copper door, a gleam passed through Zuan's eyes as he nodded. "Very good, you have done well." Praised by the master, Zhongtong and Yuantong were thrilled and trembling with excitement, not doubting his words. Yuantong then bowed. "Master, shall I inform my master and the others to come out and welcome you?" Zu shook his head with a smile. "There's no need. They are busy, and it's better not to trouble them. Just lead me inside, yes?" Yuantong and Zhongtong quickly obliged, stepping aside to clear a path. However, Sutong remained unmoved, standing in place, seemingly pondering something. Seeing this, Zhongtong promptly pulled him aside and whispered, "Sutong, what's wrong? Why are you standing there dazed?" Sutong didn't say a word, just gazing quietly at Zuan as he walked into Mount Sumeru. A puzzled expression clouded his eyes, deepening his doubts. At that moment, Zu sensed something and turned to glance at him, giving a slight smile. "What's the matter? Do you have something to say?" Sutong shuddered and lowered his head deeply. Yuantong quickly interjected, "Master, I think Sutong might be overjoyed to see your return, making him act a little silly. Isn't that right?" Saying this, Yuantong discreetly nudged his junior brother. Sutong quivered slightly and murmured in agreement. Zu An cast a meaningful look at Sutong, chuckled, then turned and left. Seeing him depart, Yuantong breathed a sigh of relief, then leaned in to whisper to Sutong, "What are you doing? You seem strange." Sutong gazed after the departing Zuan with a complex look in his eyes, then shook his head. "It's nothing. Maybe I'm mistaken. Let's go." "You're always overthinking," Yuantong said as he and Zhongtong hurried to catch up. Sutong stood in place, frowning deeply, contemplating. Could it be that I was mistaken? With myriad doubts swirling in his mind, Sutong eventually followed along to find out the truth. Meanwhile, as Zuan entered the Pure Land Buddha realm, wherever he went, the Buddhist practitioners couldn't help but rejoice and praise, kneeling in worship. "Welcome back, Master! The Master has returned!" These joyous exclamations continued one after another. Zuan smiled broadly, nodding in response. Soon, he reached the heart of the Pure Land Buddha realm. Upon seeing the vast medicinal fields, Zuan's pupils slightly contracted, though his smile remained unchanged. Such a bustling scene! As the news spread, Moon Silence and Maitreya, who had heard of Zuan's return, also arrived. "Greetings, Master!" They saluted respectfully. Zuan nodded with a smile, but his gaze swept over everyone's face. "Why is one person missing?" Moon Silence explained promptly, "Master, my junior brother Yusha is still on guard before the copper door, and couldn't come." "Ah," Zuan nodded in understanding, "I see. Let's go there now." "I also need to inspect the seal on the copper door." "Yes." Everyone agreed and was about to set off when the godly sphere ball, responsible for fertilizing the vast medicinal fields, arrived. At this moment, next to the large pit where Zuan sealed, the members of the Fire Phoenix Special Forces are all stationed here. Not only that, the monks from the Pure Land Buddha's country are also keeping watch here around the clock. For example, right now, Yuecha is left behind, indicating the strict vigilance. Yuecha is sitting cross-legged, reciting scriptures with closed eyes. Ziluoli Yingluo is sitting behind him, leaning against his back and yawning. "Hey, old man, don't you get tired of reciting these scriptures all day?" Yuecha, with slightly closed eyes and a smile, shakes his head. "No. But I'm tired of hearing them buzzing like mosquitoes. It makes me want to sleep." "Then go to sleep." Yuecha continues. Yingluo immediately sits up straight, her eyes wide open, staring at Yuecha with a strange expression on her face. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Although he didn't turn around, Yuecha could still sense the unusual look in Yingluo's eyes. "Humph, I am looking at a big old Wolf in sheep's clothing." Yingluo huffed. "Oh." Yuecha responded indifferently, still unfazed. This time, Yingluo couldn't control her anger and leaned over, looking at Yuecha with a bewildered expression. "Don't you want to know why I said that?" "I don't care. Tisk, you must already know. A girl as innocent and tender as me, and yet you want me to sleep here. What are your intentions? Do you want to sneak up and kiss me while I'm asleep?" Yingluo questioned aggressively. This time, Yuecha finally opened his eyes, with a helpless smile in his eyes. "How did you come up with these words?" "I just care about you. I promise I have no other intentions." "TSK, who would believe that? Believe it or not." Yuecha decided to ignore Yingluo and closed his eyes again. Yingluo was furious. At that moment, Zuan arrived with the others. Sensing Zuan's presence, Yuecha finally stood up and greeted him with a smile. "Welcome back." Zuan smiled slightly. "Yes, I'm back." Yuecha withdrew his gaze from Zuan and asked somewhat puzzled, "Where is sister-in-law and the two little girls?" "Oh, they had some things to attend to, so they didn't come back with me this time," Zuan replied, looking towards Yingluo. "Little Yingluo, you seem to have grown taller again." Faced with these friendly words, Yingluo was a bit startled and took a step back, hiding behind Yuecha while looking at Zuan strangely. This unexpected reaction surprised many people, including Yuecha, but he still smiled and said, "Maybe she's just a bit shy." Zuan chuckled and said nothing more. Just then, Chenghao led the members of the Fire Phoenix to arrive. They stood in formation and shouted loudly, "Instructor!" Zuan's eye showed a hint of surprise at Chenghao's address, but he nodded in response. "Well, you have worked hard during this time. Have there been any changes in the seal since I left?" Chenghao reported, "Instructor, we have been guarding here in your absence, and there have been no changes in the seal." Zuan remained silent, walked to the edge of the pit, and scrutinized it keenly. The others dared not make a sound, all waiting with bated breath. At that moment, Zi Heshang Hutong sneaked up to Ying Luo and gestured to her. Ying Luo approached him and asked, "What's up?" Hutong lowered his voice. "Ying Luo, did you also sense something just now?" "You mean?" Ying Luo's face instantly turned serious, then nodded solemnly, whispering, "Yes, you felt it too." "Yes, from the moment I saw the Lord just now, I felt strange, but I couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was." Hutong frowned. "His eyes." Ying Luo immediately spoke, then added, "It's his eyes." After a moment of thought, Hutong slapped his thigh. "Yes, it's the eyes. His eyes are so strange. Completely different from the previous Lord, as if he's a different person." But then, he looked dejected, but senior brother and master didn't notice anything unusual. "Did we get it wrong?" "No, my feelings are absolutely not wrong." "Why?" Hutong asked in surprise. "Because you should trust a woman's instinct," Ying Luo declared confidently. "Hutong, what do we do now?" Ying Luo contemplated for a moment, then her eyes lit up. She spoke in a serious tone, "Don't say anything, just watch me." With that, Ying Luo put on a different expression and ran out from the crowd towards Zuan. "Lord, when do you think Xiang and Nianian will come back?" Ying Luo asked in a sweet and innocent voice. Hutong, watching from behind, broke out in a cold sweat. The others didn't suspect anything because Ying Luo was always straightforward and often spoke without filter. Ju Un glanced at Ying Luo, and in that moment, she felt her muscles tense up all over. She caught a glimpse of the cold indifference in this Zuan's eyes, a coldness different from that of a human, devoid of any emotion, sending chills down her spine. But the next moment, Zuan returned to normal and gently patted Ying Luo's head, smiling as he said, "Didn't I just say earlier that Xiang and Enyan couldn't come back for some reasons?" "What reasons are those?" Despite feeling cold when she was patted on the head, Ying Luo showed remarkable courage at that moment and continued to ask. Zuan's expression darkened slightly. Meanwhile, Yuecha walked up and said softly, "Ying Luo, stop causing trouble and step back." "I won't. I just want to know when Xiang and Enyan will be back." Ying Luo raised her head, looking innocent as she gazed at Zuan. Zuan's face turned cold, ignoring Ying Luo's words and turning away. "It seems like there are signs of the seal loosening. We must go inside to take a look." Zuan instructed. "Chenghao, yes. You are in charge of opening the seal." Zuan's face gradually darkened. "Oh, why can't it be opened?" Because. Faced with Zuan's questioning, Ying Luo anxiously scratched her head, and suddenly her eyes lit up. "Because I have a premonition that once this seal is opened, something extremely bad will happen." This statement caused a commotion in the whole room, especially Zuan, who revealed a trace of curiosity. "Oh, something bad. What kind of bad thing?" "Well, why do you ask so clearly? Anyway, it's just a bad thing," Ying Luo said impatiently. Zuan then turned his gaze to Yuecha beside him and said lightly, "Yuecha, is this your opinion?" Yuecha immediately stepped forward, clasped his hands, and said, "Of course not." Then Yuecha turned to look at Ying Luo and whispered, "Ying Luo, stop making trouble." Ying Luo couldn't help but feel anxious. "I'm not making trouble. I really have a very ominous feeling." Zuan snorted coldly and turned to leave. Yuecha grabbed Ying Luo's arm and said very seriously, "Ying Luo, you can be unruly at other times, but not now. Go back quickly." After speaking, Yuecha turned to leave. Faced with everyone's incomprehension, Ying Luo was on the verge of tears and finally gathered the courage to shout, "Foolish uncle, haven't you noticed? Is this guy fake?" This statement shook the whole room. Yuecha turned around in surprise. "What did you say?" At this point, Ying Luo had no reservations, pointed at Zuan in the distance, and said solemnly, "From the first sight, I felt he was suspicious, and his subsequent actions confirmed my suspicions. He is definitely not Zuan, but an impostor." The room fell silent, including Yu Ag and Mi Le. Everyone looked stunned, because no one had expected such a big turn of events. Yuecha looked at Zuan, his eyes filled with surprise and doubt. "Leader." Yuecha was about to continue, but to everyone's surprise, Zuan cut him off directly. He sneered and said, "What? Just because of the nonsense of a little girl, you start to doubt me? You're the little girl. You're the one speaking nonsense." Ying Luo, without any restraint now, retorted. Zuan's gaze turned cold, then he said ominously, "You little girl, I'll ignore you for now. You say I'm an imposter, then where's the evidence?" With that, Zuan took a step forward, exuding a powerful aura, and a hint of a red lotus appeared between his eyebrows. Appearance can be fake, but can aura also be fake? Exactly. Whether it was UAG or UHA, everyone nodded inwardly. They were not fools and wouldn't rely solely on their eyes to determine the authenticity. They used their divine senses to judge a person. At this moment, the aura emanating from this person indeed belonged to the Red Lotus Immortal. This was why no one detected anything unusual, except for the young monk Huatong and Ying Luo. Because of their shallow cultivation, they couldn't discern a person's aura through divine senses. That's why they could see through the fog concealing the truth. The bystander sees clearly, that's how it is. By now, I believe everyone has guessed that the person standing in the Pure Land Buddha realm is indeed not Zuan, but an imposter disguised by that extraterrestrial evil creature. At that time, after the plan to ambush Qyi failed and the attempt to seize his body, the evil creature immediately hid in the void. It was terrified as well. Who would have expected that the sword cultivator in this small waterhole would be so fierce, even defeating its companion at first sight? If not for its swift escape, it might have faced the same fate. Though it escaped by chance, the evil creature knew that the failed plan meant its whereabouts were exposed. Soon, news of its appearance in the various realms would spread, causing alarm. Therefore, if it wanted to complete its mission, it had to hurry before the news reached the Pure Land Buddha realm, or all previous efforts would be in vain. Almost non-stop, it rushed to the Pure Land Buddha realm, but just when success seemed close, this unexpected incident occurred. When facing the questioning of the evil creature, Ying Luo remained calm and said, "I don't understand auras. I just want to ask, why didn't Xiong and Nian come?" Heh, I've already explained earlier. They were delayed by some trivial matters, so they couldn't come back temporarily. Oh, what trivial matters? Ying Luo asked calmly. This demeanor made everyone quiet down, as if there was a magical power about this little girl. Hui Tong looked at Ying Luo's back with admiration on his face because her current attitude was too impressive. Initially, the evil creature didn't take Ying Luo seriously, but under her persistent questioning, anger flashed in its eyes. "What? Do you want to question me?" Ying Luo raised her head and said seriously, "Yes, I want to question you. If you were genuine, you wouldn't mind being questioned. In fact, you would be more willing to prove your authenticity and innocence through this method, right?" This made the evil creature speechless, as what Ying Luo said made sense. If it refused to answer now, it would appear guilty. So it coldly stared at Ying Luo and said, "What do you want to know?" Ying Luo said coldly, "It's simple. Why didn't Xiong and Nian come back?" Because they can't leave Yanner in the Sword Palace Starfield at the moment. They can only stay with her and wait for things to be resolved before they can come back. Any questions? The evil creature said coldly. Even the most obtuse person could sense something wrong with Zuan now. While the real Zuan would never speak in this manner, the aura of the evil creature was so convincing that everyone could only watch with uncertainty. Quietly signaling the people behind him, Cheng Hao, the leader of the Fire Phoenix Special Forces, gave a signal, and they surrounded the evil creature without showing any signs. Although they were able to restrain themselves barely due to their own imposing demeanor and unique connection to Zuan, once someone made the first move, they would surely be able to tear through their disguise. By then, it would be all over. And all of this was just because of the little girl in front of them. How could this not make him angry? What does my daughter's nickname have to do with you? Since you all don't trust me, fine, I'll leave. With that, the evil being turned to leave. At that moment, the expert from the secret sect, DRIZZLE, stepped forward to block their path and said with a smile that wasn't really a smile, "Lord Leader, how can you leave before everything is cleared up?" The evil being stopped in their tracks, coldly staring at DRIZZLE, and said in a cold voice, "What? Even you are starting to doubt me?" DRIZZLE shook his head. "This isn't doubt, it's just a hope for you to provide a reasonable explanation." Heh. The evil being began to sneer coldly. "A reasonable explanation ... Suddenly, the evil being raised their eyes, and in those eyes, there were no longer any human emotions, only endless indifference. "I was planning to let you go, but you idiots just had to dig deeper. Don't blame me then. Even before the last word was spoken, DRIZZLE and the others beside him already understood, and they all rushed towards it. But it was all too late. When the evil being finished speaking the last word, a thick fog enveloped its entire figure. In an instant, DRIZZLE and the others who had rushed forward were involuntarily trapped in an illusion. There was chaos among the people. And it was at this moment that Yueisha suddenly felt a shadow pass in front of him, followed by a cold laugh. "Since you were so willing to meddle, why don't you come with me?" With that, Yueisha heard a scream in his ear. It was Ying Luo. Yueisha's heart skipped a beat, then he felt all the hot blood in his body rush to his head in an instant. In a fit of anger, he emitted a golden light all over his body, dispersing all the thick fog in an instant. Then he roared, "Let go of Ying Luo!" But it was all too late. In just the blink of an eye, the evil being had grabbed Ying Luo and, despite the best efforts of the Fire Phoenix team, arrived at the edge of a great pit. "Ha ha ha, you fools, wait for your death." With those words, the evil being flew with Ying Luo directly into the pit. From the beginning to the end, there was no disturbance in the seal, not even an obstruction. This was because the aura of the evil being was dissimilar to Zuan, even deceiving the seal set up by Zuan himself. In an instant, the evil being and Ying Luo had disappeared. Yueisha watched this scene with eyes wide open, then suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and hoarsely exclaimed, "Ying Luo!" His voice was filled with infinite regret. Regret for his foolishness, being deceived by an evil being, not seeing through its disguise, and endangering Ying Luo. At the same time, there was uproar throughout the scene. Cheng Hao and the Fire Phoenix Special Forces were furious because the actions of this evil being completely challenged their bottom line. Pretending to be an instructor to deceive everyone was simply intolerable. Moreover, allowing it to escape in front of him, if there were any mistakes, they would be responsible. Not only them, but almost everyone, including Yueji and others, thought the same. But the first to react was Yueisha. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, leapt into the sky, and landed directly above the pit, then plunged down. Boom! After a muffled sound, light rippled like water, and Yueisha forcibly shattered the seal on the pit, then disappeared into it. The whole process happened so quickly that no one had time to react, and Yueisha had already disappeared. "Yueisha! Master Uncle!" the people of Dingchan Temple exclaimed. Then Yueji stood up, preparing to enter the seal as well. But Miles stopped him. "Brother Yueji, let me go. The Pure Land Buddha Kingdom still needs you to guard it." With that, without waiting for Yueji's agreement, Miles flew into the seal. Just as the Pure Land Buddha Kingdom was in turmoil, Zuan and Zhou Danyu finally arrived outside Zhangjia Luo. But before they could catch their breath, Yue Qinghuan's figure suddenly appeared and said calmly, "It seems you are a step too late. That evil being has already entered." In fact, Zuan had sensed the fluctuations of the seal he had set up on the way there. His face turned serious, and with a cold snort, his figure flashed, crossing directly from outside Zhangjia Luo to in front of the pit. When he appeared in front of everyone, they were all stunned, and no one dared to speak. Because no one knew if the figure in front of them was real or not. Zuan didn't have time to explain to everyone. He raised his eyebrow, and a brilliant swordlight suddenly appeared, directly smashing the seal on the pit. With a step forward, he disappeared into the pit. The people watched in shock, then someone murmured softly, "The one who just went in ... should be the real Lord Leader, right? Because only the true Red Lotus Immortal could exude such dominance." At the same time, Zhou Danyu gasped for breath as he rushed over. As soon as he appeared, the people of the Fire Phoenix all exclaimed in surprise, "Danyu! Big new brother!" Especially Zhuo Suai, who had a close relationship with Zhou Danyu, leapt to his side, took a look, then fiercely pounded his shoulder. "Damn, it's really you!" Seeing his long-lost friend, Zhou Danyu couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth in his heart, but he was introverted and didn't know what to say, so he could only grin foolishly. At this moment, Cheng Hao took a deep breath and said solemnly, "If that's Big Niu, then the one who just went in is the real instructor. No, we can't stand by and watch, we must also go in to help the instructor." The people of the Fire Phoenix team immediately agreed, about to get up. At that moment, Yue Qinghuan suddenly appeared in front of everyone, and calmly said, "If you are not afraid of becoming his burden, feel free to enter." Yue Qinghuan's sudden appearance caused another commotion at the scene. Then the Fire Phoenix team immediately aimed at Yue Qinghuan. Cheng Hao asked in a cold voice, "And who are you?" At this moment, in this virtual space, a sudden burst of light flashed through. It was Yusha who was chasing after the evil creature with all his might. At this moment, he had been running at full speed for the time it takes to brew a pot of tea, but still hadn't seen a trace of the evil creature. This made his mood even more anxious, because with each second delayed, the probability of something happening to the bronze door would increase, and the safety of Ling Luo's life would also be under serious threat. That's why he was flying deep into the void in a state of urgency. Suddenly, a huge bronze door appeared in front, and in front of the bronze door stood the evil creature disguised as Zuan. Yusha immediately stopped in his tracks. And when the evil creature saw Yusha, it couldn't help but smile slightly. "You're quite fast. It seems this little girl is important to you." His words were full of strong confidence and indifference, sending shivers down one's spine. Because the tone was like a cat speaking to its prey under its paw, full of playfulness and cruelty. Yusha's pupils instantly shrank to the size of a needle because he saw, next to this evil creature, a strange flower floating. The petals were as red as blood, filled with ominous meaning, and the stamen within was like black vines, tightly binding a person. Yusha took a deep breath, his voice trembling as he softly called out, "Ling Luo." That's right. Bound within this extremely eerie flower was indeed Ling Luo. At this moment, her eyes were tightly closed, her face pale, and there was no sign of any breath around her, as if dead. Yusha had entered the Zen temple since childhood, with extraordinary talent and diligence, so at a young age, he had a very profound Buddhist practice, which allowed him to become friends with Zuan and even teach him many secret Buddhist techniques. However, no matter how firm his mindset, how profound his practice, upon seeing this scene before him, Yusha's cultivation was instantly shattered. He glared fiercely at the evil creature. "What have you done to Ling Luo? What's wrong with her?" The evil creature chuckled strangely, then reached out and lightly gestured, and the strange flower flew closer. Then it reached out, its finger gently brushing over Ling Luo's cheek, saying lightly, "Don't worry, I haven't done anything to her. She's just temporarily unconscious now." Yusha breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, but the following words from the evil creature made him furious. The evil creature's face was full of cunning as it said, "How can I easily kill such a promising young one? Since she ruined my plans, I naturally have to reclaim everything with interest, so..." The evil creature suddenly began to grin wickedly. "You know, there are many adults who would appreciate this, so as long as I bring her back and offer her to those adults, I'll definitely receive a generous reward. What do you think about that?" Yusha's whole body was radiating golden light, his eyes filled with infinite murderous intent, as he said each word emphatically, "Release her." But the evil creature remained unmoved, instead smiling and saying, "Aren't you Buddhists supposed to be all about compassion? Why do you have such intense murderous intent now?" Yusha didn't speak, just stared hard at the evil creature. If looks could kill, this evil creature would have died countless times already. The evil creature, on the other hand, laughed even more wildly. TSK, a monk moved by a little girl. Is this what your Buddhist practice calls cutting off worldly attachments? I said, let her go. Yusha's eyes were cold as ice as he spoke each word slowly. But the evil creature seemed as if it didn't hear, casting its gaze into the distance and saying lightly, another one has come. With that, another burst of light flew in, and it was Maitreya. When he saw the scene before the copper door, his expression also became serious. The evil creature then chuckled. Heh, another monk has arrived, too. Are you also here for this little girl? It seems this little girl is quite popular. The tone was extremely vulgar and obscene, causing Maitreya, a master of the tantric tradition, to frown and speak coldly. Release her, and I can spare your life. Oh, I'm so scared. The evil creature exaggeratedly exclaimed, but its palm suddenly reached Ling Luo's face, and its 5 fingers turned into sharp daggers, pressing against her throat. The evil creature spoke menacingly. You better understand who you're talking to right now. Otherwise, I can't guarantee this little girl will stand before you unharmed. Such a beautiful face, it would be a pity if something were to happen to it. As it spoke, the evil creature's fingers trembled slightly, breaking the skin on Ling Luo's throat. A drop of blood instantly seeped out, and Ling Luo moaned softly, awakening. When she saw the evil creature before her and Yusha and Maitreya in the distance, she instantly understood what had happened. With a calmness beyond her years, she said, "Uncle, don't worry about me. Just kill this monster first." Yusha's face was as calm as water, not uttering a word. The evil creature burst into laughter. "Well, this is getting more and more interesting. What? Do you think death can solve everything? Let me tell you, it's useless. Even if you die, I will capture your soul and offer it to the masters who relish this kind of thing. At that time, your soul will endure eternal torment without relief. How does that sound?" These words made Ling Luo's face turn pale. At her age, although she was mature beyond her years, even fearless of life and death, she was still a child. When she heard the horrifying scenario described by the evil creature, she couldn't help but tremble, and for the first time, her large eyes were filled with tears. But the more she reacted this way, the more excited the evil creature became. Just then, Yusha suddenly said, "I can take her place." "What?" Both the evil creature and Ling Luo turned to look at him. Yusha clasped his hands together, speaking calmly, "As beautiful as she may be, she is just an ordinary human girl, whereas I am a top-level practitioner from the Pure Land Buddha country. So I believe my value should be much greater than hers." The evil creature didn't finish what it was saying, but the meaning was already very clear. Yuecha said directly, "This is simple. I can disperse all your cultivation in front of you, destroy your golden body. How do you like that?" The evil creature was stunned by Yuecha's decisiveness, then sneered, "All right. Go ahead now. Let's see if you were just speaking casually, or if you really mean it." Yuecha didn't hesitate at all, stepping forward immediately. "Don't!" Ying Luo and Mile exclaimed at the same time. Shortly after, Ying Luo teary-eyed said, "Uncle, I don't want you to do this." Mile sighed deeply. "Senior brother Yuecha, these monsters have no sense of justice. If you act impulsively, not only will you not save Ying Luo, you will harm yourself." The evil creature smirked. "What? Are you backing down now? Seems like all your earlier words were just lies to deceive me." Before the words had finished, the outer ring of the golden wheel behind Yuecha suddenly shattered with a loud bang, and then his eyes dimmed visibly at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. At the same time, a faint golden blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. "No!" Ying Luo let out a hysterical shout, then struggled frantically. "Yuecha, you jerk! Why would you do this? Don't think you can move me like this. Truth be told, I don't like you at all. I even dislike you. I don't want to see you again. Just leave." With the shout, a fierce expression spread across Ying Luo's small face. Yuecha just chuckled lightly and closed his eyes. Bang! He shuddered all over, and another ring of the golden wheel shattered. A line of blood and tears trickled down Ying Luo's face as she murmured softly, "Why are you so foolish? Why are you so foolish?" The evil creature became even more excited, even rubbing his hands in delight. It's a pity I don't have the extra energy to record this scene now. Otherwise, it would be a rare classic. This kind of despair and helplessness is simply intoxicating. However, just as this evil creature was on the verge of hysteria in excitement, a gentle sigh came from the distant void. The so-called matters of the heart make people commit for life and death. Yuecha, why must it be this way? With these words, Miles shook violently and immediately turned to look. Indeed, in the darkness of the void, a white figure was slowly emerging. When he appeared in front of everyone, Ying Luo couldn't help but cry with joy. Zhu! Mr. Zhu! That's right! The newcomer was Zuan. He walked up to Yuecha and looked at him, his face as white as paper, with a hint of compassion in his eyes. At that moment, when Yuecha felt the compassion in Zuan's eyes, he couldn't help but smile slightly. You said it yourself, the word love teaches people to commit for life and death. So this is the answer. Zuan didn't speak, just patted Yuecha's shoulder gently, then turned to look at the evil creature. After observing for a moment, Zuan's lips gradually curved into an extremely cold smile. Are you dressing up as me and deceiving people everywhere? Initially, the evil creature was surprised, but soon calmed down, with a sly smile on his face. Exactly. It's me. Zuan, you came just in time. Zuan shrugged. Can't help it. Everyone calls me the timely rain. At this moment, Ying Luo trembled and said in a trembling voice, Mr. Zhu, whether you save me or not doesn't matter. As long as you can take Yuecha away and prevent him from doing anything stupid, I'll be satisfied. Zuan looked at Ying Luo, who was filled with determination, and a hint of respect appeared in his eyes. Because the courage displayed by this little girl from beginning to end was truly moving, even braver than many adults. But Zuan soon smiled. Don't worry, since I'm here, your uncle will be safe, and you won't be in danger either. It was strange. Although Zuan spoke such words very casually, Ying Luo instantly calmed down. However, the evil creature on the side couldn't help but sneer at the words. Zuan, I have to admire your talent and strength. In this realm, you are indeed a deserving king, but your arrogance is also a bit too much. Arrogant? I don't think so, and I haven't finished yet. Zuan smiled, then raised his fingers lightly. Now you have two things to do. First, release Ying Luo. Second, remove the seal infiltrating the bronze gate. After you accomplish these 2 points, I will kill you. What do you think? The evil creature was furious at these words. Whoever, are you joking with these words? Of course not. On the contrary, I am very serious. Zuan said earnestly. Heh. The evil creature suddenly sneered. Zuan, why are you saying these things as if it's a joke? Of course not. In fact, I'm very serious. Zuan said seriously. Ha ha. The evil creature suddenly laughed coldly. Zuan, I must admit your talent and strength. With the help of the power beyond the heavens, I am now in invincible existence, and this void will be your burial ground. With that, he lifted his foot and stomped heavily toward Zuan. Zuan was not afraid at all, not even dodging. Instead, he stepped forward, raised his hands, and directly withstood the foot of the evil creature. Just like this barely visible light curtain, it seemed like an insurmountable barrier, directly separating Zuan from the surrounding environment, forming an isolated island. Immediately, this layer of light curtain began to shrink at a visible speed. Wherever it passed, even the void shattered into the most basic particle form. A sly smile of success appeared on the face of the colossal evil creature, as if it had already seen Zuan being crushed into powder by this light curtain. But in the next moment, the smile on its face completely froze. Because at that moment, a sword suddenly appeared in Zuan's hand, a pure white sword with a hint of red lines on the blade. Exuding a faintly powerful aura, it was the Heaven's Wrath Sword. Following that, Zuan flipped his wrist and thrust out the sword. There was no sound, not even a ripple was stirred, and the light curtain in front of him, shrinking towards him, burst like a bubble as Zuan pierced a large hole through it effortlessly. This unexpected scene made the evil creature's eyelids twitch uncontrollably, and an expression of horror and disbelief appeared in its eyes. Because it never expected that this mysterious and impenetrable light curtain would be so easily broken by Zuan. But the reality was undeniable. Zuan, expressionless, twisted the sword in his hand. With a muffled bang, the light curtain completely burst and disappeared. Along with the disappearance of the light curtain was also Zuan's figure. Immediately after, a sword tip pierced out from the head of the evil creature, and then Zuan's indifferent voice came from behind the creature. I'm sorry. You've lost. The evil creature's eyes widened gradually and cracks appeared on its massive face before eventually bursting apart with a deafening sound. Amidst the dust flying in the air, Zuan stood proudly in white clothing, resembling a true celestial being. This scene left Maitreya mesmerized, silently wondering, is this the true form of invincibility? Strangely, at this moment, there was no hint of joy on Zuan's face for defeating the evil creature. On the contrary, his expression remained solemn and grave. He raised his hand, gazing at the Heaven's Wrath Sword. Indeed, besides the faint red lines at the beginning, there was nothing unusual about the sword. Seeing this, Zuan sighed lightly, standing between reality and emptiness, impervious to any harm. Is this what you call invincibility? These words triggered a sneer from the void. Heh. It seems that your strength is not too strong, but your insight is commendable. You even know about the boundary between reality and illusion. Yes, at this moment, I am invincible. As the voice trailed off, on the other side of the void, a huge evil creature gradually appeared once again. It was the same creature that Zuan had previously cut down with a sword. Standing in the void, its huge eyes glinted with cruelty and mockery. Zuan, I admit your swordsmanship is good, and you can break free from my control, but you can't harm me now. Because as I said, in this void, I am the true king. With that, the evil creature burst into maniacal laughter. The laughter shook the void, making Yang Lo and Maitreya look even more troubled. Especially Yang Lo, who had hoped Zuan would quickly dispose of the monster to rescue herself and Maitreya. But she never expected the evil creature to be so tenacious, even claiming to be invincible. If that were true, wouldn't they all be unable to leave, destined to perish here? Just when Yang Lo was in turmoil, Yang Lo, who was meditating cross-legged, suddenly chuckled lightly, then closed his eyes and stopped watching. He knew that no matter how the evil creature ranted, it was doomed today. Because no being can defeat Zuan. Note: no being. This immense self-confidence was built on Yang Lo's profound understanding of Zuan, almost like a creed engraved in his soul. Indeed, just as the evil creature laughed maniacally, a sword tip suddenly emerged from its mouth, and the sword suddenly stirred. The creature's entire head was chopped into pieces. Yet, there was still no trace of blood. After a moment, in the distant void, the figure of the evil creature surfaced again, full of mockery, saying, "Zuan, I advise you to save your effort. Because with your skills, you can't kill me at all." "Oh, is that so? Are you so confident that I can't kill you, Zu?" And said calmly, "Of course, because when have you seen anyone kill their shadow?" Being in the void between reality and illusion, it did indeed resemble a shadow. Zuan looked at it coldly, nodded after a long while. "You are right. People indeed cannot kill their shadow." With that, the evil creature became even more smug. In contrast, Yang Lo's heart sank gradually. If even Mr. Zu couldn't deal with this creature, who in the world could subdue it? If no one could subdue it, what about Yang Lo and herself? As Yang Lo's heart was in chaos, Zuan suddenly took a step forward. As he stepped down, a radiant golden lotus bloomed at his feet. Zuan said lightly, "But shadows are born from darkness, and though people may not be able to kill their shadow, they can eliminate darkness, so ... A brilliant light gleamed in Zuan's eyes. "You still have to perish." With these words, countless golden lotuses sprang up around the central lotus at Zuan's feet, filling the void. Subsequently, these lotuses slowly bloomed, radiating dazzling golden light. Behind Zuan's head, a huge and incomparably dazzling golden wheel appeared, dominating the whole void. Compared to this golden wheel, the colossal evil creature was like a firefly before the sun and moon, diminished to a near insignificant state. This solemn and sacred scene made Maitreya and Yang Lo join their palms in reverence, chanting, "Homage to the Master! Homage to the Buddha!" Within these religious chants, the evil creature finally felt an overwhelming sense of fear and began to scream hysterically, "Zuan, what are you trying to do? Aren't you afraid that destroying the void will break the seal on the bronze gate?" And just at this moment, Zuan took another step forward, saying lightly, with brilliant light shining everywhere, "All suffering and darkness shall be severed." Boom! Countless golden light poured down, like a torrential rain, directly occupying the entire void. Wherever it passed, the darkness quickly disappeared, replaced by endless radiance. Following that, the evil creature howled in pain because when the golden light touched its body, it was as if all physical means were rendered powerless, causing it to rapidly disintegrate like snow under the scorching sun. In the blink of an eye, its originally towering body melted halfway, and the remaining body quickly dissipated. The immense pain and the fear of facing death made the evil creature go insane. "Azu, I curse you and all those around you to die a miserable death. Your fate will end up like the Hua clan, with nowhere to rest in peace." Upon hearing these words, Zuan's expression changed instantly. He flashed to the evil creature's side, then roared sternly, "What did you say? What happened to the Hua clan? Ha ha ha, do you want to know? But I won't tell you. Just wait for that day to come." The evil creature laughed ferociously, its body crumbling rapidly. Jew undispersed the golden light and reached into the evil creature's body, attempting to grab its soul and extract its memories. But it was too late. Just as Zuan's hand entered the creature's body, the evil creature completely disintegrated. In an instant, a dazzling, almost blinding light exploded, and then the whole void returned to silence. Maitreya squinted his eyes slightly and looked up again. At this moment, Zuan stood silently. From Maitreya's angle, only Zuan's back could be seen. Yet, this slender figure seemed to bear an endless burden, causing a strange ache in Maitreya's heart. Because he felt that this slender shadow seemed to carry an immense weight, making people want to stay silent. Although Ying Luo did not sense as much, she could still faintly perceive the unusual atmosphere around Zuan at that moment. This made her close her mouth. At this moment, Zuin spoke without turning back. You know all about these things, don't you? As soon as he finished speaking, Yue King Huan's figure appeared next to Zuan, nodding slightly. That's right. Zuin turned to look at this enigmatic girl, who emerged seemingly out of nowhere, with eyes as bright as snow. Then what did it mean when the dying creature mentioned the Hua clan? Facing the almost boiling power emanating from Zuan, Yue King Huan just chuckled lightly and said, "Do you think I will tell you?" As soon as she said that, Zuan's figure appeared in front of her, and his overwhelming divine intent completely sealed off the surrounding void. "Do you think I will spare you if you don't tell me?" Despite Zuan's imposing demeanor, Yue King Huan's face showed a peculiar expression. There was anger, sarcasm, but more so, a sense of playfulness and admiration. What? Planning to use force? Coming from the mouth of such an elf-like girl, this sentence could easily be misunderstood. Especially with the teasing look in her eyes, it could easily overwhelm those with weaker self-control. However, Zuin remained silent and unaffected by the temptation. Yue King Huan sighed softly. "It's not that I don't want to tell you, but this matter cannot be disclosed to you now. You wouldn't want to bring disaster to the surviving people, would you, Zhu?" Pondered for a moment, then gazed at Yue King Huan before saying slowly, "Not now, then when? It's simple. When you are qualified to learn the truth, I will naturally tell you." Yue King Huan unexpectedly replied solemnly without any teasing. Due to Zuan's divine intent, sealing off the surrounding void, Maitreya and the others could not hear these words. If they did, it would likely be a great shock. Because the previous Supreme Immortal, now a quasi-emperor level powerhouse, was treated by Yue King Huan as an ordinary person with no right to even listen. This was truly unbelievable. What does it mean to be qualified? For example, Yue King Huan playfully stuck out her tongue, winning this great battle. Zuan's eyes flickered, then without further ado, he removed his divine intent enveloping the void and turned to look at the bronze door, his face expressionless. At this moment, even Yue King Huan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. To be honest, she may have appeared relaxed just now, but internally, she was extremely tense. After all, this Zuin was far more mysterious and terrifying than she had imagined. Even she couldn't discern Zuan's bottom line. To Yue King Huan, he seemed like an unfathomable ocean, beneath a calm surface, potentially harboring unimaginable power. However, she quickly adjusted her mood and looked somewhat amused at the distant bronze door. TSK, using the life essence of a quasi-supreme immortal to create a seal. No wonder it could lock this entrance, but it seems it won't last much longer. As Yue King Huan said, due to the disturbance caused by the evil creature, on the bronze door at this moment, the scriptures formed by the complete cultivation of the Buddha had started to fade and become blurry. This was a sign of the seal gradually weakening. Zuin watched quietly. Indeed, it won't last much longer. In fact, due to this commotion, the seal that was meant to last for 10 years could now last for a maximum of 3 years. This essentially shortened the timeline by almost half. The pressure it represented can be imagined. Yet Zuin merely raised an eyebrow and continued, "But this will suffice." Watching Zuan's resolute profile, Yue King Huan's eyes sparkled, and a thought suddenly arose in her mind. It seemed like this guy wasn't bad after all. Despite his lower strength and humble origins, his character was much better than those arrogant nobles. Perhaps if, at that moment, Yue King Huan shook her head abruptly, stopping herself from thinking further. In her view, it was simply absurd and impossible. And just as Yue King Huan was lost in her thoughts, a cry suddenly came from afar. "Uncle, what's wrong?" Then, they heard Ying Luo crying hysterically, "Mr. Zhu, please come and see. Uncle has fainted." As the voice fell, Zuin was already rushing towards Ying Luo. This moment, Zuin suddenly fell silent. He had long expected that this day would come, but he didn't expect it to arrive so quickly. At the same time, Yue King Huan also appeared on the side, first glancing at Yuecha, and then couldn't help but exclaim, "How come this person isn't dead yet?" This remark immediately drew a stern look from Ying Luo. Yue King Huan also felt that her words were somewhat inappropriate at this moment, and couldn't help but explain. "Don't misunderstand. What I mean is that with his current physical condition, he should have died several times by right, yet he has managed to hold on until now. Truly a miracle." Ying Luo was stunned because Yue King Huan's words felt like heavy blows, hammering her heart ruthlessly. Clinging to her last thread of hope, She looked towards Zuen on the side. Mr. Zhu. Although the words were not finished, the meaning was already clear. She hoped that Zuen would show some different reaction to this, but she was disappointed. Zuen just sighed lightly and shook his head. Although it's somewhat straightforward, she's right. Yuecha being able to hold on until now is indeed a miracle. With these words spoken, Yingluo felt as if she was sinking rapidly into dark and cold water. Despair and loneliness were crazily eating away at her heart. The thunderous roar in her ears drowned out all other sounds. This feeling made her shiver uncontrollably. But at that moment, she felt a warm hand gently holding hers. This made her tremble slightly, and she looked up. Seeing Yuecha, whose lips were stained with blood, now awake and smiling at her, left Yingluo stunned. Yuecha chuckled softly. Silly girl, I'm not dead yet. Why are you crying? Yingluo's eyes widened gradually because she could feel Yuecha's strength gradually recovering. This filled her with ecstatic joy. However, witnessing this scene, Yue Qinghuan couldn't help but let out a sigh. I understand why you managed to hold on until now, sacrificing all your vitality just to stay alive, but is it really worth it? Although her words were not loud, Yingluo still heard them. Though she didn't fully understand the meaning, her sharp intelligence could sense that Yuecha had likely sacrificed a lot for her. Tears welled up in her eyes as she looked at Yuecha. Is what she said true? Yuecha chuckled softly. Yes. With that, Yuecha slowly sat up and looked at Yue Qinghuan, then said lightly, it's my own choice, so whether it's worth it or not doesn't matter. Yue Qinghuan shrugged. Well, it's up to you then. With that, she disappeared from the spot, leaving only Zuen, Yuecha, and Yingluo in the void. At this moment, Yuecha had mostly recovered except for looking a bit pale, with no noticeable difference from before. However, this condition brought a deep sense of worrying to Zuan's eyes. Zuen, you don't have to look at me that way, as if I'm about to die soon. Yuecha chuckled. Zuen remained silent, unsure of what to say. As Yuecha had mentioned, it was all his own choice, and he had no right to interfere. At this moment, Yingluo suddenly stood up and bowed deeply to Zuen. Thank you for helping us. Zuen waved his hand. No need for formalities. This is something I should handle. No need for thanks. Although that's the case, if it weren't for you, both I and my uncle might have already died by now. Saying this, Yingluo smiled bitterly, then lowered her head and said softly, Mr. Zhu, there are some things I want to tell my uncle, can you? Before Yingluo could finish, Zuen had already turned and left, saying, if there's anything, you can call me anytime. I'll be outside the void. And with that, he also disappeared. Suddenly, only Yuecha and Yingluo remained in the vast void. Yingluo walked in front of Yuecha and sat cross-legged. The two remained silent. It wasn't until a long time later that Yingluo whispered, Uncle, did you already know? Although she didn't explicitly state what she knew, Yuecha understood and nodded slightly. Yes. Since when? Since the moment I decided to find you. With this statement, Yingluo trembled violently, tears streaming down her face. Choking back her sobs, she said, so from the moment you first saw me, you already knew your ultimate fate, right? Yes. Yuecha answered honestly without any concealment. Yingluo suddenly erupted in anger, pointing her finger at Yuecha's nose, shouting, then why did you still appear in front of me? Do you know how cruel it is to warmly comfort someone who has never seen the light and then cruelly take it away? Do you think that is noble of you? Save me and then quietly die one day, leaving me alone in the world to endure endless torment. Is that what you, as a Buddhist, should do? Yingluo was close to hysteria, her finger almost touching Yuecha's nose. Yuecha remained unmoved, calmly looking at Yingluo until she had vented most of her emotions, then softly said, I'm sorry. Though these three words were plain, they drained all the strength from Yingluo instantly. She collapsed, crying uncontrollably in Yuecha's arms. As she cried, in between gasps, she said, Yuecha, you're a big villain. You're a complete scoundrel. Yuecha looked down at Yingluo in his arms, his gaze turning as gentle as water, then gently stroked her head and softly said, Yes, I am a scoundrel. But the next moment, his further words were all cut off. Yuecha wanted to struggle, but when he saw the tears streaming down Yingluo's face, he stopped. It was only after a long while that Yingluo released her grip, then stared blankly at Yuecha. Am I really going to die or yes? After listening, Yingluo's eyes dimmed visibly at an alarming rate. But suddenly, as if she had made a decision, She raised her head and said with unwavering determination, "Teach me Buddhism. I will find a way to save you within 3 years." Yusha was stunned, then wanted to laugh. Because no matter how you listened to it, this was an impossible task. But when he saw the blazing passion and seriousness in Yingluo's eyes, he found himself unable to laugh. He reached out to gently touch Yingluo's head, sighed softly, and said, "Fool, practicing Buddhism is not as simple as you think. Even Zuan is helpless with my injuries, let alone you." This time, Yingluo forcefully broke free from his hand and said with great determination, "Mr. Zhu is Mr. Zhu, and I am me. Just because he can't find a way doesn't mean I can't. As long as you are willing to teach me, I believe I can do it." Yusha was also influenced by Yingluo's determined tone and nodded seriously, "All right, I will teach you." "Good." After the two of them emerged from the void, Yueji and others immediately gathered around, looking at Yusha with concern. Especially Yueji, as the senior brother, naturally cared deeply for his junior brother. Although everything seemed normal on the surface, upon closer inspection, Yueji's heart sank rapidly. "Yusha!" He was about to say something, but Yusha smiled, shook his head at him, and put his palms together. "Greetings, senior brother." Seeing this, Yueji swallowed back all his words. This storm ended in such an unexpected way. But everyone was still unable to relax. The matter of the sealed bronze door was known to all. Originally, the seal would not have broken for another 6 or 7 years, but after this incident, the time suddenly shortened to just 3 years. This was undoubtedly very bad news. Therefore, everyone's mood became extremely heavy. Only Zuan acted as if everything was normal, and he called Yueji and Maitreya to his side. "Leader." Everyone bowed respectfully. Zuan nodded slightly and said, "Since this has already happened, there's no need for you to worry all day long. It's just a matter of time advancing a bit. I have a plan." Despite his words, the atmosphere among everyone remained somewhat subdued. At this moment, Zuan turned to Yueji and said, "Yueji, present." Yueji stepped forward immediately. "From now on, you shall consolidate the strength of the Pure Land Buddha country and harvest the medicinal fields, preparing everything for the upcoming battle. Understand?" Yueji's expression turned solemn. "Understood." Cheng Hao, the captain of the Fire Phoenix team, who had followed Zuan from Earth and rooted here for several months, immediately stepped forward and said, "Instructor, you will lead the Fire Phoenix and monitor the seal around the clock. If there are any abnormalities, report to me immediately, understood?" With that, Zuan threw a talisman over. Even if Zuan was not in the Pure Land Buddha country, Cheng Hao could still send messages in time through this talisman. Upon receiving the talisman, Cheng Hao stood at attention and shouted, "Instructor, rest assured, I will complete the mission." "Maitreya!" Zuan called out again. Maitreya also stepped forward. "Leader, you will lead the members of the esoteric sect to defend the Pure Land Buddha country. Show no mercy to anyone with ill intentions who approaches," he ordered. Without hesitation, Maitreya accepted the command and left. In an instant, the entire Pure Land Buddha country was set boiling under Zuan's orders. Yue Qinghuan, who had been observing from the sidelines the whole time, couldn't help but nod in approval. Zuan's arrangements were perfect in every step, not only dispelling the pessimistic atmosphere that had lingered over the Pure Land Buddha country, but also rallying everyone's fighting spirit. Just with this, Zuan surpassed many powerful individuals who had strength but lacked strategic planning. Truly, he was worthy of the high praise from that lazy cat. This trip seemed not in vain for this lady. Just as Yue Qinghuan was lost in her thoughts, Zuan turned to look at her. His gaze made Yue Qinghuan slightly uneasy, prompting her to take a step back. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Zuan smiled faintly. "No reason, I just have a favor to ask of you." "A favor?" Yue Qinghuan immediately shook her head. "It's impossible. As I've said before, I'm just an observer and won't get involved in this." "Don't worry, I don't need you to get involved in this. I just need to borrow your ability to traverse the void," Zuan said casually. "Even that's not possible," Yue Qinghuan firmly rejected again. "I won't do anything against my principles." "Oh, Zhu." Unraised an eyebrow slightly. "So, does that mean you can't even help with traveling quickly?" "No," but Zuan smiled. "I think you'd better think it over in advance." "No need to think, it's definitely not possible. You..." Before Yue Qinghuan could finish her sentence, Zuan suddenly stepped forward, reached her, and looked down at her from a higher vantage point. Yue King Huan furrowed her brows slightly, about to teleport away, but she didn't expect Zuan to lean down and whisper in her ear, "Since you said you can't get involved in this, why did you tell me the details and origin of that evil creature and secretly remind me that its target is the Pure Land Buddha country?" This remark made Yue King Huan's extremely beautiful light purple eyes slightly constrict. Then she said after a while, "When did I remind you? I just thought it was interesting, so I told a story, that's all." "Oh." A dangerous smile crept up on Zuan's lips. "Is that so?" Without knowing why, as she looked at Zuan's face, which was so close at hand, and smelled the faint grassy fragrance emanating from him, Yue King Huan's heart couldn't help but beat a little faster. But she still vehemently denied. "That's right, that's how it is. Your story did hit the mark too perfectly, not only reminding me that this evil creature is a projection sent by someone, but also intentionally guiding me that its target is the Pure Land Buddha country. So, if I'm not mistaken, the forces represented by these evil creatures must be hostile to you, right?" Yue King Huan fell silent, then spoke after a long while, "And if they are, it doesn't have to be a problem. I've always believed in a saying, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So since our goals are the same, why not help each other a bit?" Yue King Huan looked up at Zuan's face, which was filled with a deep smile, and finally sighed softly. Zhu Suirong couldn't help but sneer, hiss, "Who is this woman? Why is she so intimate with the instructor?" Because from their angle, Zuan, who was bowing down, looked like she was whispering to Yue King Huan. Both her posture and attitude were filled with ambiguous feelings. Zhou Danu lightly coughed and then whispered, "Shh, lower your voice. This woman came with the instructor. Be careful not to let her hear you." "Came with the instructor?" Zhu Suirong's eyes widened gradually. "Does the madam know?" Zhou Danu scratched the back of his head, looking silly, and said, "I don't know if the madam knows or not." A strange smile appeared on Zhu Suirong's face. "Hehe, actually, this is understandable. After all, they are all men, and this girl looks so delicate." Before he could finish his sentence, someone heavily knocked on his head. Startled, Zhu Suirong turned around to see Zhu. On looking at him from behind, Zhu Suirong shrank his neck in fear, rubbing his hands awkwardly. "In instructor." Zuan calmly said, "What do you mean after all? They are all men, so it's understandable. Explain to me." Cold sweat trickled down Zhu Suirong's forehead. This. Unable to come up with an explanation after a long pause, Zhu Suirong's face turned red with embarrassment. "In the future, it's best to think before speaking. Don't talk nonsense without knowing the truth, or it can easily lead to trouble, understand?" Zhu Suirong was sweating profusely and immediately bowed. "Yes, I understand, Zhu." Nodded, then turned and left. After he was gone, Zhu Suirong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and let out a sigh of relief. Although Zuan did not reprimand him harshly, the invisible pressure made him feel uneasy. It was indeed because Zuan's authority was too great. With the gradual recovery of his strength, a strong aura was evident in every move Zhu. Unmade, even a casual question could make ordinary strong individuals collapse immediately. The authority of an immortal venerable was gradually emerging. Yue King Huan naturally saw this scene, and when Zuan returned, she couldn't help but smile. "It seems your subordinates are quite afraid of you, Zhu," and glanced at her and said, "You don't seem to be in a hurry." "In a hurry? Why should I be in a hurry?" Yue King Huan laughed as if she were a successful thief cat. "And I find you quite pleasing now, so let them say what they want. I'm not at a loss." Zuan. Then, somewhat helplessly, he said, "All right, stop talking nonsense, let's go back to the Sword Palace Galaxy." Yue King Huan chuckled and suddenly grabbed Zuan's wrist. "Okay, let's go now." With that said, the two disappeared on the spot. At the same moment, Zuan was heading back to the Sword Palace Galaxy. In a distant corner of the starry sky, two people were also hurrying. However, unlike typical cultivators radiating bright light when traveling, these two moved like phantoms, silently sneaking through the dark void. Wherever they passed, no ripples were stirred. Moreover, the boundless darkness seemed to part like a welcoming king, joyfully splitting open on either side to escort the two figures forward. Suddenly, the two figures came to a halt. Then a majestic male voice broke the silence. "Meng Zhu, what's wrong?" The woman leading the way finally revealed her figure in the darkness, with features as beautiful as a painting and an icy cold expression, unmistakably Fan Mengshu. However, The present Fan Mingxiu had many differences from before. Firstly, her eyes. While on Earth, during the fierce battles between the 5 immortal kings led by Hu Yexuan and the invading emperor of the 5 elements along with others, Fan Mingxiu was just a pinnacle Dalo powerhouse. But within a few years, she had transcended to the realm of immortal king with unmatched grace. Her deep and captivating eyes seemed to encompass the boundless darkness, trapping those weaker in its depths, rendering them unable to escape. This was the manifestation of her mastery of the Dark Emperor's decision, with the darkness filling her eyes. Fan Mingxiu had transcended the demon god who originally founded this technique. Consequently, she had become a true Dark Princess, an undeniable ruler. The person who asked the question was Fan Mingxiu's master, the Tians who commanded the paradise of lost pleasures. However, his current strength was slightly inferior to Fan Mingxiu's. The reason being that Tianzi had been imprisoned by the Abyss Lord for too long. Although he was later rescued successfully by Zuan, his primordial strength had inevitably suffered damage. This resulted in his power being maintained just at the level of Immortal King without descending further. Despite this, upon hearing his master's question, Fan Mingxiu showed no hint of negligence. She stood respectfully and spoke softly, "Master, in the far reaches of this void, there are many people traveling. If we proceed directly, we might collide with them. Furthermore, it's unclear whether these individuals are friends or foes, so I halted our advance." Hearing this, Tianzi paused for a moment, then extended his divine consciousness into the darkness. Indeed, in the far reaches of the void, there were numerous auras. After a slight probe, Tianzi smiled faintly. Rest assured, these people carry sharp sword intents in their auras, indicating they are likely sword cultivators heading to the Sword Palace Galaxy. Upon hearing his deduction, Fan Mingxiu nodded and asked, "Shall we wait here or proceed directly? Since they are heading to the Sword Palace Galaxy, future cooperation is unavoidable. Let's go and greet them," Tianzi said in a deep voice. "All right." Without any hesitation, Fan Mingxiu rose into the air and swiftly flew ahead. But now Fan Mingxiu has some strength, but his prestige is seriously lacking, so he wants to expand Fan Mingxiu's influence as much as possible. However, looking at the current situation, Fan Mingxiu obviously lacks interest in all of this. In fact, not only is he not interested in these so-called prestige or status, but since separating from the earth, apart from practicing all day, Fan Mingxiu's other time seems lifeless, with no interests or hobbies. This is the reason for his recent sigh. For strong individuals like Fan Mingxiu and Tiazi, thousands of miles is just a moment's delay. Soon, in the void ahead, a grand fleet appeared. This fleet was made up of various starships with different designs. These starships were of various sizes, but each one was splendidly decorated, some even exaggerated to the point of being laughable. Seeing this scene, Tiazi couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Because in his impression, swordsmen generally do not ride starships, they travel alone with their sword. How come these swordsmen are just the opposite, not only riding starships, but doing so in such a showy manner? Just as Tiazi was dazed, the fleet also noticed the two of them and gradually came to a stop. The people in these starships then looked through the windows and saw Fan Mingxiu standing in front of them. There was a moment of silence, followed by an extremely enthusiastic cheering and discussion on the fleet's public communication channel. "Oh my God, am I seeing things? There is still such a beautiful woman in the world?" Someone exclaimed. "My God, luckily I came out this time. My eyes are truly opened." Another person said, almost drooling, "TSK, how can such a lively young lady suddenly appear here? Could it be for someone among us?" Someone wondered. "No need to doubt. This young lady must have come because she admires our young master's peerless elegance," someone said smugly, with a hint of arrogance in their voice. "Oh come on, you upstairs, you have no shame, and you dare to talk about peerless elegance. I confess, this young lady is indeed very beautiful, but I am the man she will never have in her lifetime." Various discussions erupted. However, none of these people noticed the powerful aura emanating from Fan Mingxiu, and instead, they treated her as an ordinary cultivator and talked about her carelessly. What they didn't know was that their public communication channel had been hacked as soon as Fan Mingxiu appeared. So Fan Mingxiu heard every word they said loud and clear. Hearing these people discussing freely, Fan Mingxiu's lips gradually curled up, revealing a faint smile. However, This slight smile caused the entire fleet to erupt in excitement once again. Oh my god, she smiled at me. Nonsense, she smiled at me. This smile, which official can resist it? Damn it, comparing people really makes you angry. Even as a woman, I can't help but be moved, let alone a man. Some women sighed. Just as the fleet was getting excited, a flash of light appeared in the leading starship, and then a sword light flew towards Fan Mengshu. When the figure became visible, it turned out to be a dashing young man in a light blue long shirt with a sword hanging from his waist, exuding extraordinary grace. He smiled gently at Fan Mengshu, then bowed and said in a warm tone, "I am Dao Juxing, the junior leader of the Bamboo Sword Sect, and I have met the lady." At the sight of him, the public communication channel on the fleet once again echoed with cries of frustration. It's this guy, Dao Juxing again. Damn, we can't let him take the lead this time. That's right, this guy has an incredibly thick skin, second only to Yi Kongming. If he succeeds, won't we all be left in the dust? Amid the clamor, sword lights flew from the starships and talented young men, each with either a noble demeanor or a divine aura, gathered around Fan Mengshu. I am Ding Xiaochen, the great disciple of the Morning Light Mountain, and I have met the lady. I am Gu Butong, and I have met the lady. These people saluted Fan Mengshu one after another, some even looking at her with opally fiery gazes. Fan Mengshu frowned slightly, then retreated silently half a step, nodded slightly in return, and remained silent, creating an awkward atmosphere. Seeing this, Tiaji couldn't help but sigh lightly, then stepped forward and said solemnly, "I see you are all swordsmen's disciples. Are you heading to the Sword Palace Star Domain?" It has to be said that although Tiaji's cultivation has stagnated in recent years, he is still revered by these young swordsmen. His imposing presence made everyone on edge. The first to speak was Dao Juxing, the junior leader of the Bamboo Sword Sect, who said in a deep voice, "Yes, senior, we were invited by a friend to go to the Sword Palace Star Domain." "Oh, a friend? Who is it?" Tiaji asked with some amusement. His sharp gaze swept over the young men, almost capturing their situation at a glance. The strongest among them was only at the level of Mahayana, a respectable strength outside, but not robust enough for the impending disaster. Therefore, he was curious about who had invited this group of inexperienced young swordsmen. Dao Juxing immediately said, "It's our big brother Yi Kongming." Yi Kongming? Yes, his grandfather is the old man of sword cleansing. Oh. Tiaji suddenly realized, so he is a descendant of Yi Bufin. After that, he smiled knowingly and glanced at the group of people. "Are you all going to the Sword Palace Star Domain to do what?" Dao Juxing's expression became serious, saying, "We are going to eliminate demons and monsters and join hands to face the upcoming calamity." That's right. It's heard that some arrogant guys want to invade the heavens. How can we tolerate that? We must let these unworldly guys see the power of our swords. The young men clamored. Tiaji originally wanted to laugh, but when he saw the earnest expressions of the young men, he suddenly found it hard to laugh. Because this attitude was exactly what young people should have, right? Even Fan Mengshu on the side showed a slight change in expression. "But I don't know the names of the senior and this young lady." Dao Juxing asked again. Tiaji chuckled, "I am Tiaji, and this is my disciple, she is." The moment Dao Juxing's eyes fell upon her, he was instantly captivated. Fan Wang-an, such a poetic name. "May I ask how old Miss Fan is?" With a gaze filled with warmth, Dao Juxing tried to present himself in the most refined manner. However, Fan Mengshu remained unfazed, not even glancing at Dao Juxing. Instead, she turned to Tiajina and said, "Master, if there's nothing else, I'll head to the Sword Palace Star Domain first." With that, she turned to leave. Dao Juxing felt embarrassed by her almost dismissive attitude, standing there at a loss. Seeing this, Tiajina sighed inwardly and said, "Let's go together, disciple. After all, we are future allies in the battlefield. We should at least get acquainted." Fan Mengshu halted her steps and nodded, "Fine." However, she remained silent and expressionless, like an iceberg standing on the side. Dao Juxing tried several times to strike up a conversation, but upon seeing Fan Mengshu's aloof expression, he ended up fleeing in embarrassment. Tiajina sighed softly, shaking his head silently. His intention was good, to let Fan Mengshu interact more with these talented young swordsmen, hoping to soften the fixation in her heart. But seeing her current behavior, it was evident that the idea had backfired. Helpless, he nodded to the group of young swordsmen. Let's go. The group proceeded towards the Sword Palace Star Domain in a grand manner. At the same time, on the other end of the void, another team was swiftly advancing. However, this team was quite different from the norm, with a much grander presence. Among them, there were actually giant dragons pulling the massive carriage. Yes, giant dragons measuring thousands of feet in length. These dragons bit the reins, dragging a carriage so large it resembled a city, thunderously flying forward. Wherever they passed, an awe-inspiring aura followed. Inside the carriage, the Dragon Clan's Princess Aoqing sat in the center, facing her sister, the second princess, Aoyi. The two sisters sat in silence, with Aoyi playing with a luminous pearl in her hand, the entire chamber eerily quiet. After a long while, Aoqing suddenly asked, "How much longer?" "Another day's journey," Aoyi replied. "I heard people from the Chinku Fox country have arrived," Aoqing suddenly said. At these words, Aoyi's fingers trembled slightly, the pearl slipping from her hand and rolling away. "So what? What does it have to do with me if those foxes come or not?" Aoyi stubbornly retorted. "Heh." Aoqing chuckled, "Not much, but since the people from the Chinku Fox country have come, then someone's beloved must have arrived as well. Otherwise, why would someone be so excited?" This remark caused Aoyi's face to visibly redden, but she still denied. "Sis, you're making that up. Why would I be excited?" "Oh really? Then who tried on the wedding gown secretly last night?" "Ah, did you peek on me?" Aoyi blushed redder than ever. Aoqing laughed. "It's not really peeking, just happened to see. Isn't that the same thing?" The two sisters bantered for a while before Aoqing's expression turned serious. "Sister, when we were in the Chinku Fox country before, the nine-tailed fox ancestor Huan promised your marriage to Fox Knight. But due to the urgency at the time, we returned to our ancestral land to prepare for your grand wedding. Everything was ready, even your wedding dress was prepared, ready for the ceremony. But unexpectedly, something happened. Seeing the imminent catastrophe, our Dragon Clan had to act, but your wedding couldn't be delayed. So, I brought your dowry along this trip. I aim to arrange your marriage to Fox Knight as soon as possible. Do you understand?" As Aoqing said, the Dragon Clan not only brought their elite forces, but also a hefty dowry on this journey. The goal was to publicly celebrate the marriage between Aoyi and Fox Knight. Blushing, Aoyi nodded. "Yes, I understand all this." "Good, understanding is enough. After you marry Fox Knight, you'll be the rightful main consort, but as Fox Knight has affections elsewhere, dealing with that mortal woman of Bluebird lineage won't be easy. So, you'll have to restrain yourself, strategize in all matters. Do you understand?" Aoqing advised earnestly, fearing her sister might suffer due to her personality. Aoyi, however, seemed indifferent. "Don't worry, sis. I'm not a 3-year-old. Even if that woman, Ruer, is strong, she's just a mortal. What do I have to fear? I know you're not afraid of her, but remember, to capture the heart of a man like Fox Knight, you must strategize. Being aggressive will only backfire. Understand?" Aoqing looked helpless. Aoyi nodded reluctantly. "Yes, I understand. You really keep me on edge, just like our third sister." At the mention of the third sister, both Aoqing and Aoyi's expressions turned somber. "Is there still no news of Shuer?" Aoyi whispered softly. Aoqing shook her head. "I've sent numerous people, searched the entire realms, but there hasn't been any trace of Shuer. HMPH, it's all that Zuan's fault, causing Shuer to leave in despair." Aoyi spoke bitterly. Originally, the Dragon Third Princess, Aoshu, had deep affections for Zuan, but upon his return with the family, unable to accept reality, she left a note and disappeared, still unaccounted for. Aoqing sighed lightly. "It's not entirely Zu Mister's fault. Flowers fall with intent, while water flows without emotion. It's not something we can force." "That's true, but I still think Zuan went too far," Aoyi frowned. "Enough, with the impending catastrophe upon us, Zu Mister has taken the lead in uniting various forces to avert the crisis. Not to mention his heroic demeanor alone makes him incomparable. So, all we dragons can do now is support him unconditionally, without a hint of resentment." Upon hearing this voice, Princess Aoying and Princess Aoyi couldn't help but be stunned. Following this, a faint smile appeared on Aoying's face. "The Ghost King Yehen Sham. I never thought I would encounter him here." With that, Aoying stood up, adjusted her clothes, and solemnly said, "Follow me outside." Okay. With that, the two sisters flew out of the carriage, arriving in front of the void. Indeed, not far from the carriage, a group of people stood in the void. Leading them was a man in light purple attire, exceptionally handsome and exuding a strong aura around him. It was none other than the king of the underworld, Yehin Shang, who had not been seen since the separation on Earth. Behind him stood Golden Awakening, the Bodhisattva of the Alchemy Hell, and Meng Yao, the Lord of the Forgetful Court, among others. Upon seeing them, Ao Ying couldn't help but feel surprised. She had only met Yehin Shang once before and didn't expect that his power had reached such a terrifying level since then. The aura of the immortal king was nearly overflowing, and the monk standing behind him was like a sea of golden light, resembling an invisible senior bodhisattva. This combination was enough to shake a star domain. However, Ao Ying quickly regained her composure, took a step forward, and said in a low voice, "Ao Ying, greetings to the Lord of the Underworld." Yehin Shang chuckled and returned the gesture. "Princess Ao Ying is being too polite. I just happened to pass by here, saw Princess Ao Ying's carriage, and thought I'd say hello." Despite his words, Yehin Shang's gaze involuntarily drifted towards Ao Yi. Sensing Yehin Shang's curious gaze, Ao Yi couldn't help but sigh inwardly, and then stepped forward, saying, "Second Princess Long Ao Yi, greetings to the Lord of the Underworld." The smile on Yehin Shang's lips intensified, and he nodded. "Second Princess, no need to be so polite. In the future, we are all family." These words carried considerable ambiguity, at least in Ao Ying's mind. Yehin Shang seemed to sense her confusion and explained with a smile, "Don't misunderstand. What I mean is, isn't the second princess engaged to Hu Yi? And coincidentally, I have a good relationship with Hu Yi, so we are now family." Ao Ying suddenly understood. She had indeed heard about this matter. In reality, although Hu Yi had a wide circle of friends and seemed to get along with everyone, he had a few true friends. Among them, Zuan was definitely one, and Yehin Shang was included. "Lord of the Underworld, are you also heading to the Sword Palace Star Domain?" Ao Ying couldn't help but ask. Yehin Shang nodded, "Yes. Old Zhu personally issued the summons, so how could I dare not go?" In fact, after receiving Zuan's summons to guard the Alchemy Hell, Yehin Shang wasted no time and immediately began preparing. However, the reason for his delayed arrival was that he not only came alone, but also brought the entire Alchemy Hell with him. This was because the Alchemy Hell had now become a super divine artifact. It would certainly play a significant role in the impending catastrophe. "In that case, let us travel together to the Sword Palace Star Domain," Ao Ying said. "Sure, since it's not far, going together will be lively," Yehin Shang said with a smile. So, Yehin Shang and his companions boarded the Dragon Clan's carriage and flew towards the Sword Palace Star Domain. At the same time, Tiaji's master and disciples, along with the group of young sword cultivators, finally arrived. In fact, in recent days, the number of people coming to the Sword Palace Star Domain had reached a new peak. Countless powerful individuals arrived daily, all in anticipation of the impending celestial catastrophe. Tiaji, who was responsible for receiving them on the outskirts, had been extremely busy lately, but the feeling of being highly valued left him intoxicated. Then, he saw the group of young sword cultivators arriving in a majestic manner. "Haze Ming, you're doing well, actually becoming an envoy. Indeed, quite impressive for a rural guy, quite interesting." The young sword cultivators got off the starship and began clamoring, especially those few who had a close relationship with Tiaji, surrounding him and playfully roughhousing with each other. Tiaji could only smile helplessly at their antics, but the fact that all his good friends had managed to arrive warmed his heart. "You guys are all sword cultivators, can't you talk more elegantly?" Tiaji chuckled and scolded. Just then, Dao Zhuhang gently pulled Tiaji and gestured towards a distance. Tiaji looked over and saw Fan Mengshu standing there. Her cold demeanor and exquisite appearance immediately caught his eye. Despite changing much during his time in the Sword Palace Star Domain, Tiaji still retained a bit of his youthful and carefree attitude. Thus, upon seeing Fan Mengshu, he subconsciously exclaimed, "Wow, Lao Dao, where did you find such a beautiful girl?" Before he could continue, Fan Mengshu glanced in their direction. That look made Tiaji swallow his words. Soon after, Tiaji went up warmly to Fan Mengshu. "Young man, are you in charge of reception?" Though Tiaji didn't know Tiaji, the imposing aura exuding from him indicated he was an extraordinary figure. Thus, Tiaji respectfully replied, "Yes, may I have the honor of knowing your name, so I can inform them inside." At this moment, Tiaji chuckled and looked towards the distance, saying lightly, "No need. Someone should be coming to fetch us soon." As he spoke, a thunderous noise came from the distance, followed by a dragon-carried carriage appearing, causing everyone to gasp in amazement. "Wow, so many dragons! Who is this?" Someone couldn't help but exclaim. The dragon-carried carriage approached, and Ao Ying, Ao Yi, Yehin Shang, and others stepped out. Tiaji's smile broadened, and he loudly exclaimed, "Little Yi, you're quite late." Yehin Shang had long noticed Tiaji and chuckled, "Old Tia, you're not early either." With their laughter, the auras around them grew stronger, and the two immortal kings might shook the entire void. "Wow, these seniors are immortal king powerhouses," Daoju Hong muttered in shock. Just then, another hearty laugh echoed in the Sword Palace Star domain. "Ha ha, Zipiao. Lao Tia, we meet again." Hu Yi appeared in the scene in a flash. Translation: What's wrong? Can't I come? Or is it that you don't welcome me? Ao Yi walked slowly towards Hu Yi, with a smile that was not a smile. As soon as these words came out, the people closer to Hu Yi all felt an inexplicable chill. Hu Yi's expression became even more awkward. Second princess, you misunderstood. I didn't mean that. I just what?" Ao Yi stood in front of Hu Yi, tilting her head and asking. At this moment, where was the dominance she used to have? Her beautiful face coupled with her gentle tone actually gave people a shy feeling. But it was this feeling that made Hu Yi shudder, because he knew this second princess too well. Usually, when she smiled like this, it was never a good sign. Sure enough, when she saw Hu Yi speechless, Ao Yi's smile gradually faded, raising an eyebrow. "Huh? Didn't you hear me speaking? Or are you intentionally ignoring me?" "Ahem." Suddenly, Yi Hanshang coughed, gesturing towards the sky. "Oh heavens, I suddenly remembered something I have to attend to. Let's head to the Sword Palace Star domain first." Tiaji Na immediately nodded. "That's right, I also have something to attend to. Let's go." As they were about to walk in, Ao Qing suddenly sighed lightly and said calmly, "Wait a moment." Yi Hanshang and Tiaji Na stopped. Then Ao Qing turned to her sister with a cold tone. "Yeah, have you forgotten what I told you before?" As soon as these words were spoken, Ao Yi, who had been pressing Hu Yi, suddenly understood something, and her attitude immediately softened. "Heh, seeing you speechless like that, I was just teasing you." Hu Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling helpless. Even though Ao Yi said so, he couldn't relax because nobody knew how this woman, whose thought process was completely different from others, actually felt. Moreover, her sudden appearance here had already put Hu Yi on alert. Was it because of their engagement? Hu Yi was full of doubts. Just then, a loud laugh came from the Sword Palace Star domain. "I was wondering why my right eyelid was twitching today. Turns out my future granddaughter-in-law is here." With these words, Hu Huan, looking lazy, appeared in the scene, followed by Huan, who looked completely disheartened. To say Huan was following would be an understatement. He was practically being dragged along by Hu Huan. In essence, he was like a pendant on his irregular ancestor. But what could he do? Hu Huan's status and power were unquestionable. So when he appeared, whether it was Yi Hanshang, Tiaji Na, or even Ao Qing, they all paid their respects. Especially the second princess of the Dragon Clan, who respectfully bowed to Hu Huan. "Greetings, Great Master Hu." Hu Huan grinned and nodded. "No need for such formalities. We're all family now. Just call me ancestor." Everyone. There was a hint of joy in Ao Yi's eyes and brows as she respectfully greeted the nine-tailed fox patriarch. She respected him a lot because he was the one who had decided her marriage to Hu Yi. Now, publicly calling her granddaughter-in-law made her ecstatic. So she immediately called out, "Ancestor." "Ah, good granddaughter-in-law." Hu Huan laughed heartily and then took something out of his arms, handing it to her. "Here, take this." Ao Yi took it and curiously examined the fuzzy little fox model in her hand before exclaiming, "Wow, it's so cute." She then asked, puzzled, "Ancestor, what is this?" "Oh, this is the fur I secretly cut from Hu Yi when he was born. I'm giving it to you as a gift." Ao Yi was overwhelmed with joy. "Thank you, ancestor." On the side, Hu Yi's eyes widened. "Ancestor, you?" Before he could finish, Hu Huan patted his shoulder heavily and smirked. "What? Do you have any objections?" Hu Yi looked bitter and was about to speak when a soft voice came from behind. "Ancestor, Roa wants this too." Everyone turned to look and saw Rua, elegantly dressed, walking slowly towards them. The reactions on everyone's faces were unforgettable. Yi Hanshang and Tiajina exchanged a glance, thinking to themselves they should have left earlier. This was becoming a showdown. Never mind what everyone else was thinking. Just when the nine-tailed fox patriarch, Hu Huan, saw Rua approaching, his expression became awkward. This, what? Has Roa done something wrong that doesn't deserve a gift from you, ancestor? No, of course not. The gift is not a problem. Roa, tell me what you want. Hu Huan said immediately. But Rua shook her head and pointed at the little fox in Yi's hand. I don't want anything. Just this made from the fur of my husband? Rua deliberately emphasized the word husband, hinting at something. Yi, undeterred, met her gaze with a cold look. In that instant, the space in front of them seemed to ignite countless sparks, sending chills down their spines. Even Hu Huan, with his nine-tailed sovereign status, felt a bone-chilling cold, forced to fake a smile. Haha, I just remembered something urgent that I need to attend to, so you guys chat, I'll take my leave, he said, preparing to leave. But a chubby hand grabbed him, and the childlike Huan shook his head, whispering, Master, won't your conscience feel guilty if you leave like this? After all, this mess was caused by you. In fact, from the beginning, Hu and knew today would be a disaster. He was well aware of his master's temperament. He just had to find trouble where there was none, let alone when there actually was some. He was never human to begin with, so how can he blame me? Hu Huan muttered softly. Huan, upon hearing this, felt like his heart was about to burst, unable to help but whisper, Master, can you please stop being so inappropriate? Hu Huan's face showed a very aggrieved expression. How am I being inappropriate? Is it wrong to give a future granddaughter-in-law a gift when we meet for the first time? You're not wrong, of course you're not wrong, but what do we do in this situation? Can you come up with another identical gift? Hu Huan scratched the back of his head awkwardly, then smiled, I can't. But then he added, why not use the fur from my body? I've been shedding a lot in recent years and have accumulated a heap of fur. It wouldn't be a problem to make something even bigger than this small trinket. Hu unrolled his eyes, completely speechless. Meanwhile, the silent war between the two women continued. Yi shook the small fox in her hand and said casually, What? You want it? Here, take it. Rua shook her head. I want it, but I don't want it from you. With that, she turned to look at Yi and said, Husband, bring this thing over to me. Yi immediately broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes filled with confusion. He couldn't understand how Rua, who had always been gentle and even agreed to the engagement with Yi without any objections, suddenly seemed like a completely different person, so assertive and aggressive. In the distance, Yi Hanshang watched Yi, who seemed on the verge of tears, and couldn't help but shake her head and sigh softly. How pitiful. Tiajina nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's quite pitiful. I wonder who can save Yi. Save him. With the current situation, there's only one person who can save this little fox. You mean? Tiajina seemed to be thinking. Exactly. Unfortunately, he's not here right now. Yi Hanshang sighed softly. Just as she finished speaking, as if in response to her words, ripples suddenly appeared in the air in front of everyone, and two figures walked out one after the other. When the leading figure appeared in front of everyone, a violent commotion erupted. It was Zuan, who had recently left the Sword Palace sector. The moment they saw him, Yi Hanshang, who had just been speaking, couldn't help but whisper in shock, What on earth? Is this guy poisonous? The moment I mentioned him, he appeared. At the sight of Zuan, Yi seemed to see a lifeline and immediately exclaimed, Lao Zu, you're finally back. As he rushed towards Zuan, he winked repeatedly, then moved his lips, silently pleading in a tone only Zuan could hear. Lao Zu, please save me, or I'm finished today. Zuan's gaze swept across the scene, and when he saw Yi and Rua standing opposite each other, he immediately understood what was happening, and with a smile that was like a smile, but not really, he raised two fingers. What does that mean? Yi was puzzled. I can help you, but after it's done, you have to assist me unconditionally with 2 tasks. Yi's face fell immediately. Isn't that too much? Too much. Fine, then good luck to you. With that, Zuan turned to Tiajina and Yi Hanshang, who were walking towards him, and smiled, You to have finally arrived. The two smiled slightly but did not speak, looking at the situation in the field with a strange expression. At the same time, Zhuan nodded towards Fan Mengzhu in the distance and faintly smiled. Long time no see. Fan Mengzhu shuddered, then turned her head slightly and nodded. Yes, long time no see. The atmosphere in the field began to become increasingly strange. Meng Yao, the main of the exorcism division standing next to Jinju, had wanted to go up and have a chat with Zhuan after seeing him, but after feeling the atmosphere in the field, she fell silent. At that moment, Aoyi and Ruo approached, bowing politely to Zhuan. Greetings, Lord Hong Lian. Feeling the distance from Fan Mengzhu, Zhuan sighed inwardly, but quickly recovered, then smiled slightly at the two. You're too kind. With that, he glanced at Hu Yi by his side, raising an eyebrow as if to ask, have you considered it? Hu Yi gritted his teeth inwardly, and discreetly nodded. Zhuan smiled brilliantly, then said lightly, with so many friends here, why isn't Yana here yet? It's really rude. With a gleam in his eye, Zhuan sent his divine thoughts into the Sword Palace sector. In just a moment, two figures emerged from the Sword Palace sector, rushing towards Zhuan and throwing themselves into his arms. Dad, you're finally back. It was Xiong and Nian. Soon after, Anyan also arrived, and Zhuan gave her a slight smile. Anyan understood immediately and went over to Ruo and Aoyi, looking at them with a smile. Oh my, I was telling Xiong and Nian stories in the sector and didn't even notice you guys coming. I'm so sorry. Ruo and Aoyi became very obedient in front of Anyan, especially the second Princess Aoyi, who understood Anyan's status and wanted to offer her respects. Anyan stopped her and instead took Ruo and her hand, saying gently, it's too chaotic here. Let's talk in the sector. Neither of them would refuse. As they were leaving, Anyan looked at Fan Mengzhu in the distance and smiled softly. Mengzhu, why are you just standing there? Come back with me. The two girls have missed you. Fan Mengzhu trembled. She never expected that Anyan would still acknowledge her at this point. Not only that, the two little girls broke free from Zhuan's embrace and ran towards her, extremely joyful. Aunt Mengzhu, you're finally back. Where have you been all this time? We missed you. With a surge of happiness in her heart, Fan Mengzhu crouched down, gently touching their faces and softly saying, Auntie was taking care of something. Two little girls dragged Fan Mengzhu towards the Sword Palace Star Domain. Fan Mengzhu had a shallow smile on her face, but her eyes were inadvertently moistened. Soon, Aoyi, Ruer, and other women followed Anyan. A storm was thus dispelled invisibly. Hu Yi stared in amazement, and after a long while, he finally looked up at Zhuan. This is it. That's it. Just like that, Zhu. Shrugged and casually said, it's just that simple. What did you expect? Something more complicated? Then Zhuan smiled slightly. Don't forget our agreement just now. You now owe me two favors. Hu Yi was extremely annoyed, holding his head and said, look at my wooden head. Why didn't I think of asking my sister-in-law for help just now? Zhu patted his head lightly, saying, it's okay. You'll get used to it. Yi Hansheng, who was on the verge of laughing, and Tiaji couldn't help but burst into laughter. That's right, you'll get used to it. Yi Hansheng laughed. Oh, little leaf, your IQ might not be that much higher than mine. Besides, you saw that situation just now. You would have been just as bewildered if it was your turn. Yi Hansheng shrugged. Don't worry. In order to avoid such situations, I have decided to remain single from now on. Hu Yi, ... After the commotion, the gloom that had enveloped the entire scene was dispelled. The nine-tailed fox ancestor Hu Huan, who knew he had done wrong, felt too embarrassed to come over and greet them. He sheepishly wanted to slip away. However, Zhuan suddenly stopped him. Wait, don't leave yet. Hu Huan halted his steps and turned around, a somewhat embarrassed smile on his face. Little Red, what's up? Is there something wrong? Little Red. The name left Yi Hansheng and others instantly baffled. Yue King Huan, not far behind, couldn't help but chuckle lightly. A flash of light in Zhuan's eyes, then he said coldly, if you don't want all the fur on your body plucked, go ahead and say it again. Hu Huan chuckled, a lecherous smile appearing on his weathered face. I was just joking with you. Look at you. Why so serious? Zhuan couldn't help sighing lightly as he looked at Hu Huan, who was dressed like a middle-aged man. I really wonder how someone with your temperament became the nine-tailed celestial fox. What's wrong with my temperament? Hu Huan was taken aback, looking down at his hands, Then understanding, he smiled faintly. I'm afraid of performing too well and attracting the admiration of young girls. You don't like that, so I'll change. With that, Hu Huan's appearance suddenly changed, and a handsome fox youth with 2 long fox ears appeared. It was Hu Huan's original face. Well, that's much better, Zuan said lightly. All right, you called me over not just to change my appearance, right? What do you need? Hu Huan asked in a serious tone after his transformation, seeming to have changed even his character, no longer lazy and slick. It's simple, I need your help with something. You need my help. Hu Huan squinted at Zuan. Your strength may not be fully restored yet, but it's almost on par with mine. What could you possibly need my help with? You alone wouldn't be enough, because this requires the combined power of 2 great emperors. Zuan's eyes flashed with a chilling light as he said this. This statement caused a stir among Yi Hanchang and others. They couldn't imagine what Zuan was going to do that required the combined strength of 2 great emperors. Only Yue King Huan seemed to understand something, showing a faint smile. Hu Huan was naturally shocked, then asked in surprise, What do you want to do? You'll find out in due time. Will you help me with this favor? I can help, but the problem is, there is only one emperor in the entire Sword Palace Star domain right now. What should we do? Zuan smiled faintly. Who said there is only one emperor? Isn't it, Are you saying? Li Jingxing. Hu Huan immediately understood. Zhu nodded, then gazed into the distant starry region and said lightly, I have a feeling he will wake up soon. How is that possible? Doesn't he need at least 3 years in seclusion to fully recover? It's been just over a year now. Hu Huan's words abruptly halted as, at that moment, a majestic sword intent ignited in Zuan's eyes. Zuan then took a step forward and flew directly into the Sword Palace Star domain. Hu Huan, follow me. The rest of you, stay put. Although they couldn't understand what Zuan was planning to do, Hu Huan also disappeared and followed him closely. In an instant, there were only Yi Hanchang and others left in the field. They looked at each other, then a wry smile appeared on Yi Hanchang's face. This is the first time I've felt so utterly defeated as an emperor, because I don't even have the qualifications to know what old Zhu wants to do. Tiaji nodded in agreement. Hu Yi patted their shoulders and sighed lightly. There's nothing we can do. We can't compare to old Zhu. I've long been used to it. While Hu Yi and the others were outside the starry region, Zuan and Hu Huan had already arrived at Li Jingxing's seclusion place. The security here wasn't very strict for a reason. Powerful individuals like Li Jingxing were often more formidable in seclusion than when awake. Any slight mistake could result in being shattered by the terrifying sword intent. Therefore, no one dared to cause trouble. Of course, Zuan and Hu Huan were exceptions. Zhu stood in front of Li Jingxing, gazing at the sword intent above his head that stretched thousands of miles and disappeared into the depths of the void. A trace of crimson sword intent appeared between Zuan's brows. It gradually expanded, but even at its largest, it was merely the size of a palm-sized sword. Seeing this, Hu Huan trembled. Zuan, what are you trying to do? Zuan said lightly. He has almost recovered his sword heart at this point. All that's missing is the restoration of his sword intent. So I'm going to lend him a hand to help him wake up sooner. With that, the small sword melded into Li Jingxing's sword intent above his head. Upon seeing Zuan standing in front of him, Li Jingxing was first slightly startled, then quickly understood, and lightly laughed. No wonder I sensed the sword intent growing rapidly during my closed-door cultivation. It turns out you were secretly assisting me. Zuan also smiled. How does it feel? Li Jingxing rose to his full height, and although it was just a simple motion, the boiling momentum around him made the space tremble. Better than ever. He then looked deeply at Zuan. You were so eager to wake me up. Did something change in the celestial realm? Zhu shook his head. There have been changes, but I woke you up not because of those. Then why? Li Jingxing couldn't help but feel puzzled. Zuan's eyes flashed as he solemnly said, I need you to help me, and Huan. What do you need me to do? Seeing Zuan's demeanor, Li Jingxing's expression also turned serious. Zuan took a deep breath and slowly said, Assist me in breaking through the current level and achieve the status of Immortal Emperor. As soon as these words were spoken, both Huan and Li Jingxing's expressions changed. Because someone like Zuan was already at a very high level in the celestial realm. Especially since Zuin was reborn as an immortal venerable. Under this background, he could easily defeat all opponents at the same level. However, even with such power, Zuin was still willing to take the risk to break through the current level. What does this mean? It means that the imminent catastrophe is extremely dangerous, and with Zuan's current strength, he is unable to confront it. Realizing this, both Huan and Li Jingxing's expressions became stern. Is there a need to be in such a hurry? Li Jingxing asked in a low voice. Zhu and nodded. Due to the disturbance of evil creatures, the seal on the bronze door has greatly shortened its effectiveness. Now, there are only 3 years left, and who knows what other strange methods those evil creatures have. So, for safety reasons, I must do my best to enhance my cultivation during this time. But I am already at the level of a half-step Immortal Emperor. To further progress, I can only break through the realm of Immortal King. Originally, this wouldn't be difficult for me, and within at most 10 years, I could successfully ascend to Immortal Emperor. But time is running out, so I need both of you to assist me in breaking through as soon as possible. Li Jingxing and Huan both nodded. What do we need to do? It's simple, just... A bright light flashed in Zuan's eyes. Send me to the brink of death, and then I can be reborn. Hiss! After hearing Zuan's plan, even the esteemed Immortal Emperor Li Jingxing and Huan couldn't help but take a sharp breath. This risk is too great. Do we really have to do this? Huan asked with a heavy expression. Yes, is there no other way? Li Jingxing also inquired. Zuan smiled and shook his head. There is no other way, and you don't need to worry. Since I proposed this method, it means I am fully confident. So just follow my instructions. Huan and Li Jingxing initially wanted to offer more advice, but seeing Zuan's expression, they knew it was futile. They exchanged a glance and couldn't help but sigh before nodding in agreement. All right, since that's the case, we will accompany you in taking this risk. However, if the 3 of us act with all our might, the impact will be too great. Perhaps the Sword Palace Star domain will be affected, so we need to find a secluded place. Zuin shook his head. No need, I am prepared. With that, a solemn and ancient building appeared in front of them. They were all shocked by the imposing energy emanating from the structure. This is, Zuin calmly said, this is the armory I discovered by chance back then, and later it merged with the palace of the Zhuanling tomb, forming what you see now. It is extremely sturdy, capable of withstanding the power of the 3 of us. Huan examined the building and couldn't help but exclaim, is this thing really that amazing? You'll find out by trying it, Zuin said with a slight smile before a burst of light enveloped them, and they were transported inside the armory. Inside, they found themselves in a vast and desolate wilderness filled with bones and broken weapons, a bleak ancient battlefield. In the center stood a towering skeleton mountain made of countless skulls arranged like a pyramid, giving off a chilling aura. Even the skeptical Huan couldn't help but be amazed at the sight. Li Jingxing suddenly exclaimed, these skulls are peculiar. What's peculiar about them? Huan asked. Li Jingxing's expression turned grave. The aura emanating from these skulls is extremely solemn and heavy, indicating that they were not ordinary people in their past lives. Huan's face also changed. Are you saying that these skulls belong to powerful individuals in their past lives? Exactly. Heavens, how many strong individuals must there have been to construct such a colossal Kyoto observatory? Huan was in awe. Li Jingxing turned to Zuan. Zuan, do you know the origin of this armory? Zhu unshook his head. I do not, but at least it's not from the celestial realm. Hearing this, both Li Jingxing and Huan fell silent. Li Jingxing sighed. It's as suspected. I should have thought of it earlier. All right, regardless of its origin, the priority now is to assist Zhu in ascending to the Immortal Emperor status. Huan said. Agreed. Li Jingxing nodded. They both looked at Zuan. Shall we begin now? Zuan smiled gently and said, let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, a giant foxtail lashed towards Zuan, accompanied by the power of the surrounding rules that solidified the space. However, the tail was instantly repelled. At the same time, Li Jingxing's sword struck. In this armory, only causing a slight tremor in the void. Even the ancient battlefield beneath their feet did not budge. Suddenly, the 3 of them separated. Looking at them now, they were all panting heavily and covered in scars. Despite this, they exchanged glances and burst into laughter. This feels great. Haven't had such a satisfying fight in a long time. Hu Huan exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, pouring out the sword intent in my heart without reservation, I feel even more clear and transparent. Li Jingxing also chuckled. However, Zuan shook his head, then suddenly reached out his hand, and a long sword made purely of sword intent appeared in his hand. Not enough, come again. With these words, Zuan dashed towards Li Jingxing and Hu Huan. The two were spurred by Zuan's actions and met the challenge fearlessly. The three of them clashed again, this time with even more violent momentum than before. The thunderous impacts resonated through the surroundings, causing the ancient battlefield to tremble slightly. Zuan, filled with excitement, suddenly shouted, "Heavenly Law!" and unleashed the Three-Realm Sword, a unique sword technique of the Hua clan that displayed astonishing power in Zuan's hands. However, the three in the midst of their excitement failed to notice that as Zuan unleashed the Three-Realm Sword, faint lights began to seep out of the eye sockets of the skulls, gathering to form a huge ancient seal character. This scene finally caught the attention of Zuan, Li Jingxing, and Hu Huan. What's going on? What is this character? Hu Huan asked in astonishment. Zuan's expression changed drastically. This character. Before he could finish, the seal character fully formed. As it materialized, it emitted millions of faint lights, and the character appeared above Zuan's head at an incredible speed, crazily infusing light into his body. Zuan! Li Jingxing exclaimed, about to move forward. However, Hu Huan stopped him. Don't go. He's fine. In fact, this character is helping him. At this point, Li Jingxing also noticed the changes in the scene, but couldn't help but ask, what is all this about? What is this Jingguan and this strange character? Hu Huan's expression turned grave. I don't know either. Let's wait for him to come out and ask him about it. Li Jingxing fell silent and stood aside, observing quietly. The infusion of light was rapid, and in the span of a joss stick burning, the seal character had become nearly transparent. Zuan stood in the void with his eyes closed, his aura boiling and continuously rising. Suddenly, the seal character trembled and shattered like a bubble. This seemingly casual action shook the entire armory, and the powerful aura emanating from Zu unforced both Hu Huan and Li Jingxing back a few steps. Their expressions grew more solemn. They knew that Zuan was now undergoing a breakthrough, making this moment crucial. If he succeeded, he would advance to the next realm, but failure would have unimaginable consequences. In the celestial realm, becoming an immortal king was already rare, and ascending to become an immortal emperor was even more so. Foxy was a prime example. Despite being the absolute heir of the Chinku Fox clan with abundant resources and exceptional bloodline talents, he had been stuck at the Immortal King realm for centuries until recently advancing to the half-step Immortal Emperor. This illustrated how challenging it was to become an Immortal Emperor. Although aware of Zuan's past success at this juncture, Hu Huan and Li Jingxing were still on edge. Just as they were anxious, Zuan suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with light, illuminating the armory. Then, a series of faint cracking sounds, akin to eggshells breaking, resounded from within Zuan's body. With these sounds, Zuan's entire being became ethereal, his muscles and bones appearing almost like jade, clear and pure. Li Jingxing and Hu Huan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hu Huan excitedly exclaimed, Zuan, congratulations on achieving enlightenment and reclaiming the title of Immortal Emperor. Li Jingxing remained silent, but the smile on his face revealed his joy. However, Zuan remained silent, not even glancing at them, and walked straight toward the Jingguan. This scene surprised Hu Huan and Li Jingxing, their smiles gradually fading as they followed behind. In the blink of an eye, Zuan stood before the Jingguan, gazing up at the terrifying structure constructed from countless skulls, his eyes filled with infinite sorrow and anger. Then, to the astonishment of Hu Huan and Li Jingxing, Zuan slowly bent down on one knee in front of the Jingguan. Li Jingxing could hardly believe his eyes. Zuan, esteemed as the Red Lotus Immortal Venerable and reascending to the position of Immortal Emperor, was actually kneeling before the Jingguan. It was truly unbelievable. However, Hu Huan seemed to suddenly understand something, sighed softly, and said, this is a deep-seated blood feud. Meanwhile, after the three solemn kowtows, Zuan stood up, and with a solemn tone, he said, Ancestor of the Hua clan, the younger generation Zuan has already understood the deep-seated blood feud from the past. Rest assured, the instigators who have soaked their hands in the blood of our Hua clan, I will spare none of them. As soon as he said this, Li Jingxing finally understood. The Jingguan was actually constructed from the heads of the Hua clan members. Upon this realization, a cold gleam appeared in his eyes. The number of skulls here was beyond measure, indicating the extreme cruelty the Hua clan had endured. Hu Huan watched silently, his eyes shining brightly. Just as Zuan finished his words, the Jingguan began to tremble, and cracks appeared on the skulls atop them. Then, with a deafening sound, as the cracks widened, the entire Jingguan shattered into countless flying ashes and dissipated. This strange and poignant scene left all three of them in silence. Suddenly, Zuan bit his finger, smeared the blood on his lips, and loudly shouted, "Farewell, ancestors!" Swearing in blood. The most solemn ritual of the ancient Hua clan. Fox Knight and Yi Hanshang leaned against the pillar in the corridor, boredly watching the roiling sea of clouds outside. This is the highest place in the entire Sword Palace, called the Enlightenment Sword Pavilion. Li Jingxing was contemplating the sword intent here in the earliest days. However, after the sword intent took shape, Li Jingxing rarely came here. But ordinary disciples still dared not easily enter this place, so it was preserved intact and became a sacred place in the Sword Palace. But at this moment, this Enlightenment Sword Pavilion became a place for Fox Knight and Yi Hanshang, the two idlers, to drink. Yes, for the bustling and lively Sword Palace, Fox Knight and Yi Hanshang were indeed idle. Because all the powerful individuals who came seeking refuge were usually assigned tasks and busily fulfilling their roles. Only due to their high realm and status, no one dared to give them orders. So they became like idle clouds and wild cranes, only able to come here to relax every day. At this moment, Yi Hanshang contentedly drank the wine in his cup and softly sighed. This place is so peaceful. The only flaw is that the snacks to accompany the wine are lacking. If only there were dishes personally cooked by old Zhu, it would be perfect. All right, be content. You are still thinking about having old Zhu cook for you. Do you think that's possible? These snacks are ones I secretly took from the back kitchen of the Sword Palace. Just make do with them, Fox Knight said. Yi Hanshang didn't respond, but gulped down another cup. Hey, you drink slowly. With just this little wine, if you keep drinking like this, it will be gone in no time. Leave some for me, or else I won't have a chance to drink it in the future. Fox Knight started to feel anxious. Yi Hanshang shot Fox Knight a glance. You are a grand fairy king after all. How can you not even be willing to drink a sip of wine? Ah. Fox Knight sighed deeply, hanging his head low. You don't understand. Ever since I got married, I can only have 3 cups of wine each day. Just 3 cups. Exactly. Fox Knight nodded, with a face full of sorrow and anger, extending 3 fingers. Just 3 cups. You see, as a fairy king, I can only drink 3 cups of wine a day. Is that fair? Yi Hanshang's face showed a very sympathetic expression. Not enough. So, while I have the opportunity now, I must drink my fill first. Saying this, Fox Knight picked up the wine jug and gulped it down. Watching Fox Knight like this, Yi Hanshang couldn't help but say, seeing you like this, I dare not get married. Don't get married, it's a big pitfall. Now, because Yan's sister is around and Ruru gives me some face, otherwise, I wouldn't even dare drink this little wine. Fox Knight sighed. Yi Hanshang suddenly remembered something and whispered to Fox Knight, how are those 2 of yours now? Have they made up? Fox Knight shivered at the thought. How would I know? I don't even dare to go back to check. Yi Hanshang patted Fox Knight's shoulder sympathetically. Little Fox, I'm starting to feel more and more sorry for you. Well, enough about that. It's all in the wine. I am done. With that, Fox Knight tilted his head back and drank another jug of wine. Hey, you can't do that. At least leave some for me. Yi Hanshang couldn't help but get anxious too. The 2 of them started arguing about the ownership of the remaining wine. Just then, a long laugh was heard from afar. Zipiao, little fox, I knew you 2 would be here drinking. You didn't even call us, not very friendly. With the voice, 3 figures burst into the Enlightenment Sword Pavilion. When they finally revealed themselves, the leader was Tiajina, with the smiling Taoist behind him being none other than Juge Kang. And the big guy, of course, was Chu Wuxiang. When Yi Hanshang and Fox Knight saw the 3 of them, they couldn't help but be delighted. Especially Yi Hanshang, who stood up and bowed to Juge Kang and Chu Wuxiang. Fox Knight, however, was not so polite and shouted, Tiajina, what do you mean not calling you guys to drink? One of you is treating injuries, one is guarding, and you are always missing. I wanted to find you for a drink, but couldn't find you. Stop making excuses, look at the food you eat. Aren't you a grand fairy king, yet so shabby? Tiajina laughed and scolded. Heh. Fox Knight rubbed his nose with embarrassment. There's nothing I can do. This is the condition at home. The other day, when Yi Hanshang came with Tiajina, Juge Kang was healing the seriously injured Qiuyi, with Chu Wuxiang guarding him, so the two did not appear. Only now, when Qiuyi's condition was stabilized, did they come with Tiajina to find Yi Hanshang and Fox Knight. Finally, the 5 fairy kings gathered again. The Enlightenment Sword Pavilion became lively. The snacks that were only enough before were now insufficient. Luckily, Tiajina had prepared in advance, and with a wave of his hand, delicate dishes filled the large table in the pavilion. Wow, not bad. Tiajina, where did you get these dishes? They all look so exquisite. Seeing the delicious dishes, Fox Knight walked around the table 3 times, saliva almost dripping from his mouth. Not bad. Tiajina was proud. Honestly, my disciple made these dishes. Your disciple? The one who has a connection with Old Zoo. Fox Knight was surprised. Tiajina's face darkened instantly. Little fox, watch your mouth. My disciple is a pure and virtuous girl. Fox Knight realized his mistake, smiled awkwardly, and quickly said, I'm sorry. It's my fault. Tiajina, of course, wasn't really angry, and just jokingly scolded him for a few sentences before moving on. We have the dishes, but what about the wine? Fox Knight scratched his head and asked. Heh, I am prepared, old Dao. Juge Kang smiled and, with a flick of his sleeve, a jug of wine appeared on the table. Just one jug. Who is that enough for? Fox Knight looked dissatisfied. Fox King, don't worry. You see only one jug, but the wine inside is enough to make you pass out. Juge Kang laughed. HMPH, I don't believe it. Fox Knight looked skeptical. However, after just 3 cups of wine, Fox Knight's eyes began to unfocus, and his voice became much louder. Good wine. Really good wine. With your drinking capacity, any wine you drink would be good. Yi Hanshang said disdainfully. Everyone burst into laughter, the sound shattering the distant sea of clouds, drawing the attention of many passing Sword Palace disciples. After 3 rounds of drinks, Yi Hanshang put down his wine glass and whispered, I wonder what Old Zoo is doing now. Juge Zhang shook his head with a wry smile. You are overestimating me. At Zuan's level, the laws of heaven and earth can no longer bind him. This means that all the celestial calculations on him have become ineffective, and I am powerless. Ha, you talk too much, you just can't match up. Huya was full of drunkenness and rolled his eyes. Juge Zhang couldn't be bothered to argue with him and turned to Yi Hanshang and the others. Although I cannot predict Zuan's current situation, I feel that he will return soon. Recently, when I was deducing the great fortunes of the heavens, I found that the dark clouds shrouding the heavens have become denser, indicating that a great calamity is imminent. Speaking of this, Juge Zhang sighed softly, a hint of worrying showing in his eyes. The bloodshed in these dark clouds is vigorous, indicating that this calamity is not trivial. Hearing this, Yi Hanshang and the others all had a serious expression on their faces. Only Huya, emboldened by alcohol, exclaimed, What great calamity! With me around, who dares to be arrogant? Before anyone could respond, a light laughter came from the distant clouds. Oh, are you that powerful? Why didn't I know? Upon hearing this voice, whether it was Yi Hanshang or Juge Zhang, everyone was shaken. At the same time, a breeze passed by, and a smiling young man in white appeared in the Wujian pavilion. It was none other than Zuan. The sight of Zuan brought joy to everyone. Lao Zu, you're finally back. Exactly. Where have you been these days? Zuan nodded at everyone with a smile, then turned his gaze on Huya, saying lightly, From what you just said, are you trying to show off? At this moment, Huya, sobered up upon seeing Zuan, became even more embarrassed upon hearing his question. Heh, you see, I was just joking. Zuan couldn't help but sigh lightly. Huya, I suddenly realized that you haven't grown any other skills after getting married, but your thick skin has increased a lot. With this remark, the whole place burst into laughter. Yi Hanshang also chuckled. Old Zu summarizes it well. Huya, trying to save face, laughed along, But suddenly, as if he had discovered something, he stood up abruptly, pointing at Zuan. "Lo Zu, you. What's wrong with me or Zu?" An asked with a smile. "What's going on with your cultivation level?" At this point, everyone also noticed something amiss and turned to look at Zuan. Zuan smiled faintly. "Are you talking about this?" With that, a glint flashed in his eyes, and his aura suddenly surged. "Wow, the power of an immortal emperor! Lo Zu, when did you become an immortal emperor?" Haya's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming in disbelief. "Just now. How about it?" Surprised, Zuan said with a faint smile. Everyone fell silent. This was not just a matter of surprise, it was simply a miracle. It was incredibly difficult for most powerful individuals to achieve the status of an immortal emperor, almost like a delusional fantasy. Yet, Zuan, who had only been away for 3 days, had casually succeeded in ascending to that level, as if it were an insignificant task. This left everyone astonished. Huya, feeling dejected, said weakly, "Ziyezi, I take back what I said earlier. He's not just abnormal, because not even abnormality can match him. He's truly an unreasonable freak." Yi Hansheng nodded in agreement. "Exactly. That's what I think too." Zuan was speechless, just about to say something, when suddenly a bell-like laughter echoed from a distance. Softly, Ruer and Dao Yi, 2 women, approached, smiling at Zuan and the others before heading straight for Huya. Seeing the 2 women with smiles on their faces, Huya was dumbfounded. What are you doing?" It wasn't just him, almost everyone was stunned. Ao Yi and Ruer, who had been seemingly hostile to each other before, were now holding hands, smiling intimately as if they had been close friends for years. This scene was simply inconceivable. Even Zuan couldn't hide his surprise. At the same time, Ao Yi chuckled and said, "Huya, why are you so scared? We're not going to eat you." Ruer gently grasped Haya's arm and said softly, "Husband, come with me. I have something to tell you." Huya instinctively wanted to resist, but Ao Yi and Ruer didn't give him a chance, each taking one arm and leading him away. As they walked away, the people in the Wujian pavilion were still in a state of confusion. Did I see that correctly? Long Second Princess and Haya's wife are actually holding hands. Have they reached an agreement? What on earth is happening in this world? Yi Hansheng whispered softly. Just then, Enyan arrived at the Wujian pavilion with a smile. Everyone greeted her, and when she reached Zuan, she asked, "Are you leaving?" "Just left." Then Zuan curiously looked at Enyan. "What method did you use to make Ao Yi and Ruer no longer enemies, but instead intimate friends?" Enyan smiled mysteriously. "Do you want to know?" "Yes, Zu," and nodded. "Then I won't tell you, because it's a little secret between women." Zuan. This little incident soon passed, but Zuan's return stirred up a storm throughout the entire Sword Palace starfield. Many were amazed to find that Zuan, who had been away for only a few days, had already ascended to the status of an immortal emperor. This discovery was exhilarating, bringing joy to countless people. The stronger Zuan became, the more confident everyone felt in facing the impending great calamity. Zuan's reputation reached its peak. Meanwhile, in the distant Pure Land Budan nation, Cheng Hao was closely monitoring a bronze gate in the distance. It had been 3 days of sleepless vigil for him. Ziyi couldn't help but say, "Captain, why don't you take a rest? We have brothers watching here, ensuring nothing goes wrong." Cheng Hao shook his slightly tired head. "I know there won't be any mistakes, and I trust our brothers. The crucial point is, the communication seal given by the instructor can only be used by me. If I don't personally watch over it, I won't be able to inform the instructor promptly if something happens. It shouldn't go wrong so soon. The instructor said the seal could support at least 3 years, right?" Ziyi whispered. "That may be the case, but who can guarantee that no mistakes will happen along the way?" Ziyi was about to say more when suddenly, light ripples appeared on the bronze gate, followed by a grayish mist pouring out and spreading rapidly. Yes, it's literally a forest. However, within the vast emptiness for hundreds of miles around this bronze gate at the center, towering trees reaching hundreds of feet high sprung up from the ground, blocking everyone's sight. Below the trees, countless low bushes were growing wildly, greedily seizing space. In just a moment, these sharply thorned bushes and vines completely occupied all the space. Thus, the emptiness turned into a dense forest, making it impossible to see through. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. Zhu Suai couldn't help but mutter, "Captain, what What is going on? What tricks are these evil creatures playing again? Chang Hao looked solemnly at the scene and shook his head. I don't know either, but one thing is certain. These evil creatures are definitely not coming over to do landscaping for us. They must be up to some conspiracy. What should we do? Obviously, report to the instructor. Right, we should report to the instructor immediately. Zhu Suai slapped his thigh, then hesitated. But how do we explain this scene to the instructor? Don't worry, Chang Hao said confidently. I have recorded everything from the beginning using the water mirror technique. With that, a small ball of light appeared in front of Chang Hao, and he carefully took out the token used to communicate with Zuan. After infusing it with spiritual power, the token flashed with light, then directly absorbed the light ball. After finishing all this, Zhou Daniel asked innocently, Captain, what do we do next? Chang Hao said solemnly, regardless of whether this forest has malicious intent now, everyone must be on high alert. So, pass on my order. Everyone immediately disperse according to formation, surround this forest, and report any anomalies to me immediately. Yes. Everyone responded in unison, then dispersed in an orderly manner according to the practiced formation, putting the forest under tight surveillance. Meanwhile, in the distant Sword Palace Star region, Zuan's jovial expression suddenly turned serious while he was chatting with Hu Yi and Yi Han Han. Zhuge Kang was the first to notice something amiss and immediately asked, What's wrong? Zuan's face was as calm as water as he slowly said, It's a message from the Fire Phoenix. The seal on the Bronze Gate has encountered a problem. This statement instantly silenced the lively banquet hall. What's going on? What happened? Do we need to go there now? Hu Yi, who usually exuded laziness, immediately stood up and asked in a serious tone. He sent a segment of water mirror footage. Let's watch it first. With that, Zuan drew a symbol in front of him, and with a flash of light, the light ball flew out, bursting in midair. Instantly, a scene from the water mirror unfolded before everyone's eyes, depicting everything that had happened in front of the Bronze Gate. After watching it, everyone was somewhat bewildered, exchanging glances with each other. Hu Yi's expression was one of disbelief, and after a long while he said, Old Zhu, what in the world is going on? Are these evil creatures here to plant trees? Before Zuan could speak, Yue Qinghuan, who had been sitting quietly in a corner of the banquet hall, suddenly chuckled lightly and said, Fool, of course not. Fool. Hey, who are you calling a fool? Hu Yi had always been wary of this girl of unknown origin, and now, hearing her mock him, he naturally became even more displeased. Of course I'm calling you a fool. Any problem with that? You got something to say. With that, Yue Qinghuan stood up and walked to Zuan's side. You? Hu Yi was furious, about to erupt, but Yi Han Han, who was standing beside him, held him back and shook her head at him. Hu Yi then said indignantly, I won't lower myself to argue with you, seeing you're a woman. Yue Qinghuan didn't even glance at him, but instead gazed at the image in the water mirror, then turned to Zhu En and smiled, saying, You seem to have figured it out. Zhu En nodded. Yes, I have indeed figured it out. What are they saying? What have they figured out? Hu Yi whispered to Yi Han Han on the side. Yi Han Han shrugged. I have no idea. At that moment, Zhuge Kang sighed softly. I have also figured it out. Old man, what have you figured out? Hu Yi quickly asked. Zhuge Kang looked solemnly at the water mirror and said in a deep voice, It's quite obvious. This forest is formed by extraterrestrial evil energy, which means the seal on the Bronze Gate has begun to gradually fail. With these words, the whole room fell silent. Hu Yi looked at Zuan. Old Zhu, is this true, Zhu? And nodded, yes. Hu Yi shuddered, then urged, What are we waiting for? Gather the troops and head to the Pure Land Buddhist Kingdom. If we're late, it will be too late. However, Zuan smiled and shook his head. There's no need to be so hasty. Although the seal is gradually failing, it's obviously not going to collapse overnight. Otherwise, these evil creatures would have attacked directly from the start instead of infiltrating with their evil energy. But we can't just sit around here doing nothing. What if something unexpected happens? Hu Yi was still somewhat impatient. Who said we're going to sit around here doing nothing? You all immediately start preparing your forces. Zuan ordered solemnly. All right. Hu Yi immediately agreed. But Yi Han Han then asked, What about you? She noticed that Zuan's words clearly did not include himself in the preparations. Zuan smiled faintly. I am going somewhere. Where are you going? To the Pure Land Buddhist Kingdom. Zhu unshook his head and said, slowly and deliberately, I'm going to Earth. What dearth? Almost everyone was puzzled. Clearly, the seal on the Pure Land Buddhist Kingdom gate had a problem. So why did Zhuan want to go to Earth? Only Yue King Huan's eyes lit up slightly, and a faint imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Recently, Fan Mengshu had been feeling extremely low. In fact, ever since she set foot in the Sword Palace Star region, she had become somewhat despondent. This state intensified after she saw Zhuan return. Even Tang Juxing, who had been trying to get close to her under various pretexts, dared not approach within 10 feet of her radius. As Tang Juxing put it, her gaze could really freeze a person to death. At this moment, a white figure suddenly appeared on the distant road, and in an instant, it appeared in front of the flower hall, taking steps to walk inside. Dao Zhuhang didn't even lift his head, just subconsciously felt a figure suddenly appear beside him, seemingly heading towards the flower hall. Annoyed, he said, Hey, what's the rush? Didn't you see there's someone in the flower hall? The person stopped, then turned back with a faint smile. Oh, is there someone? What's the matter? Nonsense, if there's someone inside, it means the flower hall is occupied. Why are you going in? Dao Zhuhang impatiently spoke, and then raised his head to see who it was. But when he saw the face with a hint of a smile, he was shocked, and then he froze. Lord Hongling. Dao Zhuhang could hardly believe his eyes. The figure next to him was none other than the legendary idol admired by countless young people, the Red Lotus Immortal Master Zhuan. Yes, it was indeed Zhuan. He smiled slightly. You recognize me? Dao Zhuhang nodded like pounding garlic, then excitedly said, I had the honor of seeing you outside the Sword Palace sector. Zhuan smiled lightly and nodded. In that case, pleased to meet you. With that, he stepped inside. Dao Zhuhang looked bewildered as he watched Zhuan's receding figure, his mind filled with questions. Why did Lord Hongling suddenly come here? Could it be? He knows this Miss Fan Wang'an. Wait, Wang'an. Dao Zhuhang suddenly realized something. His eyes widened instantly. But then the brightness on his face visibly dimmed, and he chuckled self-deprecatingly. No wonder this Miss Fan always treated him coldly. It turned out to be this reason. If that was the case, it was understandable. After all, compared to an existence like Lord Hongling, his cultivation and achievements were nothing. Thinking of this, Dao Zhuhang couldn't help but let out a bitter smile, then silently retreated. Meanwhile, inside the flower hall, as the once passionate young swordsman felt melancholic, Zhuan stood still, gazing at the slender figure of Fan Mengzhu for a long time without saying a word. After a long moment, Zhuan let out a sigh and then called out softly, Mengzhu. Fan Mengzhu's shoulders trembled slightly, but she didn't turn her head, only asking softly, Why are you here? Her voice was slightly trembling, showing her efforts to remain calm. Is there any reason I can't come? Zhuan smiled lightly, trying to lighten the heavy atmosphere. But Fan Mengzhu remained silent. Her silence made the atmosphere even heavier. Zhu uncoughed awkwardly, then said, I'm planning to go back to Earth. Still no response. After a long while, Fan Mengzhu finally turned around to look at Zhuan with teary eyes. What's going on with Earth? There are some things that need to be dealt with. Would you like to come back with me? Fan Mengzhu looked at Zhuan quietly, then suddenly smiled. Is this an invitation? Of course. All right, I'll go back. Fan Mengzhu immediately asserted decisively. Although it was just a few simple sentences, as they walked out of the flower hall, Zhuan felt a hint of sweat on his forehead, let out a sigh, and then tried to stretch. But the next moment, a voice from behind shattered all his ease. TSK. Isn't it exciting to have a date with another woman behind your wife's back? With those words, Yue King Huan's figure appeared not far from Zhuan, looking at him with a smile. Zhuan was used to this girl's sudden appearances, but her words almost made Zhu unspit out blood. With a black line on his face, he retorted, What nonsense are you talking about? Wasn't I right? First, your wife doesn't know you're here, then you run into the flower hall to talk to someone. Isn't that a date? Yue King Huan argued confidently. Zhuan, instead of losing his cool as expected, just gave her a cold glance, took a step, and walked away. Hey, aren't you going to explain something? Explain what? I have a clear conscience. Why do I need to explain anything? Zhuan said lightly and continued walking without stopping. Yue King Huan gritted her teeth, flashed her figure, and appeared in front of Zhuan again. "Aren't you just giving up on yourself, Zhu?" Unchuckled, then suddenly leaned down to whisper in Yue King Huan's ear. "Do you believe me if I say I came here to see her because Yanner specifically told me to?" Yue King Huan was stunned at that moment. Zhuan laughed heartily. "I'm sorry, it seems like your plan for justice has failed." With that, Zhuan strode away. It wasn't until a moment later that a faint smile appeared on Yue King Huan's face, and she turned to look in the direction Zhuan had gone. Beijiang, Villa Tianzi No. 1. As Wexin's former residence, this place has become a place of pilgrimage for many people. Although people cannot get too close because of the formation, this still cannot stop many young people who are fervent worshippers of Zwexin from coming here to pay their respects. What is most laughable is that there are also many students from martial arts schools who come here to make wishes in order to achieve good results in the upcoming ranking exams. For a while, near Villa Tianzi No. 1, especially by the side of Yunmeng Lake, it is filled with incense, becoming a holy place. Not only ordinary people, even the powerful ones with cultivation have to act obediently and respectfully when facing Villa Tianzi No. 1, not daring to be arrogant. This is not only because Wexin once lived in Villa Tianzi No. 1, but more importantly, there is still someone living here now. A woman whose strength can crush 99% of the world's top experts without worldly desires. Yes, it is Tang Zhuaner, known as the Ice Goddess. To explain the current situation on Earth, after being prepared by Zwexin, the whole world is like a fully armed force ready for battle. People are excited for the upcoming war. Suddenly, everyone's idol has shifted from celebrities to cultivators with powerful abilities. Therefore, many fan groups quickly emerged online. Among them, the fan base that is the largest is naturally for Zwexin. Following closely behind are Enyan and two little girls. These fans can basically be considered as one family, undeniably the mainstream. But aside from them, the one with the most fans and the best reputation is none other than Tang Zhuaner. Because of her strong abilities and stunning appearance, she has gathered a large following online. But most importantly, it is her indifference to fame and fortune. This calm and leisurely attitude has made her a goddess in the minds of many people. And at this moment, inside Villa Tianzi No. 1, Tang Zhuaner, who is sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened her eyes, with a hint of moist breath lingering in front of her, forming a pure radiance like jade. If there were others present, they would surely be amazed. Because at this moment, the aura surrounding Tang Zhuaner already has the cultivation of a half-step immortal king. This means that Tang Zhuaner's practice of the Jade Clear and Free Sutra has reached a very high level. Even the person who created this technique never thought that someone could achieve the status of a half-step immortal king by practicing this not-so-profound technique. It has to be said that Tang Zhuaner's character played a decisive role in this. Her calm and unhurried attitude perfectly fits the requirements of this technique, allowing her to progress rapidly and smoothly. Tang Zhuaner took a deep breath, and when she exhaled, the light in her eyes gradually subsided, returning to normal in an instant. Nevertheless, that extremely pure temperament still enhanced her appearance. Faced with something that would make an ordinary woman ecstatic, Tang Zhuaner remained calm and opened the door to the stairs, walking down to the ground floor living room. At the moment, the spacious living room is empty. Despite being luxuriously furnished, it lacks any vitality. Tang Zhuaner subconsciously looked towards the sofa on the side. It was where Xiao Xia used to sit and watch TV with the best viewing angle, as she put it. A touch of sadness appeared in Tang Zhuaner's eyes. Back when Xiao Xia and Zhang Xiaoyu were here, the whole Villa Tianzi No. 1 was lively. It's a pity. Several years have passed in the blink of an eye, and this sofa has been empty all this time. Thinking about this, Tang Zhuaner let out a sigh and stepped out of the villa to the open space in front. Far in the distance is the azure Yunmeng Lake. It is called a lake, but after several blessings by Zwexin, the area of this lake has increased many times than before. Standing in front of the villa, it gives the feeling of looking at the sea. Mist surrounded Tang Zhuaner, giving the impression of a celestial being. Many people who came to pay their respects from afar saw this scene and couldn't help but cheer. It's the Goddess Tang. Goddess Tang has finally broken through. Goddess Tang, we love you. Various voices could be heard one after another. Tang Zhuaner smiled slightly, about to speak. But at that moment, she inexplicably felt a strong palpitation, causing her to turn her head immediately. Just then, ripples appeared in the void behind her, and a group of people flew out, with two small figures charging in the front. Upon seeing Tang Xuan'er, these two figures rushed over, shouting joyfully as they ran. "And Xuan'er!" they exclaimed, throwing themselves into Tang Xuan'er's arms. Tang Xuan'er was still a bit stunned at this moment, until she lowered her head and saw these two happy little girls, confirming that she wasn't dreaming, and then she excitedly exclaimed, "Xiang Xiang, is it really you?" The two little girls were so overwhelmed with joy that they clung tightly to Tang Xuan'er's arms. "Aunt Xuan'er, it's really us, don't you recognize us?" At the same time, two more figures rushed up to Tang Xuan'er, and the leader called out with a slightly choked voice, "Sister Xuan." Tang Xuan'er looked at the little girl in front of her with tears in her eyes, and after a moment her eyes gradually widened, trembling as she said, "Xiao Xia." Xiao Xia wiped away the tears in the corners of her eyes and nodded vigorously, "Yes, it's me, I'm back." Even the calm Tang Xuan'er couldn't help but be excited and unable to contain herself when she saw Xiang Xiang and Xiao Xia. "It's good that you've come back, it's good that you've come back." On the side, Zhang Xiaoyu was even more excited, giving Tang Xuan'er a few tight hugs. "Sister Xuan, I am Zhang Xiaoyu. How come you look even more beautiful?" At the same time, they heard a light laughter in the distance. "Silly Xuan'er, guess who I am?" With these words, Enyan and Fan Mingshu appeared one after another. "Ah, Sister Yan." Tang Xuan'er quickly bowed in respect. Enyan smiled and came forward to hold her. "It's okay, no need to be so polite between us." Tang Xuan'er smiled as well, then looked to Fan Mingshu beside her. "What a pure aura!" With those words, Yue Qinghuan suddenly appeared in front of Tang Xuan'er, so close that their noses were almost touching. Startled, Tang Xuan'er took a step back, her face full of surprise as she looked at this stunning girl with light purple eyes. "Who are you?" Yue Qinghuan smiled slightly. "You even look like a startled little deer. It seems someone is really good at keeping treasures hidden in a golden house." "What does that mean? What does keeping treasures hidden in a golden house mean? Who is she talking to?" Just as Tang Xuan'er was confused, a light sigh was heard. "Stop talking nonsense. She is my friend." With those words, a beam of light flashed, and Zuan appeared in front of everyone. Upon seeing Zuan, Tang Xuan'er suddenly understood the meaning behind Yue Qinghuan's earlier words. Her face turned red, then she turned her head away. But her shy appearance only seemed to excite Yue Qinghuan even more. She flashed and appeared in front of Tang Xuan'er again, staring directly at her. "Oh, what a pity to see such a beautiful creature." Tang Xuan'er was unnerved by the gaze, subconsciously taking a step back. On the side, Zisha couldn't stand it. Someone dared to offend Sister Xuan'er in front of her, obviously not taking her seriously. Although Zisha vaguely knew this purple-eyed girl was very mysterious, she, who was always fearless, didn't care. She snorted and stepped forward, throwing a punch. With Zisha's current strength, the enraged punch was enough to turn a mountain peak into rubble. But to her surprise, Yue Qinghuan didn't even look directly at the punch coming towards her, just lightly tapping with her slender hand. Zisha's fist instantly stopped in mid-air, her face quickly turning red, obviously under great pressure. "Boss!" Zhang Xiaoyu exclaimed, waving her tentacles and attacking Yue Qinghuan. But at that moment, Zuan suddenly stepped forward, shielding Zhang Xiaoyu, and casually placed a hand on Zisha's shoulder. Zisha felt like a heavy burden had been lifted off her, her arm falling heavily, sweating profusely, and panting heavily. But even so, Zisha's face still showed a fierce desire to continue fighting. Zuan calmly said, "Zisha, stand down." Zisha reluctantly stopped in her tracks, but her eyes were still filled with hostility. Zuan frowned slightly and asked Yue Qinghuan, "What are you implying?" "Nothing much. A little minnow dared to lay hands on me, so I gave her a little lesson," Yue Qinghuan casually replied. As soon as she finished speaking, Zuan took a sharp step forward, glaring at Yue Qinghuan. "I know you have a big background, but let me tell you, this realm is mine. If you want to observe, you must abide by my rules, or I will teach you a profound lesson." Yue Qinghuan looked up at Zuan, showing no fear on her face, but rather a hint of excitement. "Are you warning me?" "Exactly, and if it happens again, it won't be just a warning," Zuan coldly declared. "Heh." Yue Qinghuan chuckled, then, without saying a word, glanced at Zuan, lightly tapped the ground, and appeared on the rooftop of a distant villa, leaving everyone behind. Zuan, with a rueful smile, said to Tang Zhuaner, "She's just a weirdo, don't mind her. Hey, it's not good to speak ill of others behind their backs." Yue King Huan's lazy voice came. Zuan replied calmly, "Who said I was speaking ill behind someone's back? I said it in front of you, didn't I?" Yue King Huan peered out from the rooftop, nodded slightly after a brief thought, "Well, you do have a point." After that, she left and disappeared from sight. Tang Zhuaner looked bewildered, then asked softly, "Who is this girl exactly, Zhu?" Un shook her head, "Don't worry about who she is, just pretend she doesn't exist." Tang Zhuaner nodded and solemnly asked, "You suddenly returned. Is a great calamity approaching?" "Sort of." Tang Zhuaner immediately asked, "Should we notify everyone now, Xu?" Un smiled and shook her head, "No need to rush. I will inform everyone once I handle things." Tang Zhuaner nodded, without questioning what Zuan was going to do or whether she could do it, because in her eyes, there was nothing Zuan couldn't accomplish. Just then, Zisha, drooling, said, "Sister Zhuaner, I dream of eating the roasted chicken we had back then. Do we still have some now?" Tang Zhuaner chuckled, "Of course, come with me." Tang Zhuaner led Zisha and Zhang Xiaoyu to the kitchen in the villa, and the two girls followed cheerfully. The once quiet villa instantly became lively. Even Fan Mengshu went to help in the kitchen. But once she left, An Yan's smiling face suddenly turned serious. She leaned in close to Zuan and asked softly, "Honey, tell me, is the upcoming calamity something even you are not sure about?" "Oh, why are you asking me that, or Zhu?" Un smiled and then reached out to pat An Yan's head. "What's been on your mind all the time?" "I'll answer you now. You're just worrying for nothing. As long as I'm here, everything will be fine." "Are you sure?" An Yan eventually joined the kitchen chores, while Zuan's smile gradually faded, his expression growing serious. At that moment, a faint fragrance wafted by, and then Yue King Huan chuckled. "Are you even hiding things from your own wife? It seems you really lack confidence in yourself." Yet Zuan didn't even turn his head, simply saying, "Whether I have confidence or not has nothing to do with you. And why did you suddenly come down from the rooftop?" "Heh, of course, there's something. I just found something interesting up there, so I need you to come with me and see. This is an ancient city with a history of thousands of years. And now, it is also an important city in Waguo, holding equal weight as the capital and Beijing." At this moment, on the outskirts of this bustling metropolis, two figures suddenly appear. Although this city is highly developed, it is very remote, surrounded by vast undeveloped farmland and forests, giving it a desolate feel. Seeing this scene, Zuan couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. "Why did you bring me here?" "Shh." Yue King Huan made a hushing gesture, then landed on the ground and solemnly walked forward. Zuan was puzzled, not understanding why Yue King Huan suddenly walked on the ground, but in order to find out, he could only land and follow behind. In the forest, there was a winding path, and Yue King Huan walked casually, bare feet stepping on the ground, exuding a strange beauty. As they walked, Yue King Huan's expression grew more solemn. By the end, her eyes were full of brilliance. Finally, after passing through a dense forest, a huge earthen mound appeared ahead. Although it was an earthen mound, it looked like a large dirt pile covered in weeds, appearing extremely desolate. However, upon seeing this earthen mound, Yue King Huan's expression became incredibly solemn and full of excitement in her eyes. "Sure enough, it's here!" she exclaimed, rushing forward eagerly. Ju stood still, looking puzzled at the earthen mound. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he took a few steps forward, pushing aside the weeds on the roadside. Sure enough, beneath the foliage, there was a small stone stele. Engraved on the stele were several large characters, Tomb of the Military Sage Sun Wu. Upon seeing this name, Zuan's pupils instantly contracted, then he turned to look at Yue King Huan, who was already excitedly walking around the earthen mound. A pensive expression appeared on his face. Suddenly, Yue King Huan appeared by his side, saying softly, "Let's go." Zuan was slightly taken aback, not going to look anymore. "No need. It's not interesting. Just as I suspected, there's only a decayed skeleton buried here." After saying this puzzling remark, Yue King Huan grabbed Zuan's wrist and said, "Let's go somewhere else." In the next instant, they reappeared in front of another earthen mound. This earthen mound was much more grandiose than the Sun Wu's tomb they had visited earlier. In front of the mound was a majestic building, and on the large square in front, there was a tall steely pavilion with 3 large characters engraved on a black basalt stele. Emperor Huang's tomb. Zuin was not surprised by this scene, but his eyes shimmered, and then his psychic power obscured their figures. Unlike the desolate mound of Sunwu, the Huang Emperor's tomb was bustling with tourists, and worshippers were coming in endless streams. To avoid causing a disturbance, Zuin directly concealed their presence. This time, Yue King Huan didn't even go up to the earthen mound. She just circled the steely pavilion a few times before losing interest, saying, "Let's go." Not looking anymore? Look at what? There's not even a skeleton here, only the remnant aura of a burial. Following this, Yue King Huan took Zuan to tour the mountains and rivers of Wagwo within an hour. However, without exception, they visited the graves of famous historical figures from ancient times. After the tour, Yue King Huan remained calm and took Zuan directly back to the Tianzino, one villa. At that moment, Yatter and Tang Zhuaner and others were still busy in the kitchen, completely unaware of what had just happened. Zuan calmly sat on the sofa, then smiled faintly. "Is this the interesting thing you wanted me to see?" Yue King Huan shrugged. "Originally, yes, but I found out that these old guys are all slippery characters, so it was expected that we would come up empty-handed." Zuan gazed quietly at Yue King Huan. Yue King Huan sat nonchalantly, showing no signs of nervousness. After a long while, Zuan finally shifted his gaze, then turned slightly and said softly, "I'm becoming more and more interested in your background now." Heh. Yue King Huan leaned comfortably against the soft sofa cushion, her long legs propped up on the coffee table, stretching lazily. Her alluring curves were exposed in front of Zuan recklessly. "Interested? Then try your best to win the upcoming battle. By then, not only will my background be revealed to you, but even I myself might be yours." Yue King Huan tilted her head, speaking in a leisurely tone that resembled a lazy Persian cat. Especially with her faint purple eyes gazing at you with a smile, it was captivating. This statement, coming from such a stunning girl, was filled with a fatal allure, capable of moving even the most unyielding hearts. Yue King Huan was extremely confident in this regard. In her opinion, no one could resist this temptation. However, Yue King Huan soon became disappointed, because Zuan remained unmoved, not even blinking his eyes, just coldly observing her. In that gaze, Yue King Huan couldn't detect any desire, only a condescending gaze from above. This feeling made Yue King Huan slightly stunned, then thoroughly frustrated. No one had ever dared to ignore her like this. And what was with the condescending look? Did this guy dare to look down on her? Just as Yue King Huan was about to erupt in anger, Zuan turned his head slowly and said calmly, "I'm sorry, but I'm not in the least bit interested in you as a person." Yue King Huan's face darkened, about to speak. At that moment, Tang Zhuaner entered the living room carrying a large bowl of fragrant roast chicken. "Come on, everyone, taste my cooking," Tang Zhuaner said cheerfully. Zisha followed behind her, eagerly anticipating the food. However, she noticed Yue King Huan sitting on the sofa, and after a moment of surprise, her expression turned cold. "Who allowed you to sit there? Get up!" Already fuming, Yue King Huan couldn't help but sneer at the remark. "Oh, why should I get up? Nonsense, the place you're sitting in now is mine exclusively, so of course you have to get up," Zisha said sternly. The whole scene fell into a stunned silence because the one rushing into Zuan's arms was clearly a girl. Zuan was also slightly startled, but then he chuckled lightly and patted the person in his arms on the back. "All right, Zirui, no need to be so excited. I've come back, haven't I? Yes." The one who rushed into Zuan's arms was the unfortunate Qian Shirui. She had already joined the Phoenix Special Forces, but when Zuan led the Phoenix team on a mission, he did not take her with them, but left her on Earth. Unexpectedly, upon Zuan's return, she was the first to know. At the same time, Yue King Huan suddenly exclaimed, then murmured, "Alchemy life? No. How come there are human souls mixed in, actually blending humans and alchemy life together?" Speaking of this, sympathy suddenly appeared in Yue King Huan's eyes. TSK. How pitiful. With that, Yue King Huan suddenly flashed out of the living room, and a sentence came to Zisha's ear. "Little eel, I can't be bothered to argue with you. Your seat is still yours." But Zisha showed no joy, instead clenched his fist. "Little eel. How dare they call me Little Eel? Unforgivable." Meanwhile, Zirui finally let go, then silently stared at Zuan, her eyes full of resentment. She had already prepared to go on a mission with the Phoenix, but was unexpectedly left behind by Zuan when they left. For this, she didn't know how many times she had cried in secret. Because of the heavy damage her soul had suffered, this somewhat insecure girl became even more isolated. During her time on Earth, there were very few people she could talk to, so Zuan's abandonment was a heavy blow to her. However, she did not give up, but instead hid in the shadows, waiting for Zuan and the others to return. She had no other goals besides this. Luck favored the prepared mind, and finally on this day, she suddenly felt a strange aura. Although very faint, the extremely sensitive Qian Chirui immediately rushed over, making her the first to discover Zuan's return. Zuan couldn't help but wryly smile and helplessly pat her head. All right, you don't have to look at me like that. I promise not to casually leave you behind again, okay? Zirui silently nodded, then automatically stood in the shadow behind Zuan, like a silent guardian. Zuan could only smile helplessly, then turned to Yan and said, "Yanner, wait for me here. I'll be back soon." "Where are you going?" And Yan asked. "To take care of something." Zuan replied lightly. "Then let's have a meal before you go." And Yan's expression changed, then she said in a deep voice. Zuan smiled, "No need. It's fine to have a meal after I come back." And Yan nodded without hesitation. "All right, I'll wait for you." Zuan smiled, turned to Zirui, who was following closely, and said, "Come with me." With that, Zuan grabbed Zirui's arm and soared into the sky, turning into a stream of light and disappearing in the blink of an eye. This time, surprisingly, Yue Qinghuan did not follow, but just sat on the vine chair on the rooftop, watching Zhu. And go with a faint smile. "Let me guess, how long will it take you to finish this task? 1 day, or 1 month?" The Abyss. As Earth's exclusive monster spawning instance dungeon, it had become a paradise for the strong. In some popular areas, demon spawn rates could not keep up with the pace of the strong harvesting, so there were incidents of monster stealing in many places. But no matter the method, everyone adhered to one principle: friendly competition was allowed, but no despicable means were to be used, otherwise, all would be condemned. In this atmosphere, the abyss became more lively. But just at this moment, deep within the abyss, a flash of light suddenly appeared, revealing the figures of Zuan and Zirui. This place was at the very bottom of the deep abyss, rarely visited, surrounded by unfathomable darkness. Zhu just paused briefly, then continued deeper into the darkness with Zirui. With Zuan's current strength, traveling at full speed, the speed was extremely fast. In just the blink of an eye, the darkness in front became thicker, and the resistance of the progress started to increase. But all this could not stop Zuan's footsteps. He flashed his eyes, then a brilliant sword light slashed out, directly cutting the darkness in front in half. Then, Zuan passed through with Zirui, and suddenly the surroundings became clear. It was an endless light screen. The light screen emitted a faint fluorescence, making the entire space very strange. You couldn't tell up from down, or left from right, as there were no boundaries. However, at this moment, Zirui suddenly exclaimed and pointed to the light screen. Because on this boundless light screen, there were many images. Some were empty, some had strange creatures, and what startled Zirui was that she saw familiar faces in some of the images, such as images from the battles she had fought with the Phoenix team in the abyss. This left her shocked, because she couldn't understand why she could see past events here. If these images were recorded, then who recorded them? Just as Zirui was pondering, Zuan just smiled faintly. "Surprised, aren't you?" Zirui nodded. "It's actually very simple. This is the fundamental origin of the entire abyss. All spaces and living beings are birthed from this thin light screen layer. Everything that happens here also leaves an imprint, so it's not surprising to see images of battles you were in." Zirui's eyes gradually widened, seeming to wonder why Zuan had come here. Zhu and smiled. The abyss is a naturally formed fairyland. Although dark in nature, it is perfect for use as a transfer station to connect other spaces. So, Zuan suddenly stamped his foot, causing a violent shockwave on the light screen. The entire abyss began to tremble violently. At the same time, Zuan thundered, "Heed my command, Void!" With that, two bright points like pearls suddenly appeared in front of Zuan, and a huge pearl appeared on the light screen beneath his feet. Watching this strange scene unfold, Zirui couldn't help but show a slight change in expression. Just then, Zuin chuckled lightly and said, "Activate." Boom! Following a deafening roar, the entire abyss began to tremble violently. Those who were originally battling monsters in the abyss all turned pale. What's going on? Could it be an earthquake? Yang Xiaoman from the Howren Academy exclaimed. Nonsense, this abyss is not a planet. How could there be an earthquake? Xu Wenbin from the Howren Academy immediately retorted. Then what is happening? I don't know, but it must be a major event, Xu Wenbin said with a serious expression. At this moment, the tremors in the abyss intensified, causing Yang Xiaoman and the others from the Howren Academy to look solemn. Originally, in order to quickly improve their cultivation, Zuin had tailored a technique specifically for them called Unified World. Since obtaining this technique, the people from the Howren Academy had been immersing themselves in the abyss day and night, hoping to quickly comprehend it. But they had never expected the current situation. Just as everyone was puzzled, dozens of lights flashed by, and then the master of the Qingyang Pavilion, Gong Liangxing, appeared on the scene. Wenbin, what's going on? Do you know? Gong Liangxing asked in a deep voice. Xu Wenbin shook his head. I don't know either. Mr. Zhu is not here now. I really don't know if this is good or bad. Gong Liangxing sighed lightly. Just then, the tremors in the abyss gradually subsided. Many startled Earth experts flew up, their faces full of astonishment as they gazed into the void. Because at that moment, in the previously empty void, two huge doors suddenly appeared. The brilliance on the doors was so dazzling that one dared not look directly at them. What the hell is going on? Could it be that the abyssal creatures have invaded? Someone shouted. And at that moment, a cold and pleasant voice was heard. Everyone, prepare for battle immediately to prevent the invasion of evil beings. The voice was clear and cold, unmistakably that of a woman. Everyone turned to look, and at the same moment, a figure dashed forward at lightning speed and stopped. It wasn't Qing. After completely integrating the heart of the insect race, she had the strength comparable to a top-tier expert, but this did not satisfy her, so she would come to the abyss almost every day to hone herself. She had not expected to encounter such a situation today. Seeing her, everyone couldn't help but bow their heads respectfully. Miss Anne. Greetings, Miss Anne. It was all because of An King's formidable strength and background. Just her title as the younger sister of the goddess In Yan was enough to make everyone bow their heads to her. Therefore, when they saw her, no one hesitated and immediately followed her orders to set up a defensive formation and make all the necessary preparations for battle. An Qing gazed solemnly at the two huge doors, with a shimmer in her eyes and the imposing pressure of the insect race gathering around her. She knew that if these two doors truly led to the outside world, the situation would be really serious. None of these people present might survive. All of them might perish here. But she had no hesitation or regret, because she knew that if this place fell, the earth would be the next to suffer a catastrophe. Behind them was their home, so they could not take a step back. This idea was a shared belief among everyone present. At this moment, the two large doors began to slowly open. Everyone's hearts rose to their throats. In the void beside An Qing, countless fierce insect shadows faintly appeared. Just then, the two doors suddenly opened with a bang, and countless figures poured out from them. Some were glowing with gold, while others were surrounded by sword energy, creating a lively scene. An Qing immediately shouted, "Get ready, launch the attack." But before the last word could be uttered, An Qing was stunned, because she suddenly realized that the figures rushing in were not evil creatures at all. On the contrary, they were all living people. What's more, among the first to rush forward were many familiar figures. For example, the laughing Hoxu, who was rushing towards her, and on the side was Yehin Shan. What's going on? An Qing couldn't help but feel confused. Not only her, but all the Earth experts who were already prepared for a fierce battle were dumbfounded. Hey, isn't that the Fox Immortal King who once defended the Earth? Yes, isn't the old Taoist next to him Mr. Juge? I fought alongside him in battle. The exclamations were endless. As for people like Hoxu, they also stopped in their tracks after rushing forward. Long time no see, everyone. Zhuzhe concealed a smile. Hoxu grinned at An Qing, and girl, why are you getting prettier and prettier? You guys. An Qing was full of confusion. Hoxu laughed. Don't understand what's going on, right? Don't worry, you'll understand soon. With that, Huxu turned to shout into the depths of the void, "Old Zhu, can you stop pretending to be mysterious until the last moment? Do you have to be so mysterious even now?" As the voice trailed off, a laughing scold was heard from the depths of the void. "You're the one pretending to be mysterious. I just calmed down the fluctuating space at the bottom of the abyss and reinforced the space-time channel. Don't talk nonsense, watch your tail." With that, two figures gradually emerged from the depths of the void, Zuan and Xiao Rui. When Encheng saw Zuan's figure, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother-in-law." Zuan smiled at her and nodded, "Kinger, it's me." Encheng instantly understood what was going on, and a smile spread across her face. "You almost scared me to death just now. We all thought it was an invasion of extraterrestrial creatures." Zuan also smiled. "I saw everything. You guys did well. At least none of you backed down." This praise made the Earth experts blush with excitement because it came from the legendary figure Mr. Zhu. Among the crowd, Yang Xiaoman seemed hesitant to speak several times. She wanted to talk to her master, as usual after approaching him. But for some reason, when she saw the tall figure dressed in white, Zuan, she suddenly felt a bit timid. Because she felt that her master had suddenly become so unfamiliar. Especially the natural aura of power emanating from him made her dare not approach. But then, Zuan suddenly turned to her and smiled gently. "What? You don't even call me master when you see me?" Hearing this, Yang Xiaoman was first startled, but then a big smile gradually appeared on her face as she nodded vigorously and shouted loudly, "Master, don't worry. How could I procrastinate on the tasks you ordered? Everything is already prepared." Fox Knight chuckled. Next to him, Moon Silence also stepped forward, clasping his hands together in respect, saying, "Leader, both Pure Land and Esoteric Buddhism are also ready." When Zuan was preparing to completely open up the three realms at the bottom of the abyss, he had already transmitted all the information through the communication method left in advance. Therefore, both realms had made preparations in advance. At this moment, after listening to everyone's reports, Zuan nodded and said, "Very well. Now I will gather all the strong beings on Earth." With that, Zuan didn't move, but directly pointed at the void in front of him. In an instant, the void faded away, and then everyone appeared on Earth. The whole process was seamless, with no one even realizing it. "Wow, Old Zhu, you're amazing. When did you learn to cross through the void like that from that demon woman?" Fox Knight couldn't help but exclaim, "This is not crossing through the void." But Ji Hancheng suddenly spoke up, then smiled at Zuan. "If I'm not mistaken, you have completely mastered the abyss space, right?" Zuan nodded with a smile. "That's right, and not just the abyss, but also the Pure Land and the Sword Palace Star Domain." "I'm not surprised about the Pure Land, but isn't the Sword Palace Star Domain under Li Jingxing's control? How were you able to gain the highest authority there too?" Yi Hancheng asked. "Of course I can, because Li Jingxing gave it to me." With that, Zuan waved his hand, and several huge passages appeared in the sky above Earth. In these passages were the scenes of the Sword Palace Star Domain and the Pure Land. This magical scene naturally caught the attention of the entire world in an instant. Zuan didn't bother explaining and directly sent out a divine message to everyone. In a flash, the whole world was buzzing. Some were excited, while others were secretly panicking. The excitement was because Mr. Zhu had finally returned, bringing with him so many strong beings. Those in panic were because a great disaster was imminent, and judging from the current situation, this calamity was not ordinary at all, hence the deep fear in their hearts. But regardless of their thoughts, Zuan's powerful appearance shook the world. On the rooftop of Villa Tianziwan, Yue Qinghuan, who was originally calculating how long it would take Zuan to open up the three realms, also couldn't help but be stunned. She hadn't expected Zuan to complete this astonishing feat in such a short time. However, at that moment, her expression suddenly changed, and she looked towards the direction of the Pure Land, her tone cold. "They're here." Following closely behind her to feel the anomaly was Zuan, who suddenly raised his head, his gaze piercing like a sword towards the Pure Land, then said in a deep voice, "Yanner, you and the others stay to guard Earth, the rest come with me." With that, Zuan flew up, turning into a stream of light, and headed towards the Pure Land. Fox Knight and the others naturally followed solemnly. Immediately, the whole world was set in motion, with countless luminous beings rising up, forming a mighty stream towards the Pure Land. This extremely spectacular scene quickly spread throughout the world through various means. Many individuals with less power looked on enviously, while many young people were trembling with excitement. At the entrance of Villa Tianziwan, Anyang clenched her hands tightly, looking up at the scene and softly murmuring, "Husband, please return safely." Upstairs, Yue King Huan saw this and smirked. The momentum is indeed great, but compared to the invading entity, the vast majority are just ants. She didn't even bother to get up, lazily stretched, and then settled into a comfortable position on the rattan chair. "This trial begins now. I hope you can provide me with a satisfactory answer." It was at this moment, in front of the bronze gate of the Pure Land, after several days of growth, the dense forest became even more eerie and sinister. A faint white mist rose above the forest, constantly changing shapes, while eerie and terrifying screams could be heard faintly. Chang Hao looked sullenly at this scene and communicated with the others through the communicator from time to time. "Zhu Suai, how's it going on your end?" "Captain, everything is normal on my end, except for these damn ghostly screams growing clearer. There have been no other changes." Zhu Suai promptly responded. "Stay alert, don't slack off, especially be mindful of potential surprise attacks, because I feel these things are preparing to strike." "Don't worry, Captain. I am always the one to scheme against others, and no one can surprise me," Zhu Suai said proudly. His title as the #1 Phoenix Assassin was not for nothing. His skills in infiltration and assassination had reached a masterful level, giving him this strong sense of confidence. Upon hearing this, Cheng Hao's heart slightly settled. "Be cautious in your actions." Zhu Suai grinned. "Sure thing, Captain." "You just, ah." Suddenly, a scream came from Zhu Suai through the communicator. Cheng Hao was shocked. "What's going on? Zhu Suai, what happened on your end?" The entire Phoenix Flame shook, but there was silence in the communicator. "Dan Niu, go check it out," Cheng Hao immediately commanded. Zhou Danai, who couldn't contain his anxiety, rushed toward Zhu Suai's location upon receiving the order. At that moment, the communicator emitted Zhu Suai's somewhat weaker voice. "Captain, I'm fine. Dan Niu, don't come over. Everyone prepare for defense, because there's an entity lurking around that even I cannot sense, waiting for an opportunity to strike." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Dan Niu was especially concerned. "Broken Myth, are you really okay?" "Don't worry. I am the first-class assassin here. I've just sustained a minor injury. There's no way I'm in trouble," Zhu Suai immediately reassured. Zhou Danai hesitated and stopped in his tracks, feeling something was off about Zhu Suai's condition, but since the battle was urgent, he returned to his position to guard. Meanwhile, Zhu Suai, feeling somewhat weak, turned off the communicator, grimaced at the pain in his back, and muttered softly, "Damn, that blow was really harsh." In the light, it was visible that there was a huge wound penetrating Zhu Suai's back from top to bottom, deep enough to faintly reveal his spine. Such an injury would be enough to kill an ordinary person on the spot. Zhu Suai moved like a ghost, wandering in the darkness, leaving behind a trail of splattered blood. The sight of transparent evil creatures being ruthlessly slaughtered by him was chilling. The feeling of mastery made a smug smile appear on Zhu Suai's lips, causing him to even forget about the wound on his back. However, at that moment, transparent tentacles suddenly appeared around him. These tentacles were formless, only visible due to the distortion of darkness caused by their different refractive indices. Despite this, the tentacles made no sound as they silently lunged towards Zhu Suai. Unaware, Zhu Suai remained focused on eliminating the transparent evil creatures. As the tentacles almost reached him, the emblem on his armor suddenly emitted a brilliant light. Startled, Zhu Suai felt a shock throughout his body. Just then, the tentacles whistled and struck towards him. "What the heck is this monster?" Zhu Suai exclaimed, then rushed forward with all his might. Despite his efforts, he was a step too late, and one of the tentacles struck him squarely on the back. It coincidentally hit his previous wound, causing Zhu Suai to scream in pain, revealing his form from the darkness. However, he managed to save his life thanks to the timely alert from the emblem on his armor, or he might have been cut in half by the tentacles. The reason why the emblem on his armor could detect this near-perfect ambush lay in its terrifying learning ability. After the initial ambush, the armor also suffered heavy damage, but quickly remembered the scent of the tentacles, hence providing a timely warning to save Zhu Suai. Nevertheless, this was just the beginning. As Zhu Suai recovered from the shock, the tentacles once again lunged towards him. Their speed was too quick for Zhu Suai to react. Startled, Zhu Suai shouted in fear, but at that moment, a broad figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Bathed in golden light, the figure bellowed, "Come at me!" A powerful punch clashed with the tentacle that had struck towards him, creating a thunderous sound. The tentacle recoiled in pain, visibly damaged. However, the figure staggered back several steps. "Da Niu!" Zhu Suai exclaimed. Da Niu was incited to a rage. "Take another punch from me." With that, he swung his fist like a small barrel, delivering another blow. A muffled sound followed, and the tentacle emitted a mournful cry before shattering and disappearing. Zhu Suai breathed a sigh of relief, ready to speak when cries of shock came through the communication channel. "What kind of monster is this? Why can't we defeat it?" Mixed with the cries were screams of agony, indicating some had been injured. Hearing the calls of his comrades, Zhu Suai felt a surge of determination and vowed to fight alongside them. "Today, I'll take you all on," he declared, once again blending into the darkness, advancing towards the tentacles in a killing spree. Meanwhile, Da Niu's eyes blazed with fury as he also confronted the tentacles. "Dare hurt my comrades, I'll tear you apart." Da Niu's body exuded a blinding golden light, and with every muscle movement, a faint roar akin to a dragon's could be sensed within him, a result of his mastery of the Tianquan Wuxiang Gong. The seamless technique displayed by Da Niu differed slightly from that of Chu Wuxiang due to their personalities. As an immortal king and seasoned expert, Chu Wuxiang's execution of the technique was poised and noble, fitting his temperament. In contrast, Da Niu's straightforward and earnest nature lent an unparalleled ferocity to this technique when wielded by him. As Da Niu fervently battled the tentacles, severing them relentlessly, their endless numbers proved a challenge. The golden light surrounding Da Niu began to thin. He struggled to maintain his heightened output. Zhu Suai found himself in increasingly precarious situations, relying on his combat experience to maneuver in the vacuum. The tentacles seemed to evolve, increasing their agility and making evasion more difficult. Meanwhile, Cheng Hao felt the mounting pressure. As the leader of the Phoenix Special Forces unit, tasked with members of varying strengths, Cheng Hao bore the burden of responsibility. Several team members had already been injured by the elusive tentacles, weakening their defensive formation. Cheng Hao operated as a firefighter, darting back and forth to assist. However, the escalating threat posed by the tentacles left him feeling overwhelmed, fueling his urgency. Suddenly, a spark ignited the vacuum. The flames quickly spread, engulfing the space in a crimson blaze. Under the blood-red illumination, including Cheng Hao, everyone in the Phoenix Special Forces unit was dumbfounded. The scene in the fiery light revealed a haunting sight in the darkness: a massive intertwining serpents suspended in mid-air, their bodies swaying as they hissed danger. At times, the serpent bodies would fade into translucency, only visible when light shone through. The ambush that had previously targeted the Phoenix team was not from tentacles, but from these countless snakes. Startled by this revelation, the serpents seemed to shrink in fear of the blazing firelight. Before they could react, a figure emerged within the blaze. "Instructor! It's the instructor! He's here!" He stood in the void, coldly staring at the strange snake in front of him. His eyes were flickering in the light of the swaying flames all around. Sensing Zuan's presence, the strange snake retreated slightly, showing a strong sense of wariness. At that moment, Cheng Hao flew up to Zuan and respectfully said, "Instructor." Zuan didn't turn his head, just calmly said, "No need to say anything, I already know. You've done well, leave the rest to me." "Yes." Cheng Hao immediately stepped back. Just then, countless lights rushed forward like a rushing river, followed closely by many powerful individuals. The gathering of so many strong individuals created an immeasurable momentum. The strange snake let out a sharp cry and tried to escape into the void. But in front of Zuan, its tricks were futile. Despite its frantic twisting and turning, trying to break through the void under Zuan's power, the surrounding void had solidified like iron. So all the struggles of the strange snake were in vain. Just then, Foxy and Yi Hanshang, as well as Zhuge Zhang and others, appeared on either side of Zuan. Foxy couldn't help but furrow his brows. "This thing looks really disgusting." Zuan raised an eyebrow and lightly chuckled. "Disgusting? I don't think so. I can't stand it. I have a fear of crowds. Looking at it makes my whole body shiver." Foxy said. The group stood in the void, discussing the strange snake as if it were insignificant. This scene also caught the eye of the powerful individuals. They couldn't help but exchange glances and then began to quietly discuss. Mr. Zhu is truly admirable. He remains so calm facing such a monster. Haha, I've always said, all these nonsensical extraterrestrial beings are garbage in front of Mr. Zhu. Is this it? I was all hyped up for nothing. I was ready to show off. As the group discussed, the strange snake seemed to become enraged, suddenly raising its head and emitting a sharp, piercing cry. Wherever the sound waves passed, those with weaker strength immediately showed signs of pain, because the sound wave attack directly targeted their souls. But before the sound waves could fully spread, someone loudly recited, "Namo Amitabha, be still." With that, golden light filled the air, and a resounding Buddhist mantra rang in everyone's ears, completely destroying the strange snake's sound wave attack. Everyone turned to look. They saw a monk with his palms together, a golden wheel floating behind his head, truly an invisible great bodhisattva. The monks from the Pure Land and Tantric sects were in an uproar, because this monk was none of them, but a newcomer. Who is this fellow cultivator? How come I don't know there are invisible solitary monks in the heavens? Asked Maitreya in surprise. UAG suddenly smiled and said, "So it's him." "What? You recognize him?" UAG nodded. "That's right, he is the monk who was famous throughout the heavens for guarding the alchemy hell and making a solemn vow that hell will not be empty until he becomes a Buddha. His Dharma name, Ksitigarbha." The monks were all shocked to hear this. "So he is Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Truly powerful," praised Maitreya. And then, at that moment, the strange snake, seeing its sound wave attack ineffective, suddenly began to disintegrate. Yes, it started to disintegrate like a shattered ice sculpture. What? Did it kill itself in anger after seeing its attack fail? Foxy asked incredulously. But Zuon's eyes suddenly showed a trace of seriousness. With a sudden wave of his hand, flames surged towards the rapidly disintegrating strange snake. The flames crackled and exploded as they passed through, but in the blink of an eye, the flames dissipated, and when they looked back at the void, there was nothing left. Did it run away? Foxy asked in disbelief. In his view, nothing could escape Zuon's grasp. Zuon didn't say a word, but took a deep breath, turning his gaze towards a vast forest. Everyone followed his gaze, but they didn't see anything unusual. "What's going on? Old Zu, do you see?" Foxy's words were cut off as the forest suddenly underwent a huge transformation. The towering trunks of the trees softened, revealing scales, and their crowns gradually converged into massive snake heads. In the blink of an eye, the trees transformed into giant pythons, and even the low shrubs didn't remain idle, transforming into strange snakes as well. In an instant, the forest turned into a sea of snakes. "Damn, did we fall into a snake pit?" Foxy grimaced in disgust. Zuon remained silent, extending his hand into the void, and a flame swiftly flew towards the massive strange snakes overhead, spreading and raining down instantly. But unlike the previous strange snake, these snakes were not so afraid of the falling flames. Despite the crackling of their bodies being roasted by the high temperature, they continued to charge fiercely towards the group. Seeing this scene, Juge Zhang, who had been silent, suddenly spoke with a solemn expression. "They are evolving. Evolving. That's right, evolving. Everything that kills them, they will develop immunity to it upon reincarnation." Indeed, while many snakes died under the flames, the following snakes became increasingly fearless of the flames. "What kind of creatures are these? They can evolve." Foxy couldn't help but comment. Then he looked at Zuon. "Old Zu, what do we do now?" Zuon's gaze remained fixed on the depths of the snake sea. Then he coldly said, "Chill." With that, he suddenly swung his sword. The sword light shattered countless strange snakes, but the road just cleared was quickly reoccupied by newly emerging snakes. "Let's join forces," Juge Zhang suddenly shouted. With his command, the powerful individuals sprang into action. Finally, a chance to strike, kill these long bugs. Someone shouted and charged forward. "Damn, so many snakes, let's catch them and make snake soup." Shouts rang out as countless lights flew out from the crowd, smashing towards the oncoming army of snakes as if they were free of charge. Following that, everyone looked up in shock. At this moment in the arena, the strange snakes had disappeared, and not only that, even the dense forest was gone without a trace. In the center, Only the huge bronze door remained standing alone. Lao Zu, what's going on? Where are those dense forests and poisonous snakes? Hui asked in astonishment. Zuan's face turned serious as he slowly said, those were just intentional provocations for attacks. The true purpose of these evil beings is to use our power to break the remaining seal on this bronze door. With these words, everyone was shaken. Just then, as if to confirm Zuan's words, faint cracks began to appear on the bronze door. These cracks deepened rapidly and spread. Finally, there was a crisp explosion, and the radiance attached to the bronze door shattered completely, disappearing into nothingness. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the Tianzino, one villa on Earth, Yue King Huan watched the scene unfolding in the water mirror in front of him, faintly smiling and saying, the earlier encounter was just an appetizer. The real show is just beginning. Just as he finished speaking, there was a rumbling sound from the bronze door, which then began to slowly open. Everyone's hearts were instantly in their throats, and they instinctively formed a defensive formation. Zuan stood in front of everyone, looking at the scene with a cold gaze, and softly murmured, they are coming out. Behind him, Hui said, don't worry, no matter how many come today, they will all belong to Lord Hu. Zhu glanced at him and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Is that so? Of course, when did I, Hui, ever lie? Hui said seriously. Just as he finished speaking, the bronze door was completely opened. Contrary to everyone's expectations, there was nothing visible inside the door, only a layer of eerie-colored light curtain. Hui was taken aback. What's going on? Where are the evil beings, Zhu? Said calmly, maybe they were scared away by your words just now. Initially meant as a teasing remark, Hui surprisingly chuckled at Zuan's comment. You might be right. Before he could finish his sentence, the light curtain on the bronze door suddenly began to shake violently, emitting a brilliant light that caught everyone's attention. Soon after, many giant figures appeared in the light. With their appearance, there was a faint sound of war drums. This eerie scene made Hui's smile freeze on his face. Even Yue King Huan, who was watching the scene on Earth through the water mirror, was stunned to see these figures and express surprise. Are they really using their full force? They even brought out the white bone war chariots. At the same time, as the light converged, an incredibly terrifying scene appeared before everyone. Giant white bone giants appeared in the void, standing tens of thousands of feet tall. These giants were made entirely of white bone, with human-like upper bodies, gigantic white bone skulls, and burning crimson ghost flames in their eye sockets. The lower bodies of these white bone giants transformed into the forms of war chariots, with numerous reins extending from the front of the chariots, pulled forward by humanoid monsters with powerful bodies. Wherever they passed, deep ruts were pressed into the space, accompanied by thunderous sounds. Just one of them was intimidating. The number of these white bone war chariots reached an astonishing number. The scale shocked everyone present. As for Hui, who had just boasted about taking on all of them, he couldn't even close his mouth at this moment. Zuan looked at him and said, didn't you say you would take them all on? Go ahead then. Hui smiled awkwardly. This. You didn't really take my words seriously, did you, Lao Zu? Heh. Zuan chuckled lightly, then turned to the approaching white bone war chariots and said, enough talk, prepare for battle, charge with me. With that, Zuan's wrist turned, and the Qianju sword appeared instantly, turning into a stream of light that headed straight for the front chariot, striking it with a single slash. The sword light descended like a rainbow piercing the sky, cutting the chariot in half along with the space where it passed, easily shattering it. This sight immediately boosted the confidence of many who had been overwhelmed by the aura of the war chariots. Soon after, Hu Yi, Yi Hanshang, and others also rushed forward and launched a fierce attack on the white bone giants. In an instant, the radiance flickered, the momentum pervaded, and the scene was dazzling. Everyone, stop standing around and join the fight. Someone suddenly roared. The crowd responded with a resounding agreement, then rushed towards the white bone giants. In a flash, the entire space turned into a boiling battlefield. While most people's strengths were far less than that of Zuan and the others, the sheer numbers overwhelmed the enemy. Soon, they began destroying one war chariot after another, just like ants gnawing at an elephant. Watching the continuous explosions on the screen, Yue King Huan relaxed back into the sofa and chuckled, I give this opening a 90. At the same time, Not only could she see the situation on the battlefield in real time, but people on Earth also witnessed the live broadcast through the internet or television, all thanks to one person, Chen Xiaoyi. Starting out as just an entertainment editor, she had grown step by step into a legend in the news industry. She had played a role behind the scenes in every major battle on Earth, and this time was no exception. With the fate of the entire realms at stake and numerous powerhouses gathering, how could Chen Xiaoyi sit idly by in such a world-shaking battle? Until just now, after finally resolving all the issues, Chen Xiaoyi immediately instructed in a deep voice, "All cameras should be focused on the battlefield immediately. I want to record every detail of the situation on the battlefield, without missing anything." Yes. Therefore, people on Earth also had the privilege to witness Zhuan slashing the Bone War Chariot with a sword, followed by everyone rushing forward to besiege it. Every time a Bone War Chariot fell in the footage, cheers would erupt from all over Earth. Many people were so excited that they even danced with joy. Ha ha! Is this the so-called extraterrestrial evil creature? It seems no more than that. That's right, in front of Mr. Zhu, nothing can withstand his sword. If there is something, then to swords. With just this much strength, daring to attempt to meddle with the heavens. What a joke. At that moment, the entire Earth was boiling with excitement. However, unlike the fanatical masses, a small group of people remained clear-headed, such as the commander-in-chief stationed in the Central Command headquarters. His expression was very solemn at this moment. As a high-ranking official of the HUA country, he could see the situation clearer than the outside world. Moreover, in the command headquarters at this moment, numerous top talents were frantically calculating. "Leader, this is the latest calculation report. Each of these bone monsters is at least at the level of Daluo. Converted into our standard, they are capable of withstanding the attack of at least 3 specially made nuclear bombs. Is the calculation result accurate? The error does not exceed 10%. The commander-in-chief fell into silence upon hearing this, and after a long while, he sighed and said, "So, without Mr. Zhu's protection, if there are 3 of these bone monsters, our country's defense system would collapse. Is that right? To be precise, it would be 2.8 monsters, leader." The staff added in a low voice. The commander-in-chief shook his head helplessly. "All right, I understand. You may go." However, the staff did not leave but said in a grave tone, "Leader, through technical analysis, we have also found that the energy fluctuations of the light screen on the copper gate have increased by at least 17.1 times since the beginning." What does that mean? The commander-in-chief was shocked. It means this may just be the beginning, and the truly powerful existence is yet to come. The staff pushed his glasses and said solemnly. The commander-in-chief stood up abruptly, shook off his earlier despondency, and declared in a deep voice, "Send my orders. All of HUA country's forces must immediately enter the highest level of combat readiness." Yes. How many of the specially made nuclear warheads do we have left? Including current stock and recent acquisitions, a total of 3,781. Set all coordinates and target the copper gate at the end of the passage. Understood. The staff immediately went down to busily follow the orders. The commander-in-chief then stood with his hands behind his back in front of the large screen, watching the figure of Zhuan in the footage, and whispered, "Mr. Zhu, this is HUA country's final trump card. I hope it can help you." And it was at this moment, on this battlefield, that many people also sensed something different. Because these Bone War Chariots were being beaten without retaliation, as if they were buying time for the arrival of something. Sure enough, at that moment, a buzzing sound suddenly emanated from the copper gate. The sound was not loud, but it seemed to drill into your ears like an evil sound. "Dear God, look quickly! What is that?" Someone exclaimed and pointed toward the copper gate. Everyone turned their heads to look. They saw the light screen of the copper gate suddenly shaking violently, as if something was about to burst out. Yue King Huan, who was lying on a reclining chair on Earth, couldn't help but sit up straight and raise an eyebrow slightly. Could it be? As soon as she said that, black smoke suddenly spewed out of the copper gate in the footage. After this smoke appeared, it quickly rushed towards the people at a fast speed. At the same time, the buzzing sound intensified. Just before reaching them, someone finally realized the true nature of this smoke. It was not black smoke, it was countless black mosquitoes. "God damn! Where did these damn mosquitoes come from?" Hu Yi exclaimed in shock, then fiercely struck out, smashing some of the mosquitoes in front of him. However, the number of mosquitoes that were smashed was insignificant compared to the entire group. These mosquitoes came swarming in like a dark cloud, sucking the blood of unsuspecting cultivators on the way, threatening to drain them dry. But at that moment, a spark flashed. Boom! Flames rapidly spread and began to disperse the mosquitoes. Then Xuan's eyes burst with light, his powerful aura spreading out, also pushing back the mosquitoes. But this was just the beginning, because at that moment, countless poisonous insects suddenly poured out of the copper gate. These poisonous insects surged towards the people like a tidal wave. Though they were still far away, the foul stench was already nauseating. Watching this scene on the screen, the joy and excitement on Earth quickly turned into silence. Many people showed horror on their faces. From the beginning until now, in just a short time, many unimaginable beings had emerged from the copper gate, causing many to doubt their optimistic mindset. Yet, in the next moment, the counterattack of the strong wiped away the despair in their hearts. Someone roared, "Damn it! The thing I hate the most usually are mosquitoes, but now they dare to come and bite me. Die!" That's right. Just a few poisonous insects dare to show off like this. In the midst of the roars, light shone forth, and people began to fight against the poisonous insects. However, this time, the situation was not as easy as before, because although these insects were not very strong, their sheer numbers posed a significant threat. Therefore, people had to form teams to fight side by side. At this critical moment, Xuan remained calm and watched the copper gate silently, as if waiting for something. Sure enough, a mocking voice suddenly sounded from the copper gate. "Xuan, do you like the little gifts I prepared for you?" With these words, the light flickered, and a figure appeared in front of the copper gate. This person had a tall and robust figure, dressed in robes adorned with the sun, moon, and stars, exuding a grand and arrogant aura. Seeing him, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Xuan's mouth, showing a cold smile. "Do Yanan, you finally show yourself." This statement shook the entire scene. Yes, indeed. To actually dare to question Mr. Zhu's guilt, it's as if the birthday star is hanging himself, thinking he has a long life. After the initial shock, the crowd erupted into intense discussions and criticisms. Do Yanan naturally heard all these words. Originally wanting to show off in front of people, after hearing these criticisms, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, with his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. At the same time, Xuan chuckled lightly, and then slowly said, "Guilty. I really want to know just how thick-skinned you have to be to say such things. Joining forces with extraterrestrial evil beings, betraying the human race, attempting to overthrow all heavens." At this point, Xuan's eyes suddenly became sharp. "You, who have committed so many crimes, now dare to question if I know guilt." This series of questioning left Do Yanan speechless, because he truly had no response. But as a top powerhouse, how could he be so easily stumped? In the next instant, he revealed a hint of a cruel smile. "Xuan, I admit you are not wrong in what you said, but what does that matter? As of now, I possess a status and future that you cannot even imagine, while you can only cower in this small puddle, ultimately dying in utter humility. This will be your fate as well as the fate of all the heavens. No one can change it." With that, Do Yanan burst into another fit of maniacal laughter. But before the laughter subsided, Xuan's figure suddenly appeared in front of him, then struck with a sword. Pluck! This seemingly ordinary strike carried unimaginable power, effortlessly cutting Do Yanan in half. However, there was not a drop of blood on Do Yanan's body, prompting a raised eyebrow from Xuan. Meanwhile, on the other side of the bronze gate, Do Yanan's figure reappeared, cackling oddly. "Xuan, you have actually broken through to the realm of Immortal Emperor in such a short time. Your talent is indeed astonishing, but so what? I am now in existence you cannot even fathom. You simply cannot kill me." But as his words fell, this Do Yanan was once again cut in half by Xuan, revealing Xuan's figure emerging from behind him. Despite this, there was still no blood. Instead, a strange laughter emanated from within the bronze gate. "Xuan, save your energy. You truly cannot harm me now. Ha ha ha." Do Yanan laughed arrogantly. Xuan stood still with an expression as calm as water, pointing his sword diagonally towards the ground, then raising an eyebrow slightly. "Oh, is that so? Do you really think I can't harm you?" With that said, a crimson blood droplet suddenly slipped from the heaven-slaying sword, then was completely absorbed into the blade. Ah dash ah dash ah dash ah. Doyan's agonized cry came from the bronze gate. Damn it! How is this possible? How did you manage to harm me? He was practically hysterical. Xuan's lips curved into a cold smile, then he looked down at the increasingly crimson line on the heaven-slaying sword and said softly, "Do you really think that becoming an extraterrestrial evil being makes you invincible? This heaven-slaying sword was specifically prepared for beings like you. Zhu, your pride won't last long. Next, you and everyone else will know what true fear is." Doyan roared in fury. Then the light screen within the bronze gate suddenly began to expand outward. Subsequently, poisonous snakes twisted, flies filled the sky, and dozens of bone chariots emerged ahead. This shocking scene startled everyone present and not present. Xuan, however, stood with his sword in hand, facing the endless evil creatures, a glint in his eyes, before calmly saying, "Evil beings are attacking. There is no retreat for us. The only option now is to fight to the end, so follow my lead." His calm voice instantly spread throughout the venue, carried by Chen Xiaoyi and others to earth. In a moment, everyone stood solemnly, then raised their heads, their gaze directed towards the silhouette standing tall among millions of people. Witnessing Zhu, slowly raising his sword and pointing forward, he declared in a cold voice, "Kill." With that, Xuan, with unmatched dignity, led the charge. Seeing this, whether present or not, tears welled up in everyone's eyes. And then everyone together shouted, "Yes!" With those words, numerous powerhouses leapt into action, following closely behind. Fox Knight, being the fastest, barely caught up to Xuan's rear, then shouted, "Old Zhu, HM!" Without turning his head, Xuan shattered a bone chariot in the front with a single strike of his sword. "I've never truly respected anyone, but only for you. I wholeheartedly do." Hehe, Zhu chuckled softly, stomping down and crushing snakes and scorpions within a radius of 100 miles, then said nonchalantly, "Although it's a nice thing you said, can you not curse so much?" Hehe, isn't that a habit by now? Fox Knight chuckled awkwardly. Just then, a sudden shout from the side alerted Fox Knight, and before he could react, Yi Henshin rushed forward and pushed him out of harm's way. Boom! A nearly pure white light wave struck the very spot Fox Knight had been standing, causing even the space to crack. Fox Knight paled. Yi Henshin took a deep breath, then said, "Little Fox, you can say what you want, but can you please be more alert?" Fox Knight smiled sheepishly, pushing back. "Actually, I did sense it just now. I just didn't have time to dodge." Yi Henshin ignored his words and instead turned to Xuan, his expression grave, saying, "Old Zhu, something's not right. These evil creatures are much stronger than before. Yes, those bone chariots just now were easily dealt with, but now they're becoming increasingly powerful. Even a powerful Great Luo could be injured if not careful." Tianzi hurriedly came over, panting. Zhuge Kang suddenly appeared nearby and stated coldly, "These evil creatures are indeed becoming stronger." Xuan remained silent, his gaze passing through the countless poisonous insects, eventually resting on the enormous bronze gate. At the same time, on Earth, Yue King Huan closed the water mirror in front of her, stood up, and walked to the balcony railing. In the distance lay the vast human lake, bathed in brilliant sunlight, an idyllic setting, if not for the two large gateways in the sky, disrupting the peaceful scene. Yue King Huan released a slow breath, then solemnly said, "Xuan, this trial seems to be even more challenging than I had imagined, so, good luck to you." In the villa, Xiangxiang and Nianian watched the scene on TV, their faces filled with worrying, as Xiangxiang asked, "Mom, will Dad win this time?" Dong! With a loud bang, Ying struggled to chop off the head of a giant scorpion monster, spraying his whole body with a stench of fresh blood. Luckily, the armor of the talisman token protected him, otherwise he would have died on the spot. Even so, the nauseating smell made Ying hold his breath, then he leapt 10 feet away. Several companions immediately rushed forward, spraying special cleaning agent on Ying, as if it were free, finally washing away the blood attached to him. It wasn't until then that Ying finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I really don't know what these poisonous creatures eat to grow up. This blood smells really terrible." Hehe, that's nothing. You haven't seen me deal with a giant lizard monster before, that smell. Tisk tisk, just thinking about it makes me want to vomit yesterday's dinner. A man in armor laughed. "All right, don't mention that, it's really disgusting." Another man said, taking off his face mask with a grim expression. Just then, a flash of light passed by, and a man in high-level talisman armor appeared next to them. Seeing him, all the men present bowed in reverence. "Captain!" The man nodded slightly, then went straight to stand in front of Ying. Ying couldn't help but bow his head as well. After scrutinizing for a moment, the man suddenly said, "How do you feel? Are you still adapting?" Ying immediately nodded, reporting to the captain, "I feel very good, no problem at all." The man smiled. In his laughter, he directly lifted his face mask, revealing a face that, although young, was very dignified. "Honestly, I never thought you could hold on here for so long. Why didn't you think so?" "Just because my sister is Yan," Ying said. The man smiled slightly. "Although you have always wanted to avoid this identity, it is a fact. Who made you have such a powerful brother-in-law?" Ying fell silent, then suddenly said, "I don't want to rely on anyone's reputation. I just want to do something for the earth, for all the heavens." The man was also stunned, as he hadn't expected this playboy who everyone in the team had thought wouldn't last 3 days to have such determination. But soon he showed a sincere smile, and then reached out his hand towards Ying. Ying looked up with surprise. The man smiled and said, "Captain Zhang Chu of the Huo Kilin Special Forces. Now, on behalf of all members of the Huo Kilin, I welcome you to join us." The rest of the people all gathered around, smiling happily at the scene. Ying felt his nose tingling, then fought back tears and reached out to shake Zhang Chu's hand firmly. "Captain!" Zhang Chu patted his shoulder heavily. "All right, from now on, we are all family. You have earned the respect of all of us with your actions, not just because you have a powerful brother-in-law, yes?" Ying nodded excitedly. At this point, everyone rushed over, playfully joking and teasing Ying. Zhang Chu watched with a smile, but his eyes revealed a trace of weariness. It had been 10 days since the Copper Gate opened. But in these short 10 days, everyone felt as if they had experienced a century. Each day was filled with endless battles upon battles. When the initial passion faded, the cruelty of war became undeniably clear. The first casualties began to appear. Anyone who saw the person they had been chatting and laughing with a second ago turn into a corpse in the next second would fall silent. All the passion and blood seemed pale and feeble in the face of death's endless wall. So soon, many people started to feel a strong aversion to war. This was not cowardice, but human nature. However, in contrast, the endless horde of poison creatures and white bone war chariots seemed to know no fear, and their strength was growing visibly. Although top-level powerhouses like Zuan and Huyi were suppressing the situation, the morale of the lower-level practitioners was declining. In this situation, Zuan made a tough decision and changed the strategy of blind charging forward to categorizing strong practitioners by their strength. The high-level powerhouses would follow him to the center of the battlefield, engaging in direct sniper attacks on the white bone war chariots and large monsters. Meanwhile, lower-level practitioners were assigned to the periphery, responsible for monitoring and dealing with any stragglers or minor monsters. With Ying and the members of the Huo Kilin force present, they naturally couldn't enter the center of the battlefield, so they patrolled the periphery. Even so, they found it increasingly difficult. Not to mention Zhang Chu, who had been fighting in the center of the battlefield. At this moment, he wished he could just lie down and sleep. But his strong will supported him because he knew that every powerhouse was extremely valuable at this moment. Unless at a specific moment, no one would replace him. Apart from that, there was no time for rest. At most, one could catch a breath during breaks in the attacks. Despite this, there was no complaint from the people. Because from the moment the battle began, Zuan had not rested at all, not only dealing with tricky monsters, but also patrolling the entire battlefield. One could only imagine the immense pressure he was under. Thinking of this, Zhang Chu couldn't help but take a deep breath, then turn back towards the center of the battlefield. But just then, another black line appeared in the distance. "It's a tide of insects," the person in charge of monitoring shouted. Boom! Countless poisonous creatures surged towards them like a tide. Then the person on watch let out a piercing scream. "Oh my god! What is that?" In the midst of this endless tide of insects, numerous poisonous creatures surrounded a war chariot rumbling towards them. As it approached nearer, they saw a blood doll sitting on the war chariot. Yes, a literal child. It had a towering head of hair, wore a red belly band, and had pudgy cheeks with rosy cheeks, looking finely carved. But such a scene didn't feel the least bit cute. How could you find a child over 100 feet tall adorable? It was impossible. All you could feel was a shiver down your spine. At least that was how the people present felt. What is that? Ying couldn't help whispering in shock. But then Zhongchu suddenly shook, let out a loud roar, "Prepare for battle." His words had just fallen when the blood doll slowly lifted its huge head and opened its eyes. What kind of eyes were those? Only to see the several team members standing at the front suddenly let out a miserable cry, and then eerie blue flames ignited in their eyes. These flames had no warmth at all, but in an instant completely melted the faces of these team members. Following that, the flame spread at an extremely fast speed, and in the blink of an eye, these team members were turned into nothingness by the eerie blue flames, disappearing without a trace. Suje, Lao Che. Ying let out a mournful cry, then dashed forward with eyes filled with rage. You should know that when he first entered the Blood Killing Special Forces, due to his special status, everyone was polite to him on the surface, but this politeness actually meant deliberate alienation. Because no comrades in arms fighting side by side would be polite like strangers when together. At that time, Ying felt extremely frustrated deep down. Only these two deceased team members reached out to Ying and accepted him, showing kindness. Therefore, Ying has always been grateful to them. But he never expected that these two would actually die in front of him like this today, and in such a cruel way. Ying naturally couldn't accept this and rushed forward almost hysterically. But as he took a few steps, Zhongchu grabbed him and sternly roared, "Are you seeking death? Can you handle that?" Ying trembled all over, and then tears gushed out as he said, "But Captain, Suje, and Lao Che." Zhongchu's face turned grim. "I know you are grieving, even willing to risk your own life, but this won't solve any problems, yes? Lao Su and Little Cha are dead, but we are in the middle of a battle now, and in battle, people will die. Do you understand?" Towards the end, Zhongchu almost shouted. Ying finally gradually calmed down, then nodded heavily. "I understand, Captain. What should we do now?" "You and the others retreat first. The level of that evil creature is not something you all can handle," Zhongchu said in a deep voice. Ying hesitated no more, and immediately led the others to retreat. At the same time, Zhongchu looked towards a distant war chariot with a grave expression. At this moment, the blood doll on the war chariot was slowly turning its head, looking towards Zhongchu, then gradually smiling in a creepy and terrifying manner. Along with this smile, a towering evil aura emanated from it, rushing towards Zhongchu and the others like tidal waves. The momentum was so strong that in the middle of it, many illusions of ghosts appeared. Zhongchu's face was as heavy as water. Then, he slowly drew out one of the 3 treasures of the Celestial Master's mansion from his waist, the Lao Jun sword that had been passed down for 1,000 years. Although Zhongchu's strength today is likely far superior to that of the founder of the sect back then, he still values this Lao Jun sword very much and has always carried it with him. For no other reason. This Lao Jun sword not only symbolizes the 1,000-year Taoist tradition of the Celestial Master's mansion, but also differs from the other 2 treasures, the Yangping Command Seal and the 24-grade Secret Scroll Ancestral Book, in terms of symbolic significance far outweighing its practical significance. The symbolic significance of those 2 treasures is far greater than the practical ones. But this Lao Jun sword has been refined through 1,000 years of incense worship and sacrifices by generations of celestial masters, transforming from an ordinary worldly weapon into a demon-slaying weapon. Especially the upright and righteous aura contained within it serves as the nemesis of all evil beings. However, in general, Zhongchu would rather fight in close combat than use this sword. After all, this is the only memento his master left him, and using it once might mean one less time to use it. But at this moment, Zhongchu could no longer afford such concerns. He raised the sword horizontally, and under the stimulation of the ubiquitous evil aura, 1,000 threads of light suddenly radiated from this solemn and ancient Lao Jun sword. At the same time, a majestic righteous aura soared into the sky, directly colliding with the surging evil aura. Boom! After a loud noise, the countless evil ghosts that had been reduced to fragments by the collision. But immediately after, the blood doll let out an extremely sharp mocking laugh, as if mocking Zhongchu's insignificance. Then these just destroyed ghostly creatures immediately reformed and enhanced in both form and power. Then this boundless sea of ghostly creatures surged towards Zhongchu and the others like locusts. Zhang Chu's face turned serious. Prepare for defense immediately. Saying that, he flew up to face the surging ghostly creatures, then thundered loudly. Grand Supreme Elder, assist me with my divine arts. Boom! The Lao Jun sword swept across, and wherever it went, all evil spirits were annihilated. However, compared to these boundless creatures, the destruction of these evil spirits was hardly worth mentioning. Many of them went around Zhang Chu and rushed towards An Ying and the others. An Ying and the others were not afraid, immediately activating their battle armor charms, then forming a defensive formation to confront the approaching evil spirits. In an instant, above and below, all members of the Blood Kiln were in a fierce battle. Zhang Chu fought with all his might, dodging and attacking left and right, barely avoiding being surrounded by these evil spirits, but as time passed, the space he could move in was gradually shrinking. As for An Ying and the others on the ground, they were even more clumsy in the face of these specters, completely falling into a passive situation. Seeing this, Zhang Chu couldn't help but feel anxious and shouted, "Fight and retreat, conserve strength, and leave this place as soon as possible." "What about you, Captain?" An Ying shouted. "Don't worry about me. I have a way to break out. Hurry, if delayed any longer, you won't be able to leave." "Did you hear me? This is an order?" Zhang Chu shouted. Despite their reluctance, An Ying and the others had to obey the captain's orders unconditionally, so they started battling the oncoming evil spirits while retreating. But at this moment, many skeletal ghostly claws suddenly emerged from the ground and grabbed An Ying and the others by the ankles, dragging them underground. Caught off guard, one member of the Blood Kiln team was directly pulled to the ground, and half of his body was dragged in by the ghostly claws. This sudden change made An Ying extremely anxious, especially when he saw his comrade being dragged in. He became furious. "Open up!" In a fit of rage, An Ying's battle armor suddenly began to transform wildly, and in an instant completed its transformation, becoming a new battle armor much stronger than before in both form and defensive capabilities. Battle armor upgrade. A very rare phenomenon, with only a small probability of being triggered. Once it appears, it often means that one's own strength will be elevated to a higher level, something many people dream of. At this moment, the team member has already been dragged halfway into the ground, with only his shoulders and head still exposed. An Ying grabbed his hand and exerted all his strength to pull him out. However, the team member did not budge, and despite An Ying's efforts, his descent suddenly accelerated, causing An Ying to stumble forward, almost falling to the ground. But An Ying did not give up. Instead, he exerted even more force, with his eyes almost bursting with determination. "Come out! Come out!" The armor all over his body made a creaking sound due to the excessive force as he tried to pull his teammate out, but to no avail. Just then, the Blood Kiln member, who was about to be completely dragged into the ground, suddenly let out a light laugh. "Anjay, no need to struggle. Let go of me." "Ziwu, what nonsense are you talking about? Come out. I refuse to believe I can't pull you out." Anguish filled An Ying as he shouted desperately. But at that moment, a look of determination appeared on the face of Ziwu, the team member being dragged into the ground, and then he suddenly let go of An Ying's hand. "Ziwu!" At that moment, several other team members had already freed themselves from their restraints and rushed over. "Anjay, everyone, thank you. In the next life, we will still be brothers." Ziwu smiled and said, then looked up at the evil spirits filling the sky. "Evil creatures, your ancestors." With those words, a brilliant light suddenly burst from Ziwu's eyes, causing all the evil spirits to disappear. "No!" An Ying shouted in despair, and then sat down heavily on the ground. Because he knew that the final burst of light meant that Ziwu had burnt all his soul and cultivation to deliver that powerful strike. But it also meant that he would completely vanish, with no chance of reincarnation. "Damn it, Ziwu, you idiot! Weren't you just talking about being brothers in the next life? Why did you have to be so stupid?" Tears streamed down An Ying's face as he muttered. Meanwhile, the endless evil spirits once again rushed towards the group. "Anjay, retreat!" Someone tried to pull An Ying up from the ground. However, unexpectedly, An Ying raised his hand and placed a talisman on these people. "Anjay, what are you doing?" The team members were shocked. "This is a teleportation charm. You all leave now. As for me." An Ying looked at the evil spirits with a fierce gaze. "I will avenge Zuje and Ziwu." But, before they could finish their words, An Ying had activated the teleportation charm. The charm, specially made before the big battle by Juge Kang, was powerful and perfect for escaping. Originally, Anying intended to use it to save his life at a critical moment, but now he had changed his mind. Boom! When the teleportation charm activated, it immediately enveloped the group and flew away regardless of their struggles and cries. Anying slowly stood up, watching the evil spirits coming towards him with a sneer on his face. Suje, Siwu, wait for me. Anying silently prayed in his heart, and then he rushed towards them directly. At the same time, Zhongchu, unaware of the scene that had just unfolded on the ground, would have been powerless even if he knew, because at that moment, he was also engaged in a fierce battle. Faced with the endless evil spirits, despite being the present-day leader of the Celestial Master's mansion, he felt a sense of despair. Because the number of evil spirits was too great, and they were constantly spawning from the evil energy. Every evil spirit he killed would quickly reappear as 3 more. The more he killed, the more there seemed to be, as if there was no end in sight. Faced with this situation, Zhongchu knew that unless he could destroy the source of these evil spirits, he would eventually be trapped and killed by them. So although he appeared to be aimlessly fighting against them, he was actually gradually moving towards the direction of the blood doll. Finally, he could clearly see the figure of the blood doll where he was. Zhongchu took a deep breath, bit his tongue sharply, and sprayed his essence blood towards the Laojin sword. Boom! The Laojin sword, which had been dimmed due to continuous killing, suddenly burst into flames, dispelling the previous decline. But Zhongchu's face turned extremely pale. After all, that mouthful of essence blood had at least cost him 3 years of hard cultivation. Nevertheless, Zhongchu showed no hesitation, and with a slash, he swept away thousands of evil spirits in front of him. Then, like an arrow leaving the bow, he charged towards the distant figure of the blood doll. His speed was so fast that he almost reached it in an instant, and then without hesitation, he stabbed the heart of the blood doll with his sword. The blood doll was towering over 100 feet tall, making Zhongchu appear like a mosquito in front of it. However, just as Zhongchu's sword pierced the skin of the blood doll, not even penetrating half an inch, a terrifying aura caused Zhongchu to instinctively dodge to the side. Bang! A phantom figure struck the spot where Zhongchu had just stood, shattering space. Zhongchu broke out in a cold sweat, as the delayed action could have cost him his life. At the same time, the phantom figure turned around slowly, revealing a mini version of the blood doll. It grinned at Zhongchu. But the grin was far from cute, rather, it was chillingly eerie. Because of that grin, the mini blood doll's mouth stretched all the way to the back of its head, revealing razor-sharp teeth resembling a steel saw below. Then, a garbled voice came from its throat. So, it's a stinky Taoist priest, heh, perfect for a sacrifice. With those words, it once again pounced on Zhongchu. Zhongchu dodged, and the blood doll passed through him. Yet, before Zhongchu could breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, then he coughed up blood. At that moment, the blood doll's sharp smile reappeared, holding a piece of bone, which was Zhongchu's rib. Stinky Taoist, you're useless. You can't escape my pursuit, and whenever I want, I can take your heart. Faced with such a bizarre attack, Zhongchu remained calm, then took a deep breath, and suddenly spat out more essence blood. The Laojin sword absorbed the blood, then once again surged in power, and with a strike, cut down towards the core of the blood doll. Stubborn, you are all stubborn and ignorant Taoist priests. The mini blood doll sneered and charged at Zhongchu once more, this time aiming for his heart. However, Zhongchu remained unflinching, the sword's momentum unwavering. Bang! The blood doll let out a piercing and extremely mournful scream, then was directly blasted away. In midair, a thick smoke emanated from its body. This was because the golden inscription on it was roasting its body. At the same time, a flash of light passed by, and a white-clad young man appeared in the arena. It was Zuan. At this moment, despite having battled for 10 days, he was still as white as snow, without a speck of dirt. Moreover, his ethereal and transcendent aura became even more prominent. As soon as Zhongchu, who had reached his limit, saw him, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Zhu. Zuan waved his hand and said faintly, no need to speak. You rest and step back, I'll deal with this evil creature. Yes. Zhongchu immediately stepped back. Then, Zuan, with a calm expression like still water, gazed at the blood doll in the distance. At this moment, due to Zuan's command, the pocket-sized blood doll had been completely roasted clean, leaving only the original blood doll standing in place. Sensing Zuan's gaze, the blood doll shuddered, then opened its mouth and mumbled, "Zuan." As the words fell, an endless aura of evil spirits reappeared, and a countless number of evil spirits swarmed towards Zuan. Just the fact that the blood doll could speak and call out Zuan's name proved its strength far exceeded that of the skeleton chariots. However, when these evil spirits rushed towards Zuan, he didn't even spare them a glance. He just calmly uttered a single word. "Army!" Bang! As soon as this word was spoken, the evil spirits that had approached Zuan shook violently, one after another exploding. In an instant, the evil spirits turned into ashes under this chain reaction of explosions. Zuan then took a slow step forward, and with each step, he came directly in front of the blood doll. This sudden move made the blood doll tremble, trying to struggle. But the next moment, all its movements were frozen, because Zuan suddenly reached out and placed his hand on top of its head. Due to the huge difference in size, Zuan seemed insignificant in front of the blood doll. However, with just a gentle touch, the blood doll stood frozen in place, unable to move, due to the imposing pressure from the immortal emperor. Seeing this scene, Zhongchu, who had retreated to a distance, couldn't help but smile bitterly. After struggling for half a day and almost losing his life, he couldn't even budge the monster a bit. In Zuan's hands, it was like an ant, unable to struggle at all. Such a gap in strength was truly staggering. As Zhongchu sighed, Zuan raised an eyebrow slightly. "Do you know me?" The blood doll lifted its pure white, nightmarish eyes and stared fixedly at Zuan, then croaked, "Of course I know you, because the adults have instructed that upon seeing you, you must be killed." Zuan smiled faintly. "Oh, is that so? Well, I'm honored indeed. But unfortunately, it seems you won't have a chance." With that, Zuan wielded his wrist, and the Heaven's Punishment Sword appeared, thrusting into the blood doll's forehead. "Ah!" The blood doll screamed in extreme pain, but no matter how it struggled, it couldn't make Zuan's hand flinch.